Yo, what's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content, the link is in the description. Pirate. Starting as Sesshomaru, Strongest Beast Deputy. 1BD. 001 Contract 100 times Return System. See Circle Calendar 1502. Wanokuni. Ghost Island Ballroom. It took a lot of effort, and I finally got that phantom beast. Ooh, Kaido, who sat at the main seat, laughed heartily. While laughing, he picked up a wine bowl that was bigger than his face, and poured it into his mouth. After stuffing a big bowl in one breath, one finally had enough of my addiction. Seeing that the adopted son and daughter were not there, he asked doubtfully. Where are Linley and Yamato? Logically speaking, every time I go out in the past, as soon as you come back, you will definitely see the two little guys. Why did the banquet start today and no one was seen? Faced with Kaido's inquiry, all the beasts below had different expressions. It's not a joke, it's a joke. Master Linley, guess where are you working hard to practice? Ha 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 ha, I don't know what kind of strength to cultivate. The talent is here, no matter how much you practice it, it won't be useful. 12 years old, not as good as 8-year-old Jack. As Master Quinn said, if you have a good brain, you can feel at ease as a think tank. Princess Yamato is also messing around, she doesn't do business all day long, and just fools around with Master Linley. Listening to the ridicule and jokes of the subordinates on the adopted son, Kaido's face remained unchanged. After all, in the Beast's pirates, don't make fun of Linley. Even teasing him happened from time to time, so he didn't take it to heart at all. Speaking of adopted son Linley, have to say, brains are easy to use. It's talent, well, it's hard to say. He didn't think his subordinates' words were too much. On the contrary, I think this is a kind of tempering for the adopted son. After all, in Beast's pirates, strength is always the top priority. Not strong enough, it's normal for others to look down on you with envy. I'll call them over. Fire calamity. Jin was too lazy to listen to everyone's trash talk, so his figure flashed and disappeared into the banquet hall. Kurozumi, who was sitting under Kaido, was puzzled and said, I said Kaido, why do you take this kid so seriously? I heard that this fruit was specially prepared for him. Kurozumi Orochi couldn't figure it out. How could Kaido, who has always been insidious, cunning and moody, treat this little guy differently? It took so much effort to get back a phantom beast specially for him. You don't know that, do you? Plague. Quinn on the side smoked a cigar, and glanced at Kurozumi Orochi playfully. That guy's father is the third member of the 100 Beasts after Jin. You have made great contributions to our beast's core. It's a pity that I was unlucky and was killed by Marine a few years ago. It's only natural for Kaido boss to take care of his children. Besides, this kid is not simple, he is good at analysis, and he often advises us. I see. Kurozumi turned his eyeballs, and said maliciously, why don't you give him to me? Hockey and swordsmanship are not good, maybe you have talent in ninjutsu. My subordinate, Fulu Sho, is a ninjutsu master. Guhahahaha. In words, Kurozumi seems to be planning for Linley's situation. But is he really that kind? Give me a break. Linley is 12 years old now. There is still a lot of room for flexibility. Of course it does not refer to the plasticity of strength. With the status of Kaido's adopted son, if it is in the hands of Fulu Sho, he will be instilled with some ninja ideas. Isn't it just a good helper? Right now Kazuki Oden is still a threat. In order to ensure the stability of General Wanokuni's status, many means are necessary. Master Orochi is right. If you follow me to learn ninjutsu, I will teach you everything without reservation. The tall, bald Fulu Sho below, upon hearing this, immediately stood up and volunteered. What spring and autumn dream? Didn't wake up. Kaido frowned and glanced at Kurozumi Orochi. A trace of dissatisfaction flashed in his eyes. Just about to hit it. I heard a clear and disdainful answer from the entrance of the banquet hall. Ninjutsu, I don't like that kind of thing. The owner of the voice is a white-haired boy. Behind him, followed by two small followers. Yamato, who is only 8 years old, and 9-year-old Black Maria. With the appearance of the three of them, all the subordinates began to joke. Yo, isn't this Master Linley? I heard that you have become a great swordsman now. Let's get to know each other. To say that Linley is a great swordsman is just a joke because he often practiced swordsmanship. Linley had heard this kind of ridicule a lot, so naturally he didn't care. TCH, what a loud tone. Being rejected by Linley in public, his words were full of disdain. Kurozumi Orochi and Fulu Sho's faces were both ugly, especially the former. Personality has always been sensitive and brutal. Lost face, of course extremely dissatisfied. But it was not easy to attack, so I had to suppress my anger and pretended to drink with a wine bowl. Are you here, father? As soon as the little follower Yamato saw Kaido, he jumped up excitedly. She hasn't seen her father for a while, but she's thinking too hard. Linley, who is familiar with the plot, couldn't help feeling a lot of emotion when he saw this scene. Before Yamato called himself Kazuki Oden. That is called a loving father and daughter filial piety. Look at it this way. Kazuki Oden the idiot, no harm. If it weren't for this guy, the father and daughter wouldn't have broken up in the end. Kaido hugged Yamato and waved to Linley with great interest. Linley, what are you doing so far back? Sit forward. Forehead. Linley hesitated for a moment, and sat down in Kaido's lower seat. Got it, Dad. And Black Maria is like a little daughter-in-law. She shyly followed Linley, sat down beside him. Boy, guess what I brought back for you this time? Kaido grinned, a little smugly. Not long ago he heard that not far from Wanokuni, a phantom beast appeared. Then he rushed over with Jin and others without stopping. After some twists and turns, I finally got it. The adopted son Linley is good at everything, but his cultivation talent is too poor. With this phantom beast species, at least being alone is no longer a problem. A gift. Dad, what is it? Did you bring it to me? Yamato, the little loli in Kaido's arms, grabbed Kaido's two long beards and asked impatiently. Wow, Master Linley, Master Kaido is so kind to you. Black Maria leaned closer to Linley's ear with envy on her face. The entire group of beasts, except for Princess Yamato, only Master Linley has this kind of treatment. Seeing Kaido's proud appearance, Linley's eyes couldn't help showing a hint of curiosity. Yamato, you will wait. Quinn, take it out. Kaido doesn't keep secrets either. Pointing to the box that Quinn took out from behind, he said with a smile. Dog fruit phantasmal beast species Dako true god form. It turned out to be this fruit. Hearing the name, Linley was startled immediately. This fruit, in the original book, it will be eaten by Yamato in the future. Now it's showing up so early. Phantom beast species. Black Maria was stunned. The ancient species was already an unattainable dream for her. Master Linley actually started out as a phantom beast. If it weren't for the horns on the head, she thought Linley was her own. On the other hand, Yamato stared at the box in puzzlement like a troubled baby. What kind of phantom beast? Between the words, it seems that they don't understand the meaning of the phantom beast species. Kaido didn't answer, stood up and took the box from Quinn. Pass it to Linley. Eat him. You really have the capital to become a strong man. If you want to be a strong man. The words just fell off. This moment, all eyes fell on Linley. There is envy, there is jealousy, although most people had expected this scene in advance. Still sour. However, Linley's next answer made their jaws drop even more. Let's leave this fruit to Yamato. I do not need. His voice was still clear and clean. Not even much emotional ups and downs. It's not a posturing, or maybe you don't want to change the plot or something. In fact, if this fruit appeared a few days ago, he will definitely eat it without hesitation. In order to become stronger. In order to occupy a place in the world of strong men such as Linley and thieves. Who can control whether to cut the Yamato fruit? After the big deal, just find a better one for her. But, exactly a few days ago, many years late, the system called Contract Hundredfold Return has finally awakened. 002 A Hundredfold Return, Phantom Beast Sesshomaru form. The function of the contract 100 times return system is very simple. As long as the target is contracted, the target is on its own basis, and the talent potential will be subtly enhanced to a certain extent. When the target strength has a breakthrough improvement or change, you can get a refund. The return multiple fluctuates greatly, with a minimum of 2 times and a maximum of 100 times. Currently, only one person can be contracted. Only when Linley's strength also has a breakthrough improvement or change, will he get a new spot. After figuring out the function of the system, Linley originally planned to wait for Kaido to come back, so he set the first contract target as Kaido. Anyway, it's a permanent contract. Although Kaido is very strong now, he still can't reach the level of the strongest creature in the world, 20 years later. There will inevitably be opportunities for breakthrough improvements, and increased talent and potential. It is also mutually beneficial. But when you see the dog fruit, phantom beast species, and Dako true god form fruit appear, immediately changed my mind. Contract Kaido, it will definitely become stronger. There is no doubt about it. But even if the talent and potential are increased, who knows when Kaido will make a breakthrough again. If the time is too long, the cost performance is not high. Not the best option right now. If you say before coming to the banquet hall, he just kept his eyes on Kaido. When I saw Dako true god form fruit appearing, immediately, a golden exclamation mark appeared above Yamato's head. Character, Yamato, opportunity, can be contracted. If you eat the devil fruit, big mouth true god form, that was originally the target of the contract, you can achieve the conditions for a breakthrough improvement. The exclamation point above the character's head is a sign that there may be a breakthrough improvement in the near future. It is a reminder of the system. Gold, on the other hand, represents quality improvement. From low to high, white, green, blue, purple, gold, red. Since the awakening system, the golden color appeared for the first time. Therefore, Linley no longer hesitated, and immediately decided to contract with Yamato. Because as long as you are close to the target, you can enforce the contract. So the whole process was very smooth. The contract is successful. Then, a virtual panel that only he could see came into view. Host, Linley. Age, 12. Fruit, none. Hockey, none. Physical arts, swordsmanship introductory. Physical arts introductory. Contract target, Yamato 1/1. What did you say? Kaido, who was rejected for his kindness, suddenly flew into a rage. After a lot of trouble, I finally got a phantom beast. In the end, was rejected. It's not a big deal to lose face when you get rejected. Linley is so disappointing. Facing the power at his fingertips, he still thinks highly of himself and remains unmoved. This is the key to his anger. He knew that this kid was arrogant by nature. Looking at other people's eyes seems to be separated by another dimension. This is one of the reasons why he appreciates it. But I didn't expect, could it be that you want to rely on your own strength, to become a strong man? In this world, only Hawkeye can surpass everything. This is his point of view. I also said this to Linley and Yamato. But obviously, Linley itself does not have such conditions. If you persist in this way, you will be ignorant. Hearing this, Kurozumi Orochi on the side seemed to have finally found a chance to fight back. Laughing sarcastically, "Goo-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha, stop kidding, brat. Devil fruit is a shortcut to becoming a strong person. Otherwise, with your talent, don't say you want to grow up to the level of Kaido. Even Fu Lu show under my command is an insurmountable mountain in your life." Not bad. All the beasts nodded their heads in agreement. Even Quinn joined in with a smile, feeling a little dissatisfied in his heart. Kurozumi Orochi, he finally said something that can be heard. The phantom beast that took a lot of trouble to get. Still don't like it, isn't this in vain for their efforts during this time? Hearing this, Black Maria also had a look of disbelief. Master Linley, such a good opportunity, why? Faced with ridicule and confusion, everyone thinks Linley missed a big opportunity. He didn't say much, but, the little follower Yamato can't sit still. Shut up. I saw little lowly Yamato sticking her waist in, pointing at the crowd and shouting angrily. Don't say no to Linley, big brother. However, in the eyes of everyone, her aggressive behavior is not threatening at all. On the contrary, it is very cute. As a result, Kurozumi Orochi's smile became even louder. Kaido frowned, and gave Kurozumi a hard look. He knows, Kurozumi Orochi's words, with Linley's character, will only have the opposite effect. If there is hope for persuasion, now it's completely out of play. At this time, Linley unexpectedly walked towards the box containing the phantom beasts. Seeing his actions, everyone showed a, really so, expression. What, changed your mind? Think about it, this is a phantom beast. A phantom beast more precious than Logia. How can there be such a fool who refuses to eat when he has the opportunity? Linley ignored it. Under everyone's puzzled eyes, he brought devil fruit in front of Yamato and said with a smile. Eat it, Linley big brother. Even though Yamato is only 8 years old now, I don't understand the meaning of phantom beast species. But judging from the reactions of everyone, it is also known that this fruit must be very important to Linley. Just about to say no. I saw Linley showing a look that he would only show when he was angry. I couldn't help but purse my mouth in grievance, almost crying. Is there really such a fool? Linley, have you really decided? Kaido asked solemnly. Linley nodded decisively. Up to you. Seeing him, I made up my mind, and Kaido was about to explode. Sat down depressed. I don't even bother to say more. He is not a patient man. Linley didn't know the gesture of flattery. He has completely given up the idea of cultivation. And Yamato was finally in Linley's eyes. Eat the phantom beast's big mouth true god fruit. Vomit. In the next second, Yamato almost vomited. At the same time, the system's notification sounded. The target of the contract, Yamato, eats the Inugu Fruit, Phantom Beast, Oguchi True God form, and will get 100 times the return. Inugu Fruit, Phantom Beast, Sesshomaru form. 100-fold return. See the first return, which is the current highest multiple. With Linley's rather indifferent temperament, it's hard to hide his excitement. But when I saw the name of the fruit, I couldn't help being stunned. Sesshomaru form. Sesshomaru, the ceiling of combat power in the world of Inuyasha. Possesses the power of ultimate destruction, and the healing power that can bring the dead back to life by swinging a knife. Now it's actually a phantom beast form of zone devil fruit. Shock was nothing but shock. He soon felt a force rushing into his body crazily, constantly strengthening and transforming his weak body. For a moment, he froze in place, unable to move. With the continuous transformation of the body, his image gradually changed slightly. The already explosive appearance has added a bit of nobility and aloofness. At this time, everyone's eyes were attracted by Yamato. Eat Yamato in the form of a big mouthful of true gods, although he is still cute. But bursts of ice mist gushed out from his body, causing the temperature of the entire banquet hall to drop a lot. As soon as I ate it, the power of the ice element appeared. This phantom beast is really amazing. This is a phantom beast that is rarer than Logia. A phantom beast like Boss Kaido. It seems that in addition to Zone's advantages, he can also control the power of the ice element to a certain extent. Master Linley, I don't know what he missed. Now, everyone's envious eyes turned to Yamato. There were only 2 people present, and they felt something was wrong with Linley. Kaido, and Jin, who just returned to the banquet hall. This kid, feeling the fluctuations in Linley, Kaido seemed to finally understand the reason for his refusal. The face couldn't help but get complicated. There is unbelievable. More of a sigh. Could it be? You have already eaten devil fruit. Good. Linley didn't deny it. I see. Only then did everyone suddenly realize. As we all know, devil fruit cannot eat too. In this way, Master Linley will lose a lot of money. I guess you're going to die of anger. Shortly after eating the devil fruit, Boss Kaido brought back a phantom beast. 003 Abstruse Truth Candlong Break. It's miserable. For a moment, the eyes that were envious of Yamato turned to Linley. Turned into sympathy. In their view, Linley was nothing short of miserable. All know, he practiced harder than anyone else. However, due to the extremely poor talent, there has been little effect. Not even Jack, who was brought back a few months ago. It's an exaggeration. Jack let one hand, maybe he could rub against the ground against him. Master Linley must be unwilling to wait to eat devil fruit, right? But the gap between ordinary devil fruit and phantom beasts is worlds apart. With Master Linley's talent, the upper limit of this life is already foreseeable. Realized that Linley didn't want to eat, but already eaten. In addition, Kaido boss's face became gloomy. It is not good for all the beasts to continue to sprinkle salt in the wound. Quote. With Linley's affirmative answer, Kaido couldn't laugh anymore. Things have progressed to the present. I just feel mixed feelings in my heart. Linley's talent is that he can't handle it. It's so bad, Hawkeye can't even think about making achievements. Even devil fruit can be eaten casually now. He didn't believe it could be better than the phantom beast. Achievements in this lifetime. At this moment, all expectations are gone. At this moment, Kurozumi laughed jokingly. Goo ha 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 ha. So that's it. It seems that the devil fruit that Linley ate is unusual, so he doesn't like this phantom beast. To talk about spreading salt in the wound, you have to look at the Kurozumi snake. His words made everyone's expressions change. Obviously, just now Linley rejected his proposal face to face. Even disdain for ninjutsu completely pd him off. But, can Linley be blamed? The four big characters, bad intentions, are almost written on the face. It is reasonable to refuse. What exactly is devil fruit? Can it be stronger than you demons? The ridicule of words obviously cannot make Kurozumi Orochi give up. He continued to fan the flames. How about opening everyone's eyes? I don't know if Fu Lu Shou has the honor to be your kid's demonstration subject. Be polite, but that yin and yang face, red and red, clearly reflected his malicious intentions. In his view, Kaido and Kaido are a cooperative relationship, and they use each other. The latter even has a lot of places, and he needs to rely on him to achieve his goal. Naturally, he wouldn't care about offending a mere adopted son. Hey, hearing this, Fu Lu Shou's eyes lit up. A look eager to try. Can't see the Jonin technique. He wants to show Linley how powerful ninjutsu is. Pay for your wrong actions. Too much. Black Maria clenched her fists. I hate it so much. The young master has missed the greatest opportunity in his life. Let's just sprinkle salt in the wound for this ugly monster. Want to humiliate in public? It's simply not a thing. Instead, it was Yamato. Maybe it's too simple to see the purpose of Kurozumi Orochi. So he raised his little hand and shouted happily. Okay, let's see if you dare to speak ill of Linley big brother later. Demo object. Kaido glared at Kurozumi Orochi. I really think he's gone. I was about to vent my anger on him. Seeing Linley lovingly looking at Yamato. What does Yamato want to see? Originally he was not going to bother with Kurozumi Orochi. I am not an actor. Is it worth opening the eyes of this ugly monster? But since Yamato wants to see, and at this moment, his body is full of explosive power. You can't have fun without venting. Simply satisfy the curiosity of the little follower. Yeah, Yamato nodded quickly like a woodpecker. Yamato, don't mess around. Kaido scolded and made a final decision. We're holding a banquet, so don't lose your spirits. After all, he still couldn't bear to watch Linley make a fool of himself in public. What a pity. Kaido has spoken. Kurozumi Orochi's provocation can only go so far. If he continues to be stubborn, Kaido will be greeted with anger. Just when everyone thought the farce was about to come to an end, Linley suggested calmly, Father, since Kurozumi wants to see it so much, why don't you just be satisfied? For the sake of others saying, the banquet held by our 100 beasts can't make people enjoy themselves. Kaido was taken aback, and was about to reprimand him. Lousy has saved you. How dare you slap your face in front of someone? But in the next second, he burst into laughter. Ooh, I agreed. The reason why he changed his mind. All because of the understanding of Linley. It is true that he is arrogant, but by no means a fool. Over the years, I have never fought an uncertain battle. Maybe the devil fruit he ate was not inferior to the phantom beast he brought back. Other than that, he couldn't think of any other possibility. Goo ha 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 ha. Kurozumi Orochi laughed maniacally. That would be great. Fu Lu Shou, swords have no eyes, so be careful. The implication, as long as you don't kill or hurt, anything can be done. Anyway, Linley asked for it. Yes, Master Orochi, not to mention everyone's astonishment at Linley taking the initiative to join the set. A group of people soon came to the open space outside the banquet hall. Fu Lu Shou stood not far in front of Linley and smiled jokingly. Master Linley, please act first. But you must be merciful. After all, he had already expected that Linley would be in a mess later on. Linley didn't answer. The killing intent flashed in his eyes. The ridicule or joke of everyone in the 100 Beasts group just now. He doesn't care at all. After all, they are their own people. As a captain, Kaido has the capacity to do so. Of course he does too. But, what is the Kurozumi Orochi? What is Fu Lu Shou? Just two dogs. How dare a dog bark at its owner? Should I shoot first? You sure? Certainly. Fu Lu Shou obviously has the chance to win, so he is naturally full of confidence. Linley was no longer polite. Looking at Fu Lu Shou is like looking at a dead person. Since Sesshomaru's form is different from ordinary phantom beasts, there are only human form and beast form. The human form is a combination of human and orc. Therefore, he is currently at his strongest state. Slowly place your hand on the handle of the knife. Linley seems to be confirming a certain conjecture. Jung, accompanied by the screech of the blade rubbing against the scabbard. A strong annihilating breath swept across the audience in an instant. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. At this moment, everyone onlookers felt a burst of fear. It seems that in the next second, it will be reduced to ashes by some kind of power. This kid, what kind of fruit did he eat? There is such a terrifying aura. Only a few people such as Kaido were not affected. But horror already appeared in his eyes. I saw Linley slowly raise the practice knife horizontally in front of him. This practice knife seems to have temporarily become a medium. The heartbeat sound is constantly being emitted to the surroundings. Invisible fluctuations emerge from it and spread around. Boom, boom, boom. What happened? Why is your heart beating so fast? It's like my heart is about to jump out. Some people couldn't stand the fluctuation and screamed. At the same time, a whisper sounded in everyone's ears. Profound truth, Kandlonko. The words just fell off. The madness surged out of Linley through the practice knife with violent force. Boom boom boom. In an instant, lightning flashes and thunder roars. Countless blue lightning bolts shot up from the ground. Zila Zila, a blue sky giant dragon emerged from the thunder. Roar, dragon chant accompanied by thunder, resounding through the sky at this moment. 004 Is this the legendary thunder fruit? Not good. What kind of ability is this? Could it be thunder fruit? Seeing this scene, Fu Lu-shou couldn't hide his shock, and his face changed drastically. He didn't expect that the fruit Linley ate was thunder fruit. I knew it earlier. Where is the courage to follow Kurozumi Orochi to make troubles? It's too late to regret. Observation Haki crazy warning. Remind him clearly. If you don't run for your life or fight back, let Linley's move gather momentum. The time of death must be approaching. Without any hesitation, regardless of the promise to let Linley shoot first. At the time of life and death, he strikes back with a reaction speed beyond his previous ones. Ninja earlobe technique. His two earlobes hanging down to his chest grew rapidly and turned into two long whips full of armament Haki. The black snake danced wildly, bared its teeth and cracked its mouth, and crazily attacked Linley, trying to interrupt Linley's momentum. But, too late, the blue sky giant dragon hovered in midair. His eyes locked him completely. The sea of thunder began to sweep across the entire open space with lightning speed. He is like that lonely boat, about to fall into a stormy sea. Anytime, anywhere, the ship will be destroyed. The two are like black snakes, bearing the earlobe of his hope of self-help. Like a stone falling into the sea, except for some ripples, it proves that it once existed. It is no longer useful. Within seconds of falling into the thunder, the covered armament Haki is consumed. Lost armament Haki, reduced to powder in an instant. This kid, it's unbelievable, I'm numb. Quinn's eyes widened and he yelled in horror, completely ignoring the cigar that fell from his mouth. He is so numb. Even though he was far away from the sea of thunder, he still felt that his skin was beginning to show signs of numbness. His size is huge, obese. This feeling of paralysis is stronger than anyone else. Accompanied by his screams. Zila Zila. The thunder like a monstrous wave completely swallowed Fu Lu-shou. Ah, a horrible scream came from it. Looking from the outside to the inside, he could no longer be seen. Even if he went all out to cover his whole body with armed colors. But it was still difficult to bear the annihilation force of the thunder. What a terrifying power of thunder. Except for the legendary thunder fruit, there is no other fruit capable of possessing this power of lightning. All the beasts were shocked to the extreme at this moment. Master Linley, who has always been known for his brains, is extremely weak in talent. How could he unleash such an attack at will? Such a terrifying thunder. I'm afraid only the legendary thunder fruit can do it. Even big brother Kaido can also control Raiden, and I have never seen such a big battle. Followed Kaido for many years. Jin couldn't be more clear. Ooh, Kaido saw this scene. The hanging heart finally fell to the ground. Laughed contentedly. In case of thunder fruit, he was relieved. Logia, or the lightning fruit. Of course it is not inferior to the phantom beast he brought back, and even stronger. Damn it. Kurozumi Orochi's face was extremely ugly. This kid clearly pretends to be a pig and eats a tiger. He has no good intentions. Fu Lu-shou is his confidant admiral, in charge of the royal family. If there is a mistake, it was like breaking an arm. How can he afford to lose? That kid doesn't know Haki, and the pure fruit ability will definitely not be able to pose a fatal threat to Fu Lu-shou, who has mastered armament Haki. Although, Fu Lu-shou's strength is mainly based on ninja, and he is not good at armed color. But there is a big difference between having and not having. However, he was doomed to be disappointed. Dako Junshin's form returned 100 times before the Sesshomaru form appeared. It can't be explained by common sense at all. I could only hear the screams getting smaller and smaller, and the sea of thunder gradually calmed down. When the giant dragon in the sky dissipated, all is calm. There is no sign of Fu Lu-shou in the open space. There is only a samurai sword left in place, as evidence that he once existed. Kacha kacha. Linley held the practice knife horizontally. The moment the sea of thunder disappeared, cracks followed. It was as if he had endured a weight that a practice knife shouldn't bear. It shattered into powder and fell to the ground. In the end, only the handle of the knife was left empty. After all, it is too reluctant. Take a deep breath, suppressing the exhaustion of the body. Linley thought about it. Kandlong broke. This is a mystery that can be mastered after eating devil fruit. Although it didn't disappoint him. Incomparably powerful, but after all, he has just obtained the form of Sesshomaru, and the forward swing is too long, so it is a little bit reluctant and strenuous to use. One move almost used up most of his energy. It seems that at least I need to change to a Liang Kuei Dao Wu Gong. Otherwise, a knife made of ordinary materials would not be able to withstand Canblanco's power at all. At present, this profound technique still needs a knife as a medium to perform it. If it is broken once, it will be too costly. And he has a feeling somewhere. The Canblong break just now is not the limit. If the material of the medium is better, and his constitution is stronger, the power can go up one more level, even several steps. Wow, Linley Big Brother won. Seeing that the winner has been divided, Yamato jumped up excitedly. Compared to Yamato, Black Maria is much more reserved. He stared straight at Linley. Among them, worship and longing are clearly shining. Where is Fu Lu's show? Kurozumi Orochi exclaimed in disbelief. That's it, dead. Fall into the sea of thunder and disappear out of thin air. Except dead, there is no second explanation at all. He turned around suddenly and stared at Kaido. Obviously it's just a sparring session, but this kid has made a deadly move. Kaido, you must give me an explanation. The word, confession, comes out. All beasts including Jin and Quinn. All laughed. Kurozumi Orochi can't tell the difference between big and small kings. Who are you talking to here? Confession. What confession? Kaido is full of smiles. Fu Lu Shou courted death by himself, who can be blamed? Ooh, you can't get the desired answer. Kurozumi Orochi was undoubtedly extremely angry. But at the moment, except impotent rage, what else can he do? Fall out with Kaido, he doesn't deserve. Without looking at it, Kurozumi walked away with a gloomy expression. Kaido asked enthusiastically, Linley, where did you find this lightning fruit? He was really curious. The legendary thunder fruit actually appeared in Wano-kuni. 005 the correct way to open the system. Thunder fruit. Linley froze for a moment. I didn't expect to use the profound art Canblanco. It can be mistaken for thunder fruit. But if you think about it carefully, you can understand why Kaido asked this question. In the world of Inuyasha, if it is said that Bakuliapo represents the ultimate of wind, then Canblanco undoubtedly represents Lei's ultimate. I believe it is better than the big move of the lightning fruit. Absolutely not inferior. It's just a mystery of the form of Sesshomaru. If it is said that each Udemon species, in addition to Zone's characteristics, also controls at least one additional ability. For example, Kaido's blue dragon form. It has the 4 abilities to control fire, wind, thunder, and cloud. Yamato's Oguchi true god form. It has the ability to control ice. As for the shape of the killing pill, there is actually only one form. Demon power. Don't look at only one. Demon power is linked to physical strength. As long as the physical strength is sufficient, you can release various moves and skills. Canblanco is one of them. This is not some thunder fruit. It's just like Yamato, it's a phantom beast. Linley shook his head lightly, and picked up the samurai sword left by Fu Lu Shou. Right as a trophy. Phantom beast. How can this be? After the guess was rejected, Kaido was dumbfounded and looked unbelievable. What kind of phantom beast can use this level of lightning ability? Even his green dragon form also controls thunder and lightning. But, this kind of thunder that contains annihilation breath. It is absolutely impossible to display it. In terms of the additional abilities of the elemental types alone, the phantom beasts will definitely not be able to reach the same level as Logia. Linley's phantom beast obviously broke this perception. It seems that Master Linley, the phantom beast he ate is extraordinary. No wonder you don't like Dako true god's form. Think of Kurozumi Orochi's taunt just now. Now it seems. Where is the sarcasm? It is clearly a fact. It turns out that Kurozumi Orochi has such vicious eyes. To the point. Wrong. All the beasts were all moved with emotion. Jin and Quinn looked at each other and praised. It seems that our 100 beasts will soon usher in the third disaster. The extra power alone can rival thunder fruit. You know, phantom beasts are Zone after all. The core of Zone is still to improve physical fitness. Combined 2 by 2, without any exaggeration. That is, Linley doesn't know hockey at all. Just relying on this phantom beast species, the strong can occupy a place in the sea like a forest. Amazing. Black Maria was stunned when she heard the emotions of all the beasts. So happy for Linley and Yamato. There was inevitably a look of envy on his face. The fruit I ate is called the dog fruit, phantom beast, and Sesshomaru. Linley didn't mean to hide. Hear this. Everyone couldn't help murmuring. Killing pill form. What the hell? Never heard of it. But something like devil fruit is inherently mysterious. It is not surprising that there is one that has never been heard before. This is not the place to struggle. After a short interlude, everyone returned to the banquet hall again. Continue to hold the banquet with great interest. This time, there is less ugly monsters like Kurozumi Orochi to affect appetite. Everyone's interest was much higher. Hear all kinds of compliments. Linley simply coped with it. Then focus on its own details panel. Host. Linley. Age. 12. Fruit. Inugu Fruit Phantom Beast Sesshomaru form unawakened. Skills. Flying, silent shift, light movement, demon power regeneration, demon power release, super sense of smell, poison flower claw, powerful assault, light whip, demon chi bullet, sword pressure, profound truth Canblong break. Hockey. None. Physical arts. Swordsmanship introductory, physical arts introductory. Contract target. Yamato 1/2. It really deserves a 100-fold return. Look at a range of skills. It's still a status just obtained. It all shows the strength of the shape of the killing pill. And, lots of potential. To know, in the world of Inuyasha, the most buggy part of Sesshomaru is not these basic abilities, But 2 knives. Natural teeth. Burst teeth. The former has the healing power to bring the dead back to life by swinging a knife. And a super powerful move to absorb the enemy by waving the space of the underworld, hailing moon break. And the latter has the ultimate destructive power. Anyone who is chopped, unless it is turned into powder, will suffer a steady stream of attacks. It can be called the nemesis of lock blood hanging. Presumably, only by awakening can one master those 2 knives. With his talent, he wants to develop the fruit to the degree of awakening. It will undoubtedly be a long process. But luckily, looking behind the contract target Yamato, a number 2 appeared. Linley's guess was confirmed. When a breakthrough improvement occurs in oneself, you will get a new quota. Obviously, after obtaining the form of Sesshomaru, he has already met the requirements. In this way, he also understood the correct way to open the system. Contract object. Don't choose the strong who stand at the apex. Instead, choose stocks with high growth potential. There are really extra places, and they will be placed on Kaido, who has not yet reached the peak. This is the most reasonable arrangement. For example, Yamato can grow to the point where it can be tied with Kaido in a short period of time in the future. Of course, there are factors that cause the latter to release water. But it is enough to explain the talent and potential, which can be called excellent. So, if the contract target talent is higher, but the current starting point is lower, the more rewards he gets, the more he will get. After the banquet, under the reluctant eyes of Black Maria and Yamato, Linley returned to his residence and began to review today's gains and losses. Thinking of Kurozumi Orochi, I can't help but think of his 5-year agreement with Kazuki Oden. The 5-year period is coming soon. The battle to determine the ownership of Wano Kuni for the next 20 years is about to begin. 006 standing on top of the world. This battle will no longer be just a spectator like it was 3 years ago. Linley lying on the bed was filled with emotions. 3 years ago, the Beast's pirates and the Moria pirates fight behind the bell. However, he is weak and can only be a spectator with Yamato. Who knows, he actually wanted to participate in it. Enjoy a killing feast. In the midst of killing, glimpse a bright moon, and use it to baptize your body and mind. The upcoming Wano Kuni showdown. This time, he will not be absent again. It has been 5 years since I came to this world. Brought to Wano Kuni by Kaido. Also close to 5 years. I still remember when I first arrived. In front of Jin, Quinn and others. Kaido asked him casually, "Little guy, what ideals do you have in life?" Believe me, it's really just a casual question. Because in the next moment, he got on the bar with the bar. Forget about that question, but Linley answered seriously. 6 words. Stand on top of the world. Come to the world of pirates, if you can't stand on the top of the world. Could it be, through a loneliness? Maybe because of this answer. The movement that made Kaido gulp down the drink, stopped. Plus look at the face of the parents. Announced that he was adopted as an adopted son. Let all the beasts call him young master. Not like the future Runty and Peggy Wan. Just adoption, no title. Even, in fact, he has never seen the so-called parents. From being uncomfortable at the beginning, to being unwilling after discovering that the talent is extremely poor. Now wake up the system. Officially began the road to the strong. In the past 5 years, I have experienced a lot and gained a lot. Don't look at Kaido doing all kinds of bad things. It's a red-blooded villain. But for one's own people, it's still pretty good. Linley is also willing to accept his love. 5 years ago, with the support of Kaido, Kurozumi Orochi and Kazuki Oden reached a deal. If Oden gives up his dignity, the fruit dance is performed once a week in the big snake city. Let go of 100 hostages. And 5 years after the ship is built, they will leave together, returning Wano Kuni to Kazuki Oden. The agreement is so agreed. But Linley, who is familiar with the plot, of course knows that this is a delaying tactic. That's what an idiot Kazuki Oden would believe. Don't those retainers remind him that this is a scam? Linley was puzzled by this. When I saw this scene in my previous life, I was extremely puzzled. How can there be such a stupid person in this world? With a good hand, he played Cheng Shang. The start is Wang Za, followed by a backhand 3. This operation is amazing. To know, the overall strength of Wano Kuni is not weak. If you exchange Kaido and Kazuki Oden, the rest of the Beast's pirates, even including Jin and Quinn, really can't compete with Wano Kuni's vital force. The Red Sheath 9 heroes alone is probably enough. Not to mention the many samurai of Wano Kuni. And this is just the power of Wano Kuni. Not counting the Roger pirates and Whitebeard pirates who have a deep friendship with Kazuki Oden. Of course, in the past 5 years, because of his existence. Beast's Pirates is actually better than the original book at the same time. Various sustainable development programs will always appear at the right time. That's why Quinn said he had a good brain. It can also be regarded as not eating rice. Make a small contribution. In fact, if it weren't for the fact that Wano Kuni hasn't completely fallen into Kaido's hands. Various development programs for 996,007 people of Wano Kuni. It has long been thrown in front of Kaido. Now the 5-year contract is approaching. According to the development of the plot, they must win. Pigu decides the head. Being not related to Wano Kuni, it is naturally impossible to hope that the ending will change. Only, he also has something to get from it. A good sharp knife must be found as soon as possible, if there is any defect in the shape of the killing pill. The only point, the profound truth, Kanglongpo, currently requires a sword as a medium to cast it. But the entire 100 beasts. Good at swordsmanship, there is only Jin. Therefore, there are almost no good sharp knives. Ordinary knives simply couldn't withstand Canblanco's strength. The trophies left by Fu Lu Shou may not be able to bear it a few times before they have to be scrapped. Still have to prepare in advance. Even a good knife with 50 jobs is not safe. It is best to find a big fast knife with 21 jobs or above. And in Wano-kuni, there happened to be 3 big sharp knives 21 workers. Autumn Water, Yan Mo, Sky Feather Cut. 3 years ago, after Moonlight Mariah's fiasco, stole Shimotsuki Ryoma's grave. Take his body and Saber Chushui away. Therefore, Yan Mo and Tien Yuyu were the only ones who could be considered. But want to take Saber away from someone as strong as Kazuki Oden? I'm afraid we can only wait until after the battle between the two sides. In this way, if he wants to participate, he must find another backup. Correct, there's another one. Linley suddenly thought of Oden's father, Kazuki Sukiyaki. While Oden was at sea, Kazuki fell ill and was usurped by Kurozumi. Later, he was imprisoned in the underground of the Snake City. It was not until after Oden's death that he escaped from birth and disguised himself as Tianbishan Fish Incognito. As a swordsmith, he lived in seclusion in Kasa village in the Kuri area of Wano-kuni. And his collection, the demon sword created by Master Goucher, the great property of 21 crafts, second generation Gush. That's Linley's goal, compared to Enma and Tien Yuyu Zan in the hands of Kazuki Oden. Second generation Onitoru obviously has more room for planning. Is it Big Snake City? Looks like dealing with Kurozumi Orochi is inseparable. In fact, at first, he just hated Kurozumi Orochi. This kind of scum is definitely not to be looked down upon. It's just that everyone doesn't offend the river. There is no intersection. But at the banquet yesterday, Kurozumi Orochi's behavior of constantly provoking trouble, it has already made him want to kill. If it weren't for Kaido, it would still be useful. Can't stand it for a moment. Hope, Kurozumi Orochi knows something. I don't want to ruin the Wano-kuni setup. In addition, the second contract goal must also be implemented as soon as possible. My family knows my own affairs. Others practice 1,000 miles a day, and he practiced 1,000 days in a mile. The huge gap made him want to improve as soon as possible. Only with the return of the contractual object. Next, it's best to find a contract target who can master armament hockey in the near future. If it returns 100 times again, maybe you can master emission right from the start. Only then will he be truly confident. Early the next morning, before dawn, the two little followers are like human-shaped alarm clocks. Pidion ran to the room and called him to get up. This scene has been repeated countless times every morning. Linley big brother, young master. Get up quickly, shall we practice together today? No, Linley shook his head, I'm going to Big Snake City today. Orochi City, also known as the capital of Wano-kuni, the capital of flowers. 007 the iron-headed baby who was eager to join the group. Early in the morning, after I informed Kaido, Linley set off with 2 annoying goblins. If it was before, Kaido will inevitably send capable men to follow, in order to avoid any surprises. But not this time. Of course, there are also quite a few members of the 100 Beasts stationed in the capital of flowers. In principle, security issues are nothing to worry about. But, the battle with Fu Lu Shou was more or less approved by Kaido. When I heard that Linley was going to find Kurozumi Orochi, I saw a prisoner who was locked up. He readily agreed. He even asked Kurozumi to arrange everything by calling the snail on the spot. Walking on the road, Yamato looked confident. Don't worry Linley big brother, I won't delay the matter. Linley could only shake his head helplessly after hearing this. I don't know why. After obtaining the form of killing pill, he became more and more irresistible to the little loli. He actually agreed to take them with him. Otherwise, a person can come and go freely. Isn't it fragrant? When leaving Ghost Island, I also met the future Boat King, who got up early in the morning to practice. That is, the iron-headed baby of beasts, Jack. Master Linley. The moment he saw Linley, Jack's eyes lit up immediately. He was also present at yesterday's banquet. Just hide in a little corner. Witnessed Linley's calm posture. He didn't change his face in the face of ridicule. Never give up in the face of challenges. He almost thought that he was going to lose face and lose his hair. Who ever thought? Backhand resorted to such a domineering moves. Fu Lu Shou was smashed to pieces. He is also a recent devil fruit. Ancient species mammoth form. So believe it or not, this is something a first-time devil fruit eater can do. It must be the result of hard work and accumulation. Do you want to practice together? Before yesterday, although he has respect for Linley, but I think the latter is by no means an opponent. So I never thought about practicing together. Anyway, the third disaster in the future. The astonishing talent that Linley has shown since he was a child cannot even be matched by flattery. But now, Linley's character of never confessing to counseling, let him feel that he has met a comrade in the same way. There is a strong sense of identity. Therefore, I can't wait to invite you to practice together. It's Jack. Sorry, we're going to the capital of flowers. Ah, Jack looked regretful. I am extremely sorry that I cannot practice with Master Linley. Can I go with you? With an attitude of giving it a try, Jack mustered up the courage to ask. He had only been brought back to the Beast's Pirates not long ago. It is not an exaggeration to say that I am not familiar with the place of life. Nor did he form a deep friendship with Linley and others. So can't wait to get involved in small groups of peers. Never. When Yamato heard this, he immediately refused fiercely and said, "It's hard to go out with Linley, big brother, why are you here?" "Yamato, don't do this." Linley was quite speechless. Yamato is really strong in possession of jade. It was the same reaction when Black Maria first arrived. After everyone got to know each other well, they slowly accepted her existence. "If you want to come, let's go together." Seeing what Linley said, Yamato pouted, but didn't say anything else. She seems to listen to Linley more than her father Kaido. The capital of flowers. 20 years later, it was the only capital city that could still be called prosperous. This time period, Kazuki Oden is not dead, of course, more prosperous than 20 years later. Serves as the base camp of the Kurozumi Orochi. To have fun, exploiting the people is one aspect, but it will never destroy the prosperity of the flower capital. Therefore, a group of 4 traveled to the mountains and rivers all the way, and after arriving in the capital of flowers, they even went to the market for a rare visit. On the street, people come and go. The people of Wanokuni on the road are obviously not surprised by the huge disparity in height between the 4 people. Among them, Black Maria and Jack are almost the same. Even though he was only 8 years old, he had already soared upwards by more than 2 meters. And Linley is 12 years old, only about 1.7 meters. The shortest is Yamato, it's only 1.5 meters now, maybe 5 years. People who have long been accustomed to the 100 beasts appear in this land. In addition, except for Jack, the 3 of them have super good looks. Therefore, the situation that the crowd is frightened does not appear. Judging from the expressions of the people, life is still going on. It's not that at a glance, it's all bitter and haha. Because Yamato rarely comes to the capital of flowers, it is easy to be attracted by novelty. Wow, that kite looks like fun. Purchase. Single quote. Wow, it's been a long time since I ate candied haws. Purchase. That folding fan looks great. Purchase. Anything Yamato wants. Linley is not stingy with satisfaction. Maria, Jack, don't you have anything you want? A rare trip out. Linley doesn't mind losing weight to his wallet, either. It's just that they are obviously more sensible than Yamato. I know that Linley has important business to come to the flower capital. So Black Maria reminds, Yamato, brother Linley has something to do when he comes to Flower City, so let's not waste his time too much. Yes, Yamato thought of it now, scratching his head a little bit at a loss. I'm sorry, Linley big brother, let's go to your business. It's okay, it's still early. It's not even noon now, and there is still plenty of time, as long as we go back to Ghost Island at night. But at Yamato's insistence, the group went straight to the inner city of the capital of flowers. Look, Your Highness the Fool has started dancing the fruit dance again. On the road, I saw pedestrians running in one direction. Linley immediately realized that this was a weekly after-dinner show in Flower Capital for 5 years. What is fruit dance? Who is His Royal Highness the Fool? Yamato is like a curious baby, full of curiosity about things he has never seen. Don't worry, you're just a fool, nothing to look at. Linley obviously didn't intend to join in the fun. Just Kazuki Oden kind of idiot. Wouldn't it dirty Yamato's eyes to join in the fun? People are still at an innocent age. Don't let her young mind cast a shadow. If it is Yamato who worships Oden in the future, I don't know if the image in my heart will be disillusioned when I see Oden dancing the fruit dance at this moment. Linley big brother, what are we doing here? Find someone. Yamato can't remember Linley has any acquaintances in the Flower City besides them. Where is the Kurozumi Orochi? Coming to the inner city, Linley didn't even wait for the guard at the gate to report. Just walked in with a few people, waiting for notification. Don't let Kurozumi Orochi go out to greet you respectfully. It's already very face-saving. Bottom line, Kurozumi Orochi is just a dog of beasts. TCH, your kid is finally here. Tell me, who do you want to see? People haven't seen it yet. That yin and yang strange and extremely unpleasant voice sounded first. 008 The following mistakes cannot be used. Linley was not in the slightest interest in exchanging pleasantries. Straight to the point, with a cold tone. Kazuki Sukiyaki, this person, is it arranged? I want to see him. Without Kaido's order, ask Kurozumi Orochi to arrange everything. Linley wants to meet Kazuki Sukiyaki. It has to be tough. But this time period is obviously not suitable for a complete turnaround. Of course you can see him. Kurozumi Orochi showed a sinister smile. However, how do you know that he is not dead yet? Even Kaido doesn't know about this kind of thing. If you don't give me a reasonable explanation. Hehe. As soon as he finished speaking, his eyes narrowed slightly. Glittering ferocious eyes. Dark Vice Admiral Kazuki Sukiyaki locked up. Outsiders don't know at all. They thought he was already dead. But now, Linley actually knows this secret. This makes him who has always been sensitive and suspicious. Feeling anxious. More dissatisfaction. Could it be that the 100 Beasts group has set up eyes and ears among his people? At this time, behind him, more than 10 people followed. They are all ninjas of the royal family. Everyone glared at Linley, obviously because of the death of Fu Lu's show. Kurozumi Orochi and his subordinates hated Linley deeply. If it weren't for Kaido, I'm afraid Linley is already on their must-kill list. Explain. Linley frowned slightly. It seems that Kurozumi Orochi is not upset about what happened yesterday. Still thinking about finding fault. He didn't answer, and he didn't care whether the other party would think of anything. Instead, After looking around for a moment, he said lightly. Where's Kurozumi Sesshomaru? Why aren't you by your side today? Although the tone is light, as if carelessly. But when Kurozumi Orochi heard this, his complexion changed drastically, and his heartbeat suddenly accelerated. 10 years have passed since becoming General Wano. How can you not understand what Linley means? 5 years ago, he survived a furious Kazuki Oden. All because Kurozumi Sesshomaru is always by my side. Use the ability of the barrier fruit to protect him comprehensively. And today, 5 years later, because Kurozumi Sesshomaru is getting old. In the case of physical illness, it is no longer possible to follow all the time. Therefore, once Linley tried to kill him, Kurozumi Sesshomaru is out again. There is no doubt that he must die. Ha. Kurozumi Orochi's complexion changed several times, he forced a smile and waved his hands. Just kidding, there's no need to get entangled in these unimportant things. Please, in the end, he is a man who can bend and stretch. If Kurozumi Sesshomaru is here, I'm afraid he won't lower his head easily. But he didn't think about it either. How could Linley kill him at this time? Seeing Kurozumi Orochi, the Imperial Court fans just admit it. The color of resentment is even worse. But dare not say anything more to refute, so as not to be angered by the embarrassing Kurozumi Orochi. Oh, that's right. So, under the orders of Kurozumi Orochi, one of the Yuding fans, take the 4 of them to the secret passage in the inner city. Watching their backs, Kurozumi Orochi's face was extremely ugly, especially when I heard the sentence floating in front of me. The following mistakes, I really can't get used to it. A-hole. Kurozumi Orochi suddenly jumped into a rage. The following guilty. Damn guy, you don't pay attention to me at all. Talk like he's one of Kaido's dogs. Chi to chi, on the partnership with Kaido. The latter is to take the absolute initiative. This is the truth. If it was a few days ago, before Linley ate the devil fruit. He can also taunt and sneer, taking advantage of his tongue. But now, where is that courage? This world has always respected strength. Sukiyaki, an important combat force under his command, can't make a single move in his hands. No matter how angry you are, you can only endure it. After a long delay, he managed to suppress the anger in his heart and said viciously. Just wait and see. Master, is this appropriate? Black Maria was thoughtful, and inevitably felt a little worried about Linley's actions. After all, Kurozumi Orochi and Kaido-sama are a cooperative relationship. In a way it's an equal. But why does Linley seem to treat people like dogs? What's wrong? Linley said nonchalantly. This kind of guy takes him too seriously, but he doesn't know the heights of the sky and the earth. In the 100 Beasts group, he did not pretend to be a snake. It's all about temperament. Only people with Kaido's measurement will get used to him. Come to the Kurozumi Orochi. Is it possible to still play the trick of pretending to be a snake? Don't say that you now have the form of a killing pill. Even if not, and never bow down to the Kurozumi Orochi. Time traveling. Not time traveling to be a grandson. All right. Knowing that what Linley decided would never change, Black Maria sighed softly and said nothing more. Soon, a group of people came to a secret room. The person you want to meet is inside. Linley nodded, told them to stay where they were, and walked in impatiently. In the secret room, it was dark and damp. The air was filled with a pungent and unpleasant smell. The ground was also full of weeds. Not far away, there lay a figure who looked like a savage in a mess. Hearing movement at the door, he thought it was the Kurozumi Orochi, and hurriedly raised his head. Seeing that he was a lonely and handsome young man, he couldn't help showing doubts. You are. Linley didn't mean to hide anything, and got straight to the point. Beasts Pirates Linley. Beasts Pirates. Kazuki Sukiyaki was stunned for a while, and after recovering, puzzled eyes began to flash in his eyes. You can come here as a teenager, and your status must be extraordinary. Tell me, what's the matter with me, the defeated general? I'm looking for you to make a deal. Deal? What deal? A person like me who has lost his freedom, what kind of deal are we talking about? No, you are qualified. Second generation Goosh. Linley doesn't play tricks either. Simply state the purpose directly. I see. Kazuki Sukiyaki suddenly realized, and then his face immediately turned cold. 009 Demon Sword, second generation Goosh. We are friends and foes, why should we make a deal with you? In an instant, Kazuki Sukiyaki's incomprehensible gaze has turned into monstrous hatred. It's all because of the existence of you beasts pirates that the Kurozumi family successfully attempted to usurp the throne. That's why I'm in jail. Life is worse than death. Why do you think that I will make a deal with you? Is that so? Linley had obviously anticipated his reaction, and said unhurriedly. Is it 10 years younger to be imprisoned? How is Wano doing now? Has Kazuki Oden returned to Wano? And, what about your grandchildren, Momosuke, Kazuki Hiyori? You don't want to know all of this. Hearing this, Kazuki Sukiyaki's expression froze suddenly. It was a look of hatred. It collapsed in an instant. Linley's words almost hit his weakness. So many years. The reason why he is still alive. It is hoped that one day, after Kazuki Oden returns to Wano, he can drive away Kurozumi Orochi and Beasts Pirates. Clear away the haze hovering over Wano. With such expectations, he never despaired. Support hard. But since Linley came along, he knew that this expectation was finally in vain. Linley's remarks revealed at least one piece of information. Oden, has returned, but it didn't drive away Kurozumi Orochi and Beast's pirates. What's going on in here? For him who has been imprisoned for 10 years, he is undoubtedly eager to know. If you don't want to know, never mind. After all, Linley made a gesture to leave. Wait, seeing Linley turn around directly, Kazuki Sukiyaki immediately became anxious. I just feel that the young man in front of me is really powerful. Handle him easily, even if you know that there is some pretentiousness in it. But he dares to bet. Then being able to learn these long-awaited news. What is a mere collection? Without any hesitation, he couldn't wait to say, I promise, I promise. Good, can't wait to see the Kazuki Sukiyaki. Linley didn't carry it, and sat down in front of him slowly. This starts 5 years ago. Next, he told everything about Oden that he knew about Oden in the past 5 years. At first, when it was heard that Oden had come back 5 years ago, Kazuki Sukiyaki can't help but shine. Bewilderment followed. Why 5 years? Nothing seems to happen. Until I heard about the 5-year agreement with Kurozumi Orochi. That doubt has already turned into inconceivable. He didn't understand why his son agreed to such an agreement, which was obviously a scam. To do such absurd things. Then I couldn't help but feel extremely guilty and lost my soul. It's all my fault for trusting Kurozumi Orochi, which led to this result. With this feeling of guilt, when he heard that he had a pair of grandchildren, he finally couldn't help but burst into tears. What a failed general I am. Let future generations face such an embarrassing situation. Alright, Linley didn't have time to wait for him to calm down. Having said all that should be said, he stood up and said with a blank expression. Next, it's your turn. I have one last request. It can be regarded as the last long-cherished wish before death. Please be sure to agree. Saying that, Kazuki Sukiyaki was unexpected by Linley and knelt down towards him. Quote. Linley's eyelids twitched, quite surprised by his actions. After all, he used to be a general. Kneel down and pray to an enemy. It's not that you are desperate, maybe you can't make such a move, right? Think about it, maybe out of compassion. Still opened the mouth and said, as long as it's not too much, it's negotiable. Many thanks. Kazuki Sukiyaki can't help but be overjoyed. Through the narration of Linley just now, he knows, the 5-year contract must be a scam. It's a plan to slow down the troops. After decades of general career, he saw the reality at a glance. In addition, Oden did nothing after returning to Daxia, but agreed to such absurd things as fruit dancing. It will inevitably lead to great disappointment among the people and loss of popular support. The right time, place and people are lost. Another 5 years were given to develop Kurozumi Orochi and Beast's pirates. Yes, drive them away, have not reported any expectations. On the contrary, if Kurozumi Orochi finds a chance. In any case, there is no way Kazuki Oden will be tolerated alive. He didn't expect Linley to find ways to save his son's life. Even if you think about it, you know it's impossible. But, grandchildren, he still wanted to give it a try. This is also the last hope to save the Kazuki clan. I hope that if Oden finally falls, you will keep Momonosuke and Hiyori safe. Oh, you are really greedy. Linley chuckled and shook his head. However, Momonosuke may not need my protection. Your daughter-in-law, Tianyushi, has the ability to travel back 20 years. If you think about it, you know, if necessary, she will definitely send Momonosuke to the future. Then Hiyori, you can just protect Hiyori's safety. Kazuki Sukiyaki immediately took the conversation eagerly. Seems afraid that Linley would refuse. Quote. If it is Momonosuke, Linley refused without even thinking about it. Nothing else, just a little. Momonosuke must die, but if only Kazuki Hiyori. It's not too much. Anyway, even without him, wouldn't the original book still be able to live well? Simply nod along the way. Okay, I promise. Many thanks. The overjoyed Kazuki Sukiyaki kept kowtowing to Linley in thanks. Coming out of the inner city, Linley has got the news he wants to know. Then he rushed to the old house of Sukiyaki non-stop. Wait for the royal court fans who are in charge of monitoring to come back and report. Can't help but make Kurozumi very puzzled. Go see the old guy. Run to his old house again. What exactly do you want to do? Inside the back room where Kazuki Sukiyaki is kept. He didn't dare to send someone to monitor. In case Linley gets upset and kills him. He believes that Linley can definitely do this kind of thing. Came to the old house of Sukiyaki. That is, the former general's mansion. It has now become dilapidated. Perhaps Kurozumi Orochi disliked that the Kazuki family once lived here. Then a new general's mansion was built. This is where the inner city comes in. Linley, big brother, what are we doing here? Looking at the dilapidated mansion in front of him. Yamato was puzzled. Even Black Maria and Jack were curiously waiting for his answer. It's just that Linley couldn't wait at this time, and didn't explain too much. You will know later. Follow the information provided by Kazuki Sukiyaki. Soon came to an open space behind the mansion. He looked around and finally found a switch under a stone slab. Boom. As the switch was pressed, a dark passage appeared in front of everyone. You wait for me here. Saying that, he walked into the underground passage first. There was no light in the passage. Maybe it's because the body has been transformed by the form of the phantom beast Sesshomaru. The pitch-black environment did not affect Linley's sight. He can see everything in the tunnel at night, and the channel doesn't seem to have any mechanism. He walked into the secret room very smoothly. The first thing that catches the eye is countless strange collections. For example, worthless objects such as beautiful girl dolls. And Linley's eyes fell on the most central position. There was a samurai sword wrapped in a purple scabbard. This is second generation Onitsu. One of the 21 jobs of the big fast knife. Looking at this secret room. No wonder it hasn't been discovered for so many years. Without the information provided by Kazuki Sukiyaki. If you want to find it, I'm afraid you have to dig 3 feet. I heard that the demon sword will choose the owner, which will bring misfortune to the holder and the weak will suffer backlash. I don't know if I'm qualified enough to be your master. Holding the second generation Gush in his hand, Linley said with a dark look. 010, the perfect fit of demon sword and demon power. The idea just fell. Linley grabbed the handle of the knife without hesitation. Next moment, the handle of the knife and the hand holding the knife are closely connected. It's like being stuck together by something. No matter how you break free, you can't break free. Unfortunately, I don't know how to hockey yet. Otherwise, with hockey covered, the backlash of the demon sword will be minimized. Soon, there was a faint attraction from the handle of the knife. Sometimes it's strong, sometimes it's not. It seems that he wants to absorb Linley's vitality through his palm. Absorb life force. Linley wasn't surprised. If he could not get the recognition of this knife, he would suffer backlash. If there is no response, it is not a demon knife. However, life force, the fundamental of the human body, is absolutely not allowed to be absorbed. On the contrary, it is demon power. As much as you want. So he simply took the initiative to pour the demon power into the second generation Gush crazily. Sesshomaru can be called the ceiling among the big monsters. Let me see if I can conquer you. It's too late to say it. With the influx of monster power, second generation Onitsu is like tasting the most delicious food in the world. The demon power and the demon sword are in perfect harmony, actually fed back a kind of joy emotion to Linley. The blade then became colder and seemed to be sharper. Hee, it suits your appetite. I'm afraid that in this world, only I can truly show the edge of the demon sword. Maybe I heard this sentence. Second generation Gush seemed to understand what he meant, and soon stabilized. The intermittent attraction then disappeared. Obviously, this is the identity of Linley's master. Very interesting. Linley nodded in satisfaction for subduing the second generation Gush so smoothly. Thus, use this demon sword second only to the 12 great swordsmanship to use Kanblanco. Not surprisingly, basically, you don't have to think about whether you can afford it. Speaking of, he is not actually a swordsman. The reason for practicing swordsmanship is that swordsmanship is easier to form combat power than physical arts. Any technique that can make him stronger. All will not resist, except, of course, Wanokuni's ninjutsu. If it is ninjutsu in the world of Hokage, no need for others to say, he will take the initiative to contact. But Wanokuni's ninjutsu, judging from the performance of the original work, it is simply gimmicky and vulnerable. When he saw Linley coming out of the secret room, he also held a samurai sword in his hand. Black Maria, who has always been thoughtful and observant, said in surprise. Is it the Gush series? From the appearance, it was too similar to the atlas she had seen. Good. With this knife, Linley was a little more sure about the upcoming battle. It turns out that Linley Big Brother's goal is this knife. Only then did Yamato and Jack understand the purpose of Linley's trip. The latter got his wish. They seem to empathize with each other, and they are very happy. Wait for a group of people to return to Ghost Island. It was evening. Because of Kaido's presence, everyone's dinner was very sumptuous. This is a small dinner party that belongs only to Kaido's inner circle. The Kaido family, plus Jin and Quinn, and Black Maria and Jack, who can be regarded as the core of the future beasts, were brought to the dining table together. Looking at Linley's second generation ghostly hanging on his waist, Kaido wondered, how do you know that old thing has kept this knife? In the morning when Linley asked to see a prisoner, he didn't think much of it. As a result, when he came back, he actually brought back this famous demon sword. Anyone would find this strange, right? Linley obviously had a rhetoric in mind. Second generation ghost, from the hands of the famous craftsman Goucher. I have read some ancient books before, and learned that Master Goucher is closely related to the Kazuki family. The last place this knife was seen was in Wanokuni. I just had the idea of giving it a try. As for why I guess Kazuki Sukiyaki is not dead, I believe that a Kazuki Sukiyaki alive and under control is of greater value to a Kurozumi than a dead person. This explanation does not stand up to scrutiny. But Kaido doesn't have to break the casserole and ask the end. After listening to the explanation, I turned the page. Then this, he is more interested in competing with wine. The wine bowls, which are bigger than the wash basin, are being poured into the mouth one by one. After a while, I became a little drunk. On the contrary, it was Jin and Quinn, looking thoughtful. Looking at each other, they both saw the meaning in each other's eyes. It seems that Master Linley is hiding something. It's just that Kaido doesn't care about it. Naturally, they will not talk too much. Correct. After drinking for 3 rounds, Linley suddenly proposed. Yamato ate devil fruit, it's time to practice hockey. Why don't you give me some pointers from brother hardworking Jin? Although he was adopted as an adopted son by Kaido. But calling Jin and Quinn still refer to them as big brothers. This is also different. Jin and Quinn have no objection to this. Practice hockey. Kaido glanced at his daughter and waved his hand casually. It's really not too young, Jin. I'll leave it to you. Understood, brother Kaido. Jin naturally has no reason not to agree to Kaido's request. But there was something strange in his heart. Back then Linley hockey practiced. But Kaido personally pointed out, "It's a pity that I haven't learned it until now. How come you don't care so much about kissing your daughter? Except for Yamato, Maria and Jack are also welcome." Good. 1 is also teaching, and 3 are also teaching. What's more, Maria and Jack are both young geniuses of the beasts. It has a certain foundation for hockey itself. It's just that you can't fully comprehend and master it. Jin would naturally not be stingy with giving pointers. Afterwards, with enough food and drink, each of them ends up. Linley couldn't help but look forward to tomorrow's hockey practice. The reason why I couldn't wait to propose that the 3 of them start practicing hockey. The reason is simple. I walked around the flower capital today. I was stunned because I couldn't find a suitable contract partner. Not without prompts. It's just that the quality level is mostly the lowest white. What does this mean? It shows that the aptitude potential of these people is very weak. Even if the contract returns 100 times, with hockey of this quality, there may not be much to be gained. Not only are there high and low hockey skills, hockey strength, and the total amount of hockey are also available. Those white exclamation points, it shows that these people are all trash fish level. Even if it is returned 100 times, the income will not be too much. What's more, the range of multiples is 2 to 100. If the return multiple is too low, it will be no different from none. The phantom beast species Sesshomaru, which can only be obtained by returning 100 times, has transformed constitution, and his hockey foundation can't be low even if you think about it. If the requirements for obtaining new quotas cannot be met at one time. That is to say, to obtain a breakthrough improvement, you can only count on Yamato. However, compared to Black Maria and Jack, she is much inferior in terms of hard work. There is no way, the status is noble, and his own race is still a rare ghost clan. God rewards him with food, and he can't even envy him. Early the next morning, under the guidance of Jin, the 3 little ones officially started the practice of hockey. On the other hand, Linley was constantly familiar with the power of the Sesshomaru form. By the way, I hope that only one of the 3 can master the basic hockey as soon as possible, so as to make a contract. Opening square bracket. 011 Magical skills, blue exclamation mark. Poison Daxia Claw, Strong Blow, Light Whip, Monster Chi Bomb, Sword Pressure. On the other side of the training hill, the various skills endowed by the Sesshomaru form appeared in Linley's hands one by one. Except for the Profound Truth, Candlonko and Sword Pressure. The remaining skills do not require the sword as a medium. You only need to use your bare hands. Not only attack skills, but also various auxiliary skills. Flying, Silent Displacement, Movement of Light, Demon Power Regeneration, Demon Power Liberation, Super Sense of Smell. These are the skills that are acquired immediately after obtaining the form of Sesshomaru. As long as the monster power is sufficient, that is, the physical strength is sufficient, it can be used without restriction. At the banquet 2 days ago, the reason why he came up to Fu Lu Shou is the Profound Truth Kang Long Po. I don't want to give him a way out at all. No way, that's what he is. Everything is easy to talk about. Not my own. You have to weigh the consequences of finding trouble. And such a dripping and practical skill. So to speak, Linley only needs the handy application. Even without hockey, in the current Beasts Pirates, except for Kaido, Jin and Quinn, most of them are not his opponents. Before Oden arrives, all skills must be practiced to the point of handy. Now that you have made up your mind to stand on top of the world, simply relying on the return of the system is far from enough. It is also necessary to thoroughly chew down the acquired abilities. These, apart from daily hard training, the best way is to fight against strong enemies. At Wano Kuni, Oden had Kaido to deal with. Then the most suitable for him to practice is the Red Sheath 9 heroes. While thinking, Linley kept his hands on. A series of attacks were launched with a wave of hands. Boom boom boom. Bang bang bang. The movement he made sometimes distracted the 3 little ones who were practicing hockey on the other side of the training mountain. It's just that the constitution was remodeled not long after all. Although I can feel that constitution is getting stronger every moment. But this is a step-by-step process. It cannot be achieved overnight. In this case, except for the Profound Truth Candlonko, if you lose other skills more than a dozen times, your physical strength will be exhausted. And when he was resting, he would go to the other side of the training mountain from time to time to observe the progress of the 3 little hockey from a distance. Looking forward to the appearance of the exclamation point, flight, silent shift, movement of light, rebirth of demon power, the release of demon power, super sense of smell. After practicing the offensive skills, the auxiliary skills Linley will naturally not fall. There is one thing to say. In his opinion, these auxiliary skills are even more helpful to him than the offensive skills other than Candlonko. Like flying, there are only a handful of devil fruits with the ability to fly in the entire ocean. Being able to fly means occupying air supremacy, which at least provides a prerequisite. If you can't do it in a fight, you can run away anytime you want. The role of silent displacement is even greater. This was in Linley's previous life, another name is a flash. Still the one with no cooldown time. As long as the demon power is sufficient, you can flash as you want. In battle, simply invincible. It can be called a magic skill. As for the flight of light, the accelerated version of flight, I will skip it. And the super strong sense of smell is a kind of passive. Sesshomaru is a big dog after all, and it is reasonable to have a sensitive nose. At the current stage, this passivity can, to a certain extent, make up for Linley's failure to master observation haki. The regeneration of demon power can quickly heal wounds with the help of demon energy. The most important thing is the liberation of demon power. By releasing the demon power, all abilities such as strength, speed, spirit, and endurance can be improved by leaps and bounds. With different levels of release, the pupils, face and body will change. This is equivalent to Luffy's second, third and fourth gears. It really deserves to be the form that Dako True God returned 100 times. Even if he is not awakened, he is stronger than some phantom beasts that have been developed for many years. Thinking about it this way, I can't help but look forward to the future. The time was in the cultivation of everyone, and half a month passed quietly. After half a month of proficiency, Linley is at least quite proficient in various skills, not to mention dexterous. His comprehension is amazing, but that's only for realizing something new. Given by the system, it only depends on proficiency. Poor comprehension can be ignored. With his level of hard work, he can achieve this level in half a month, and the effort is directly proportional to the harvest. In addition to his daily practice, he also keeps an eye on every move in the capital of flowers. The exact time when Kazuki Oden came to attack was on the night of the appointed day. Before that, I always believed that they would abide by the agreement of the bet. After being humiliated by Kurozumi Orochi that day, I finally realized that the 5-year contract was a complete fraud. This led the Red Sheath 9 heroes to make up their minds to resist. Otherwise, maybe Kurozumi Orochi can persuade him with good words and find reasons to fool him, and he can fool him for a few more years. After all, in terms of brain damage, who else in the entire pirate world can compete with Kazuki Oden? Really gone. The appointed day is just a few days later. Linley, who had been prepared for a long time, decided to take the time to go to the capital of flowers to see the situation. Before leaving, go to the other side of the training mountain as usual to see the training progress of the 3 little ones. Unexpectedly, it doesn't matter if I look at it, I immediately found a blue exclamation mark on Black Maria's head. 012 Contract Black Maria. Character: Black Maria. Opportunity: can be contracted. Armament Haki Elementary will be trained in the near future, and the conditions for a breakthrough improvement will be achieved. Black Maria was the first to develop Haki. Undoubtedly exceeded Linley's expectations. Is it because the fruit hasn't landed yet? They're juniors, except for Black Maria, all ate the devil fruit. The last ones are Jack's ancient mammoth form. In the original book, the ancient species Black Maria ate, the form of the ancient tarantula Gurtner's rose, has not yet appeared. With her natural aptitude, it is naturally impossible to just eat an ordinary zone and settle down. Without fruit ability, you can only work hard in other fields. Originally, Linley judged that it should be Jack who practiced Haki first. It seems that both Yamato and I have the fruit ability in a short period of time, which puts a lot of pressure on Shaunizi. Think about it too, more than half a month ago, everyone except Jack had no fruit ability. Jack hadn't been with the Beast's pirates long after all. I don't have a deep friendship with them yet. Naturally, there is no envy. As a result, in a short period of time, both Linley and Yamato have acquired fruit abilities one after another. They are also phantom beasts. This makes Black Maria, who is only 9 years old, how can she not feel lost? In this regard, it's worth a refreshment. In Linley's heart, Black Maria is not only the future Fei Liubao, but also one of the core members of 100 Beasts. He is also his valued little partner. Humans are emotional animals. After several years of getting along, she has long been regarded as a family member. You can't take too much care of your family. In this regard, in fact, Linley has long planned. He wasn't going to let Black Maria wait for the ancient seed that belonged to her. In the current time period, there are better devil fruits in this sea. For example, the Logia that was fallen into fame in the original book. It just so happened that he originally planned to wait for the threat of Oden to be eliminated before traveling around the world. In order to contract more potential future powerhouses. Without contemplating for too long, Linley decided to contract Black Maria immediately. Although it's just a blue exclamation point. But for Linley, who can only see a piece of white during this period, it is already precious. Besides, after all, Black Maria is his foster child, a little follower. Even if the contract is signed, it can subtly increase the talent potential, right? The contract is successful. As Linley approached, a system prompt sounded in his ear. Hey, Linley big brother, why are you here? Seeing his appearance, the 3 little ones who were practicing Haki all focused on him. Yamato couldn't hold back at first, and ran towards him. Come and see you. Yamato, did you practice hard today? Yamato's smiling face suddenly froze, and he said with a guilty conscience. Of course, yeah, how could Linley not understand what was going on with her reaction? I really can't do anything about you. Linley shook his head, but he didn't mean to criticize. After all, if God rewards people with food, even if they don't work so hard, their future achievements will not be low. As he spoke, Linley looked at Black Maria, who was walking towards him. Maria, it looks like you've improved a lot. I need to add chicken legs tonight. Master, received Linley's compliment. Black Maria blushed. Isn't she looking forward to this moment for working so hard? Quote. Jin on the side glanced at Linley in surprise. Is it guesswork? Can you tell that among the three, Maria has made the most progress? According to his judgment, it will take only 2 days to practice distance training into armed color. After greeting Jack, Linley rubbed Yamato's head and walked to Jin's side. Brother Jin, you've worked hard. Guiding them, it must be very tiring, right? Although the tone is indifferent. But Jin, who is familiar with him, has already gotten used to it. It's just a small thing. Jin waved his hand and said with a smile, they are all young geniuses. If I can make them grow faster in the future of the beasts, I will feel very fulfilled. In the words, it seemed that he was very satisfied with the progress of the three little ones' cultivation. That's good. Linley nodded and asked casually. That Kurozumi Orochi guy, is there any action? How? Jin was puzzled. I don't understand why Linley asked this question. Linley had no choice but to remind. The duration of the 5-year agreement is just a few days. Well, that's true. I guess that guy Kazuki Oden should be able to accept the reality. Jin nodded, and said relaxedly. I have completely lost popular support and become a well-known idiot, which no longer poses much threat to us. In the beginning, what Kaido and Jin were most afraid of was Kazuki Oden secretly summoning Wano-kuni's samurai. So now, the people of Wano-kuni have nothing but ridicule and hatred for Kazuki Oden's actions in the past 5 years. He even blamed part of Kurozumi's evil deeds on his head. This situation, what else can you do with Kazuki Oden alone? Besides, among his attendants, Kurozumi Orochi also placed undercover agents. Control every move anytime, anywhere. In this way, the emphasis on Kazuki Oden is naturally greatly reduced. Having said that, it should not be underestimated. Of course, I have been on Whitebeard's and Roger's boats, no matter what, I am not weak. But, the Kurozumi Orochi asked us for help this morning. Help, because Linley has been involved in some decisions of beasts as a think tank before. In the hearts of Kaido and Jin, there is no small influence. Therefore, some intelligence and news will basically be reported to Linley. That guy is planning to take Higuro. Please let us do it. Yeah, Linley's gaze was fixed, and a big stone fell from his heart instantly. A large part of what triggered Kazuki Oden's decision to fight back was the fact that the beast's pirates had taken Higuro. What do you think? I originally planned to instruct them to practice today, and then ask your opinion. Taking down Higuro is no trivial matter. Higuro is the boss of the underworld in the Flower City area. In terms of influence, it is even greater than Kazuki Oden in this time period. If you really want to summon samurai, maybe it will work better than Kazuki Oden. 013 could it be, infected, by Jack? Promise him. Linley answered without hesitation, simply and directly. But after taking Higuro, we have the final say on how he, women and children will be dealt with. Since it is one of the important reasons for Kazuki Oden to go to war. Linley had no intention of changing his mind. It's just that after taking down Higuro in the original book, Kurozumi Orochi took it upon himself to kill Higuro's women and children. The key is to kill. Cutting the grass does not remove the roots, and the spring breeze blows and regenerates. Linley is naturally not a very kind person. The question is, what's the point of being proud, complacent, and hating the beast's pirates? Mama is right in what she said. Even in the brutal world of pirates, it is still righteous. See what Kaido does again. After Kazuki Oden died, Mrs. Toki, Momonosuke, and Hiyori fell into his hands immediately. It's easy to cut the weeds and roots. Killed in the end, didn't you kill them too? Of course, Kaido also missed an excellent opportunity to clean up. I think so. Jin nodded. In Wano-kuni, Kurozumi is not the one who has the final say. This must be kept in his mind at all times. Then, leave it to me to take down Higuro. Linley volunteered. Before the battle with the Red Sheath 9 heroes. It's not bad to have such an opponent to practice with. Higuro is also very strong though. But compared to the Red Sheath 9 heroes, it is undoubtedly a notch lower. Even if he holds emission. But what does mastering emission mean? Quote. This kid, is he so confident in himself? Jin was quite surprised. Binguro and Fu Lu Shou, that's not the same thing. The former is a samurai and the latter is a ninja. Ninjas are no match for samurai at Wano-kuni. Thinking of this, Jin shook his head and said, Boss Kaido won't agree. The reason why Kaido agreed to the confrontation with Fu Lu Shou back then is also very simple. In front of them, what can Fu Lu Shou do? What do you dare to do? Playing and playing at most, and humiliating with words by the way, it is already top-notch. Heavy hand. Linley was really hurt, the ashes had to be thrown out. Higuro is different, he and Kaido shouldn't follow like a babysitter, right? How? Linley raised his eyebrows and said calmly. Brother Jin thinks I can't do it. Quote. Although Jin didn't answer, isn't the silence an acquiescence? In his opinion, it is true that Linley's strength has improved rapidly after acquiring the ability of the Phantom Beast. But how long is that? Higuro was already a top player in Wano-kuni many years ago. If he can become the boss of the underworld in the capital of flowers, how can he suppress the situation if he has no strength? In this case, please enlighten Brother Jin. Linley didn't argue, let alone try to persuade. No matter how touching words are, they are not as good as speaking with facts. Whether he can do it, just try it. Before Jin could agree, his hand had already landed on the handle of second-generation Onitsu's knife. Over the years, in terms of development and decision-making, Kaido and Jin will listen to his opinions more or less. But apparently, just taking down Fu Lushou is not enough for Jin to agree to Linley's adventure in terms of force. Of course, Linley is not gone. I really feel that I am capable. He just wanted to use this to make Jin look at him differently and wash away his previous image of a brain tank. Whether it is currently or planning to go to sea in the future, this can save a lot of unnecessary trouble and explanation. Quote. Jin was helpless. If there is a disagreement, let's do it. He seemed to see Kaido's militant nature in Linley. He just shook his head and sighed. Boy, this world is very big, and there are many strong people. A mere blessing, wealth and longevity is just insignificant in this sea. Between the words, it is almost obvious. Young people, don't be too ambitious and complacent. Complacent for defeating a trivial ant. Seeing that Linley was indifferent, he just shook his head. Forget it, let you see what a real strong man is now, and it will be good for the future. As he spoke, he hooked his hands towards Linley, as if letting go. Are you going to fight? The three little ones only saw Linley and Jin, and they were about to fight in a few words. Reactions vary. Yamato is obviously convinced that Linley is invincible, and he raised his little hand and shouted. Linley, big brother, come on. Jack didn't care about anything, he just waved the flag and shouted. Master, go. It's not like he has faith in Linley. It's not that watching the excitement is not a big deal. It's purely substituting myself into Linley, pure head iron. On the other hand, Black Maria's face was full of worry. The opponent is Lord Jin. How dare the young master? The entire beast's pirates, from top to bottom in terms of combat effectiveness, except for Master Kaido, is Jin. Could it be that he was infected with the iron attribute by Jack? Damn Jack. Jack, who was waving the flag and shouting, suddenly felt unkind eyes coming from behind. Jung, with the second generation ghost out of its sheath. Monster Chi Bomb. I saw Linley wave his hand casually. A ball of light flickering with lightning just appeared out of nowhere and hit towards Jin. On the ground along the way, countless gravels were splashed and became the tail of the ball of light. 014 Approval of Flame Calamity Embers. Return Armament Hockey. Too slow. Jin shook his head, spread his wings, and soared into the air. As Jin flew into the air, the ball of light finally, slowly, crashed into the hill not far away. Boom. For a time, there was a huge roar. Wait until the roar subsides. The hill was nowhere to be found. Only the irregular piles of rubble remained. Proof that this hill once existed. However, the movement is quite large, and it seems that the power is extraordinary. Although easily avoiding Linley's attack, but for the damage of the light ball, Jin did approve it. Suddenly, Jin's eyes widened, and he began to doubt his eyes. I saw Linley suddenly disappeared from below. It's like disappearing out of nowhere. Unexpectedly, even half of the afterimage couldn't catch his eyes. At the same time, Observation Hockey felt a sense of crisis for no reason. Behind. When, sensing the crisis coming from behind, Jin immediately turned around and saw Linley appearing behind him at some point. Sword pressure. Second generation ghosts and swords have not yet arrived. Strong pressure swept over. Even with Jin's speed, he couldn't avoid this sudden pressure. Sword chi. Slash. Neither. It was like an invisible wave emanating from the blade. It actually gave Jin the illusion of being crushed by a mountain. This illusion is actually similar to being suppressed by Conqueror's Hockey. With the green light on, the pressure became more and more intense, and soon formed a strong fluctuation. Swish swish swish. Jin was suppressed by the wave and fell 4 or 5 meters before he managed to stabilize his body. Before he could react, Linley's figure above disappeared again. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. With the experience just now, Jin guessed that Linley had appeared behind him even without relying on knowledge. Kang. Wrapped around Armament Hockey, the black armored arm firmly blocked Linley's slash. It's incredible. During the stalemate, the small gaze deep in Jin's pupils almost disappeared. In just a few rounds of fighting, Linley's performance made him a big difference. Incredibly fast, if it weren't for the color of knowledge and knowledge to be strong enough. You have to suffer the first time. Moreover, this teleportation-like ability can be used continuously. That is, Linley has not mastered Armament Hockey yet. Otherwise, he would never be able to block Linley's attack so easily. The phantom beast species you have obtained seems to be beyond my imagination. Let me talk about my understanding of Linley. Maybe he is not as good as Kaido, let alone Yamato. But there is no doubt that they have been together for more than 5 years. How could he not know how much Linley weighed? But at this moment, Linley's performance undoubtedly shocked him greatly. It can only be attributed to the phantom beast that Linley ate. The fact is also true. So Linley didn't deny it. Brother Jin, if you want to feel emotional, I'm afraid it's too early. The force coming from the handle made Linley realize that this stalemate would not be good for him. Had to cast silent displacement again. When he reappeared, he had landed firmly on the ground. Looking at Jin in the air indifferently, Linley thought to himself. I'm afraid other than Kanglonko, other skills can't pose a threat to Jin. Whether it's sword pressure or demon energy bullets, even if it can hit head-on, the damage to Jin is basically scraping. Even if it is Kanglonko, it may not be able to cause much damage. After all, in terms of defense, with the racial characteristics of the Lunaria race, Jin is even comparable to Kaido. Of course, if Linley had mastered Armament Hockey, this situation is bound to change dramatically. In this case, at this stage, you can only make yourself stronger. The release of demon power. It was too late to say it, but the whites of Linley's eyelids were suddenly dyed scarlet red by rose petals. At the same time, that face, which was already so handsome, looked even more bewitching. Kacha, accompanied by the sound of bones rubbing against each other. Linley's body began to swell rapidly. Soon, he swelled from a height of about 1.7 meters to about 2.2 meters. In addition to his nobility and aloofness, his demeanor also added a bit of bewitching. As this, becoming stronger. Looking at the image of Linley at this time, the face under Jin's mask suddenly appeared a little dignified. Purely from the perspective of breath. Now Linley is much stronger than before. Feel the greatly enhanced strength. Linley said lightly, Brother Jin, come again. As soon as the words fell, his figure disappeared again. Behind. No. Relying on his sense of knowledge, Jin hurriedly raised his head, and sure enough, he found Linley. Seeing the second-generation ghost beheaded, Jin had no choice but to raise his arm again to block the blow. Kang. However, the next second, just when Jin used stronger strength to block, from the arm, there was a sudden burst of force. In a moment of carelessness, he was shot down more than 10 meters by this force again. Careless, although he was not smashed to the ground in a panic. More because of armament Hawkeye who didn't take any damage. But being shot down more than 10 meters again, it can only be said that Linley's strength is beyond his judgment. Of course, there are also reasons why he didn't do his best. But, even if he tried his best, if Linley chooses to roam, I'm afraid he will have nothing to do with Linley in the moment. This kid, really, no wonder he took the initiative to ask Ying to clean up Bingoorang. This speed, this power, although it can't hurt him, but it doesn't mean that Higuro can have his defense comparable to Kaido. Zila, seeing Linley in midair, he suddenly lifted the second-generation ghost in front of him. The familiar terrifying fluctuations and annihilation breath reappeared. It was several times stronger than before. That trick, the lightning that can instantly annihilate Fu Lu's show. Thinking of this, he hurriedly said, Enough, let's stop here, I'll leave it to you. That terrifying attack was several times stronger. He doesn't want to resist. Wow. When Jin said these words, the three little ones, blinded by Linley's dazzled teleportation, all stared wide-eyed. Linley big brother, master, when did you become so strong? Even Black Maria and Yamato, who have been with Linley day and night for several years, cannot understand this speed of strengthening. Obviously half a month ago. But after all, Yamato is Linley's loyal little fangirl. This kind of doubt lingered in her mind for no more than 5 seconds, and she ran to Linley happily. I knew it, Linley big brother is the best. And Black Maria stood where she was, with longing and admiration in her eyes, all that remained was firmness. The next day, when Linley arrived in the flower capital with a group of people. A system notification sounded in my ears. Contract target Black Maria, Master Armament Hawkeye Elementary 29 times return. Armament Hawkeye Elementary, 015 just do what you say, why not have the same virtue as Kaido? 29 times, Elementary, knew it, as Linley expected, because of the enhanced constitution of Sesshomaru's form, his armed color base has been raised to an astonishing level. With Black Maria's qualifications, 29 times can't even get the higher level armament Hawkeye. If the contract object is only at the level of the white exclamation mark, I'm afraid it won't even reach the elementary level. Although not particularly satisfied with the level of armed color. But looking at the newly added contract quota, it is barely acceptable. Starting from scratch, even if it is just a beginner, is considered a breakthrough improvement. With armament Hawkeye, his strength has undoubtedly improved a lot. All the way unimpeded, arrived at the inner city of the capital of flowers, Kurozumi Orochi saw that he was leading the team, his eyes stared like copper bells. Perhaps it was the surrounding imperial court and Kurozumi Sesshomaru who participated in this operation that gave him confidence. Coupled with the capture of Higuro, it is crucial to control the underworld forces in the capital of flowers. There was dissatisfaction on his face, and he cursed and said, What did Kaido do? He actually sent a brat over here. Isn't it too arrogant? Higuro is not a mediocre person. If something goes wrong, can you bear the responsibility? In the original book, the forces under Kurozumi Orochi, including Fu Lu's show, can't handle Higuro. In the end, I had to ask someone from the Beast's pirates to help. Now Fu Lu's show is dead. It's even more difficult to take people. Who would have thought that Kaido sent Linley, who had had a lot of conflicts with him? I really feel that the Kurozumi snake is dead or alive. At this time, I still want to do something. This made Linley, who was already murderous, narrow his eyes slightly. After glancing at Kurozumi Sesshomaru in the crowd, I realized the key to Kurozumi's toughness today. Resisting the urge to hack to death on the spot, Linley said blankly. Without further ado, where is Higuro? Lead the way, you. Linley's defiant attitude made Kurozumi, who was already extremely dissatisfied with him, instantly burn with anger. After hearing this, all the subordinate forces glared at Linley. Kurozumi, who is full of confidence, naturally cannot admit counsel as easily as last time. Boy, do you know who you are talking to? This is the capital of flowers, not Ghost Island. Go, bring the wisdom snail, I want to ask Kaido what's going on. At least send Jin or Quinn over, is it justified? He didn't want any mishaps in this operation. Furthermore, this kid, he wished he could kill him directly, how could he let it go if he seized the opportunity to humiliate him? He seemed to have seen the scene of Linley getting out of bed. Can't help feeling dark in my heart. Forget it. Linley was too lazy to say a word of nonsense, and shook his head slightly. It is only the behavior of the weak to show off the quickness of the tongue. He has always followed the principle of don't push if you can do it, and do it if you are indifferent to life and death. His right hand slowly fell into the handle of second-generation Onitsu. How? Want to do it? Looking at Linley's actions, Kurozumi seems to have expected it long ago, with a strange face. I want to remind you that if you attack General Wanokuni in public, you will do so at your own risk. At that time, out of the responsibility of protecting the general's safety, my subordinates will hit you hard, even Kaido can't blame me. Young man, don't be too arrogant. In the words, it seems to be, reminder, but it is actually, intensified. He wished Linley could do it. Anyway, Kurozumi Sesshomaru is here, afraid of a ball. Not to mention Linley, even Kazuki Oden is here, there is nothing to do with him. As soon as the word, arrogant, fell, Linley's right hand finally grasped the handle of the knife. Kang, accompanied by the sound of the demon knife being unsheathed. In the eyes of everyone, Linley suddenly disappeared in place. No sound, no trace left. Where are people? All of a sudden, ghost-like eyes appeared in everyone's eyes. Yeah, in the next instant, at an unknown time, Linley had already appeared behind Kurozumi Orochi. Second-generation Goosh, resting on his neck. Can you tell me what the consequences will be? This. Kurozumi Sesshomaru was ready to use the barrier fruit the moment Linley held the knife. Whoever thought that it was just a moment of effort? Kurozumi Orochi had been stabbed to the neck. Become a hostage. Wow, with this situation, the inner city immediately exploded. Feeling the coldness of the blade, Kurozumi panicked. He is not someone whose head can be cut off, but whose dignity can't be lost. Hard words. Nothing to do with him. It was too late to think about why he suddenly appeared behind him. Immediately decided to admit cowardice, so as not to be killed. Just as he was about to speak, he heard everyone under his command threatening Linley. Let go, General, otherwise, even if you are from the Beast's pirates, you will never be spared. Quote. Shut up. Kurozumi Orochi exploded with anger. This group of pig teammates. Even a brat can't stop him, just being able to yell is useless. What a bunch of trash. Shouting so loudly, do you want this kid to kill him? The kid obviously couldn't be stimulated. Just do what you say, what the hell is the same virtue as Kaido? Quote. Seeing the Kurozumi Orochi venting his anger on them, everyone under his command immediately wilted. How dare you push me anymore? This is the last time. Leaving a final warning, Linley sheathed his knife, and returned to the spot in a flash. Maybe it was because he was afraid that Linley would disagree and make another shot. Kurozumi Sesshomaru hastily unleashes the barrier. Only then did Kurozumi feel a little bit more secure. It's just that after what happened just now, he was obviously terrified, and he didn't continue to show his tongue. Next, under the leadership of Kurozumi Orochi, a group of people rushed to Hydro's mansion. Because it has long been secretly monitored, it was confirmed that Bingorang was at home. Naturally, one block is accurate. Seeing that Kurozumi Orochi led a group of people to surround the door of his house. Obviously the visitor is not good. Bingorang immediately took a group of his men, put on a defensive posture and waited. Maybe it was a fluke, Hydro asked with a stiff face. What is the general doing here? 016 easy to crush, the eve of the war. Seeing Hydro knowingly asking, Kurozumi Orochi is like an audience watching a clown performance, his face is full of jokes. What do you say? Why did he come? Hydro knew very well, she pretended to be stupid, but she couldn't escape any problems. Hearing this, Hydro's face became more and more stiff. Did not dare to show the slightest negative emotion. Just wanting to continue pretending to be stupid, Kurozumi Orochi didn't give him a chance. Stop talking nonsense. How do you think about working for me? I have mentioned it many times before, I am very interested in the underworld forces under your command. Originally, I have been rejecting my kindness, and have decided to execute you. Who made me kind-hearted? I decided to give you another chance to find your way back. Now, think about it before you speak. The same opportunity, there will be no second time. If you refuse, you should expect the consequences, right? Anyone close to you can't escape the relationship. At this moment, on the body of Kurozumi Orochi, General Wanokuni's domineering and ruthless finally showed. Quote. Hearing this, Bingorang's heart trembled. In the face of Kurozumi's solicitation, he has always adopted a policy of delay. I hope that I will procrastinate again and again, and finally nothing will happen. Now it seems, the ultimatum is all down. Apparently it couldn't be delayed any longer. But, want him to work for someone like Kurozumi Orochi? Impossible, whether it is the implementation of morality, or the mighty and unyielding character. He is not allowed to lower his head. Thinking of this, he firmly replied. Sorry, I can't work for the general. Really, that's a pity. Kurozumi Orochi's eyes turned cold, and he no longer had the idea of soliciting, turned to Linley cautiously and respectfully said. Master Linley, this guy is just asking you. This attitude is very different from the domineering and ruthless attitude just now. After all, this is not the first time I have confessed in front of Linley. The more times you do it, the more you get used to it. Anyway, As long as Linley wins Hydro, the others can do whatever they want. Since he couldn't change the fact that he was deflated, he had no choice but to change his angle to save face. Linley didn't bother to answer, walked straight to Hydro, and asked lightly. Decided. Good. Now that he had made up his mind, Hydro answered without hesitation. When he made this decision. So I'm ready to die and come back to life. Then let's do it. Linley didn't talk nonsense, and his right hand had reached the handle of the second-generation ghost. His mission on this trip was to take down Binguro. No matter what kind of person the latter is, standing in his position, that is the enemy. He has never shown the slightest mercy to his enemies. Kang, accompanied by the second-generation ghost, pulled out of its sheath. The sharp breath attacked Bingorang in an instant. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. The latter immediately realized that the boy in front of him was definitely not taking it easy. He pulled out his samurai sword in a stressful manner and treated him seriously, not daring to be careless. Some time ago he was able to drag on, mainly because Kurozumi Orochi was afraid of his strength. Now that she has turned her face in public, that kind of fear is gone. As always, the skill of silent displacement seems to have become Linley's exclusive skill. Hydro stared at Linley intently. Suddenly, Linley was missing in front of him. Next second, observation Haki crazy warning. His subordinates saw Linley appearing behind Hydro out of thin air, and they didn't even have time to remind him. Sword pressure. Just like the scene of fighting Jin reappeared, a strong pressure pressed on Hydro's body like a mountain. He turned his head back with difficulty, and emission Haki appeared crazily. But in addition to the pressure like a mountain, what followed was a wave of green light. Swish swish swish, the wave hit him, and he couldn't help but make him fall forward. The release of demon power. Linley struck while the iron was hot, and immediately turned on his best condition. While the body is rapidly expanding, the second generation is ghostly, attaching the primary armament Haki just obtained, and it becomes pitch black. Kang. It collided with Hydro's samurai sword like a comet, and they collided hard. The former took the initiative to attack, while the latter just stabilized his body and passively blocked. One increase and one decrease, plus the opening of the release of demon power. Within a moment, the situation showed a one-sided trend. Seeing the huge force coming from the second-generation ghost, Bingorang half-kneeled involuntarily, and the cold blade was slowly pressing down on his neck. Suddenly, Hydro saw the second-generation Kitaru who collided with his samurai sword clearly, and his face changed drastically. Why is this knife in your hand? Since the former Wanokuni General Kazuki Sukiyaki died, this second generation, which was collected by him, has disappeared without a trace. Seeing the light of day today in a teenager from the Beast's pirates. How could he not be shocked by this? Get it from Kazuki Sukiyaki. Linley didn't mean to hide. Quote. Hearing this, Bingorang's expression became extremely serious. Vaguely, he always felt that there was something weird in it. But Kazuki is dead. I can't think of where this strange feeling comes from. Seeing that the second-generation ghost was getting closer and closer to the neck, at the critical moment of life and death, he had no choice but to explode emission Haki with all his strength. Boom! A strong breath erupted from him. This is enough to push Linley back a few steps. However, this kind of outbreak is doomed to be unsustainable and costly. As soon as he forced Linley back, he immediately restrained himself, leaving only the samurai sword wrapped around emission. So strong. The Beast's pirates have such a talented boy. A face-to-face meeting suppressed him to a disadvantage. Quote. Looking at Bingorang's cold sweat, Linley sighed lightly. It seems that there is no suspense at all. Hydro is not enough to fight at all. Maybe before getting armament Haki, he can compete with him 1 or 2 times. But now, although Kaido had something to say, only Haki can stand above everything else. And emission looks like advanced armed color skills. But in Wanokuni, there are many emissions. Haki doesn't just look at skills, but also quality and quantity. Quality is strength. Quantity is better understood. In terms of strength, the armed color of 29 times the primary level may not be inferior to Hydro. In addition, personal speed, strength, and physical strength are all important factors that cannot be ignored. Coupled with Linley's monster power, it can be said that apart from Haki, Linley is undoubtedly crushing in all directions. It's pointless to fight any further. After thinking for a while, Linley slowly put the knife back into its sheath and spoke again. I've heard a little bit about you in Ghost Island. How about this? Catch me without a fight. I can decide to spare your life, even the lives of those close to you. You have no objection. The last sentence was addressed to Kurozumi Orochi. What are you driving? He was about to reprimand him. Linley's eyes narrowed again. There was a dangerous look in it, which made him wake up instantly, and he immediately nodded with interest. Of course, I agree. Think about it. I don't want to kill you. Quote. See this scene. Hydro was undoubtedly extremely surprised. Long time no see. Kurozumi Orochi is so docile in front of this boy. And Linley's proposal. Of course he is self-aware. One's own Haki is consumed intensely, while the other party is relaxed and comfortable. The strength of the two sides is not at the same level at all. Plus, if he continues to persevere, he will definitely lose, and his family will inevitably be liquidated by Kurozumi Orochi. After thinking about it again and again, he finally nodded in agreement. Naturally, his subordinates were full of dissatisfaction with this. But people are knives and I am fish. The boss has been arrested without a fight, how can the subordinates change all this? With Hydro down, no one can stop Kurozumi Orochi from taking control of Wano Kuni's underworld forces. This matter is considered to be a satisfactory end. The reason why it slightly changed the original ending of the people around Hydro. Linley certainly wasn't merciful, but have their own plans. Due to news blockade, Kazuki Oden only learned about it from the domineering Kurozumi Orochi on the appointed day. Clatter clatter, as the rain washes away, Kazuki Oden finally realizes what a fool he is. Finally decided to go to Onijima to fight Kaido that day. Opening square bracket. 017 The battle starts, catch the turtle in the urn. 9 miles. The streets of Oden Castle. Congratulations to Kazuki Oden who welcomes Kurozumi Orochi for an appointment. Originally full of expectations. As long as Kurozumi Orochi and Kaido abide by the agreement, Wano Kuni can usher in hope. In this way, his 5 years of bearing the burden of humiliation are worthwhile. If Wano Kuni is back in his hands, this time, he must strictly abide by his duties as a monarch. As a result, there is no suspense. When Kurozumi came up, he stepped on his head and output. What ridicule and humiliation, don't want to throw into his heart like money. Let Kazuki Oden finally realize. It turned out that everything was a scam. Looking at the back of Kurozumi Orochi leaving triumphantly. Thinking of Higuro, his wife and children who were taken away. There are also the family members who were threatened in order to make him compromise. I also think of the people who have been exploited over the years. God seemed to feel the infinite sadness in Kazuki Oden's heart, and it began to rain heavily. Clatter clatter, the rain washes relentlessly against Kazuki Oden. Endless regrets filled my heart amidst the sound of rain. Kneeling in the rain, he raised his head angrily and said loudly. I'm going to fight the big snake, and I'm going to fight Kaido. Aware of Wano Kuni's current situation, it was partly a result of his connivance. This made him regret it, and his heart ached to the extreme. If you don't take the heads of Kaido and Kurozumi Orochi, how can I wash away the humiliation I have suffered all these years? We've been waiting for your words. Kunemon and the Red Sheath 9 heroes finally waited for the monarch's decision to crusade against the villains. All of them were excited and excited. Kazuki Oden stood up slowly, with firm eyes. Target Ghost Island. Chop off his head while he's drunk. Yes, a long time. The wind dies. The rain stopped. The sun was setting. The warm red sunset reflected Kazuki Oden and the Red Sheath 9 heroes who were going to subjugate them like flames. The news that Oden took the Red Sheath 9 to Ghost Island. Through the traitor Conqueror, it quickly reached Kaido's ears. Linley was called immediately. Boy, what do you think? Finally, when Kazuki Oden's counterattack came, Kaido's face was inevitably filled with an excited smile. During this time, the closer he was to the 5-year agreement, the more he looked forward to it. How will Kazuki Oden react then? Is to accept reality, or erupt in resistance? If it's the former, maybe he will be very disappointed. After all, there was a fight with Gecko Moria 3 years ago. Such a good timing, but that guy turned a blind eye to it, still dancing the fruit dance under the big snake city. This made Kaido, who had been arranged, waste a lot of effort. However, now he has finally lived up to his expectations. It's been expected for a long time, isn't it? Since we're coming, we can't put the battlefield on Ghost Island, it's better to ambush among the mountains in the Rabbit Bowl area. It's surrounded by mountains and densely covered with jungles. It's the best place to hide your troops and wait for them. Linley blurted out without thinking. Because in the original book, Beast's pirates did just that. Just as I thought. Jin on the side nodded, highly approving of Linley's proposal. Seeing that both Linley and Jin said this, Kaido directly skipped Quinn, discussed the details, and immediately issued an order. Then, it's not too late. This time, Wano Kuni is completely in the bag. Because Linley itself has the ability to fly. So I didn't act with the big force. Before going to the Rabbit Bowl area, the 3 little ones were specially assigned the task of practicing hockey. In order to avoid entering the battlefield in a daze while no one is there. Looking at the black dot in the sky in the distance, Jack said naively, Yamato, Maria, have you heard? What did you hear? We're going to war with the warriors. Who did you hear that from? How come I don't know? Hear the word, war. Yamato's eyes lit up immediately. Then he pointed to the black spot, flying away angrily, that is, Linley said. It's too much, Linley big brother, don't take me with you to the theater. HMPH, don't say that, Yamato. Black Maria comforted, Linley big brother must have itchy hands. If he wants to join the war, we can't help him even if we go. Isn't it good to hide from a distance? Yamato doesn't care. Wasn't it like this 3 years ago? At that time Black Maria hadn't come yet. That is, Jack echoed. It would be a pity to miss such a wonderful battle. Walk. Yamato clenched his fists and smiled slyly. Go find a small boat, and we'll follow the direction Linley big brother left. But, good. Yamato put on an old-fashioned posture, let Jack squat down, stepped on his shoulder and touched Black Maria's head. Obedient. For some reason, Black Maria always felt that Yamato's appearance looked familiar. When Linley arrived, everyone was already in their positions. The large army is hidden in the mountains and forests. Kaido turns into a green dragon and hides in the clouds. Linley came to the hill where Jin and Quinn were. Second generation Onitru seemed to feel his anticipation. Eager to try, ready to come out. It can be said, currently Beasts Pirates has laid a net. Just wait for Kazuki Oden to net. Come and catch a turtle in an urn. It's really exciting. Quinn was smoking a cigar, his brows brimming with excitement. In his view, this battle was inevitable. Only after that, Wano Kuni wiped out the threat. Completely become the base camp of Beasts Pirates. 10 people in the area, you want to deal with more than 1,000 of us. It's just wishful thinking. Don't be careless, Quinn. Jin has always been calm, even if he is waiting for work at leisure, he still does not change his nature. Samurai of Wano Kuni, not to be underestimated. Kazuki Oden's subordinates, one by one, are the top samurai of Wano Kuni. If you are careless, you will suffer a lot. I know. Quinn waved his hand impatiently. Brother Jin, Brother Quinn. Leave Kinemon to me, Linley spoke suddenly. His goal in this battle is clear. Kinemon, the head of the Red Sheath 9 heroes. Knight on Ghost Island in the original book. This guy delivered a legendary performance. He just ate a few sticks from Kaido, and was hacked. He didn't die. Wong Luffy rolled his eyes when he was hit by a stick. Kazuki Udian has to lie down after being hit by a stick. But this guy was alive and kicking. When Linley saw this scene, everyone was dumbfounded. Because you are afraid of pain, you are all defensive, right? Well, now that he is involved, just want to learn to teach. Isn't it immune to death? It is said that the awakened fruit can be renamed, resurrected fruit. He is looking forward to it. In this way, you can confidently and boldly output. Don't be careless. Jin only said this sentence, which was regarded as acquiescing to Linley's request. Time passed quietly while waiting. Hours later, 10 figures suddenly appeared on the hilltop in the direction of the capital of flowers. Who else is it not Kazuki Oden and the Red Sheath 9? Maybe it was because he sensed the chilling atmosphere around him. Kazuki Oden and others stopped in their tracks. What happened? Kazuki Oden frowned and looked around. Kaido, who was hidden in the clouds, sees that the Lord has arrived. Finally unable to bear it any longer, 2 eyes pierced through the clouds, casting a crimson light. Ooh, long wait, Kazuki Oden. 018 naive premise, have the strength to pay for the consequences. No way, what's going on? Looking at the looming crowd in the mountains and forests, waving weapons. Kinemon and the others froze in their hearts, and they couldn't believe it. All around are Kaido's subordinates. At least hundreds of people. Why is this happening? When was our whereabouts revealed? The scene in front of him also exceeded Kazuki Oden's expectations. This made him a little uneasy. I didn't expect to be surrounded. Kaido, how did you know we were coming? Kazuki Oden, with a serious face, finally couldn't bear it anymore and questioned him aloud. Ooh, Kaido, who turned into a blue dragon, glanced at Kanjuro inadvertently, and said as if pointing. Maybe there is my secret work among your people. Knowing that you are coming, I don't want Ghost Island to become a battlefield, so I took the initiative to come out to greet you. Quote. Hearing this, Kazuki Oden was shocked. Careful work. Not many people know that he intends to attack Kaido. But without exception, they are all his most loyal subordinates. Could it be that there is Kaido's secret work in it? Realized that now is not the time to be held accountable. Holding his last hope, he gritted his teeth and asked unwillingly. On that day 5 years ago, the promises we made with you were all fake. Kaido, I finally realized it. At this moment, Linley, Jin and the others looked at each other. Both saw the incredible in each other's eyes. At this point, to ask such a stupid question. Really stupid Kana. That's right, it's all fake. Kaido doesn't seem to be stingy about answering Kazuki Oden's questions. At that time, the situation of the Beasts Pirates was not good. If you join forces with Hydro when you return home, we will face all the samurai of Wano Kuni. If you are the kind of person who will not waver no matter what sacrifices you face, as the rumors say, maybe we will face a hard battle. It's a pity that you chose to believe in Kurozumi Orochi's proposal and chose a method that no one would sacrifice. Newgate and Roger are both such pirates. Although they are very powerful, they are a bit naive. And you, too, Kazuki Oden. Hearing this comment, Linley had a different opinion. Whitebeard and Roger are naive. It is because of having the strength and courage to pay for any consequences. And Kazuki Oden, apparently lacking in both. If you ask him, what do you think of the behavior of Kaido and Kurozumi Orochi, tricking Kazuki Oden? Linley's answer is simple. Should. As a monarch, the primary responsibility is to maintain the prosperity and stability of the country. What's the matter with wandering around? He also played the trick of not being able to meet the house. This is a crime of irresponsibility. There is nothing wrong with it. Finally, I came back amidst the long-awaited calls of the people of Wano Kuni. The whole person seems to have changed his personality. The brave prodigal son of the past is gone. Become indecisive and naive. This is the most fatal flaw of being a monarch. Sometimes, for the overall situation, for the vast majority, even at the cost of a few sacrifices. Necessary sacrifices are inevitable. The best of both worlds. How can there be such a good thing in the world? The more you pursue perfection, the worse the result is likely to be. Kazuki Oden proved it with practical actions, showing a textbook lesson for this sentence. Certainly, from a moral point of view, cheating is of course wrong. But, intrigues exist in any world. Children are right and wrong. Adults only look at the pros and cons. What is more important than right or wrong is undoubtedly to see where you stand. Use lies, or strategies, to do everything possible to benefit yourself and the people around you. This is the truth. While thinking, I heard Kaido continue. In the past 5 years, because of your naivety, you have become a fruit-dancing fool. In the hearts of the people of Wano Kuni, I am afraid that all the majesty of the Kozuki family has been lost. Ha 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 ha. After hearing this, all the beasts burst out laughing. If someone said 5 years ago, this would be the result. There will definitely be a soul torture. How many peanuts, drink like this? Don't mention the past. Kozuki Oden, who was laughed at, felt that he was a complete fool, even though he felt very bad in his heart. But his gaze was extremely firm. Make a mistake and admit it. When you are beaten, you must stand at attention. He came here today to make up for his mistakes. Let's look at the future from now on. Kaido, I will not allow you to continue doing whatever you want in Wano Kuni. Really, try it if you can. That's all for now. The atmosphere is also heightened here. The two sides are already at war. Kozuki Oden and the others finally couldn't bear it any longer. They threw the bamboo hats into the air in unison. Under his leadership, the Red Sheath 9 heroes unswervingly killed all the beasts. Kill. Kozuki Oden took the lead, raising his sword and falling, and there was no enemy wherever he went. In a short time, more than 10 heads fell to the ground. The Red Sheath 9 heroes are not to be outdone. All of them rushed into the crowd as if they were dead. For a while, the light of the sword, the shadow of the sword, and the broken arm. It has become the main theme of the battlefield. Just relying on the minions at the front is not enough to stop their footsteps. Is this a samurai? What a terrifying strength. Why are you panicking? There are plenty of people here. Besides, Lord Kaido and Lord Jin haven't made a move yet. Kill. Follow Lord Oden. Soon, after finishing off the minions at the front, Oden and his team rushed into a jungle from the top of the mountain. Among them, I found the ninja Shaoran who came to help. After some touching, and loyal to the emperor and patriotic exchanges, a group of 11 people headed towards the ultimate goal, Kaido, with a feeling that death is at home. 019 Dead people don't need to know their names. Samurai Wano Kuni, you really deserve your name. Following Kozuki Oden's group, they approached them through the jungle and mountains as if they were in no one's land. Jin said solemnly, the strength of the enemy is really unexpected, and it is reasonable for them to be unable to deal with it. Via Wano Kuni's unique communication tool Wisdom Escargot, Linley, Jin, and Quinn were able to learn every detail of the battlefield in the first place. Just a few minutes ago, the first unit standing in front of Kozuki Oden's group, a total of 50 people, the whole army has been wiped out. In fact, using minions to consume the enemy's physical strength is the practice. Although Linley agrees, he doesn't agree. In that case, wait until he ends. The opponent may not be in its prime. Of course, how much physical strength these minions can consume is another matter. What a shame. Quinn shook his head in dissatisfaction. There are so many people, but they can't stop the footsteps of a mere 11 people. I really can't stand it. So, watching the game so far, Linley has already grown impatient. Simply propose. You can't let these people continue to be presumptuous. It's time for us. It's not just that he can't wait. Even second generation Gush is about to move at this moment. Thirst for a piece of enemy blood. Then go on. Quinn nodded in agreement. Kozuki Oden, own Kaido boss to deal with. That guy, the leader of the Red Sheath 9 heroes, according to the original plan, belongs to me. The others, leave them to me and Quinn. After the three of them assigned their opponents. Don't wait any longer. Lights flickered all over Linley, activated the flight of light skill, and flew towards Kinemon at an astonishing speed. Oh, Kaido, who was waiting for Kozuki Oden's arrival in the clouds, saw Linley's figure in midair, and said with great interest. Is this kid too impatient? Jin said that even he finds it very difficult to fight this kid. In such a short period of time, it can grow to such a degree. It's really unbelievable. A few days ago, Jin agreed. Linley reported to Kaido as soon as possible after he went to the Flower City to take down Hydro. What Jin said, of course he believed it. But hearing is believing, seeing is believing. He would like to see what this kid Linley has become. Not only Kaido noticed Linley's figure. Kozuki Oden and the Red Sheath 9, who were in the encirclement, also noticed. It seems that the cadres of the Beast's pirates have finally lost their patience. It's just right, kill them first, and finally assist Oden-sama to kill Kaido. Kinemon, who was following behind Kozuki Oden, commanded calmly. Seeing that figure coming towards him, Kinemon came out with both swords, and was about to head off the enemy who was standing in front of him. Unexpectedly, the figure that was getting closer suddenly disappeared from midair. When it appeared again, it suddenly appeared in front of my eyes. Kang, I saw the second generation Onoduru colliding fiercely with the two samurai swords of Kinemon's assistant and horn. 1 against 2, steadily blocked Kinemon's killing blow. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. And the crew of the 100 beasts, who was about to be headed by the owl, saw that the samurai sword falling on the top of their heads was blocked, and sat down on the ground with lingering fear. Because of Linley's arrival, he finally escaped from Kinemon's hands by luck. Seeing that the person who saved him was the young Master Linley, he was so grateful that he survived the catastrophe. Master Linley, many thanks. Well, let's go back and recuperate. After finishing speaking, Linley's tone seemed a bit eager as if he was looking at his own prey. Next, your opponent is me. Quote question mark question mark question mark quote. For Linley's sudden arrival, Kunamon's eyes instantly gathered disbelief. This young man received his double sword slash with only a single sword. Realized that the beast cadre in front of him was by no means a vulnerable one just now. Dare not have the slightest carelessness. However, he couldn't help feeling unbelievable about Linley's age. Report your name. Hey, dead people don't need to know about this kind of thing. Now that you decide to make a move, you will definitely not keep your hand. Kunamon is not Higuro, so he has no use value. Really, beasts pirates, there is such a genius boy like you. Kunamon's eyes turned cold, the evil deeds of beasts pirates and Kurozumi Orochi over the years. It made him hate it to the bone. I can't wait to get rid of it and hurry up. Even if the enemy in front of him is just a teenager, he is not prepared to show mercy. So he killed intently and said, "Don't worry, I'm not as ruthless as you. Before I die, I will at least allow you to leave a last word." Fox fire flow. Kunamon suddenly stepped back a few steps, and the two samurai swords suddenly burst into flames. The temperature of the flames was so high that even Linley, who was not far away, could clearly feel the heat wave. Two katana swords are covered with flowing haki. Kunamon burst out, coming towards Linley. "Are you entwining emission? It would be a lie to say that I am not envious of this haki level." However, emission alone cannot threaten Linley, and he has never been a passive defensive person. In the next second, Linley suddenly disappeared in front of Kunamon. The latter's attack lost its target for a moment and fell short. Quote question mark question mark question mark quote. Just when Kunamon was feeling puzzled. Sword pressure. When Linley reappeared, it was already above Kunamon's head. Perhaps it is the experience gained from Jin and Bingorang successively. The use of sword pressure can be said to be handy at this moment. Needless to say, the invisible pressure. See how even Kunamon's footsteps sank a few minutes into the ground. That's enough to show how strong the pressure is. What ability is this? Conqueror's haki? No. Before Kunamon could react, the ensuing fluctuations made him freeze in place even more. Monster Chi Bomb. Because it is close at hand. More pressure and fluctuation limit. Kunamon, who was not originally good at speed. There is no way to avoid it. Was hit directly. Boom. Kunamon. In the distance, the rest of the 9 heroes in red sheaths, who were pinned down by Jin, Quinn, and all the beasts, heard a violent explosion coming from where Jinwaiman was. All eyes gathered. Kazuki Oden, who went straight to Kaido, couldn't help but look back. Seeing this, Ashura Boy didn't care to confirm the situation of Kunamon, and reminded loudly. "Master Oden, just move forward, Kunamon will be fine." 020 Spiritual Victory Method. The boy Ashura knew it well. Face the danger of falling into the enemy's siege. You must not let your strongest combat power be distracted. Otherwise, it's not just that the enemy won't talk about the morals of the rivers and lakes. Those of them who are retainers will also look too useless. As a retainer, how could he hold back the master? Then please, perhaps it was out of trust in the strength of the retainers. Kazuki Oden listened and continued to kill Kaido without any hesitation. The Red Sheath 9 heroes and Shinobu wanted to rush to Kunamon to rescue him. Only, who do you look down on? Jin and Quinn are not vegetarians. How could it be possible to let them pass by like a fool? There is no Linley in the original book. They can all play evenly. It wasn't until Oden fell that the game was decided. Not to mention now, coupled with the restraint of a group of subordinates. Red Sheath 9 heroes and the others couldn't get away for a while. I can only watch where Kunamon is, the sound of the explosion and the splashing dust gradually dissipate. A long time. Hoo. Kunamon was panting with cold sweat all over his head. A little bloodline was faintly permeated from all over the body. Obviously, faced with this blow from Linley, he was not unscathed. Somewhat injured, if it weren't for the first time to cover the emission haki defense. I'm afraid it will never be good. This boy is so strong. Wipe the cold sweat from his forehead. Kunamon's eyes were already filled with fear. From the beginning to the end, he didn't have any carelessness at all. But he still suffered a loss when he came up. We can't go on like this, we must go all out. Otherwise, great, Kunamon is fine. Seeing that he only suffered a little skin trauma, the Red Sheath 9 heroes finally let go of their hanging hearts. Concentrate on dealing with the opponent in front of you. Already at a disadvantage, if you get distracted from time to time, I'm afraid you will fall into a more difficult situation. It seems that you are weaker than I imagined. Just fight for a moment. Linley came to this conclusion. This undoubtedly disappointed him greatly. Want to come. Night on Ghost Island in the original book. The reason why Kunamon has such a bright and explosive performance. More or less because of Wong Luffy's protagonist Halo. It seems that only anyone is with Wong Luffy. Passively obtain 2 magical skills of locking blood hanging and sit-ups. In this case, who can't afford to lose? If the protagonist falls down, he can always get up countless times. And if the villain falls, then it really falls. So unequal, there is no reason at all. This phenomenon is especially evident in the theatrical version. But now this period, Wong Luffy wasn't born yet. Where did the magical skills come from? Don't be too complacent. I felt underestimated by the boy in front of me. Kunamon was enraged immediately, and his murderous intent was intensified by his anger. I have a reason to win. If you don't get rid of you villains, Wano Kuni has no hope at all. Therefore, we will never lose this battle. As he spoke, he waved his 2 knives and slashed towards Linley, not to be outdone. A reason why you must win. Linley smiled. It seems that the Red Sheath 9 heroes think that as long as Kazuki Oden is determined to resist, can be invincible. What about when Kazuki Oden is King Luffy? Or, is this called the spiritual victory method? This time, Linley didn't evade his edge any longer, and directly activated the demon power liberation and chose to head on to Kinemon's slash. Kang. The two samurai swords wrapped around emission collided with the second-generation Onito, which only covered the primary haki. The latter showed no sign of decline. Half a month of nourishment from demon power. Let the second-generation Onitsu become more ferocious and sharp. The rank itself surpasses the samurai sword in Kinemon's hand. Even if there is a gap in haki, the demon power and rank are more than enough to make up for it. Even, it has to go beyond. Since you think you will never lose, let's wait and see. Just shout slogans and have a mouth. Don't let your whole body go limp in the end. The mouth is hard. Linley really looks down on Kinemon now. The forced highlights in the original work. It is definitely misleading by W.T. Chiguquo. Hateful. Seeing that the slash was blocked, Kinemon gritted his teeth and took a few steps back, charging towards Linley again. Kang kang kang. In just a few seconds. The two fought for more than 10 rounds. It's just a flat A, obviously they can't do anything to each other. However, Kinemon gritted his teeth. But Linley is more than capable. It is self-evident who is easier. In that case, Fox Fire Flow Fire Willow Flash. Accompanied by the flames emerging from the blade, Kinemon stabbed at Linley at an astonishing speed with unstoppable momentum. In response, Linley just chuckled blankly. Just a bullet of demonic energy was thrown out. Break it for me. Seeing the Thunderball appearing in front of him, which made him suffer, Kinemon not only did not give up the sprint. On the contrary, the speed is a little faster. Boom. After all, Yaochi bullets are considered AoE, not single target damage. Under the sprint that entangled emission haki, soon it was pierced by Kinemon. Only, Linley's actions are not because he feels that he has nowhere to use his energy. The demonic energy bullet already contained the power of thunder. Even with haki body protection, more or less, all will be affected to cause a certain degree of paralysis. One more. Forced penetration will undoubtedly consume more haki. Yes, see, Linley is close at hand. It is less than a millimeter away from the tip of the knife. It seemed to be shocked by his own thunderous attack. Kinemon, who pierced through the demonic energy, couldn't help but look happy. With this boy's haki strength, he can't stop his attack. He is convinced of this. Go to hell and repent. The eager cry spread all around in an instant. This time, the Chikao people did not get distracted. Hear Kinemon's declaration of near victory. They all smiled knowingly. Just know, Kinemon was at a disadvantage. The situation will be restored soon. The opponent is not Kaido after all. However, Kinemon doesn't seem to realize that. The most frightening thing about Linley has to be that unpredictable flash. It's not really ignored, but Linley didn't dodge immediately. Now, so close, between milliseconds, he didn't believe it was possible to escape. The words just fell off. The next moment, Kinemon seemed to turn into a ray of light, flashing past where Linley was. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. Suddenly, he was startled, his eyes filled with disbelief. Because he discovered that the attack actually failed. How can it be? Looking back, Linley was nowhere to be seen. How did you do it? Kinemon couldn't help but scream. In addition to being horrified, he did not forget to be vigilant against the counterattack that may come at any time. But even so, puff, there was a sudden sharp pain in his back. Blood gushes out like a fountain. Kinemon endured the severe pain and hurriedly turned his head. Damn it, it's so fast. 021 being a pirate requires acting skills. Not good. This moment, no matter how dedicated the Red Sheath 9 heroes are. But the scene of blood gushing from behind Kinemon is particularly eye-catching on the battlefield. It's hard to ignore. It seems that Kinemon is not that guy's opponent. The Red Sheath 9 heroes, who were full of expectations, finally realized this. Originally thought that Kinemon would be able to catch his opponent soon. In this way, they can get out and help them defend against the enemy together. The declaration of victory came out. Result, in a blink of an eye, he was bloodied with a knife. Denjiro, whose strength is almost ranked first among the 9 heroes of the Red Sheath, immediately shouted decisively. Kanjuro, help Kinemon, I'll block Jin. On the battlefield, except for Kazuki Oden, who only had Kaido in his eyes, and Kinemon, who was pressed and beaten by Linley. The 9 people, including Shinobi, were divided into 2 groups. Respectively restrained Jin and Quinn, as well as everyone in the 100 Beasts. Denjiro, Kanjuro, Inuarashi, Maomushi, and Shinobu restrained Jin. But Ashura Doji, Kawamatsu, Kikunojo, and Raizo restrained Quinn. Now that Denjiro is trying to give up one person, he will undoubtedly face even greater pressure. But he obviously couldn't care less about it. The 3 of them, Inulin, had no objection to his decision. In any case, they didn't want to see the scene of Kinemon's defeat. Quote. Kanjuro couldn't help being stunned when he heard that. Then he nodded with a strange face. New. Quote. Hearing this, Jin was also happy. This guy has a grudge against Kinemon. He actually called a 25-year-old boy to help. Are you sure it's not helping you? In order not to expose the identity of Kanjuro Uruzai, barely showed off a wave of acting skills. Choose to block. It's just a pose. It looks majestic. Actual damage equals 0. Therefore, under the obstruction of Denjiro and others, Conqueror rushed to Linley easily. Linley in the distance also had a strange expression when he heard this. Now, is it time to test his acting skills? Is being a pirate so demanding? But his dumbfounded behavior made Kinemon heave a sigh of relief. What to do? This guy is too tricky. Even if Conqueror helps, in the current state, I'm afraid. Kinemon gritted his teeth and stared at Linley unwillingly. My mind was running fast, trying to find a way to deal with it. Falling into an absolute disadvantage, he no longer cared about the wound on his back. If you can't think of a way to defend against the enemy, I'm afraid that even if Linley didn't do anything, he would bleed dry and die. Although the latter didn't know what he was thinking at this time. But he never thought that Kinemon would die in this way, although there is no lock blood hanging, and sit-ups, magical skills. But maybe in the legend, it is true that the awakening of the fruit becomes the resurrection fruit. Opportunity to verify authenticity. As a time traveler, how can you miss it? Since you can't put pressure on me, then I will return to eternal sleep. Linley spoke blankly. The tone is extremely flat, as if talking about a trivial matter. He doesn't like acting. Conqueror really wants to come over. Whether he is a 25 boy or not. Get rid of it in one piece. That being the case, don't waste time. As he said that, the second generation ghost raised his chest. In an instant, the overbearing and annihilating aura and fluctuations began to spread to the surroundings. Quote? Conqueror, who was advancing rapidly, suddenly froze. The feeling of danger came suddenly. His scalp tingled with shock. It's like the front. What a dangerous place. Step on it and die. Like him, everyone in the red sheath sensed this aura and fluctuation. But the end is far from it. Not too strong. What's more, there's one less person to deal with. Jin and Quinn. It has already made them stretched, and it is extremely thrilling. How can you take care of so much? Compared with the original book, they now have 2 less people. And Kazuki Oden, who has been far away from the crowd, can't feel it even more. But Kinemon, which is in the center, is different. Oops. Vaguely, he had the illusion that he was about to die, and his expression changed drastically. What kind of move is this? Just when he was terrified, the sea of thunder began to spread rapidly around Linley. A blue sky giant dragon conceived from the thunder. Kinemon subconsciously wanted to retreat, but the sea of thunder spread faster than him. A sense of paralysis ensues. The situation where he was already affected by his injuries made his actions even worse. Damn it, can't you escape? Be aware of this. Kinemon stopped immediately and covered himself in armed colors, which made him feel better. Boom 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 boom. At this moment, Kazuki Oden in the distance finally played with Kaido. I saw Kaido, who was riding the clouds and fog, continuously spraying hot fireballs from his mouth. Wherever it went, there were only explosions and flames. Master Oden. He took a deep look at Kazuki Oden, who was constantly splitting fireballs in the distance. Kinemon's gaze became unwavering at some point. Since you can't escape, then don't escape. I am Lord Oden's vassal and his steadfast follower. You guy, don't you look down on samurai too much. How can I die at the hands of a villain like you? Until Lord Oden decapitates Kaido, and executes you sinners for the people of Wano Kuni, I will never. Kinemon widened his eyes viciously, and roared hysterically. Fall. As soon as the words fell, the 2 samurai swords were raised sideways and crossed to form a cross. Let me show you what a warrior is. Oden 2 swords style Taoyuan 10 fist. At this moment, the energy and spirit are highly concentrated, embodying Kinemon, who regards death as home, with unwavering will and belief. Wielding the double knives wrapped around emission, the cross is in front and the person is behind. In an instant, like a meteor, piercing the sky. 022 If explosive seeds are useful, what do you need strength for? Exploded. It's really inexplicable. Seeing the shooting star, piercing the sky. Like light and electricity, go forward indomitable. Linley's deep eyes turned cold. It seems that he finally understands Kaido's helplessness in the face of enemies who explode at every turn in the original book. Next moment, roar. I could only hear the blue sky giant dragon conceived from the sea of thunder, roaring like thunder, resounding through the sky. The meaning of annihilation swept across the earth in an instant. The thunder was loud, as if it was enough to destroy shape and nature. Facing the meteor that pierced the sky, the blue sky dragon's eyes were calm. Also with lightning speed, collide with each other. Boom. It's too late and then fast, the moment of collision. Zila Zila. Thunder roared and lightning flashed. The almost endless sea of thunder swallowed Kinemon in an instant. No screams came from it. Kinemon seems to have put life and death aside. In the sea of thunder, a crossed red cross is clearly visible, running crazily. Even the thunder and lightning with annihilating breath can't stop it half a step. I will definitely win next time. Not knowing where the self-confidence came from, Kinemon's fierce gaze was still unwavering. A grim expression, although it illustrates the hardships of moving forward at this moment. But the speed has never been halved. In an instant, it passed from one side of the thunder sea to the other side, appearing in front of Linley. I won. The loud and confident declaration of victory shouted from his mouth. This will be the worst blow in his life. Carrying the will and belief to unswervingly follow Lord Oden. Even after this blow, no more energy left. The winner will definitely be him. But, is this the limit after the explosion? Linley chuckled and didn't move. But suddenly, it is obvious that Linley is close at hand. Kunamon's figure. But suddenly, stop. Bang 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 bang. There were 2 sounds in succession, the sound of 2 samurai swords falling. What a disappointment. Right, if explosive seeding is useful, what do you need strength for? How is this going? At this moment, Kinemon realized that he couldn't even move a single finger. It was as if the body was no longer his own. A pungent burning smell emanated from his body. It took a lot of effort for him to take a breath. I want to look down at my body. But even the act of bowing his head has become an unattainable dream. Finally, he seemed to understand why Linley was disappointed. The smile is a bit miserable, and the eyes are extremely complicated. Among them, it is clear that there are emotions such as powerlessness, reluctance, and anger. But more is unwillingness. You win. I'm really not reconciled. It won't make me feel honored to be defeated by a villain like you. As long as you are happy. Linley was not interested in talking nonsense about a dying person. At this moment, Kunamon's body about to fall made him confirm one thing. The rumors are indeed false. What resurrection fruit? Nonsense. One more. I thought that such a thing as explosion should not exist in reality. Who ever thought? Really let him meet. He yelled for no reason, thinking that he would be able to explode with unprecedented potential and strength, thus defeating him. Why? Belief. Will. If these things are useful, how could there be beasts pirates alive on the land of Wano-Kuni? Ridiculous. No matter how determined Kinemon is, how passionate he is, how much he disregards life and death. Neither can make up for the gap in hard power. In fact, when Linley judged Kinemon's strength, the moment when the latter was swallowed by the Sea of Thunder, the ending is already doomed, even if he rushed out of it. But the body is already dead. Compared with Kanglompo when he first obtained the form of Sesshomaru, how is it several times stronger now? Kinemon really thinks that he is a person with the ability of resurrection armor fruit. What posture dared to have such a dream? Even if he learned from Kazuki Oden's must-kill mystery, Taoyuan's 10 punches can sever a certain amount of thunder. What about the body? Falling into the Sea of Thunder is like falling into the real sea. Every inch of the body will be annihilated by the thunder. His emission Haki must not only maintain the amazing attack of Taoyuan's 10 punches, but also defend against thunder from all corners. How could that be enough? Unless Kazuki Oden cut out this trick himself. In that case, with Linley's current strength, he can only leave in a flash. Now, it's just defeating an enemy that doesn't deserve the name. Nothing to be proud of. To be honest, he didn't look down on people like Kinemon and the Red Sheath 9 heroes at all. Yu Zhong, rotten. The so-called must-win reason is for the people of Wano-Kuni, or just for Kazuki Oden. If it is the former, Linley can still look a little higher. But if you really have this kind of awareness, can you still make the 100 beasts grow wildly in the past 5 years? He doesn't even have the awareness of admonishing the Lord for gains and losses, and analyzing the pros and cons, and will only follow orders. Like an idiot, no matter what folly Kazuki Oden does, can be associated with greatness. It's just adhering to the principle of repaying gratitude with food and salary. To put it nicely, it's called 9 heroes. It's hard to say, but Kazuki Oden's servant. In the original book, when dealing with Luffy, the king who defeated Kaido, he just left without saying goodbye, and he could draw his sword to face each other. This kind of waste, not worth mentioning. Seeing that Linley ignored him and seemed to be leaving his last words, Kinemon smiled bitterly and said, "You just wait, Master Oden, I will definitely avenge you. Even if you are in hell, I will definitely be there. Waiting for your arrival." The corners of Linley's mouth turned up slightly. It's like looking at a fool. The second generation ghost pierced, turned horizontally into vertically, and pierced straight into Kinemon's heart. It was the last ride for him. Poof. Watching Kinemon's fallen body completely lose its vitality, Linley was disappointed, but was soon attracted by the warring Kaido and Kazuki Oden. A long time, the Sea of Thunder disappeared, as if it never appeared. But when Kanjuro took a look, all he saw was a charred body. After all, Kinemon has not been in Thunderbolt for a long time. Unlike Fu Lu Shou, who was chopped into powder on the spot. Kinemon. Kanjuro looked at Linley in horror, paused, and suddenly screamed. At the same time, the gazes of the people in the Red Sheath also followed the disappearance of the Sea of Thunder. How come, Brother Kinemon, just died like this? Denjiro and the others watched this scene in disbelief. 023 Avalanche collapse. Brother Kinemon. Damn it, this must be fake. The people in red sheaths who witnessed Kinemon's corpse. All sadness comes from it. The scenes of getting along with him quickly came to mind. Some people couldn't believe this scene. It is an illusion to deceive yourself. Some people, such as Kikunojo and Shinobu with weak personalities, immediately burst into tears. Everyone else had tears in their eyes. Soon, grief turns to anger. They stared at Linley in unison. I can't wait to cut him into pieces. Sensing this murderous look, Linley obviously didn't take it seriously. If eyes could kill, I'm afraid he has died 1,000 times. But if is only if after all. Kinemon's death, it didn't leave any waves in his heart. Avenge Brother Kinemon. Denjiro growled angrily. The rest of the people all echoed. Go away, kill that guy, even if it's death, I still have to take that guy to see Kinemon. For a while, cries of wanting to kill Linley can be heard endlessly. The attacks on Jin and Quinn became more and more fierce. Defensively given up almost entirely. I just want to get out of the restraint of the two as soon as possible. Aren't you being too presumptuous? Jin sneered. To be angry, it should be them. Only one Kinemon died, and their casualties were at least 100 times greater. I didn't see them yelling blindly. That is, when we don't exist. Quinn blasted the boy Ashura away with a punch, his eyes full of contempt. Your lives are worth money. When I just started, I didn't see you showing mercy. Everyone in the red scabbard was already at a disadvantage. Want to rush out of their encirclement and kill Linley. Could it be that he drank Brother Kaido's wine and lived in a dream? ... Facing the incompetent fury of the red sheath crowd, Linley didn't bother to pay attention. Watching Kaido and Kazuki Oden fighting in the distance temporarily hold back the idea of going to be a spectator, even if you are interested in the shocking battle between the two. Anyway, I am also a member of the 100 Beasts. None of the enemies died. The people below also suffered casualties from time to time. How can I go to the theater with peace of mind? Besides, originally for the battle with Kinemon. Actually looking forward to it. Looking forward to putting pressure on him. After all, fighting to the death is the best way to grow up. Since you are determined to stand on top of the world, this kind of thing will be commonplace in the future. But now, how disappointing. It can't give Linley the pressure he wants at all. It's not that he has mastered the magical skill of silent displacement. You will always be invincible. The family knows their own affairs. According to his own analysis, there are at least 4 ways to defeat him now. Or, observation Haki reaches the level of foreseeing the future. In this case, no matter how you dodge, it is within the opponent's expectation. Or, the defense is strong enough, exhaust his physical strength and then counterattack. Or, throw large AoE casually to prevent the possibility of getting close. Or, it is to surpass him in speed. I thought that Kinemon used the bursting performance in the original work. How come it belongs to the category of strong enough defense? Result, that's it, it's Denjiro. This one is vaguely known as the strongest of the 9 heroes of the Red Sheath. I knew I would choose him. Thinking of this, Linley glanced at the crowd in the chaos. I still have half of my physical strength now. Most of the physical strength is consumed by the Kandlong break. In fact, even if Kandlongpo is not used, it can actually solve Kinemon. It's just a waste of time. Free yourself now. Even if Kaido and Kazuki Oden are tied, everyone in the red scabbard, the game is over. Brother Jin, Brother Quinn, do you need help? If he faces an enemy who can counter him, regardless of quantity, it is absolutely impossible for others to intervene. This is somewhat similar to Kaido. Linley asked this out of respect. Boy, well done. Quinn's tone was full of surprise. For Linley to tackle Kinemon so quickly, he is really incredible. The growth rate is too fast. However, how did you kill him directly? Didn't you agree to execute them publicly? Beasts pirates always have to beat the opponent. Nor will it confuse the tradition of killing in the first place. Even if they wanted to kill them, they would either have to make sure that there was no hope of winning them over, or execute them in public after achieving a certain purpose. Who ever thought? Linley doesn't follow the rules at all. However, the thought of the sea of thunder that made others numb. Once it falls into it, it will either die or be disabled. Also relieved. It's fine to die, Ember said lightly. The others should also solve it as soon as possible. This battle is so far. At least 100 people from the 100 Beasts group died. Although it is not too exaggerated for Beasts Pirates, which currently has nearly 2,000 people. But there is no reason to allow such casualties to continue. Good. Linley nodded without hesitation. Just wait for Jin's words. So next, there is almost no suspense. The situation collapsed like an avalanche. With the addition of Linley, Conqueror is a 25-year-old boy. Not working hard. With only the remaining 8 people, how could it be possible to compete against Linley's combat strength? The weakest Shinobu, Kikunojo, was the first to lose and fell to the ground. Seeing this, Conqueror pretended to show his flaws inadvertently, and fell down at the same time. In fact, it's not that everyone in Akasaka did not learn from Kinemon's explosive seed. Only, if the explosive seed is to be useful, in the original book, Kazuki Oden and the Red Sheath 9 heroes have to do Kaido together. Wait until the fighting here subsides. Everyone in the Red Sheath was seriously injured, and they were restrained with eyes full of reluctance. Their only hope is Kazuki Oden, who has a fierce battle with Kaido. Even if I wait and lose, Lord Oden will never lose. As long as Master Oden cuts off Kaido's head, none of you can escape. The sayings of the Red Sheath people. None of the 3 of Linley denied it. That's the truth. With the level of combat power of Kaido and Kazuki Oden, one person can wipe out everyone present. There is no doubt about this. But will Kaido lose? Linley was noncommittal about the answer to this question. Then everyone's eyes fell on the 2 people who were fighting in the distance. 024, famous scene, Kaido's Cinnabar Mole. Take observation Haki by Kazuki Oden. There is no reason why Kinemon's sacrifice and the defeat of his retainers cannot be discovered. But he knows it. Now is not the time to grieve and struggle. Only by defeating Kaido in front of you. Only then can the situation be reversed. Realize a headwind turnaround. Therefore, in the depths of his pupils at this moment, only Kaido. The only thing I want to cut off is your head. Yanmo with one hand, and Tianyuyu slash with the other. Kazuki Oden is as fast as the wind. The scorching fireball ejected from Kaido's mouth fell like a torrential rain. But, without exception, all of them were cut into 2 by him with a knife. Boom boom boom. Explode and leave behind. Kazuki Oden never looked back. It seems to confirm the sentence. Real men never look back at explosions. Of course, whether Kazuki Oden is a real man is still open to question. Ooh, what an interesting man. Kaido, who had been looking forward to it for a long time, watched this scene condescendingly and laughed heartily. As expected of you, Kazuki Oden. I've been waiting for a strong man like you. Today, I finally got my wish. At this moment, let alone how strong the fighting spirit in his heart is. Taoyuan Shirataki, Kazuki Oden was clearly not in the mood for pleasantries for Kaido's approval. But in the eyes, there is also a fighting spirit. Suddenly jumped up from the ground. With his super jumping ability, he almost jumped to the clouds, and slashed towards Kaido, who was transformed into a green dragon. Bang 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 bang, the sound of weapons colliding and bursting the air continued to resound from the air. I saw Kaido cleverly using his teeth and claws to keep blocking his slashing blows. A moment's work, the two clashed for dozens of rounds. Shua, suddenly, two dexterous and slender dragon whiskers appeared behind Kazuki Oden at some unknown time. Taking advantage of its unpreparedness, a winding quickly wrapped it up. Just toss it casually, boom. In the next second, Kazuki Oden was smashed to the ground like a meteorite. Dense cracks spread from his whole body. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. Waiting for him to climb up from the crack with difficulty. His body was like the ground under his feet, with many traces on it. He suffered a loss, his face was full of solemnity, and his brows were tightly wrinkled. But the fighting spirit in his eyes never faded, and became a little more determined. Just like his next sentence, it is so decisive and resounding. I won't let you continue doing whatever you want in Wano-kuni. As soon as the words fell, the flowing fluorescent light began to flash all over his body, and he burst out at an astonishing speed again, as if turning into a streamer, quickly closing the distance with Kaido. Ooh, interesting. Seeing that Lai Shin was happy, Kaido opened the dragon's mouth without hesitation, brewing a terrifying aura from it. Seeing Kazuki Oden close at hand, the hot breath in his mouth was finally fully charged. Boom. A huge shock wave that was several kilometers long and filled with flames hit Kazuki Oden head on with lightning speed. Kacha kacha. Looking carefully, Kazuki Oden, who was blasted into the ground, has already cracked thick and long cracks under his feet. With difficulty blocking the heat with his two knives, he kept backing away. Everywhere, there are many cracks. Facing Kaido's long-awaited enthusiasm, Kazuki Oden's 3-meter-high body is like an insignificant stone in front of him. But the flame in his eyes, which represented the fighting spirit, burned more and more intensely. When it finally reached a critical point, he roared angrily. I can't lose here. Oden 2 swords Taoyuan 10 punches. Next second, a huge dark red cross, accompanied by countless lightning bolts of the same color, disappeared in a flash. Kazuki Oden resisted the impact of heat, jumped up forcefully, and rushed in front of Kaido. Wherever he went, the hot interest was divided into 4 parts. Puff. When the dark red cross reappears, it's like a giant tattoo, embedded deep in Kaido's belly. Roar. The painful dragon roar resounded through the sky. A huge amount of blood fell like rain. Tick tick tick. Facing the terrifying cross slash with flashing dark red lightning, the severe pain caused Kaido to lose consciousness for a short time, and his huge body fell to the ground uncontrollably. Boom. For a moment, it was as if a magnitude 10 earthquake had occurred all around. For the weaker beast's pirates, it became a luxury to even stand firm. You actually cut the invincible Kaido-sama. Seeing this scene, Quinn was so shocked that his eyeballs bulged, and he didn't even notice that the cigar he picked up after the war fell off. Quote. Not only Quinn, but Jin was also very surprised. In his heart, Kaido is invincible and can change the world in the future. To be wounded by an idiot like Kazuki Oden. Very good, as expected of Master Oden. At this time, Denjiro, Ashura Doji and others are conscious. Although he was chained up, he lost his freedom. But seeing this scene, a strong hope arises spontaneously in my heart. Oden-sama, who had hoped for everyone, did not disappoint them. Present, only Linley remained expressionless and calm. Is this the famous scene in the legend, Kaido's Cinnabar Mole? Because of this scar, let Kaido think about it for 20 years. Until the decisive battle with Wong Luffy, I can't forget it. But Linley thinks so. The reason why Kaido pays attention. It's just that Kazuki Oden was the first one to permanently scar him. Whoever this person changes will impress Kaido. It's like first love. Maybe after seeing the world, I will feel that the vision back then was nothing more than that. But that first throbbing feeling, it has always occupied a corner of my heart, taking root, but not necessarily sprouting. If you are ashamed of it, that feeling is stronger. Like in the original book, Kurozumi Higurashi disguised as Momonosuke to distract Kazuki Oden. Although Kaido does not say, but it definitely became the biggest regret in his heart. Only, he is a hero after all. Regrets are regrets, although he disdains to use dirty tricks in battle. But when an accident that is beneficial to him appears, he will never pretend to miss the fruits of victory. And now the brief defeat. It doesn't mean that he will be defeated. Some people think that Kaido would have lost without Kurozumi Higurashi. Linley scoffed at that. Who doesn't know that Kaido's dragon form is specially used to take beatings? Kazuki Oden landed steadily, exhaled the long-suffering suffocation in his heart, and shouted to Kaido, who turned into a human form and walked out of the dust and smoke. The next move will be your head. At this moment, Kurozumi Orochi finally arrived with a group of subordinates. He came here, of course, not to help. Instead, he finally couldn't bear it anymore and wanted to know the result of this battle as soon as possible. After all, everything he owns is closely related to Kaido, even if I have more confidence in Kaido. But Kazuki Oden is not vegetarian. So when Kanjuro heard the news that Kazuki Oden was going to attack Kaido, a group of people panicked. Without even a second of delay, Kaido was informed immediately. Who ever thought? Just arrived, and saw the picture of Kaido being shot down and injured from a distance. For a moment, the lower body was slightly loose in fright. Oops, if Kaido loses, then I'm doomed. Don't worry, Kurozumi Higurashi grinned sinisterly like an old hag, and seemed to have a bright idea. With a face full of confidence. 025 Kaido doesn't need to play this kind of trick. Seeing Kazuki Oden, he charged again furiously at Kaido who had transformed back into human form. Quinn subconsciously took a puff on his cigar, only to realize that he had disappeared. Bah, I relighted the root and just took 2 puffs. With the clearly visible sadness on his face, he suddenly felt that the cigars were no longer fragrant. Jin, do you want to help? Although I know Kaido, I know that he doesn't like others to intervene in his battle. But now he was badly injured and bleeding profusely. It looks like something is going wrong. I can't stand it anymore. After all, the final result of the battle between the two had a huge impact. Once Kaido is defeated, I'm afraid the whole of Beast's pirates, the best outcome is to get out. In the worst case, it might end in Wano-kuni. This is unacceptable to him, so naturally he must try his best to avoid this worst ending. Quote. Jin frowned, but didn't speak. However, the ever-shrinking pupils all showed that he was struggling at the moment. The battle here is now settled. In fact, they can completely free up their hands to help in the battle. Even if it's just him and Quinn making a move, can play a huge role. However, it was because he knew Kaido too well that he hesitated. Without him, I just don't believe that Kaido will lose. Always firmly believe that Kaido is the legendary Joey Boy. But what if, as number 2 of the Beast's pirates, he couldn't just see one side of the story? Instead, we must consider the problem with a global perspective. Seemingly seeing Jin's hesitation, Linley said calmly, you have to have some confidence in your father. He is not someone who can be easily defeated. Logically speaking, the safest way right now is of course to swarm. Help Kaido defeat Kazuki Oden. Whether it is from the standpoint or the result. As it should be, pirates are not playing games. This battle is not a group arena with set rules. There is no principle of fairness or unfairness. Only look at the results and not the process. Knowing is one thing, but how to do it is another. Anyone who wants to stand on top of the world, who doesn't yearn for hardy battles, where life and death can be pushed to the limit. This is the pride of being a strong man. How could he allow others to intervene in his battle? Linley wouldn't allow it anyway. He firmly believes that. So is Kaido. Hearing this, Jin hesitated for a moment before finally making up his mind and said softly. Just wait and see. If it's not finished, when it's a last resort. But I can't manage that much anymore. Of course Linley heard it too. I didn't say anything more. However, he glanced at Jin who had been hiding his true face in the mask. But he thought of a question. Why Jin? No Conqueror's Haki. Why is it that with the blood of the god of the Lunaria clan, the innate starting point is far beyond the average person, and has followed Kaido, who is known as the teacher, for so many years? Achievements are always limited. I'm afraid, it has something to do with the lack of vigor and indomitable belief. At this moment, Kurozumi, who was covered in cold sweat, was panting and brought people over. The annoying Linley was also there, and greeted the 3 of them one after another. He hurriedly looked at Kaido and Kazuki Oden who were fighting together again. See Kaido's bleeding cross wound. With a chill in my heart, I said anxiously. Old woman, hurry up and use your abilities. Kaido must never be defeated, and I will never allow him to lose. Otherwise, one can imagine with his back that his end will be extremely tragic. As he spoke, he nodded and signaled Kurozumi Higurashi to immediately implement the strategy he had just thought of. Linley had been guarding against his move for a long time, so he gave Kurozumi Higurashi a cold look, and said with a blank expression. Don't do anything stupid. As soon as the words fell, the eyes were full of warnings. He doesn't think Kaido needs Kurozumi Higurashi to play these tricks. What's more, this can be regarded as saving the old woman's life. Fine, just watch the show honestly. Self-help claims, but you will die with a stick. Seeing Linley's reaction, Kurozumi was so angry that he jumped his feet. It's already this time, why are you still competing with us? The top priority now is to help Kaido kill Kazuki Oden, understand? He doesn't need you to make up your own mind. Linley's tone was full of doubts. The action of his right hand falling into the hilt made the latter subconsciously take a few steps back. Realized that Linley wasn't joking. It's if they're really going to do something. I'm afraid it will really be shot. This made Kurozumi Orochi's face extremely ugly. He even doubted whether Linley was Kazuki Oden's spy. Not only not to help, but to prevent them from helping. What's the point of this? Jin and Quinn are also really. Why is it also an indifferent look? Finally, think of Linley's temperament. After all, he didn't have the guts to challenge his will. Boom boom boom. At this time, Kaido, who turned back into human form with a mace, excitedly collided with Kazuki Oden. Pain like never before, it made his blood boil extremely. He looked miserable on the outside, but he was very happy on the inside. This is the battle I've been waiting for a long time. In the past 5 years, he actually rarely went out. Just in case he wasn't there, Kazuki Oden stole the house. The only battle that was barely passable was the one with the Moria pirates. However, Gecko Moria is just not enough to watch. When the crew was wiped out by the regiment, they ran away in fright. This made him even more eager to fight with higher intensity. Right now, it's just right. Thunder 8 trigrams, accompanied by dark red lightning, entangled conquerors and armed mace, blasted heavily towards Kazuki Oden. The latter is not to be outdone. Also counterattack. Oden's 2-sword-style samurai great soul. I saw pink streamers emerging from his 2 knives, which soon formed a butterfly-like shape. Bang! The moment the mace collided with Yanmo and Tianyu Yuzan, the splashing waves seemed to explode the surrounding air. 026 I am too useless, but I blame the prophecy for being irreversible. In the next few minutes, the two fought each other for hundreds of moves. Facing Kaido in human form, Kazuki Oden obviously cannot become bigger and stronger, create more glories and achieve greater results. The balance of victory quickly tilted towards him, and gradually and undecidedly pulled back to the middle. The situation began to stalemate. Was it the zone that ate, or the phantom beast, the blue dragon form? Vitality and resilience are heaven-defying. This is also the basis for Kaido to be called the strongest creature in the world, in the future. Therefore, the cross wound on his lower left abdomen is healing at an astonishing speed visible to the naked eye. However, even if the wound healed, it still left an indelible scar. As proof that Kazuki Oden's attack power exploded, at least one fact is proven. Kazuki Oden's operation was as fierce as a tiger. Looking at the record, at least it's not 0/5. This did not go beyond Linley's expectations. Kaido in the blue dragon form was originally a target. The number of times I was deflated can't be counted on both hands in the original book. The human form is the normal level. Check out the scene where you first meet Wong Luffy. In the form of a green dragon, he was beaten to sober up. In human form, it kills instantly with a stick. Look at facing the 9 heroes of Red Sheath again. Obviously it's a matter of a few sticks. If you have to change into the blue dragon form first, you will be beaten. This coquettish operation is really incomprehensible. The whole self is not at all ostentatious. As Daddy M. Thinking of this possibility, Linley looked a little weird. This strange attribute appears in people like Kaido. Inevitably, however, this earth-shattering Hawkeye is really enviable. Looking at the two people fighting in front of them, sometimes the sword energy is vertical and horizontal, and sometimes the air is torn. The dark red lightning representing Conqueror's entanglement never dissipated even for a moment. The air waves rushing straight into the sky seemed to tear a huge gap in the clouds. In order to avoid being affected, everyone only dared to watch the battle from a distance. It can be said, whether it is armed color or conquerors. I am afraid that both of them have reached an astonishing height. Maybe there is a gap compared to Whitebeard, who is still at his peak. That is also a goal that Linley can hardly achieve in a short time. Certainly, with the contract 100 times return system, for him, it is only a matter of time before he reaches this or even higher height. It won't take long. He was very sure of this in his heart. It won't be long. The world's top powerhouse will add his name. And Kaido stabilized his position, which relieved Jin and Quinn. It seems that I was just worrying about it. At this time, the latter suddenly felt that the cigar was fragrant again. Smoking happily. Quote. Jin didn't speak, but his eyes regained his composure. In the depths of the pupils, a trace of self-mockery flickered at some point. After following Kaido for so many years, his confidence in him is not as good as that of Linley, who has only been on Ghost Island for more than 5 years. Goo-ha-ha-ha-ha. Seeing this, Kurozumi wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. The lower body is finally not so loose. Just now he was almost scared to pee. Such a gaffe. Fortunately, everyone's attention was not on him. Otherwise, General Wanokuni, who was dignified, was scared to death on the spot. It's so offensive, wouldn't it be a big joke if it spread? You must win, Lord Oden. Everyone's hope rests on you. Only by beheading Kaido can Wanokuni have hope. Seeing this, Denjiro and Ashura Doji roared inwardly. It was originally the moment when I saw Chinglong Kaido fall to the ground. Like the rain, they ushered in great hope. Who would have thought that within a short period of time, Kaido would come back again? And Kaido looked more and more excited. On the contrary, Master Oden's face became more and more serious. This is very telling. With the latter's physical fitness, it is definitely not a wise move to fight a protracted battle with a monster like Kaido. Kazuki Oden apparently realizes this too. If you continue like this, I'm afraid it will be bad for me. The tactics must be changed, otherwise. Awareness is awareness, but if he can resolve the battle as soon as possible, the current battle situation will not be so anxious. This can't help but remind him of the scene when he followed the One Piece King Roger to Raftel. Over there, everything the Roger pirates know. Among them, there is a prophecy about Wanokuni. Could it be, that man must be invincible? 20 years later, Wanokuni will usher in the prophecy of the founding of the country, and it cannot be broken anyway. He is not reconciled. However, there was a strong sense of powerlessness in my heart. Perhaps, this is one of the reasons why he chose to believe in Kurozumi Orochi in the first place. Always be lucky. After all, not even Roger can change the prophecy, let alone him. If Linley knew what he was thinking, he would have scoffed. Are you kidding me? What Roger wants to change is the world. And all Kazuki Oden has to face is a Kaido. The difficulty of the two is not in the same order of magnitude at all. As long as another normal person has the conditions that Kazuki Oden has. Want to kick Kaido and the Beast's pirates out of Wano Kuni. Not to mention easy. At least it was easy. The Kaido of 20 years ago is not the world's strongest creature, or the world's strongest individual, 20 years later. I am too useless, but I blame the prophecy for being irreversible. But it is impossible for any normal person to eat this set. Oops. Suddenly, Kazuki Oden's expression changed. Fighting against a strong player of Kaido's level, if you are a little distracted, you may be caught and lose. Right now, the mace flashing dark red lightning came from a tricky angle. He didn't realize it immediately. By the time it was discovered, the best time to parry had been lost. Boom. Kazuki Oden, barely holding up his double knives, faced a sudden force. It seemed that he had no strength to resist and was knocked out. Fortunately, in the end, he blocked the stick with a samurai sword. Otherwise, it would definitely be uncomfortable to be bombarded on the body. Hey, Kazuki Oden, didn't you say you're going to cut off my head? How dare you get distracted during the battle? Kaido's originally excited expression turned into fury in an instant. Kazuki Oden's actions undoubtedly did not take his opponent seriously in his heart. How could he, who was addicted to war, not be angry? During the rapid change of body shape, the strongest dragon form has been activated. I won't disrespect my opponent like you. Next, I will use the strongest form to defeat you. Let's decide the outcome. ... On the other side, Yamato and the three little ones searched for a small boat on Onigashima, and then they couldn't wait to head towards the direction Linley left. It was calm along the way, but the three little ones, who had no navigation skills, finally came to the rabbit bowl area after a waste of effort. And they have only just set foot on this land not long ago. There is still some distance from the battlefield. He was stared at by several gazes from a distance. 027 The three little ones who entered the battlefield randomly. Jack, are you sure you read it right? Is Linley big brother going in this direction? The three little ones walking through the jungle are advancing at a not so fast speed. Jack is at the front. With its huge body, it plays the role of opening the way. Facing Yamato's inquiry, he immediately said, "There's nothing wrong with it. The young master came to the rabbit bowl area. And I heard from them that large forces are gathering in this area." Well, all right. Yamato nodded excitedly and involuntarily quickened his pace. Let's move faster. Dad and Linley big brother are so strong. Those warriors are definitely no match. If we go late, we might miss it. But Yamato, Black Maria, who has always used Linley's words as an imperial decree, has a worried look on her face compared to the excited Jack and Yamato. Will Linley big brother be angry if he sees us? Give us the task of hockey practice, just don't want us to disturb their battle, if you know. Would not. Before Black Maria finished speaking, Yamato interrupted her. I saw her small head raised high, her eyes that seemed to be able to speak seemed to be full of confidence. Linley big brother can't bear to be angry with me. With big brother here, even if dad finds out, nothing will happen. Quote. Even after Yamato said that, Black Maria still had a sad face. Ever since she came to Beast's Pirates, her biggest fear was that Master Linley would get angry. Not that you're going to be blamed or anything. Rather, from the bottom of my heart, I don't want to see him worrying about himself. Recalling the scene when I first joined. As a little girl, she was taken among a group of vicious-looking pirates. Newcomer, don't panic, it's definitely a lie. But, because of the existence of Master Linley, a ray of light seemed to shine into her fearful heart. Very warm, although the young master is not that fond of laughing. But I clearly remember that when we met for the first time. Although he couldn't see his face clearly, the sunlight shining from the young master's back was really warm. That evening, the moonlight is beautiful and the wind is gentle. Under the moonlight, she will never forget the picture of that face that makes people sink at first glance, and the slightly upward curve of the corners of her mouth. Deeply embedded in my mind. From then on, under the care of the young master, she quickly adapted to life on Ghost Island. Get involved in small groups. To her, Linley was not just as simple as the young master. He is also a deeply dependent and admired person. Presumably the same is true for Yamato, right? All right. No matter how worried she was, she felt that she had the responsibility to take care of Jack and Yamato, and she would not run back by herself. Just as the three little ones were gradually approaching the battlefield, those who have not mastered observation hockey, he didn't notice the malicious gazes in the distance. Hey, are you sure? That guy is really Kaido's daughter. There was a thick and long scar in the corner of his eye, and the middle-aged man with a ferocious face asked the younger brother beside him. There's nothing wrong, Brother Dajang. The younger brother beside the middle-aged man said respectfully. Do you still remember that you asked me to give gifts to Mr. Higaro's house a year ago? What does it have to do with this? After I gave the gift that day, I just left the City of Flowers when I saw that girl enter the City of Flowers under the protection of several beasts and thieves. With him, there is an exaggeratedly handsome boy. Then how are you sure she is Kaido's daughter? Brother, have you forgotten? According to rumors, Kaido has an adopted son and a daughter. In terms of characteristics, they just correspond. Besides, look at her head, which also has horns. All right, Hearing this, the middle-aged man known as Dajang nodded slowly. His eyes were full of ferocity. His name is Zuenzi Dajang. He is the boss of the underworld in the Rabbit Bowl area. Originally one of the underworld leaders under Bingorang's area. After Hydro was arrested, unwilling to be incorporated by Kurozumi Orochi, he hibernates in his own site. After receiving news that Kazuki Oden and Kaido are fighting in the Rabbit Bowl area. As the spokesperson of the underground forces in this area, he led people to the scene immediately. Unfortunately, from a distance, I saw the picture of the Red Sheath 9 heroes being defeated. Aware of this fight, Kazuki Oden lost more than he won. He brought people here because he wanted to participate in the tailwind. Now against the wind, there is no reason to die. So, in desperation, he chose to go back and hibernate. Who would have thought that on the way back, they would see 3 little ones walking straight in the jungle from afar. One of them was also recognized by the subordinates as Kaido's daughter. Since you are sure, what are you waiting for? Get it for me. But, at this moment, another younger brother hesitated and said, isn't it good to start with a little girl? Didn't brother Hydro always oppose this approach? Snap, this little guy just finished speaking. I got a slap on the face. Zuenzi Dajang suppressed his voice and said viciously, although I respect brother Hydro very much, but he's obviously too kind. Now that he has been arrested, in the future, he will no longer have to do things in his style. Besides, is it possible that you think you are a kind person? What are we doing? A gangster, cruel and ruthless, not following the rules is the norm. Isn't it reasonable to kidnap a little girl? The most important is, now that Foolish Highness is still able to fight, although I think he is stupid, but if he loses, Wano-kuni will have no hope at all. Since this is the case, it is so hard to come across this kind of opportunity, why not tie up Kaido's daughter and let him be a mousetrap? Brother is right. Shui Wenzi's reprimand immediately received compliments from many younger brothers. So at his command, many little brothers rushed out from the hiding place in one go, and surrounded the 3 little ones. Who are you? Seeing a group of samurai suddenly appearing, Black Maria's heart trembled, and she rushed to Yamato subconsciously, pulling her behind her. 028 Accident. Yamato awakening conquerors. Zuenzi Dajang didn't answer Black Maria's question, but instead had a piercing smile on his face. Hey, you two, if you are sensible, hand over the little guy in the back. Is she Kaido's daughter? Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. Hearing this, the 3 little ones were all taken aback. How long has it been since I came to the Rabbit Bowl area? To be targeted, and looking at the other party's attire, he is still a samurai from Wano-kuni. It's menacing, and it must have bad intentions. BD, you take me for. Jack was taken aback, but immediately flew into a rage, and was about to say something when he was stopped by Black Maria. I saw that her expression quickly calmed down, and she talked gracefully. What are you saying? Who is Kaido? As he spoke, he showed a puzzled expression. Right now, the other side has a lot of people, and they are still young. Head-to-head is not a wise move. According to what Master Linley said, in the face of this situation, the best policy is to surrender without fighting. Hehe. However, despite trying to pretend not to know Kaido, for Zuenzi Dajang, who is the boss of the underworld, he is still too tender after all. How could it be possible that you have never seen such a small scene of intrigue with people in the underworld? It seems so. Originally, this question was not intended to get an exact answer from the mouths of the 3 little ones. Say it or not, it doesn't matter. Just hand over people. So Zuenzi Dajang didn't talk too much nonsense, and urged impatiently. Hand over the people. In exchange, just bypass your lives. Impossible. Black Maria and Jack's expressions changed, and they refused without even thinking about it. Let them hand over Yamato. How can it be? Yamato is the daughter of Kaido's boss, and is also the most beloved sister of Master Linley. Even if you pay the price with your life, you must protect her well. It turns out their target is me. Realizing this, Yamato was unavoidably flustered. Compared with the more mature Black Maria, and the iron-headed Jack. She, who has been protected all the time, is obviously more immature. The first time I encountered this kind of thing, I didn't know what to do for a while. He could only let Black Maria and Jack stand in front of him. Impossible. This answer is not what I want to hear. Zuenzi Dajang obviously didn't take the 3 little ones seriously, let alone continue talking nonsense. Seeing that the 3 little ones were not cooperating, they said ferociously. Catch it. Kang 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 kang. Following his order, the younger brothers pulled out the samurai swords hanging from their waists one after another, and rushed towards the 3 little ones. Sanshao only looked young. But Black Maria and Jack are not small. Not to mention the beast's pirates. People in the underworld basically have eyesight. There is no possibility of underestimating it. So coming up is basically going all out. Jack, protect Yamato. Black Maria gave Jack a command with an ugly face, pulled out a flute from her cuff, and quickly covered the armament Hawkeye that she had just mastered. And Jack didn't hesitate at all, and immediately transformed into the strongest elephant human form. I can fight too. Although a little flustered, the enemies have already rushed forward. How can Yamato sit still? Just like Jack, she quickly transformed into the human form of Dako Junshin. Bang 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 bang. In an instant, the 3 little ones fought with the warriors under Zuenzi Dajang. For a while, the sound of weapons colliding could be heard endlessly. Soon, Sister Maria, Yamato's exclamation filled with worry suddenly sounded. It turned out that Black Maria was accidentally slashed by a mafia warrior from the side. Although she has mastered armament hockey, but it's only just been mastered. It can't form too strong combat effectiveness. Facing 1 or 2 warriors, it already seems stretched. The number of enemies far exceeds the limit she can handle. Almost half a minute after the fight, they fell into absolute danger. I'm fine, Yamato, don't worry. Black Maria reluctantly gave a sound of comfort, but couldn't care less about talking anymore. There are too many enemies. I'm afraid she won't last long. Jack. Compared with Black Maria, Jack's situation is more dangerous. Perhaps because the former looks too outstanding, the underworld warriors are more or less sympathetic and merciful. But Jack was not treated so well. Before I knew it, there were deep and long cuts all over my body. Blood stained the clothes red. If it weren't for being a Saddlestone Madara Murloc with rough skin and rough flesh, I'm afraid he would have fallen down long ago. I'm fine, don't worry. That's what I said, but it's all in such a miserable state, how can it be okay? Yamato watched his friends suffer one after another, with endless regret shining in his eyes. It's all because of my willfulness. I have to sneak into the battlefield with 2 little friends to watch the show. Otherwise, how could they face such a dangerous situation? In order to protect her, both Jack and Maria tried their best to resist. And she couldn't help at all. Protected by the 2 of them, she obviously had far fewer enemies to deal with. Even so, if it weren't for Dako True God's form to hold the power of ice, I'm afraid he would be taken down after a face-to-face encounter. Thinking of this, the tears in my eyes could no longer be held back, and burst out of my eyes. Sister Maria, Jack, it's all my fault. Say what? Although his body was covered with wounds, Jack grinned his teeth in pain, but still hummed with a smile. We're partners, aren't we? You are the youngest among us, shouldn't it be right to protect you? Jack is right. Hey, you guys, don't you take us too seriously. While Jack was comforting Yamato, a Yakuza samurai quietly appeared behind him. Taking advantage of his unpreparedness, he slashed his back heavily. Puff! Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. Jack only felt a sharp pain hit from behind, and his mind went blank. He was already in danger, but in an instant, more swords were added to his body. Poof! Now, he couldn't hold on any longer. All of a sudden collapsed to the ground. Completely lost fighting power. Without Jack's restraint, Black Maria couldn't support herself alone, and within 10 seconds of Jack's fall, she was kicked to the ground by the mafia warrior. Jack, Sister Maria, don't want. Yamato's pupils trembled violently, and her friends fell to the ground one after another, making her mind go blank. Boom! Suddenly, a strong invisible wave quickly spread from her body to the surroundings. Contract target Yamato, awaken Conqueror's Haki, return 43 times. Conqueror's Haki entangled, quote question mark question mark question mark quote. On the other side, Linley, who was watching the game, was stunned when he heard the system's prompt. Then, his complexion quickly became ugly. 029 43 times the return, Conqueror's winding. What's going on? Why did Yamato suddenly awaken Conqueror's Haki? With an ugly face, Linley's mind was racing, trying to figure out the answer to this question. Even if you get 43 times the return, and Conqueror's winding. He didn't get the joy after returning at all. The reason is simple, the awakening of Conquerors is completely different from the armed color and knowledge color. It is the rarest kind of Haki among Haki, and it cannot be acquired through acquired practice. Looking at the original work, under normal circumstances, one awakens only when facing life and death. So does Ace, so does Luffy, so does Doflamingo. So what happened to Yamato to awaken Conqueror's Haki? Linley, what's the matter? Jin was keenly aware of the change in his face, and asked strangely. Right now, Kaido has started the dragon form, and is about to compete with Kazuki Oden. The form is excellent. Why does this kid have such an ugly face? Nothing. Linley thought about it, but finally didn't express his worries. If Jin finds out, maybe Yamato is in danger, thus affecting Kaido's battle, not what he wants. Seeing that he was silent, Jin didn't ask any more questions, and his attention quickly returned to Kaido and Kazuki Oden, who were about to decide the winner. I'm afraid we won't be able to wait for them to decide the winner. Realizing that Yamato was in danger, Linley couldn't hold back anymore. Immediately said to Jin and Quinn, Brother Jin, Brother Quinn, I have something to leave. After finishing speaking, before the two of them could speak, a blue light shone all over his body, and he flew towards the ghost island at an astonishing speed. Quote question mark question mark question mark quote. Quinn was taken aback for a moment, looking at the blue ball of light that was rapidly going away. He was puzzled and said, This is about to decide the winner. Why? Let him go, it's probably something temporary. I hope. I'm thinking too much. The Yamato people are on Onijima. There are quite a few beast regiments remaining on the island. Logically speaking, it is impossible to encounter any danger. But at this time, Conqueror's Haki awakened. If you can't figure out the truth of the matter, make sure Yamato is safe and sound. Linley obviously couldn't feel at ease. In his heart, Yamato is undoubtedly a very important person. The other side. Plop puff. Following that invisible wave, it rapidly spread around. Under the powerful coercion contained in it, the underworld warriors rolled their eyes one after another without any resistance and fell down. Even Shui Wenzi Dajang, the boss of the underworld in the Tuan area, was also shocked by this powerful coercion, staggered, and fell to his knees. In a few seconds, cold sweat covered his forehead. The pupils trembled violently, filled with horror, and couldn't help muttering to himself. Conqueror's Haki, only one person out of millions of people has the qualifications of a king. You really are Kaido's daughter. Now he can finally be sure of this. At this moment, Yamato obviously hasn't recovered from the blank state of his mind. Perhaps it was the first release of Conqueror's Haki that cost her a lot of stamina. This invisible fluctuation did not last long, then disappeared without a trace. Poof! The moment she disappeared, her entire body went limp, and at the same time she transformed back into a human form. She sat on the ground paralyzed. Hoo! Ah ha ha ha! Zuenzi Dajang, who was like being pressed down by a mountain, felt relieved. Panting heavily, showing a smile for the rest of his life. Even he, facing the coercion of Conqueror's Haki, also felt uncomfortable. It is estimated that Yamato has just awakened. I'm afraid his fate will not be much better than that of his subordinates who all fell to the ground. It's a pity. Maybe if you hold on for a while, I won't be able to hold on anymore. Wiping off his cold sweat, his expression gradually became crazy. But now, it seems that God wants Lousy to succeed. Lifting up Yamato, who had no resistance, he looked around. Judging from this, these subordinates will not be able to wake up in a short time. He must take Kaido's daughter to the battlefield as soon as possible. If His Highness the Fool hadn't lost, maybe Kaido could be restrained. As a result, His Highness the Fool's winning rate has been greatly increased. If you have already lost, maybe it can be used to exchange his life. Then there's the antipathy to Kazuki Oden. Kazuki Oden must not die either. In the face of such big right and wrong, he still knows what he should do. For a gangster like him, no matter what disgraceful means he used. As long as it's good for the big picture. Never cared about your own notoriety. After all, before the beasts pirates swept Wano-kuni, people in the underworld are Wano-kunis, tumor. But after that, they became heroes to some extent. Sometimes when I think about it, I feel ridiculous. Jack, Sister Maria, Yamato, who was lifted up, muttered to himself with blank eyes at the moment. She's obviously a little autistic. Trapped in guilt for a long time, unable to get out. Just when Zuenzi Dajang was about to return to the battlefield, from behind him, suddenly came a frosty voice. Where do you want to go? Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. Zuenzi Dajang was startled, and hurriedly turned his head. What came into view was a white-haired boy. I don't know when it appeared behind him. Who are you? Linley didn't answer. First, he glanced at Black Maria and Jack, who had fallen into a coma. And many underworld warriors who rolled their eyes and fell to the ground. He looked at Yamato, who was raised up again with blank eyes. Instantly understood what was going on. Can't help but get angry from the heart. Kang, pull out second generation Goosh, there's no nonsense. A flash suddenly appeared behind Zuenzi Dajang. Second generation Ghost talk straight from the back. Out of the heart. Puff. You. Zuenzi Dajang obviously didn't expect Linley to act like this. He didn't even say hello, and he went straight to the killer. By the time he realized it, the second generation nonsense had pierced through his heart. Puff. Bright red blood spat out from his mouth. Trembling pupils, trembling lips, and gradually weakening body let him involuntarily fall forward and collapse on the ground. His eyes were full of unwillingness. He wanted to say something, but Linley didn't give him a chance. A foot on his head. You, damn it. Linley gently held Yamato in his arms. Seeing her expressionless eyes, the anger in my heart is getting stronger. Linley, big brother. Yamato, who was originally blind-eyed, felt himself falling into a warm and familiar embrace. Gradually came to his senses, and when he saw Linley's cheeks clearly, he burst into tears. It's okay, I'm here. 030 unexpected. 3 new contracts. Woo, it's all because of me. If it wasn't for me. Lying in Linley's arms, the more he comforted, the sadder Yamato's expression became. Crying out of breath, and Linley finally understood what was going on from her intermittent words. Can't help but let out a long sigh. In the end, it was not thoughtful enough. It's better to let the 3 little ones take the opportunity to sneak in. Otherwise, such an accident would not have happened. Fortunately, he judged that Yamato was in danger from the reminder of the contract hundredfold return system. When flying over this jungle, smell the smell of the 3 little ones through the super sense of smell. This arrived just in time and did not cause more serious consequences. Otherwise, not to mention that Yamato was taken away. If Black Maria and Jack are not treated in time, they may be in danger of dying. It's okay, don't worry, I will cure them. Linley said solemnly. This is no consolation. Rather, he has the ability to regenerate monster power, which can not only heal himself. It can also heal others to a certain extent. Really, Yamato, who thought that Black Maria and Jack were dead, suddenly had hope in his eyes. Quickly wiped away tears, said impatiently. Linley, big brother, then go and save them. Looks a little more serious because of Jack's injuries. Linley walked up to him first, and put his hand on his body. The demon power crazily emerged. As the demon power continuously entered Jack's body, his injury is healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Plus his constitution in the form of an ancient mammoth. It looked miserable, but in fact it was not fatally injured. It didn't take much effort, and it was basically back to normal. Black Maria's injury was less severe. It's easier to recover. It's just that, like Jack, maybe it's all due to lack of strength. and he will still be in a coma for a while, unable to wake up. Are they all right? Yamato rubbed his eyes and asked with great concern. Well, it's okay, wait until they wake up. In fact, at first, they just glanced at the two of them. It was determined that neither of them suffered fatal injuries. During the treatment, it confirmed his judgment even more. However, he was relieved. Linley's face suddenly became serious. Yamato, this time, you are indeed a bit willful. Compared to Yamato in this period of the original, now she is undoubtedly more lively, cheerful, eccentric. This is a direct manifestation of being too favored. Although Linley didn't think there was anything wrong with it. But if you are too willful, it's not a good thing for those close to you. Take this time as an example. In case he doesn't arrive in time. Yamato was taken away by these samurai. The consequences are really unimaginable. I'm sorry, Linley big brother. Linley's tone was not serious. But Yamato's eye sockets became red again. Tears glistened in his eyes. He bowed his head in guilt. You don't have to tell me you're sorry. Linley rubbed her little head, and said softly. This time, Maria and Jack will pay for your waywardness. You should say sorry to them. Yamato listened, and nodded like a woodpecker. I will. When they wake up, I will apologize to them properly. In the future, never again. Because of this willfulness, the little friend almost died. This was undoubtedly an unforgettable lesson for her. Yamato is such a good and obedient boy. Linley's voice softened even more. However, instead of thinking about what not to do, it's better to think about what you can do. If Yamato has the same strength as Big Brother today, would you still worry about this kind of thing? Linley intends to take this opportunity. Let Yamato change his laziness when practicing. Even if God rewards the meal. If not hard enough, maybe still be strong. But the upper limit is undoubtedly limited. After being contracted by Linley, Yamato's talent and potential are meaninglessly stronger than before. If only hard enough, there is no limit to future achievements. The level of 4 emperors is not impossible. It is unmatched by Black Maria and Jack. Yamato raised his small head, nodded with firm eyes. Yamato will definitely work hard in training in the future. Well, that's nice. After comforting Yamato, while waiting for Black Maria and Jack to wake up, Linley took the time to open the system interface. Host. Linley. Age. 12. Fruit. Inugu Fruit Phantom Beast Sesshomaru form unawakened. Skills. Flying. Silent displacement. Movement of light. Demon power regeneration. Hockey. Armament Hockey Primary. Conqueror's Hockey Entangled. Physical Arts. Swordsmanship Introductory. Physical Arts Introductory. Contract Target. Yamato. Black Maria 2/5. Now the number of contractable places has become 3. Seeing the upper limit of 5, Linley was undoubtedly a little surprised. 031 Contract Jack, Oden defeated. These 3 places. One of them is that after Black Maria has mastered Armament Hockey, she returns what she got. As for the other 2 places, Linley was a little confused. Logically speaking, after Yamato awakens Conqueror's Hockey, even if he gets a refund, he has also met the conditions for a breakthrough promotion. There will only be 1 quota. Now I directly get 2. Could it be that Conqueror's Hockey skipped a level? Due to the 43 times the return, he immediately obtained the extremely high hockey level of Conqueror's Winding. Although he was also a little surprised. But with Yamato's aptitude and such a high multiple, it's not incomprehensible to get the tyranny. After all, Yamato's talent potential lies here. In the original book, Conquerors was awakened at the age of 8. Also, Conquerors themselves are quite different from armed and knowledgeable colors. It cannot be obtained through cultivation. It can only be strengthened as the owner's own spirit improves. Put it on him. If awakening Conquerors is a breakthrough upgrade, the advanced technique of Conqueror's Winding is another breakthrough improvement. Then, it is understandable to directly get 2 places. Probably so. Thinking of this key point, Linley has a better understanding of the quota. For example, if the object of the contract is Kaido, it just so happened that Kaido was breaking through Armament Hockey to the peak. After Linley got the multiple return, it was the pinnacle of transcendence. So it's not possible to get only 1 place at a time, right? After all, several levels have been skipped in succession. There will inevitably be multiple places. Thus, he now has a lot more space in his hands. He glanced at the unconscious Jack. Original. Among the 3 little ones, Yamato's talent and potential are undoubtedly the highest. Jack is next. In the future, he can only grow to the level of the 3 disasters, and he is still at the end. The last one was Black Maria. But because the latter was contracted by Linley, his talent and potential have been improved to a certain extent. Future achievements will definitely not stop at the level of the 6 volleys. Not to mention Yamato. In this way, Jack became the last. Although this kid has a tough head, he really has nothing to say to his own people. Linley already admired Jack more. Otherwise, they would not have readily accepted him to join the small group at first. And, today, in order to protect Yamato so desperately, Kaido will of course give rewards afterwards. But as the eldest brother of the 3 little ones, he can't just let it go. It just so happens that there are spare places right now. Used to contract Jack, enhance talent and potential. It is undoubtedly an excellent choice. 10 minutes later, in Yamato's expectant gaze, Black Maria woke up first. In the face of Yamato's guilt-filled apology. Before he had time to wonder why the wound on his body had healed, he smiled and said, I'm your elder sister. Isn't it normal for an elder sister to protect her younger sister? When you become stronger in the future, just protect me. A few minutes later, Jack also woke up. Although it was your proposal, Yamato, I also agreed, didn't I? Similarly, Jack's answer is quite heartwarming. The answers of the two made Yamato feel less guilty. I also strengthened my mind to practice hard in the future. When the two learned that Linley was treating them, the eyeballs are almost popping out. Unbelievable face. After hearing that it was because of the fruit ability, I can only sigh with envy. The ability of the young master fruit is really incomparably omnipotent. Can fly and flash, single target damage and large AoE are all available. There are even transformations that enhance the state. Now even the treatment is so powerful, they couldn't think of any adjectives to describe the heaven-defying in Sesshomaru form. Okay, now that you're here, hurry up and have a look at Dad, maybe their battle isn't over yet. Linley held Zuwenzi Dazhang's body in one hand. With one hand, he waved a monster bomb. Clean up all the underworld warriors who rolled their eyes. No bones left, no matter what the purpose of these people is. Do not kill, not enough to appease his anger. The reason why one of the corpses was kept was for people to thoroughly investigate the details of these people afterwards. This matter will not be left alone. Linley obviously made up his mind. The other side. After Linley left, the battle between Kaido and Kazuki Oden became intense in an instant. Kaido, who has transformed into a dragon man, undoubtedly has the absolute upper hand. Ooh, Oden, is this your limit? Not enough, not enough, not enough. Kaido's thunderous roar resounded through the sky. Compared with Kaido, who became more and more brave as he fought, Kazuki Oden is clearly getting tougher. After all, he doesn't have the constitution that Kaido can call a monster. The further to the back, with the rapid consumption of physical strength and haki, the battle becomes more and more difficult. It seems, you are no longer able to do it. Still in human form, Kazuki Oden was also able to occasionally break through Kaido's defense, cause some damage. But now, after Kaido turned into a dragon man, the balance immediately tilted sharply. The act of causing harm is hard to see anymore. This undoubtedly made Kaido a little disappointed. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. Kazuki Oden didn't speak. However, blood was already seeping from the corner of his mouth at this moment. All over the body, there are also large or small bloodline groups. Sudden, he burst back a full 50 meters and stopped. Kaido, the last resort, if this trick can't defeat you. He didn't say anything next. What will be the consequences? It goes without saying. Fortunately, before he left a letter to his wife Kazuki. This can be regarded as an explanation. It's exactly what I want. It's time to stop here. Kaido readily agreed, so the next second, the momentum of the two suddenly skyrocketed at the same time. Boom. Two unbelievably strong invisible fluctuations and coercion collided in an instant. Due to the superb control, all the beasts who were a little far away didn't notice it at all. He only saw the air in front of him, which was slightly burst. David Thunder 8 trigrams. God avoids. This time, don't know why, Kazuki Oden did not perform two sword style Taoyuan 10 fist again. In the end, changed the move, remembering the move directed by Roger the Pirate King. However, his move, it is doomed to lose. I have lost confidence in myself. Or, when succumbing to so-called prophecy and so-called destiny, it is doomed to fail. When Linley arrived with the three little ones, the battle is over. Kaido looked up at the sky. His face was expressionless, his eyes were melancholy, and he remained silent for a long time. It's just that from time to time, holding the hip flask that his subordinates kept, he kept pouring it into his mouth. I don't know what to think. And Kazuki Oden, lying motionless at his feet. 032 In the future, the underworld forces are not allowed in the rabbit bowl area. It looks like, Dad won. Yamato was still a child after all. Seeing that the one standing at the end was his father. The expression of joy is beyond words. Except for wanting to join in the fun and watch a show. She was actually quite worried about her father's safety. It is completely relieved now. But, Jack was puzzled and said, Master Kaido, why don't you look very happy? Yes, you should be happy at a time like this when you have defeated your confidant for many years. Black Maria also didn't understand. Maybe it's melancholy. The only opponent who can fight against him in Wano Kuni will no longer exist in the future. Linley looked at Kaido's desolate back, feeling a little emotional in his heart. Damn, Cinnabar Mole. After this battle, Kazuki Oden was beaten by a head. Kaido may not include him in the 5-man list. Most likely, there will only be 4 of them. Rocks, Roger, Whitebeard, Redhead. These people are the ceilings Kaido encountered in his life. But that scar that can never be erased. But it will always remind him that there used to be such a person. Even, as long as you lower your head, you can't help but think of Kazuki Oden. Linley is right. At this moment, Jin saw Linley returning, followed by 3 little ones, and walked over curiously. I'm afraid Brother Kaido will be lonely from now on. With Kaido winning, a historic moment for all Beasts pirates. The whole of Wano Kuni, enough to threaten the existence of the Beasts pirates, no longer exists. Wano Kuni, too, has fallen into the hands of the Beasts pirates. While feeling emotional, Jin wondered why the 3 little ones came. Just listen to Linley shaking his head and saying, no, he won't be lonely, because, I will grow up soon. It's only a matter of time before you surpass Kaido and step into greater heights. At that time, the word loneliness will not appear in Kaido's dictionary. And in the list of 5, maybe I will be among them soon. Even on top of that. Oh, Jin's eyes sparkled with curiosity. This kid, is he so sure that brother Kaido won't feel lonely because he has no opponent? Because it won't be long before Wano Kuni will have someone to match him again. Who is it? Although he felt that Linley was a little alarmist, Jin still asked with a smile. It won't take long. Jin's eyes were full of disbelief. It seems that I can't believe it. Linley smiled and shook his head without any excuse. In fact, with him successively obtained armament Hawkeye and Conqueror's winding, the current Jin might not be his opponent anymore. Of course, whether it is true or not, you have to fight to find out. Maybe it was hearing Linley's words. Kaido, who looks like a statue, finally came back to his senses. Walking up to the crowd, he laughed and said, having such ambitions, that's good. Then I'll just wait and see. He didn't say anything against Linley. Because, after getting along for so many years, he believed that Linley was the same kind of person as him. After eating that incredible phantom beast, maybe, he can really grow to the same height as him. In this regard, he is looking forward to it. Boy, what happened to that corpse? Quinn's gaze fell on the corpse that Linley had casually thrown on the ground. It's just a blind eye. Linley wrote lightly, just now, this guy brought a group of warriors. He simply explained the ins and outs. Before Kaido was furious, Quinn found the corpse more and more familiar. Isn't this guy the boss of the underworld in the Rabbit Bowl area? Originally one of the 4 mafia bosses who belonged to Hana no Higuro. I heard from Kurozumi Orochi that he originally planned to recruit these people, but unexpectedly they all hid. Yeah, hearing this, Linley's face seemed to be covered with a layer of frost. The surrounding temperature has dropped a lot. It turned out to be the underworld forces. In this way, the target of the strike is clear. Boy, what are you going to do? Seeing his reaction, how could Kaido fail to guess 1, 2, 3? I knew right away that the real situation may not be as light as what he said. Although I am very annoyed by the actions of these people. How dare he attack his daughter? But in the end, it was decided to hand over the power of how to deal with it to the adopted son. Issuing a decree, from now on, the underworld forces are not allowed to exist in the Rabbit Bowl area. Whether it's hidden underground or upright, once discovered, you will be executed on the spot. Good. Kaido nodded, immediately approving. Hey, Kurozumi Orochi, do you know what to do? Kaido shouted towards the Kurozumi Orochi not far away. Seeing Kaido calling him, the latter immediately ran over. Even if the confidant's big trouble no longer exists, he still dare not neglect Kaido. Relax Kaido. Patting his chest, Kurozumi gave me an expression of reassurance. Linley, who was at the side, looked him up and down, and a strange color flashed in his eyes. Next, everyone did not return to Ghost Island. Instead, they went to the capital of Flowers together. Put Kazuki Oden and the still-alive Red Sheath 9 heroes into the prison of Flower City. After discussing with Kaido, Kurozumi decides to put Kazuki Oden and others to death in public 3 days later, as an example. As a result of this decision, it was crucial for the Beast's pirates to gain further control over Wano Kuni and eliminate scattered resistance morale. Even though Linley was present, he did not object. Even if, it is possible that Yamato's personality will change drastically because of this, and he will become the legendary, big dutiful son. Linley still didn't object, because he believes that with him, Yamato can't change. Besides, Kazuki Oden's 2 sabers, Yanmo and Tnu Zan, were also sent to Kaido as trophies. In this way, Wano Kuni's 3 big sharp knives 21 workers. It all fell into Linley's hands. 033 new knife. Yanmo and Tnu Zan. After winning the battle, holding a celebration banquet is almost the same program for all pirate groups on the sea. On the night when Kazuki Oden and others were imprisoned in Hananoto prison, everyone held a celebration banquet in the inner city of the capital of Flowers. Kaido did his part to sit in the main seat. Kurozumi Orochi followed. After Jin and Quinn got off, Linley was the only one in line. While everyone was drinking and drinking, Linley looked at Yanmo and Tnu Yuzhan on the table and fell into deep thought. In the original book, maybe Kaido is not interested in these 2 famous knives. Or maybe Jin just wanted to practice his own black knife. Therefore, Yanmo and Tnu Yuzhan were finally handed over to Kazuki Oden. Logically speaking, as a prisoner, he is not worthy to keep his valuables. It is inevitable to be taken away. From this angle, Kaido is indeed too kind. Maybe it was because the battle was affected, and he felt somewhat invincible. Before the execution of Kazuki Oden, also killed the spoiler Kurozumi Higurashi, it can be regarded as an explanation to Kazuki Oden. Not only that, Kazuki Oden and others who were detained in the prison also received medical treatment and bandages. And allow family members to visit. This gave Kazuki Oden the opportunity to arrange the fate of the 2 sabers. Although it is a positive defeat now, but that treatment, Kazuki Oden is still enjoying it. It's just the saber, but Kaido cut it off directly. It is estimated that Linley is very interested in famous knives. Not long after the celebration banquet started, he directly gave his spoils to this adopted son who loves famous knives. To this, of course Linley would not do it for ridiculous reasons such as not changing the plot. Reject Kaido's offer and return it. Isn't that nonsense? Only, Linley thought to himself, whether it is disturbed or defeated head-on, when Kazuki Oden falls, I am afraid that fate has been completely compromised. Otherwise, can't explain why Kazuki Oden didn't escape. After all, it was nothing but handcuffs. Even seastone handcuffs. Could it have any effect on him? He didn't eat devil fruit again. That thing, Kinemon, whose grave had already grown grass, tore apart easily. And what about Kazuki Oden? Obviously capable of escaping from prison, but just can't. In addition to compromising fate, there is no second possibility. Presumably, in fact, Kaido is looking forward to him being able to resist, right? Originally, Linley had the idea of meeting the legendary, Your Highness the Fool. Let me know, he took his saber by himself. But think about it, forget it. After all, anyone who interacts with Kazuki Oden will somehow be forced to think him great by some mysterious force. Even the enemy Kaido, they all remember it. Of course, that kind of obsession may not be as strong now, but there are still some. Just as Linley was lost in thought, the three little ones sitting next to him saw that he was indifferent to the food and wine in front of him. Yamato couldn't hold back first, and asked curiously. Linley, big brother, what are you thinking about? Thinking so engrossed? Huh, it's okay. Linley came back to his senses and shook his head, rubbing Yamato's little head with a smile. Hi, boy. Quinn, who was sitting next to Linley, hiccuped and exhaled a circle of smoke from his mouth, and asked with a smile. You can be distracted at the banquet, is it because you can't wait to try your new knife? Oh, his words immediately attracted everyone's attention. After all, the names of these two knives are very famous. Even the sky can be cut. Even hell can be destroyed. It's normal for young people to get their favorite toy, and can't wait to explore it. Ooh, Kaido listened and laughed heartily. Boy, you look like a teenager now. Indeed, Jin also nodded in agreement. On weekdays, although he is very calm, he doesn't look like a 12-year-old boy at all. Master Jin is so right. The young master is fine in everything on weekdays, but he is too serious. All of a sudden, echoing voices can be heard endlessly. Compared with the last banquet, these voices were undoubtedly full of respect. Quote. Linley could only shake his head helplessly after hearing this. Just two knives. Not so. Why don't you invite Master Linley to cheer everyone up? Since we can tame second-generation Onitaru, I think Yanmo and Tien Yuyuzan are no problem. Holding the wine glass, Kurozumi suggested with a smile. What he said made sense. Demon swords can be tamed. What's more, it's not a demon sword. Everyone didn't hear anything wrong. They joined together. It's just that Kurozumi Higurashi, who was sitting not far from him, glanced at him in surprise. Seemed quite surprised by his actions. This is, feeling no longer threatened, drifting away again. It's okay for Tien Yuyu to cut. But although Yanmo is not a demon sword, he is very evil. Since being forged, Wano Kuni has only been tamed successfully by Kazuki Oden. Not overnight, a process of adaptation is required. Now let Linley test the knife on the spot, maybe he wants to make people look ugly. Quote. Linley turned his head and glanced at Kurozumi, the corner of his mouth slightly raised. Also, with that said, he hung Yanmo and Tien Yuyu on his waist, and walked straight out of the banquet hall. As a result, everyone moved to the open space in the inner city outside the banquet hall. Kang, slowly pull Yanmo out. Linley studied it carefully for a moment. Suddenly he waved his hand. Boom. I don't know if I don't wave it, I'm startled by a wave. I saw the moment Yanmo chopped down. An incomparably huge slash seemed to tear the air apart, and quickly blasted against the wall of the inner city. Boom. In the next second, the city wall fell down. Broken into countless stones, scattered all over the ground. Even so, the slash still had no tendency to exhaust itself, and continued to slash outside the city wall. Boom boom boom. Kacha, invincible all the way, wherever you go, nothing is not divided into two. Because outside the city wall in this direction, there is a dense forest and rows of towering giant trees, which can't even block the momentary effort. Then he fell to the ground. At the same time, Linley held Yanmo's arm, and it quickly became shriveled like a corpse. Sure enough, Yanmo's evil nature is evil, and he will release the user's haki without authorization, so as to increase and exert extremely strong power. But it is often easy to die by being sucked dry by haki. As a time traveler, how could Linley not know this? But, why would you care? This knife. Kaido frowned, never expecting Yanmo to be so evil. With a wave of his hand, it caused such serious sequelae. If he swung two knives again, wouldn't he be sucked dry? Jin and Quinn also changed their expressions. The three wanted to say something almost at the same time. Seeing that Linley barely paused, he raised his withered arm again and swung a knife. Only this time, at the same time as it was waved, a dazzling and bewitching green light suddenly appeared. A green slash that was several times larger than before, slashed into the air. Boom. In an instant, the clouds were like gorgeous fireworks, fragmented, and then disappeared. Opening square bracket. 034 Yanmo, the medium for the fusion of demon power and armed color. This scene. Immediately, everyone present was silent. Kaido, Jin, and Quinn, who were just about to speak to dissuade Linley from stopping the knife test, all stared wide-eyed. Among them, there is a distinct flicker of inconceivable. This kid has become stronger again. And when did you master armament haki to such a degree? At this moment, Jin has already forgotten what he wanted to say. He was really shocked by Linley's 2 slashes. Especially the latter. The second slash obviously not only came with armament haki, but also some kind of unknown power. A few days ago, there is no sign of Linley having haki at all. Could it be that he was hiding his clumsiness before? This makes no sense at all. He couldn't help but think of what he said yesterday. Because it won't be long before Wano-kuni will have someone to match him again. My heart became more and more horrified at the same time. He couldn't help but think of a question. Is there a possibility? Is what this kid said true? The problem is, how old is this kid? If it could be done, wouldn't other people have lived on dogs for so many years? While Quinn's eyes were about to pop out, the cigar dropped from his mouth as usual. It fell to the ground, still unaware. It is enough to show how incredible he is at the moment. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. Not to mention Jin and Quinn, even Kaido was shocked at the moment. It's not like he hasn't seen a stronger slash than this. The issue is, these 2 slashes came from Linley, his adopted son. Exactly, what has this kid experienced during this time? When the eyes returned to Linley from the sky, he quickly noticed something weird about Linley's arm. The already shriveled arm returned to its original shape at a speed visible to the naked eye. I saw Yanmo in Linley's hand. I don't know why, but at the same time, I returned to calm. Not only that, when Linley tried a few more swings, there is no trace of fluctuation overflowing. Yanmo seems to have turned into an ordinary samurai sword. This is, tamed. This. Kurozumi realized that Linley had tamed Enma with 2 swords. The whole person is stupid. His proposal, I don't really think that Linley can tame Yanmo on the spot. Even the latter has already tamed the 2nd generation Onitsu, who is also the 21st worker of the great Kuaisao. But famous knives are different, and the way to tame them is also different. He knows Kazuki Oden well. Knowing that the latter tames Yanmo, it goes through a cyclical and gradual process. He believes in Linley, no matter how strong he is now. Therefore, taking advantage of Quinn's mention of the topic, he proposed to try the knife. It's all about a little revenge for the humiliating Linley had done to him earlier. Who ever thought? He really did what he thought was impossible. Ooh, boy, it seems that you are one step closer to your ambition. Kaido has seen the world after all. He quickly recovered from the shock. He didn't ask why Linley had changed so much. Anyway, Linley gets stronger and stronger. Beast's pirates will become stronger. Isn't it? He wished that Linley would become stronger and stronger, until one day, he could stand at the same height as him. By then, I'm afraid he won't be lonely anymore. Otherwise, if you want to satisfy your warlike heart, you have to travel thousands of miles to find those old opponents. Indeed, Kang. Linley nodded, and calmly put the knife back into its sheath. It's just that the eyes are full of doubts at some point. Such a short period of time. The reason why Yanmo has undergone such earth-shaking changes. There is a reason. Between 2 swings, Linley and Yanmo had a dangerous competition. When the first cut, even if he knew Yanmo's evil nature, he was really shocked for a while. I thought it would be absorbed only by covering haki on the blade. Who would have thought that with just a wave of his hand, without any intention of covering haki at all, it would absorb more than half of his armament haki in an instant. The arms were almost sucked dry. Can this be tolerated? Then the second knife without stopping. Not only did he not choose to take back the armament haki absorbed by Yanmo. Instead, relying on willpower forcibly, he controlled armament haki who was sucked away. At the same time, another force, that is, demon power, frantically poured into it. In an instant, almost 50% of the monster power in the body poured into him. It doesn't matter whether Yanmo can bear it or not, and whether you will be weak. The 2 forces were in Yanmo, and they were originally distinct. But for some reason, they fit together so well. This is also the reason why the second slash is several times stronger than the first. During this process, the power combined with the demon power and armament haki, coupled with the control of his will. Yanmo actually gave him the feeling of being in control. Vaguely, it seems to have become a part of the body. Because of this, he easily controlled Yanmo. Whether or not this is tame may be debatable, but there is no doubt that Yanmo can no longer cause any negative influence on him. These are not what Linley is most concerned about at the moment. In Yanmo, can the demon power merge with armament haki? This is where Linley wonders. The power of this world is independent. How is it possible to integrate? Even if they belong to haki, maybe Armed Color and Tyrant can be combined together. But it is absolutely impossible to merge into a new force. However, in Yanmoli, demon power and Armed Color can do it. After putting the knife back into the sheath, he tried to fuse the 2 in his own body. There is no question about the result. It is simply impossible to do it. What's so weird about this knife? Because it is in a public place, there are many noisy people. So Linley quickly suppressed the doubts in his heart. Tried Tien Yu slash again. Only, compared with Yanmo and 2nd generation Goosh, Tien Yu Zan almost made sense. It's sharp and tough though. But compared to the 2nd generation Onitaru who can devour the power of demons and thus gain growth. And Enma who can fuse demon power with armament haki. It seemed mediocre. Nothing stands out. Maybe for Wano-kuni, this knife is more symbolic. Symbolizes the identity of General Wano-kuni. After the test knife is over. Not to mention the incomprehensible eyes of Jin and Quinn. Not to mention all the beasts and the three little ones, they looked at Linley with respect and even admiration. The celebration banquet finally came to a successful conclusion. However, when Linley took the three cubs back to rest, he looked at Kurozumi Orochi with a slightly frosty gaze. In the next 2 days, at the request of Kaido, the ban on gangsters in the Tuin area was promulgated at the speed of light. Followed by the samurai or ninjas at the beck and call of the Kurozumi serpent. Started a sweeping operation in the Rabbit Bowl area. As long as you see a mafia warrior in the Rabbit Bowl area, you will be executed on the spot. All of a sudden, there was an uproar. Don't understand why Kurozumi Orochi is gouging like crazy. He just thought that he was not going well with the underworld forces, so he lost his temper. On the third day, that is to say, the day of the punishment of cooking in the cauldron. The people gathered in front of the execution platform early, because nothing is known about the cause of this incident. All of them held the idea of watching the excitement and watched with cold eyes. And this is the critical moment of whether Yamato will become a dutiful son. 035 The big fool who touched himself in the frying pan. I heard it was boiled in oil. Then you have to go quickly, if you don't hurry up, you will miss it in a while. The punishment of cooking in a cauldron is really rare. On the streets of the capital of flowers, pedestrians on the road were talking about it. At this time in front of the execution platform, a large number of people from various regions have gathered. Kaido and Kurozumi Orochi, sitting behind the execution platform, and Linley and the three little ones also came to the scene together. Clatter clatter, the sound of chains colliding sounded. Kazuki Oden and others, led by the jailers, were taken to the scaffold. Alright, it's time for execution. Kurozumi laughed maniacally, can't wait to announce the start of the execution. For him, Kazuki Oden is finally dying. The boulder in his heart that has been pressing down on him is about to disappear. This is really a joyful thing. From now on, he can sit back and relax as his general Wano-kuni. At this time, the executioner standing on the execution platform shouted loudly. Next, carry out the public execution of Kazuki Oden and 8 retainers. Among them, Shinobu, who was originally imprisoned, was missing. Because it was judged not to belong to Kazuki Oden's retainers, was released early. At this time, she was standing at the front of the viewing area of the execution platform, listening to the ridicule and disdain of the surrounding crowd. While his face became more and more ugly and sad, he couldn't help feeling angry from his heart. In the end, I still failed to defeat Kaido. Did I end up like this? I thought that even if you were a fool, His Highness, at least your strength is real. Go up. At the urging of the jailer, Kazuki Oden and others seemed to be extremely resigned at this moment. Even Kaido was there, even if he is obviously capable and strong enough to break free from the handcuffs and escape. No matter how bad it is, you can resist. Pass down the spirit of resisting the invaders. But he just walked straight to the frying pan. Seemingly disgusted with Kazuki Oden's slow movement, Kurozumi stood up eagerly, urging impatiently. Get into the frying pan. Hear this, Kazuki Oden's footsteps. It stopped suddenly, turning around suddenly, staring at Kaido. I want a chance. As an enemy, do you dare to gamble with me? What are you raving about? Seeing that the development of the matter seems to have changed, Kurozumi immediately became anxious. If Kazuki Oden is not dead in the end, can he sleep well? Still struggling. It's ridiculous. The executioner's face was full of sarcasm. Before Kaido could speak, he approached Kazuki Oden, trying to push him in. Who would have thought that, staggering under his feet, he would fall straight into the frying pan? Poof. Wow. Help. A scream came from the oil pan instantly. Not 2 seconds had passed. The sound disappeared without a trace. Wow. Seeing that the frying pan was so hot, the onlookers took a few steps back in fright. What nonsense. Why give you a chance? Kurozumi Orochi scolded with an ugly face. Get off the frying pan. Stop struggling. Oh, Kaido was taken aback, and said with great interest. Tell me, Kaido, you. Kurozumi saw that Kaido was interested. My heart tightened, but dare not openly refute Kaido. Just to hear what Oden has to say. The 9 of us will cook together. You set a time. If anyone can make it through, let them go. Idiot, this is a death penalty in an instant. Hearing this, Kurozumi Orochi finally felt relieved. Kaido raised the huge wine bowl, took a sip of the wine first, and then laughed heartily. Ooh, what fun. This is an important moment in your life. I will witness it until the end. I'll give you an hour. If you can make it through, so what if you spare your life? Don't regret it. Certainly. Kazuki Oden was overjoyed, and immediately jumped into the frying pan impatiently. Don't let Master Oden be alone. Follow the Lord. Let's meet again in that world. Saying that, everyone in the red sheath rushed into the frying pan without hesitation. Unexpectedly, Kazuki Oden suddenly broke the board under the feet of the red sheaths. Put the 8 people together and hold them on their heads. Stand on the bridge and don't move. What are you going to do, Lord Oden? I can't do it. This is simply, let us live and be humiliated. The position is reversed, we should let us take care of you. Protecting His Highness is our mission. This is my order. Kazuki Oden made a final decision, which made everyone in the red sheath stop. At this time, his eyes were full of determination. The reason why he gave up resistance and was willing to die. Apart from the root cause of not being able to see any hope in oneself. It is to hope that with my own death, I will plant a seed of hope for Wano-kuni. In the future, 20 years later, can provide some help to Joey Boy. At the same time, it was also to save the lives of the retainers who followed him through life and death. If that's the case, it's a worthy death. Stayed in the cell for 3 days. Taking advantage of the time when his wife came to visit, he had already arranged the funeral. No matter how bad the ending is, there is only so much he can do. If you do what you can do, there is nothing to regret. Seeing this scene not far away, Linley was really moved. Although I think the Red Sheath warrior is stupid. But he was loyal enough to be willing to die for his lord. I don't know when he will have such a group of subordinates. If only he knew what Kazuki Oden was thinking. We'll definitely give a review. It's just a big fool who took the initiative to fry and moved himself. The retainers weren't boiled in oil at all. Kurozumi Orochi was a little dissatisfied. Kaido laughed and said, "Ooh, no problem." As the clock ticks down, the 1-hour torture of cooking in a cauldron officially began. Because the oil pan is at least 700 degrees high, and the temperature is still increasing continuously. So even Kazuki Oden is a bit unbearable. However, he gritted his teeth and persisted. Seeing this, the onlookers were full of disbelief and said, "How does that guy's skin grow? It didn't burn instantly." Some people are also full of disdain. "I also said it would end in an instant, it's really boring now. I still have things to do, but I don't have time to accompany your highness the fool." "Who do you say is a fool, your highness?" Xiao Ren in the crowd couldn't take it anymore when he heard this. He drew his sword towards the crowd and said, "You are the fools, and what do you know? Who do you think it is thanks to that you can live a peaceful life like this? If you lose Lord Oden, you will know later how much misfortune Master Oden has prevented." As he spoke, he began to tearfully tell everyone the ins and outs of the 5-year agreement. See this guy bragging about how great Kazuki Oden is again. Although Linley had expected this scene a long time ago, he was really disgusted. I was too lazy to listen, so I raised my voice and asked. "So, in the past 5 years, before Wano-kuni and Kazuki Oden came back, was there anything different?" 036 Whatever Joey boy, I'll kill him with one sword. Everyone was a little moved after hearing Xiao Ren's words. As soon as Linley's question came out, he was immediately stunned. Yes, what is the difference? There seems to be something to say. That is, until Kazuki Oden comes back, at least they still have hope in their hearts. I felt that even though I was oppressed and exploited at that time, it was only temporary. As soon as Kazuki Oden returns, all problems will be solved. But now, totally numb. Love someone. Quote. Facing Linley's question, Xiao Ren was speechless for a while. Without giving her time to react, Linley asked again. "You said Kazuki Oden was great, then what? Is the problem solved? As a monarch, is he qualified?" Quote. 3 questions come out. Xiao Ren found that he couldn't answer a single question. Speechless again, because of the answers to these questions. It goes without saying, the current situation of Wano-kuni is the best answer. The people may not be able to use force, but the brain is not bad. Immediately, I had my own answer in my heart. If this counts as qualified, then what is the use of this monarch? As a ninja, you have a certain amount of force. Of course, you can stand and talk without back pain, and choose to resist injustice. But what face do you have to scold these people? They are the big fools who are protected without knowing it. Do you want people to cry and express remorse for Kazuki Oden? Didn't these people support Kazuki Oden in the first place? Now you are asking these oppressed and exploited desperate people to trust him unconditionally like the 9 heroes in red sheaths. Let's just believe it unconditionally. Firmly believe. Although I don't know what His Royal Highness Oden is doing, I believe there must be a reason for him to do so. The results of it, the reality of being oppressed and exploited, changed. Quote. Xiao Ren didn't expect Linley to hit the nail on the head like this. Yes, you cannot bear the persecution of those imprisoned by the Kurozumi Orochi. In order to save those people, choose to compromise. Choose fruit dance. Let Kurozumi release 100 people every week. If Kazuki Oden does not have the status of a monarch. Rather, it is an independent entity without any identity. That's great, because of personal compromise, so many people can be saved. If that's not great, what is? Happily, Kazuki Oden is the king. Because so few people, as a result, more people are oppressed, exploited, and even despaired. What should these people think? Still think Kazuki Oden is great instead of resenting the incompetence of the monarch. Looking forward to it for so many years. Finally came back, good guy, penny wise and pound foolish. If Kazuki Oden did not leave Wano-kuni from beginning to end, he chose to abide by his responsibilities. Beast's pirates have no chance of getting into Wano-kuni at all. In the final analysis, everything is due to Kazuki Oden's willful behavior and disregard of his duties as the heir to the general. You can say that, if people are the sum of social relations, when a person's social status is so great that it is related to the life of a country. He is no longer alone. Kazuki Oden is the best example. Such a person cannot make choices based on personal moral likes and dislikes. Nor can one throw away one's own identity and act as an individual to deviate from the public. For example, leave the country and go to sea, let alone self-sacrifice, even if his sacrifice could save many people in front of him. Just like the 5-year agreement, so I sacrificed my dignity in the hope of the people. Because he is self-righteous and kind and responsible, it will destroy the entire country and nation. How great is such a person? Clearly, Kazuki Oden has the responsibility and the ability to deal with the threat from the beast's pirates. Whether it is to seek foreign aid, such as Whitebeard pirates, Roger pirates, or the power possessed within. 5 years ago, it was enough to solve it, but because of his own way, it caused the worst consequences. Then this kind of person is generally called a sinner who neglected his duty. Not a hero, let alone a great one. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. Kazuki Oden in the frying pan turned pale when he heard this. Pupils trembled violently, his face was full of shame. For a long time, only then slowly spit out a sentence. I don't regret my choice. Think back to those years when you went to sea. What a wonderful life, without these years of experience. What a pity would it be. Thinking of this, his gaze gradually became firm. Even if it ends up like this today. Yeah, Linley smiled. If Kazuki Oden can travel to 20 years after the original. Seeing the dignity of Higuro, he was crushed to pieces in Rabbit Bowl prison, bowing his knees like a humble old dog. See Shimotsuki Yasui, the loyal daimyo who has been taking care of the Kazuki clan, reduced to a clown who can only laugh in the rundown town. Do you still have the face to say this? I don't regret my choice. ... This kid, why do you talk so much today? Kaido took a sip of his wine, his face full of depression. On weekdays, apart from making suggestions, it is rare to see Linley talking freely. It's been a long time today. Guhahaha. Kurozumi Orochi laughed wildly. This kid has helped me a lot. In front of the public, Kazuki Oden's prestige was further hit. This is beneficial to him and has no harm. In the pan, everyone in the red scabbard will not eat this set, regardless of his reality. Anyway, Master Oden is absolutely right. Even if it is wrong, it will only be someone else who is wrong. So they comforted each other. Master Oden, don't listen to that kid's nonsense. He is a member of the Beast's pirates. What right does he have to talk about you? That is, your greatness, we are all too clear. Quote. However, in the face of everyone's comfort, Kazuki Oden did not speak. After a while, he opened his mouth and said, Everyone, I'm afraid I can't survive this execution. Don't say such disheartening words. Oden-sama, no, please hear me out. There is something I want to ask everyone. Wano-kuni, no, the world is waiting for someone to appear. When that person appears over 800 years, we, Wano-kuni and the world, will have hope. So, I hope you escape Wano-kuni, find a trusted ally, and wait for that one to show up in 20 years. Hee. Linley smiled and shook his head. It seems that they want to kill the remaining 8 of the Red Sheath 9 heroes. It is difficult. Kaido would agree to Kazuki Oden's terms, as expected. This can only be said. Be kind when you should be kind. When you shouldn't be kind, you are kind. In fact, Linley didn't want to let go of the remaining 8 Red Sheaths. Since he knows the plot, I also know that these people will be like mice, hiding around in order to restore the country. Why tolerate it, now that the goal is to stand on top of the world? It is inevitable to leave Wano-kuni, but he hoped that before leaving, he would leave a stable rear. Thinking of this, he walked to the oil pan and said slowly, Father, I have an interesting idea. Oh, Kaido's eyes brightened, and he said cheerfully, Tell me. Linley then looked at Kazuki Oden. How about this? You have been in the frying pan for a few minutes, and your body must have been seriously damaged. And I'm only 12, if it's normal, I'm definitely not as good as you. But, now, it's fair. As he said that, he cut Tien Yuyu and stuck it on the ground. If you still have the courage to resist, I still want to live. Then, raise the sky feather slash and fight me. Win, including you, everyone can live. If you lose, do the opposite. How? Before Kaido could speak, the big snake Kurozumi immediately jumped up, roaring ferociously. Brat, who gave you the right to advocate for yourself? Clang. Boom. Next second, with a huge slash, the building behind Kurozumi Orochi collapsed. Linley's cold words came. The next blow will be your head. Quote. Kaido froze for a moment, then the arc of the corner of his mouth rose rapidly. Feeling that things seemed to be getting interesting, he laughed and said, Ooh, I agreed. Kazuki Oden, what do you say? Just when Linley was full of expectations, Kazuki Oden shook his head and refused. No, he saw his eyes firmly and said, 20 years later, someone will defeat you and found Wano-kuni. My mission is over. Yeah, hearing this, Linley undoubtedly lost his spirits. Then we will wait and see. I'm not like you, willing to submit to fate. It doesn't matter what Joey Bowie, or Bowie Joey, as long as you dare to come. I don't need daddy to shoot, I will kill you with a single sword. 037 Yamato, Kazuki Oden is such a stubborn fool. 20 years later, if you still can't deal with a mere King Luffy. Wouldn't it be a joke? Say it. Linley completely lost interest in watching the execution. Originally, this should be an objective evaluation of outsiders. It shouldn't be him, but in order to completely eliminate the possibility of Yamato becoming a big filial son, I had to say a few more words. Kazuki Oden is determined to die, completely become a slave to fate. Dead, but the rest of the Red Sheath 9 heroes. Let them escape. Not what I want. You can try to change, and Kazuki Oden doesn't take over. That can't be helped. What Kaido promised, he will not force to change. In fact, when Kazuki Oden spoke, knowing Kaido's temperament, he knew that he would definitely agree. Is it Kaido's, Cinnabar Mole? Tentatively, let's keep the promise to Kazuki Sukiyaki and protect Kazuki Hiyori. In this way, he no longer has to personally arrange for someone to protect him. Since Dad has agreed to the bet, as long as you survive for an hour, you will let them go. But as you entrusted, they better leave Wano-kuni, otherwise, there will be no next time. After speaking, I'm not interested in watching Kazuki Oden's reaction. Linley put away the Tianyu Yuzan, walked to Kaido's side and whispered a few words. Then he left with the three little ones. The faces of the onlookers were all different, and they remained silent for a long time. The boy who spoke their hearts turned out to be from the Beast's pirates. They thought it was Wano-kuni, an ideal young man with knowledge and ambition. Only, it really makes sense, if they have to deny their own eyes, deny their despair, deny their experience. How great it is to forcibly admit the unqualified monarch of Kazuki Oden. Who will pay for the suffering and trampled dignity for so many years? Speaking up, compared with the Beast's pirates, what they hate most in their hearts is undoubtedly the Kazuki family. Next is Kurozumi Orochi, the direct exploiter. Beast's pirates, on the contrary, came last. Kaido, it seems that your adopted son is a little ignorant. As soon as Linley walked on the front foot, Kurozumi complained angrily on the back foot. In the words, there is actually some grievance. Am I worthy of being Wano-kuni's general? This kid doesn't take me seriously. As long as it doesn't suit his wishes, just do it if you don't agree with him. Where does this put General Wano-kuni in shame? Kaido raised the wine bowl, took 2 sips of wine, laughed heartily and said. Orochi, don't worry about these details, as long as Kazuki Oden is dead, wouldn't it be fine? From now on, your position as a general seems to be safe and secure. He still doesn't understand Linley's temperament. There has always been a clear distinction between grievances and resentments. Take a clear stand. If Kurozumi Orochi hadn't taken the initiative to provoke at first, people are not interested in talking nonsense with you. Although just now, under the watchful eyes of everyone, a disagreement is a knife. It is indeed a bit over. How much damage Kurozumi Orochi's majesty as a general? But what majesty do dogs want? And the bet to decide the fate of Kazuki Oden is indeed a bit overreach. But he appreciates the way he can do whatever he wants. Because he himself is such a person. Follow your heart and have your own clear understanding of the world. Not being bound by the rules to change your own decisions. This kind of character, without a doubt, has the potential to become a strong man. He has always been very tolerant towards his subordinates, even if he laughed at him face to face, he would never care. What's wrong with pampering the adopted son I admire? Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. Kaido's words clearly protect Linley. No matter how dissatisfied Kurozumi Orochi is, no matter how angry he is, what can he do? Faced with strange and disdainful eyes, he has not forgotten that he is today thanks to Kaido. Linley big brother, I didn't expect that guy who looks very masculine, strong on the outside but strong in the middle. His people are really unlucky to have such a monarch. Yamato seemed to realize what he knew, and was quite emotional. That's not the case, whoever gets into it will be unlucky. Jack said as it should. It's just that if he wasn't stupid enough, we Beast's pirates wouldn't be able to control Wano-kuni so smoothly. Eating rice from Beast's pirates, he is cruel by nature. Except for those close to you. No mercy for the people of Wano-kuni. Black Maria also said, so sad for the people of Wano-kuni. Congratulations to us too, even if Black Maria and Jack are still young, as people with vested interests, they both know how to maintain their own class. On this sea of chaos, it has always been like this. There are not so many so-called benevolence and morality. Maybe he'd be a nice guy if his last name wasn't Kazuki. Pity, no if. It's so strange. It's obvious that your big brother's proposal just now seems to be more beneficial to him. Why did you reject it? Yamato was puzzled. If we say that at the beginning, Kazuki Oden still dared to propose a bet to his father when he was about to face execution. And after the bet began, he jumped off the frying pan without hesitation, and took up the scene of his retainers. Be manly. Then she didn't understand. Linley big brother, how could he beat Kazuki Oden? Even after soaking in the frying pan for a few minutes. But it seems that the impact is not that great. Obviously there is a chance to change all this, why refuse it? Didn't I say that? He has succumbed to fate. When you give your knees to fate, you won't be able to stand up. Until the end, he thought his choice was right, didn't he? What a stubborn fool, Yamato said with deep emotion. Listen to her evaluation. Linley was also relieved. It is worthwhile for him to expose Kazuki Oden's old background in front of others. Reveal that unbearable nature. In fact, even without this one, Linley also doesn't think Yamato will change his personality drastically. Look at the eyes looking at him. Clearly full of worship and obsession. If you say worship, you will only worship yourself, not Kazuki Oden. Next, before leaving Wano-kuni, looking for more suitable contractors and traveling. External worries have been eliminated, and internal troubles are now on the agenda. Linley, who was on the way back to Ghost Island, had a cold look in his eyes. 038 The chance for Hydro to become a chess piece. The execution platform on the other side. Kazuki Oden naturally survived the hour in the oil pan. Kaido also abided by the agreement and released the red sheets on the spot. Since Kazuki Oden's body is dead, the reason why he has not completely fallen down is due to his will. In the end, Kaido chose to free this former opponent. Before dying, Kazuki Oden left that sentence. Kaido, just try to become stronger. 20 years later, that person will come to Wano Kuni. To this, Kaido just laughed. Not as full of fear as the original. Ooh, didn't that kid say it? 20 years later, what Joey boy, he will deal with it. At only 12 years old, he dared to challenge Kazuki Oden, whom even he found tricky. Happily, he knew Linley, and he was by no means a pure-headed personality like Jack. There must be a certain grasp. Such an amazing growth rate. What else has he to be afraid of? Immediately afterwards, he went to the home of Kazuki Oden. Wanted to see what Virtue, son of Kazuki Oden, would be. Then, I saw Momonosuke, who was even more trash than trash. The mood of anticipation at first disappeared in an instant. I didn't have any plans to get rid of it quickly, so I came back disappointed. And after he left the execution platform, Kurozumi Orochi might be afraid of the prophecy left by Kazuki Oden, and ordered people to arrest the released Red Sheets on his own initiative. Finally, maybe it's the trajectory of fate. After arranging the future of the two children, Kazuki followed Kazuki Oden and died in love. Kawamatsu and Denjiro, tearfully carrying Kazuki Hiyori, left Wano Kuni missing. Neko Mamushi and Inuarashi returned to Zou because of their mission. Kanjuro, Raizo, Kikunojo, and Ashura Doji took Momonosuke to travel 20 years later. Since then, the Kazuki family is history at Wano Kuni, except for the Kazuki Sukiyaki that was held underground to die, as proof that it ever existed. At least on the bright side, the Kazuki clan no longer exists. To 5 people 20 years later. Look at Wano Kuni, who has become very different. Shocked to heaven, the 5 people who didn't believe in evil went to all over the world to seek allies before the prophecy came. Then, the worldview completely collapsed. This is all for later, let's not mention it for now. Linley wants to return to Ghost Island. When passing the Rabbit Bowl area, he brought the 3 little ones to Rabbit Bowl prison, and asked Babanuki, the chief guard, to bring Bingorang to him. Secret room. Footsteps gradually approached. When the door of the secret room was opened, Haigero's surprised voice sounded from outside the door. Why you? The one who wanted to meet him turned out to be the one who easily defeated Linley not long ago. As for Linley, he is undoubtedly full of gratitude. Although the enemy, but he saved his women and children from the Kurozumi snake. He who implements morality always remembers it in his heart. You came here to find me, why? Haigero asked cautiously. Kazuki Oden is dead. The Kazuki clan no longer exists in Wano Kuni. What? Hearing this bad news, Haigero's face changed drastically. His whole body went limp, and he collapsed to the ground. Actually, in front of Linley, he burst into tears. Oden, how could he just die like this? This shouldn't be his end. Linley was not in a hurry, just looked at him quietly, waiting for him to calm down. A long time, Haigero slowly raised his head. You came here, you must not only want to tell me the news. Good. Linley nodded. Seeing that the other party had calmed down, he didn't talk nonsense, and got straight to the point. What do you think about Wano Kuni's future? Wano Kuni's future. Hearing the word, future, Haigero inevitably felt a little desperate. Kazuki Oden is dead. Wano Kuni, where is the future? He couldn't help but think of what Kazuki Oden had said to him. Blurted out, Wano Kuni, 20 years of darkness are coming. Really, so you also believe in this prophecy? Haigero fell silent. How could he not believe what Kazuki Oden said? But, 20 years, it's too long. Are you interested in? Linley said calmly, be my pawn, peace. Haigero froze for a moment, just about to say something. Just listen to Linley continue. In return, not only can restore freedom, at the same time, I give you the chance to bring a ray of light to Wano Kuni. What's the meaning? Haigero was puzzled. Say it straight, Kurozumi Orochi, it's useless. I'm not going to spare his life. Then, Wano Kuni has one less puppet to do things for us beasts pirates. Haigero opened his mouth, just about to say something. It was interrupted by Linley. Don't rush to refuse, you won't be the only one who helps me do things. We, the beasts pirates, have no interest in the country itself. Whoever can continuously manufacture seastone weapons for us will be favored. Even if the people who help us are cruel and heartless, and treat the people as ants, it doesn't matter. Or you can love the people like a child and bring light to the people. This person can be Kurozumi Orochi, or someone else. Do you understand me? I'll give you 3 days to think about it. After speaking, Linley left the secret room without waiting for Haigero to answer. The reason why he would do this. There are 3 reasons. 039 Exploitation is also a technology, Kaido's curiosity. First, before he leaves, it is impossible to tolerate Kurozumi Orochi alive. Maybe, if it wasn't for the Kurozumi Orochi messing with him. Linley may already be planning to leave now, travel abroad, and make contracts with those future strong players with great potential in this era. Meanwhile, go find the mighty Logia for Black Maria. Now, with the big picture set, he has long wanted to kill Kurozumi Orochi. Is there any reason to let it go? Whether it's from a personal standpoint or from a beast's pirate standpoint. He must be killed. Second, since we want to kill Kurozumi Orochi, then someone needs to take his place. This person must also have a certain weight in Wano Kuni and have management experience. Is it possible to expect Kaido, or other people from beasts to directly manage? If only Kaido had this ability. 10 years after the original Zhong-Er, Wano Kuni will not be like that. The daimyos in each region all meet the requirements. But these people, as proved in the original book, would rather die than surrender. Impossible to surrender. On the contrary, Bingorang, judging from his performance, may be better controlled if he is submissive. As Linley said to Hidoro, beasts pirates, not interested in Wano Kuni itself. There are only strategic materials such as seastone, and seastone weapons made from them. Just what they need. Quantity, of course, the more the better. Let me talk about it here, why from the perspective of beasts pirates, Kurozumi must be killed. His brutality did more harm than good to the beasts pirates. Don't think it's because of exploitation and oppression that they can manufacture the number of weapons they need as scheduled. But exploitation and oppression is not the only way. If you want to improve efficiency, you will only fall into a vicious circle. In terms of management, whether it is the management of the country or the management of the pirates in this world, the methods are too backward. Like the original 20 years later. In some areas, there is not even clean water. Everyone died. Who will do the work? Moreover, where there is exploitation, there must be resistance. This is the inevitability of history. But if, in addition to exploitation, a little hope of surviving is given, then this resistance will be minimized. Instead, in a way, will be embraced. After all, exploitation is also a technology. It is a test of the ruler's level. Then again, the selfishness of Kurozumi Orochi is much greater than the awareness of being a dog. In fact, many of his actions were purely revenge for the Wano Kuni people who persecuted him when he was a child. The manufacture of seastone weapons for the beasts pirates came second to this psychology. Third, Linley wanted a stable rear. Seastone is an important material in the pirate world. Even the world government has huge demands. Who can master this strategic material? Who can take the initiative at the strategic level? This is why Kaido chose Wano Kuni. But no doubt about it, since seastone is so important, then Kaido's control over the country that produces seastone is too rough. Since the death of Kazuki Oden, it has actually been in the hands of more than 20 years, but Wang Luffy can still pull out so many resistance forces. The reason for this, Kurozumi Orochi, contributed a lot. Superiors. The way to control people. In fact, it is also a way of balance. To control subordinates, if the people below are monolithic, at least they will be deceived, and at worst they will be removed from power. That is to say, this world is a world of supremacy of force. Otherwise, with Kaido's level of control, how can it survive for 20 years? So, to control subordinates is to let them divide internally, fight each other, and restrain each other. The best means of differentiation. There is nothing better than to win over some and attack some. At the same time, a balance of power must be maintained. Only in this way can the stability of power be maintained. Look back at Wano Kuni. Get rid of hidden resistance. The Kurozumi Orochi almost broke Wano Kuni into a monolith. In the original night on the Ghost Island, Fulusho superficially surrenders to Kaido, but is actually still loyal to Kurozumi Orochi, which is the best example. That's right, the Kurozumi Orochi is the beast's pirates, continuously providing the necessary strategic materials. But how can you let it go? Not to be monitored. If you don't arrange a person, restrain him, fight with him, and restrain each other. It will cause Kurozumi Orochi to have the opportunity to deceive the upper and lower. It's easy to push your own evil deeds to the beast's pirates to draw hatred. The most difficult thing for Linley to accept is that Kaido would tolerate Kurozumi Orochi, retaining such a large number of armed forces. Not saying it can't be without, but it must be firmly in your hands. How can a tool person have an almost equal status with himself? Kaido didn't realize this until 20 years later, when he formed an alliance with Big Mom. It is intended to turn Wano Kuni into a new kingdom. With Yamato at the helm, it's all in the palm of your hand. It's a pity that he died before he was able to win the battle, and was defeated by Wang Luffy. And in Linley's view, it should have been like this long ago. If he were Kaido, 20 years later, Wano Kuni would not be able to have any resistance. The people of Wano Kuni can only praise him. Want to do this, at the level of thought of the people of Wano Kuni. It's really not easy. Wait for the group including Kaido to return to Ghost Island. Linley probably couldn't wait to get out to sea as soon as possible after dealing with the Kurozumi Orochi. Kaido was approached immediately, came up with his own ideas. In fact, in the past 5 years, similar ideas, that is, ideas of reform, have not been mentioned. It's just that the primary threat at that time was Kazuki Oden, and the timing was not yet ripe. It was put on hold for the time being. When I heard Linley propose to kill Kurozumi Orochi and change to a more obedient dog, Kaido was clearly not surprised. He who knows Linley well, if he can't see that Linley has murderous intentions for Kurozumi Orochi, it would be so strange. He didn't agree immediately, but asked curiously, "Boy, how far has your strength grown now?" Even Kazuki Oden dares to challenge. Even if it's just a physically damaged Kazuki Oden, it was enough to shock him. Obviously half a month ago. I feel that Linley's talent is that he can't take it away, so I have to find the form of the Phantom Beast, Dako True God. Who would have thought that it would take less than a month? Such an earth-shaking change has actually taken place. When he was in the capital of flowers, he didn't find a chance to ask. Now when I got back to Ghost Island, I finally couldn't bear it anymore. Dad wants to know, how could Linley not understand what Kaido meant? Only, just in time, before going to sea, he also wanted to see how far he was from the world's top combat power. 040 Kaido's horror, you also mastered Conqueror's winding. Yamato, Maria, it's not good, something serious happened. In the boudoir, Yamato was chatting with Black Maria about her daughter's family affairs. I saw Jack rushing in a hurry. What's the big deal? Could it be that Kazuki Oden is resurrected? Black Maria asked curiously. That's right, we just came back and haven't had a good rest yet. Yamato gave Jack a blank look. I really think this little guy is too restless. When will I be as mature as her? Master Linley and Master Kaido are about to fight. What? After hearing this, Black Maria and Yamato's expressions changed. Immediately lost his composure, he jumped up from the floor. The latter thought he was mature, and disappeared without a trace in an instant. How did they fight? I don't know either. Lord Jin and Lord Quinn both went to the theater. Black Maria and Yamato exchanged glances, looking at the disbelief in each other's eyes. Suddenly, Chishushu set his eyes on Jack. Jack, tell me quickly, did Linley Big Brother get the iron attribute from you? They told you not to get close to Big Brother, but you just didn't listen. Yamato also reprimanded, 2 sentences. Black Maria started right away. Look at the fight. If you don't fight, you won't have a long memory. Let's see if you dare to approach the young master in the future. Oh, Jack was dumbfounded. Why did I still get beaten up when I came to report the news with good intentions? Under the pain, he had no choice but to scurry away, leaving the 2 little devil kings quickly. Onijima Training Hill at this time received the news that Kaido and Linley are going to fight, immediately surrounded by people eating melons. Among them, Jin and Quinn are one of them. What's the matter, Boss Kaido? Could it be that beating Kazuki Oden a few days ago was not enough, and now I have to torture that kid when my hands are itchy? I heard that kid was on the execution platform and almost chopped up Kurozumi Orochi. Not only that, but he even challenged Kazuki Oden on the spot. Jin smiled and shook his head. It probably has something to do with these 2 things. It's not a bad thing for Kaido boss to suppress his arrogance. Otherwise, that kid Linley is too stubborn. There was a hint of getting closer to Jack. In his opinion, this is clearly the arrogance of a young man who does not know the heights of the sky and the earth, suddenly possessing power. First played against him, looks on par. Could it be that the kid really thought he was even with him? In fact, he used at most half of his strength. Later confronted Kinemon, although it is said to win beautifully. But what level is Kinemon? At most only 60% of his level. Now think of it, that kid clearly displayed his armed color at that time. But even so, after defeating such an opponent, wouldn't you feel that you were really good? He believes that maybe Linley will stand at the same height as Kaido in the future. But that's later, not now. If you say that, it is indeed arrogant enough. Because of Quinn and Jin, neither went to watch the execution. Therefore, what happened on the execution platform was learned from other people. Just now I felt that Linley was a bit arrogant, under the watchful eyes of everyone, even General Wanokuni didn't pay attention. Then I heard the news that Kaido and that kid were going to fight. Immediately put down what you were doing and rushed over to eat melons. But, didn't you take Kurozumi Orochi seriously? Is it worth it to teach my son a lesson for the sake of a dog? Quinn was smoking a cigar, puffing. Besides, when Kaido was young, he used Marine as a cafeteria. He did this kind of thing by himself. What happened to challenge Kazuki Udian? I see, in the final analysis, my hands are still itchy. Jin shook his head speechlessly, maybe. Ooh, standing opposite Linley, Kaido is undoubtedly in a great mood. He just asked, wanting to know why Linley's strength has undergone tremendous changes in a short period of time. The latter understood immediately, offered to let him experience it for himself. This is very sensible. He asked what to ask. The answer, of course, still comes from the battle. Thinking of this, he waved his hand and said, "Don't worry, kid, I will be merciful, you just go all out to attack. Let me see what level you are now." "New," Linley responded calmly. Next, facing an opponent like Kaido, of course he will go all out. Originally, his purpose was to test his own strength. In fact, he's really not gone, since he dared to challenge Kazuki Oden, who was affected by the oil pan. Of course there is confidence. Since this time, after obtaining the form of Killing Pill, it has undergone 3 promotions successively. Armament Hockey, Conqueror's Winding, and discover the particularity of Yanmo. Of course, even so, he knew that there was still a big gap between him and Kaido. But against Kazuki Oden, who has mediocre defense, it was also pan-cooked for a few minutes. That is still certain. Even if he loses in the end, Kazuki Oden in that state will consume him. As soon as the thought came to his mind, Linley's right hand had already grasped Yanmo's knife handle at some point. As far as I can tell, although second-generation Gush is superior to Yanmo in terms of material and hardness, there is also room for growth. But obviously, at present, Yanmo, who can still be used as a fusion medium of demon power and armed color, has a more obvious improvement in strength. Neither of them are trash talkers. What's more, we still have to learn from each other. Next second, Kang, accompanied by Yanmo unsheathed. In almost an instant, the monster power and armed color were well integrated in Yanmo. Linley waved Kaido casually. Boom, a dazzling green light suddenly appeared. The unique slashing light quickly approached Kaido with lightning speed. Ooh, well done. Kaido laughed loudly, but he didn't dodge it, and directly hit the slash with the green light. Boom, a huge roar sounded. The invisible fluctuations set off waves of air. The two collide. Slashing was like a high-speed train being forcibly stopped by a mace. Immediately afterwards, Kaido pulled sideways. That incomparably huge slash turned like a 90-degree right angle. Boom! Bombarded the hill in the distance, smashing it to pieces in an instant. Sure enough, long-range attacks are useless. Realizing this, Linley didn't hesitate at all, and the dark red lightning that represented the Conqueror's entanglement began to flash from around him. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. Seeing this scene, Kaido, who was originally relaxed and comfortable, suddenly showed horror. You also mastered Conqueror's coil. 041 overwhelmed and casually enlightened. Damn it, he pretended to. Kaido was dumbfounded. I thought it would be the limit for Linley to master armament hockey. Looking at Linley's slash that day, it clearly carried armament hockey in it. He naturally thinks, this is the result of accumulation over the past 5 years. After eating that unimaginable phantom beast, perhaps due to the qualitative change of constitution, it caused a chain reaction, which led to the mastery of the armed color. In this case, it is not in vain that he personally laid the foundation for Linley. This is the only reasonable explanation. Conqueror's hockey. When did you wake up again? Among the millions of people, only one person has hockey, which represents the king's qualification. The conditions for awakening are extremely harsh. Not to mention the Conqueror's twine. In the new world where there are so many strong people, there are as many strong people with Conqueror's hockey as there are crucian carp in the river. But among them is the one who can master the Conqueror's winding. Countless. Each of them is a famous top powerhouse. Tentatively, he thought Linley was the Conqueror's hockey who was awakened after his parents died and before he came to Onishima. What about Conqueror's winding? How can a boy who was only 12 years old master it? He couldn't understand it anyway. I can't even believe it. Kaido always reacts like this. Not to mention Jin and Quinn. Hey, Jin. Quinn completely ignored the cigar that fell again. Ignoring the discomfort of protruding eyeballs, he opened the mouth with dull eyes and said, pinch me to see if it's a dream. Quote. However, he did not wait for Jin's response. Turn around and look. Jin, who was wearing a mask, only had 2 eyes exposed at the moment, full of shock and disbelief. For a long time, he couldn't take his eyes back from the young man not far away. How can it be? At this moment, Jin suddenly felt like a dream. Memories of Linley over the past 5 years. A brain came to mind. Because of the extremely poor talent, the pictures that he couldn't even master the color of arms and the color of knowledge kept emerging. It continued until the guy who brought back the Eudemons more than half a month ago. Everyone's ridicule is now vivid. But the figure of that boy. But no matter what, he couldn't match up with the boy in front of him. The huge disparity between reality and memory gave him a strong sense of unreality. At the same time, Linley's answer echoed. So it's called Conqueror's winding. While watching you and Kazuki Oden fight, it just came naturally. Of course not, but it was impossible for Linley to tell the truth. I had no choice but to understate and try to pass it by. Bring Kaido's attention back to the sparring. But that's exactly the answer. It caused Quinn to complain strongly. Naturally, so it's just casual, just picked up on Conqueror's winding. And look at the kid's understatement. Quinn only felt his teeth itch. Damn it, it was installed by him. If it was normal, Jin would definitely not pay attention to Quinn's complaints. But at this moment, it was rare for him to agree. If it weren't for being unsure now, it's really like beating him up. So FG annoying, he doesn't even have conquerors. Why are you just being a tyrant and just enlightening casually? So angry. Quote. When Kaido heard this, his cheeks twitched slightly. Does this kid know what he's talking about? If this word gets out, how much hatred is there? Thinking of when I was 12 years old. Well, it doesn't seem too bad. Anyway, use Marine Base as a canteen. Besides him, who else has this kind of card? Therefore, it is finally not like Jin and Quinn's tooth itching. After calming down, he suddenly laughed. Ooh, I see. No wonder you said that day. You who have mastered the Conqueror's winding, indeed have the qualifications. That day, in the face of Linley's rhetoric. The reason why Kaido recognized it. Of course there is an element of genuine belief. But more, it is an expectation of the elders for the younger generation. Now, this expectation has become a reality. Undoubtedly made him feel very gratified and extremely grateful. What a treasure. Fortunately, more than 5 years ago, he traveled thousands of miles to bring this kid back to Ghost Island. If it is denied, it will be obtained by other forces. Wouldn't it be a nightmare for others? Father, Linley big brother. In the distance, Yamato's childish and clear cry came. Wait for her, Black Maria and Jack to come running. Seeing her panting, she asked. Why are you fighting? Father, if big brother does something to make you angry, can I apologize to you on his behalf? That's right, Master Kaido, bypass the young master. It's a big deal, I'll take the beating for the young master. Anyway, I have rough skin and can bear beatings. The three little ones thought that Linley had done something and angered Kaido. They all pleaded for him. Quote. Kaido was obviously confused. Who said he was going to punish Linley? Who made the rumor? To let him know, the rumor monger must be dropped from a height of 10,000 meters. Do some extreme bungee jumping. Linley felt warm in his heart when he heard this. I had no choice but to say, what nonsense, I'm just competing with my father. So it is. Only then did the three little ones suddenly realize. They all let out a sigh of relief. But then, Jack once again felt two unkind eyes falling on him. Turning around, I saw Black Maria and Yamato glaring at him. Hi Jack, not only did you want to tell your big brother, young master, about your troubles, but now you actually spread the news. Look at the fight. Oh hello, I am wrong. Jack really wanted to cry right now. Who did he provoke? Get beaten twice a day. Even sandbags can't be tortured like this. Quote. Looking at the three little ones making a fuss. Both Linley and Kaido laughed dumbfounded. The former couldn't help thinking secretly. Jack is now completely integrated into the small group. Okay, let's continue. I think so too. The attention of the two finally returned to their respective bodies. Linley didn't hesitate immediately. A flash appeared in front of Kaido. Zila, accompanied by dark red lightning. Enma covered by armament haki. He slashed heavily at Kaido's mace. Obviously the two haven't touched each other yet, but two strands of dark red lightning from different owners intertwined first. Boom. In an instant, dire wolf, sweeping the earth. The aftermath swept across the sky. The cloud layer was actually split into two by the soaring air wave. The scene of cracking the sky. Now in the sky of Onijima. 042 Conquerors and Demon Power, Dark Lightning. The sky is cracked. The three little ones looked at the sky in unison. All of them were stunned by the scene with strong visual impact, and couldn't be more shocked. Is this really a spectacle that human beings can create? In front of them, Linley, who fought with Kaido so hard, and the Linley they knew. Is it really the same person? For a moment, this ridiculous question appeared in their minds. Even if you know the answer. Perhaps in Yamato's eyes, the shock is more of a shock, and it is more of a kind, really worthy of the feeling of Linley big brother. But she has no concept of strength. Doesn't mean Black Maria and Jack don't have one. Master, you are always so unpredictable. Black Maria looked at Linley, full of doubts, as if that figure was full of mysteries, and one couldn't help but fall deeply for it. Compared with the three little ones, Jin and Quinn have clearly seen the world. It's not the first time I've seen this kind of sky-cracking scene. Even so, it was still full of surprises. But more, is a sense of powerlessness. The growth rate is too fast. If people don't pay attention, they will never forget their backs. This kid, how far will he grow in the future? Jin couldn't help but think of this question. The senses of other people who eat melons are more direct. Beast's pirates have always spoken with strength. At this moment, the eyes of the melon-eating crowd looking at Linley are undoubtedly full of awe. Ooh, it seems that you are also standing at this height. Kaido fully affirmed Linley's performance. Finally regarded him as a worthy opponent. Linley listened and was not complacent. My family knows my own affairs. He has mastered Conqueror's winding though. But the armed color is only elementary. And the color of knowledge and knowledge is completely absent. Too biased. He's not even close. And this also made his idea of going out to travel stronger. Whether it's knowledgeable, armed, or conquerors. Even swordsmanship, the development of fruit abilities. In this era, there are extremely talented people. Those are all suitable contract objects for him. The earlier the contract is made, the greater the harvest will be. Boom. The rift caused by the first collision. Just start. Next, the weapons of the two collided more than 10 times in the air. Every collision caused the air to vibrate and dust to overflow, even if it looks evenly matched. But of course Linley knew that Kaido just dealt with it casually. But he went all out. After all, Yamato's awakening Conquerors returned 43 times, even though it made him reach the level of domineering. But Conqueror's intensity is all about boldness. With Yamato's courage, even if it has been improved 43 times, it is still difficult to compare with Kaido. And, haki consumes too much. Fight more than 10 rounds. Linley is going all out. In this way, the consumption of haki has reached an astonishing level. Besides, even if the means are exhausted, I'm afraid Kaido can't do anything about it. Conqueror's haki is top-notch for him. Among Linley's current methods, except for the unsure move, they can hardly pose a threat to him. Even silent displacement and Kandlongpo. The former is in front of Kaido's vision of the future. Not enough to watch. The latter is in front of Kaido who can transform the dragon into the clouds and ride the fog. Even more insignificant. I thought of a way to beat myself before. Kaido accounted for at least 2. Thus, Linley's current true level is actually very clear. Unless you run away with all your heart. If you really want to head-to-head, you can barely reach the level of more than 10 strokes with Kaido of this era. Over time, there is no doubt that you will lose. Unless, his sense of knowledge has also reached the level of foreseeing the future. Only in this way can we counterattack in a targeted manner and reproduce the horror that glows with silent displacement. Or, Sesshomaru awakens, if it is the Kandlong break that is cast using the explosive teeth. You can say that, touch it and die. In the face of endless streams, as long as the target is not annihilated, it will continue to suffer damage. Even if you don't die, you must survive with a broken arm. Thinking of this, Linley hurriedly retreated a few steps. Seeing his movements, Kaido did not pursue him, and praised him sincerely. To collide with me to such an extent, even Jin can't do it. I really look forward to seeing you in a few years, even 10 years. At that time, I'm afraid we will be able to stand in the strongest position with us. When the word, we, is said, in his mind, the figures of Rocks, Roger and Whitebeard Newgate involuntarily appeared. Only, the compliment may be sincere, but in the words, more or less, there is such a trace of regret. It will take several years before we can fight this kid to our heart's content. What a difficult thing that is. There will be a day like that. Maybe it was Kaido's regret. Linley immediately nodded without hesitation. He believes it won't take that long at all. So far, this discussion is almost over. He has judged his current strength, also endorsed by Kaido. In this way, he can avoid a lot of unnecessary explanations when he acts in the future. But, looking at the back of Kaido who was about to leave, maybe it's because I know I'm going to leave Ghost Island for a trip. Even if you gain a lot outside, you may not return immediately. Think back to the past 5 years bit by bit. Take extra care of him. More or less, Linley wants to leave Kaido with some thoughts. Therefore, I made up my mind and plan to invite Kaido to taste. His moves are still uncertain. Father, originally, Kaido was ready to escape. Hearing Linley suddenly calling his name, he froze for a moment, then hurriedly turned around. I have another trick, I don't know how powerful it is. Oh, since Linley said so, most likely a stronger move than Conqueror's Coil. This made Kaido's interest rise immediately. Then let your horses come here. It seems that this last move is your last resort, right? Good, indeed. This also depends on Yanmo in his hand. If there is no Yanmo, not only the combination of demon power and armed color will no longer exist. Just one trick to connect also no longer exists. Thinking of this, he is going to be about the few conquerors as well as the demon power. A brain poured into Yanmo. Yes, the next move will be the fusion of Yali and conquerors. Since the demon power and armed color can be integrated, why can't Yali and conquerors? This is an idea that came to Linley not long after he conquered Yanmo. It is also the final hole card to challenge Kazuki Oden. It's too late to say. The moment when the conquerors and the demon power are successfully fused in Yanmo, the more ferocious and terrifying dark black lightning flickered. Zila Zila. However, except for the sound of lightning, there was no other movement at all. The ink light color seemed to be highly introverted, and there were faint signs of space shrinking around Yanmo. When Kaido saw this scene, his eyes undoubtedly brightened, and a fighting spirit burst out from it. Bring it on. Ooh, Kaido, who looked up to the sky and screamed, vented the fighting spirit in his heart with laughter. Next second, swish, teleport as always. Under the effect of this skill of silent displacement, Linley appeared in front of Kaido instantly. Well done. Kaido immediately swung the mace without hesitation. The level of knowledge and knowledge that can foresee the future makes it easy for him to predict where Linley's blow will fall. But to his surprise, the mace really blocked Yanmo from the air. But I don't know when. The endless dark black lightning actually surpassed the mace and turned into a light, seemingly insignificant slash. Puff. Next moment, bright red blood burst out from Kaido's chest. 2BD. 043 Vice Captain of Beasts, Linley. Hiss. Severe pain rushed into Kaido's mind in an instant. It reminded him involuntarily of the scene where he was severely injured by Kazuki Oden's Taoyuan 10 punch a few days ago. The pain was so similar. Almost couldn't help screaming. Maybe, he didn't want to lose face in front of everyone. In the end, he forcibly held back, but forced a laugh instead. Ooh, what a weird attack. Could it be that this has something to do with your fruit ability? Quote. See, Kaido's first concern is not his own wounds, but this move which is a fusion of conquerors and Yali. The corners of Linley's eyes twitched slightly, and he was really speechless. Indeed, but, are you sure you're okay? During the conversation between the two, the blood gushing out was like a burst water pipe. For a short while, it still doesn't look like it's stopping. If it were an ordinary person, he would have already bled to death. But Kaido looks like he's just sweating a little, nothing. Linley can only sigh with emotion. He really deserves to be the strongest creature in the future. Don't worry, it will heal itself in a while. That's what Kaido said, but his face was slightly distorted uncontrollably. Clearly betrayed him. By now Linley was exhausted. Completely to the limit. Didn't notice these details either. Because of the last move, it almost consumed his remaining conquerors and demon power. Only in this way can we achieve certain achievements. It also fully proved his conjecture. That's good. I've reached my limit. I'm afraid I can't continue. Linley shook his head with a wry smile. If it continues, it will be a one-sided beating. Enough. With your performance, even in this sea, you are second to none. Although the cheeks were slightly distorted, Kaido still gave the greatest affirmation. And, in this world, you are the second person who can hurt me. This is amazing. As he spoke, he suddenly turned his head and shouted at the dumbfounded crowd. From today, Linley is the first officer of the Beast's pirates. Seeing him is like seeing me. Have you understood? Yes. The people who eat melons subconsciously responded. After Kaido nodded in satisfaction, he immediately turned into a blue dragon and soared into the air. Ooh, until it disappeared in front of everyone. The laughter still echoes. In the laughter, there was clearly an incomparable sense of relief. Soaring to an altitude of 10,000 meters, Kaido reformed into a human form, clutching his abdominal wound, thoughtful. Even though we are far away from the original owner, the power in the wound has not faded. Otherwise, with his constitution, the wound would heal almost instantly. Find out why self-healing is blocked. Kaido immediately used Haki to offset the residue from the wound. Only then began to recover at a speed visible to the naked eye. Finally, even after recovery, still left an indelible scar, not far from the cross scar left by Kazuki Oden. However, There was no dissatisfaction or anger on Kaido's face. Some are still extremely gratified and proud. Look at that cross wound left by Kazuki Oden. He sighed proudly. Kazuki Oden, it seems that not only you are inferior to me, even if it's your heir, it's still not as good as me. Think of that iron waist named Momonosuke. It's like remembering some joke. Kaido is here at an altitude of 10,000 meters, laughing loudly. Ooh. Deputy Captain. After Kaido left, people who eat melons gathered around one after another. Black Maria and Yamato took the lead and helped Linley, who was almost collapsed. Master, are you okay? It's okay, just a little tired. Linley, big brother, you are amazing. You actually hurt the invincible old man. Yamato didn't seem worried about his injured daddy at all. Instead, he admired Linley for hurting his father. But there, the one who admired him even more was Jack. Because he was threatened by the two friends to avoid being beaten again, he did not dare to approach. But the gaze towards Linley is clearly the gaze of an idol. He felt that on the Iron Road, the young master was always walking in front of him, far surpassing him. Jin and Quinn watched this scene. I really feel that this daughter is raised for nothing. Why did you raise a big filial daughter? Tukao returned to Tukao. The two came to Linley, with a solemn tone. Congratulations Linley, you will be the first officer from now on. Kaido's order, in the Beast's Pirates, is the imperial decree, since it is said that Linley will be the deputy captain in the future. Seeing Linley is like seeing him. Jin and Quinn will only follow Kaido's orders. Maybe it's just a whim. Linley waved his hand. He has never been interested in these imaginary things. It doesn't exist. Jin smiled and said, since Beast's Pirates was created for so many years, there has never been a deputy captain. This position is tailor-made for you. After finishing speaking, I felt a little emotional in my heart. This kid can no longer be called in the future. For a while, congratulations and compliments kept ringing in Linley's ears. He dealt with it casually, and with the support of Black Maria and Yamato, he returned to the room. From a distance, looking at Jack, who was creeping and not daring to approach, he said strangely. Why are you so far away from us? I don't know, I thought Jack was a stalker. Ha 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 ha, I'm afraid of being beaten. Jack scratched his head and smiled foolishly. When Linley heard it, how could he not know what was going on? You guys love to bully Jack. The next day, when Linley recovered, he approached Kaido again. As soon as he opened his mouth, he was discussing how to kill Kurozumi Orochi and change the idea of a watchdog. In response, Kaido just waved his hands and said impatiently, you are the vice captain now, you can handle this trivial matter yourself. Then, 3 days later, Linley went to Rabbit Bowl Prison again and met with Higuro. 044 Wano-kuni, the country where slavish seal carving enters the soul. Bang dang, bang dang. The sound of iron chains colliding, following the prisoner's footsteps, lingered in the cell. Under the leadership of the guards, Higuro once again came to a secret room in the prison 3 days ago. 3 days have passed, how are you thinking? Linley, who came one step ahead, didn't talk nonsense and got straight to the point. In tone, quite indifferent. It didn't seem so urgent. After all, it is not easy to find a three-legged toad, but is it not easy to find an obedient dog? Higuro is just a more suitable candidate, not the only one. Higuro hesitated, as if he was still struggling in his heart, not knowing whether he should agree. After a long while, he said, I have a question. Explain. You mean, you want to make me General Wano-kuni? No, Linley shook his head. General Wano-kuni, just pick one from the Kurozumi Orochi family. From now on, the position of general is just a mascot and no longer holds any power. I will hand over the specific power to several people. Military and political separation. If you are interested, I can hand over the government affairs to you. As long as you complete the seastone weapon production task incrementally every year on time and according to the quantity, you can announce other governance measures as you like. As for military affairs, I will arrange another person. You don't need to worry about that. I see. After listening to Linley's concise arrangement, a trace of disappointment inevitably flashed in Higuro's eyes. At first, he thought Linley wanted to be like Kaido. Support a more obedient character like Kurozumi Orochi to control Wano-kuni. In that case, autonomy would not be the same. But obviously, Linley is much more thoughtful than Kaido. Eliminates the chance of a second Kurozumi Orochi. What is left to him now is the power to handle government affairs. But, even if only the power of government affairs, do you want to decline? Higuro asked himself. Even if you still implement the morality in your heart, you will be unyielding in the face of invaders like Beast's Pirates. What good does this do for me and for the people of Wano-kuni? Linley's solicitation is completely different from Kurozumi's solicitation. The latter's solicitation is nothing more than pulling him into a gangster and continuing to poison Wano-kuni. Everything is still decided by Kurozumi Orochi. But the former gave him a certain degree of autonomy. As long as the tasks are completed on time and in quantity, strategic materials such as seastone will be delivered to Beast's Pirates incrementally every year. Other times, want to do something for the people of Wano-kuni. No limit. Linley also made it clear 3 days ago. As long as the task is completed, how you want to love the people like your son is none of his business. And Kurozumi Orochi these years, in addition to completing tasks. In fact, more often than not, they are not retaliating against the people of Wano-kuni, or they are on the way to retaliation. Right now, Wano Kuni is about to fall into 2 decades of darkness. If I can. Thinking of this, Higuro was already moved, but he thought of a crucial question. Complete the task on time and according to the quantity. You said it is easy, but the task of producing seastone weapons is not easy. The Kurozumi Orochi has almost exhausted the efforts of several regions in recent years to achieve it. That's the only thing he worries about. If you can't complete the task, the consequences can be imagined. He doesn't want to become Wano Kuni's sinner after Kurozumi Orochi. Hee. Linley smiled slightly. Simple and rude, regardless of efficiency and long-term development, it is natural. Just like Kurozumi Orochi, this kind of fishing practice. The original can last another 20 years. It's simply WT's forced opening without looking at the rules of the development of things. Linley does not approve of this set. On the contrary, with both kindness and might, a slap to a sweet date can neither be too kind nor too cruel. Find a balance between the two, in order to stimulate the enthusiasm of the people of Wano Kuni, so as to improve the efficiency. This sweet date is naturally Bingo-rang. When he was young, he was not humiliated, so naturally there was no revenge. What's more, he, who has always been benevolent and righteous, will only find ways to benefit the people. In this case, you must secure your position. And if you want to be stable, you must complete the task on time and according to the quantity. This becomes a closed loop. Of course, with Higuro's knowledge level, it is almost impossible to achieve a perfect balance between the two. Linley was clearly prepared. What do you mean? Higuro didn't seem to understand what Linley meant. I will prepare specific factory management processes, reward and punishment measures, and sustainable development plans for you. With these things, are you afraid that you won't be able to complete the task? Just do it. Quote. Hearing this, Higuro was finally completely relieved. Linley has already said so. If he refuses again, he will be ignorant of good and bad. Higuro would agree, as Linley expected. With his character, there is no reason not to have the opportunity to be free while also benefiting the people of Wano Kuni. The factory production plans mentioned, such as the 996,007 mentioned before, are all things that have been made in the past 5 years, after dinner and dinner. At that time, just throw it to Higuro. As for the military affairs, that is to say, Wano Kuni's imperial family, samurai, etc., Linley will arrange people from the Beast's pirates to take over. Firmly in the hands of the Beast's pirates. Finally, it is ideological construction. This is the most important point. It is necessary to make the public question the legitimacy of the Kazuki clan's rule over Wano Kuni. It is also necessary to let Kurozumi Orochi take all the blame, so that the people are grateful. From now on, at Wano Kuni, maybe there will be, proud to work for the Beast's pirates. Shame on Kazuki Oden's memory. This kind of thing may be difficult for other countries. But for a country like Wano Kuni, slavishness is deeply carved into the soul. Like the Wano Kuni people of the Yamato nation, they understand everything. All preparations have been made. It's time to deal with the Kurozumi Orochi. Early in the morning, Linley brought Jin, Quinn, and all the beasts to the inner city of the capital of flowers. Kurozumi Orochi thought something was wrong. Hastily stepped forward to meet. Unfortunately, what awaits him will be the end of his life. 045 Immediate execution. Kurozumi Orochi's order. Master Linley, why are you here? Watching Linley rushing in with Jin, Quinn and a group of people. Kurozumi Orochi only thought that there was something important to do, and immediately stepped forward to say hello respectfully. Even if Kaido is not around, he is respectful to everyone. Especially Linley. Or, it is because Kaido is not here that I am respectful. Kaido is not like this little brat. Get started if you disagree. On the day Kazuki Oden was executed, he understood a truth. Even if Linley treats him too much and ignores his majesty as a general. How to treat him like a dog. Kaido, I'm afraid, won't hold the slightest bit of blame either. So, he is cowardly, I have to be cowardly. Fortunately, the groveling, humiliation, and abandonment of dignity in his childhood have brought his patience to a point that can be called ultimate. Therefore, as long as the position of General Wano Kuni is his own. Regardless of his humiliation, bear with it. Who makes the fist bigger than others? But he didn't think about it either. I was the one who provoked Linley first. Linley didn't speak, but just looked at Kurozumi with interest. There was no disturbance in my heart. For him, solving Kurozumi Orochi is like crushing an ant. Negligible, not worth the emotional swing. Not only him, but also Jin and Quinn behind him. Quote. Kurozumi Orochi looked puzzled. What do these 3 people mean when they came to his territory and didn't say a word? Be a goalkeeper. Is there something wrong with my face? He asked strangely. Tisk. Perhaps Quinn couldn't hold back at last. He is not a person who can be serious. After exhaling thick smoke, the disdain on his face has not been concealed. Don't you have any idea about your face? Let me just say it straight. Does it affect your appetite when you see it? You fat BD, what nonsense are you talking about? The most unbearable place was complained face to face, and Kurozumi gnashed his teeth and clenched his fists. If it wasn't for Quinn who said this, he would have executed the person who said it long ago. Now, they can only talk to each other. So what, am I fat? It's full of muscles. Besides, if I think I'm fat, I can still lose weight, can you? Muscle or fat is only temporary, but your ugliness is forever. Although it does make sense. But if the person being said is himself, then it is unbearable. Kurozumi Orochi was trying to fight back. Linley couldn't listen anymore, and said indifferently, "Enough. Kurozumi Orochi, go gather your men, I want to see them." As soon as he opened his mouth, Quinn immediately kept silent. There was no dissatisfaction on his face at all. Kurozumi Orochi, whose sense motive skill is still online, keenly noticed this. Doubts arise spontaneously in my heart. He wondered why Quinn would react like this when he was reprimanded. I was even more puzzled as to why he was asked to summon the royal family and samurai. It's strange, just tell me if you have something to do, what are you doing seeing them? Doubts are doubts, and the words spoken still dare not be too heavy. For fear of causing dissatisfaction with that little BD, Linley didn't speak, just watched Kurozumi silently. Seeing the puzzled look on the latter's face, Jin at the side seemed to think that Linley would explain it to him. Step forward and say, "There is something to announce, you just do it." After finishing speaking, I was really emotional. Since Linley has shown his strength, majesty is growing day by day, even though it is clear that Linley's attitude towards people has not changed at all. But others can't help but become more and more in awe of him. There is no need to say more about all the beasts. Look at the Kurozumi Orochi in front of you. That's a serious word that I dare not say. All right, Jin said so. Kurozumi Orochi had no choice but to suppress the doubts in his heart. Don't dare not be ignorant. ... Half an hour later, the royal family and samurai who were loyal to Kurozumi Orochi, they all gathered in the inner city of the capital of flowers. Even Kurozumi Higurashi, the old witch of the Kurozumi clan, was called over. At this time, Linley and others had moved to a high platform. Looking at the bustling crowd below, Linley said lightly to Jin, "Brother Jin, it's time to start." Good. Read Beast's Pirates Mate's orders. Vice Captain. Hearing this word at Wano-kuni is almost unprecedented. The group of people waiting below were completely surrounded. Beast's Pirates, when did you get an extra mate? Order 1. Appoint Hyogoro as Minister of Political Affairs of Wano-kuni, responsible for overseeing all government affairs of Wano-kuni. What? Hegoro. Hearing this name, Kurozumi Orochi's face changed drastically, without thinking deeply about the reason. Already trembling with anger, he jumped into a rage and said, "Hello, Wano-kuni is Laozi's territory, have you Beast's Pirates stretched your hand too far? Who the hell let your powers assert themselves?" Hee. Quinn looked like he was watching a clown. "Since when did Wano-kuni be your domain, Kurozumi Orochi? Don't you forget that from the beginning to the end, you are just a dog of Kaido's boss." Nonsense. Panicked Kurozumi Orochi, obviously dazzled by anger, roared at Quinn with a glare. Laozi and Kaido are nothing but a partnership. If it weren't for me, you Beast's Pirates could have developed to this point. Who do you think can get so many seastone weapons? As he said that, he seemed still not relieved, turned his head and continued to say fiercely to Jin, "I'm going to see Kaido now and ask him to give Laozi an explanation. I hope this is his order, otherwise, Laozi will never spare you." Ah, Jin shook his head and sneered. A word of advice, it's better to listen to all the orders. Then without waiting for his answer, he continued. Order 2. The Imperial family, the samurai army, will be under the direct jurisdiction of the Beast's Pirates from now on. Order 3. Immediately execute General Wano-kuni Kurozumi Orochi and choose another Kurozumi to be enthroned. Above. Wow. The moment the order was read out, everyone below immediately exploded. 046 Desperate Kurozumi Orochi. The first two commands are exaggerated enough. It is not an exaggeration to say that the Kurozumi Orochi is overhead. Government and military powers were all stripped away. What's the difference between that and a mascot? Good guy. This third one, even the life of Kurozumi Orochi is not going to let go. The royal family and the samurai army were directly stunned by these three orders. Can't believe this is true. As for Kurozumi Higurashi, who is also part of the Kurozumi family, he has always been scheming. The key is quickly understood. Or, at the celebration banquet that day, when Kurozumi Orochi urged Linley to test his sword in public, he had already expected this scene to happen. It's just that she didn't expect. This scene came so quickly. Maybe it's Jin and Quinn's prestige, coupled with the shock of these three orders. For a while, there was no sound at all. No one questioned. At this time, there are many people in the imperial court. There was a figure that Linley was more familiar with. That is Shinobu, who was once loyal to Kazuki Oden. Since the death of Kazuki Oden, with the Kazuki clan disappeared in Wano-kuni. With all the complicated emotions in her heart, she couldn't help but think about Linley's words that exposed the most unbearable nature of Kazuki Oden that day. In fact, on the same day, she was already somewhat overturned by the public's reaction. She can't find any reason to reprimand those who don't understand the greatness of Kazuki Oden. Even faintly felt that what Linley said made sense. And Kazuki Oden's last sentence, "Do not regret your choice." It completely became the last straw that crushed her. So, after some deliberate thinking, she decided to return to the royal court Fanjong. Stop pinning your hopes on people, but seize the moment. See if you can get close to the Kurozumi Orochi and do your little bit for the people of Wano-kuni. Because she was originally a member of the Yuding Fanjong. Choose, abandon darkness and turn to light, and return. Kurozumi Orochi readily agreed. Who ever thought? It's only been 2 days. Kurozumi Orochi is about to be executed. When Jin on the stage announced this order, she was completely dumbfounded. Hey, What are you talking about? Who is going to be executed? In an instant, Kurozumi's head was covered with cold sweat. He stared fixedly at Jin, eyes full of disbelief. I wonder if I am hallucinating. Cut. Quinn shook his head and sneered, disdainfully said. Ugly. I believe your hearing should be fine. There's no need for Jin to repeat it, right? I do not believe, never believe it. Fortunately, his heart was broken, and Kurozumi roared ferociously. I'm going to meet Kaido right now. Lousy will never believe that he wants to kill me. As he said that, he immediately turned around without hesitation, and walked aggressively towards the gate of the inner city. Unexpectedly, Quinn really echoed him and said, That's true, brother Kaido really didn't want to kill you. What? Kurozumi Orochi was stunned for a moment, and stopped involuntarily. Despite the extreme doubts, he was really relieved in his heart. Okay, how dare you fake Kaido's orders now? Who gave you the guts? If Kaido doesn't give me an explanation, this matter will never be left alone. Determined the meaning of Kaido, Kurozumi Orochi has a bottom line in his heart. When it comes to speaking, he is no longer polite. How can the dignified General Wanokuni be played like a fool? He couldn't swallow this breath no matter what. Hello. Coincidentally, Quinn was looking at Kurozumi Orochi with a look of a fool. What are you talking to yourself? I'm not finished yet, although brother Kaido didn't want to kill you. But all the orders today were given by the Vice Captain Linley. Brother Kaido said that the orders of the Vice Captain are his orders. Deputy Captain, so it's you. Kurozumi Orochi was taken aback. Immediately understood everything. It turned out that the culprit of all this. It's all Linley. It was too late to think about why Kaido made Linley the deputy captain. Suddenly in my heart, it has been quickly filled with an ominous premonition. The whole beast's pirates. He was without a doubt most afraid of Linley, especially with the strength of the latter growing day by day. Even after daring to challenge Kazuki Oden, I have been worried that one day I will settle accounts with him. However, according to his thinking, even if it is to settle accounts, at most he should be beaten up. He apologized again, and kept a low profile in front of Linley from now on. The grudge between the two is over. He thinks that he is very important to Kaido. In any case, my life is still guaranteed. Who ever thought? Linley, who has been ignoring him for a while now, whether provocative or petty tricks. First hand, just to kill him. He panicked, really panicked. Linley is no better than Kaido. The latter, he has always been respectful. Don't dare to offend in the slightest. But the former, the number of times he offended. Quite a lot. Thinking of this, the groveling temperament developed in the past. This prompted him to quickly come to Linley, begging in fear. Master Linley, if I have offended you in any way, I would like to apologize. Even if you want to beat me up next time, I'm willing to do so. Why bother to kill them all? Linley didn't speak, his eyes were full of indifference. Not only that, but they looked at the royal family and the samurai army below. After a long while, he opened his mouth and said lightly. Execute Kurozumi Orochi, do you have any objections? Seemingly asking. In fact, I want to take this opportunity to see who are the die-hard Kurozumi Orochi. If there is, let these people be buried with Kurozumi Orochi. He has never been stingy with the master-servant love of helping others. See, Linley ignored himself. How can Kurozumi Orochi not understand? This is determined to kill him. But is he the type to be caught without a fight? Holding the last hope, the tone is full of threats. This is the inner city. My royal family and the samurai army are all here. If you insist on not letting go, Lousy will have to fight you to death. Very good. Linley wished so, and asked with great interest. Then let's do it, Kang. As soon as the words fell, Yanmo was out of the sheath. Seeing this, Jin, Quinn and a group of beasts also showed their weapons. Quote! Seeing this scene, Kurozumi realized that there was no room for negotiation. Already completely desperate, in despair, he shouted hysterically, "Give it to me, stop them." With that said, he turned and left without hesitation. I must not die here. Wanokuni hasn't been destroyed yet, how could I just die? Damn, beasts pirates, Lousy will never make it easy for you. Anger made his expression even more distorted. Fear makes his steps more agile. He's even thought about it. Once you escape, the first thing to do is to send people to various regions to destroy the weapon factories. Beasts are unkind, don't blame him for being unrighteous. But walking, suddenly noticed something was wrong. Turn your head and look. From the royal family and the samurai army, there were only a handful of people who rushed out to block the enemy for him. Even Kurozumi Higurashi just stood there motionless. Look at these cats and dogs 3 or 2. Linley felt a little regretful. But I can also understand. After all, it is not like the original work after 20 years of operation. Now more and more people just falsely think of snakes, which is reasonable. Thinking of this, Linley smiled lightly and said, I heard that the devil fruit you ate was also a phantom beast. Or in the form of Yamato no Orochi. How about letting me wait and see? 0471 second, 8 lives. Wanokuni is in control. How can Kurozumi care about Linley at this moment? Most of the Imperial Court fans and samurai legions below were motionless. My lungs are almost exploding. A-hole, what are you doing? Give it to me. On weekdays, although it is said that he is moody and reprimanded at every turn. But there are many benefits that should be given, right? At this critical moment, he actually lost the chain. Master Orochi, I saw someone said with a straight face. It's you they want to kill, we don't want to court death. That is, Master Orochi, I said you should be too wrong. What do I rely on to get to my current position, I don't know. How dare you provoke them? Now the trouble is out of control, but you want us to die. People from the beast's pirates, who they can deal with. What's more, there are also Fire Embers and Plague Quinn. This score, the vast majority of people still have it in their hearts. He couldn't even deal with Hydro before. Got to shake people at the beast's pirates. And now let them do it to the beast's pirates. It is obvious that he will die. Only a fool would do it. What's more, when I played for Kurozumi Orochi, most of them were forced to have no choice. If it is not really necessary, is this kind of thing worthy of their allegiance? I heard the whole army say that. The few loyalists who had stood up looked at each other. Apparently they were a little hesitant. You, Kurozumi Orochi pointed at the crowd, trembling with anger. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. After a long while, 2 sentences popped out of his mouth. It can't be reversed. When have I ever treated you badly? It's okay not to say. Say this sentence. The people below were all happy. Don't treat me badly. Don't treat them as human beings at all. This is called not to treat you badly. Accept the reality, Master Orochi. During the holidays, I will definitely burn paper for you. Damn it, you bunch of wolves. Hearing this, Kurozumi was furious immediately. No matter how much he reprimanded these people as wolf-hearted. It is obvious that there is a matter of death, but few are willing. Hello. The corner of Quinn's mouth raised high at some point, full of sarcasm. Why bother? Why make it so embarrassing? Wouldn't it be better to die quietly? I can't die. Kurozumi roared hysterically. Wano-kuni is not dead, how can I die? As he said that, he seemed to think of something, as if he was grabbing a life-saving straw. He couldn't wait to say to Kurozumi Muchin. Where's the Kurozumi bullet? Go get him. However, even Kurozumi Higurashi, a native of his own family, was unmoved at the moment. The so-called one who knows current affairs is a hero. At the beginning, it was she who promoted the cooperation between Kaido and Kurozumi Orochi. Knowing that it is a matter of death, she also can't do it. If you really want to listen to him, I'm afraid that you will die under the sword of that young man before walking 10 meters. No, it should be the sword of the deputy captain of Beast's Pirates. Looking at Linley on stage, she couldn't help being filled with frost. What a cruel heart. It's unreasonable to kill a donkey like this. Tougher than Kaido. From those 3 commands, we can know that. From now on, life for the Kurozumi clan will be difficult. That day, Linley tamed Yanmo twice, which was even more exaggerated than Kazuki Oden. She realized that this young man was definitely not something in the pool. Now I get the news that I have been appointed as the deputy captain. It is even more judged conjecture. Unfortunately, if she had known earlier, she would have persuaded Kurozumi Orochi not to provoke this kind of person. It's too late to say anything now. Kurozumi Orochi lost his mind. What she can do for the Kurozumi clan, is to protect herself wisely. Even you, Kurozumi Orochi stared at Kurozumi Higurashi in disbelief. I can't believe that this clansman who acts as a brain tank will abandon him. Seeing this, Linley completely lost his patience. How? The last words have not been explained yet. As he said that, he didn't want to waste any more time, and without any hesitation, he swung out a slash. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. At the time of life and death, Kurozumi Orochi ran away in fright, feeling completely hopeless in his heart. Facing that slash, he seemed to feel that he was not running fast enough, and subconsciously transformed into the form of Yamato no Orochi. In his mouth, he continued to mutter to himself like crazy. I can't die, I can't die. Oh, but his actions caught Linley's eyes. As we all know, Kurozumi Orochi ate the phantom beast Yata Orochi form. Due to the particularity of the fruit, it is basically equivalent to having 8 lives. In the original book, Kaido was deceived by this. The reanimated Kurozumi Orochi destroys Onishima. Let the situation of the beast's pirates worsen. Now that you know this, of course I will guard against it. He can't wait for Kurozumi Orochi to transform. In this way, it can be killed in one go. Otherwise, if Kurozumi Orochi doesn't cooperate, then he can only squat and guard. So the next second, puff 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 puff, hands up and down, the 8 heads of the Kurozumi Orochi landed almost simultaneously. 1 second, 8 lives, put the knife back into its sheath. Kurozumi Orochi's head fell to the ground, and seemed to be saying something. The mouth was trembling constantly, and the eyes were panicked. It's a pity that no one pays even the slightest attention to him now. Linley took a few steps forward, towards the royal family and the samurai army, and asked lightly. From now on, you will be loyal to the beast's pirates. Those who have dissent, you can stand up. Quote. Obviously, no one will take the initiative to seek death. So what answered him was a scene of complete silence. With Kurozumi Orochi's life comes to an end. Immediately afterwards, with Linley's support, Hydro took office at the speed of light. Overview Wano-kuni administration also appointed Kurozumi Higurashi as deputy, responsible for supervising Bingorang's every move and checking each other. The royal family and the samurai army are all under the direct jurisdiction of the beast's pirates. Jin will take care of it for the time being. In the future, when there is a suitable candidate, let Jin withdraw. In addition, Linley also let Kurozumi Higurashi, through the ability of clone fruit, turned into the shape of the Kurozumi Orochi, and issued an edict of guilt. Take all the evil that happened to Wano-kuni upon yourself. Then announced to give way. In front of the public, a scene of seppuku was staged. It doesn't matter who the new general is, it's just a mascot anyway. Since then, with Wano-kuni, you are in control, and the day when Linley goes to sea is getting closer. 048 Farewell, 3-year contract, Ghost Island, Ballroom. Kaido, who was drinking wine with a gourd, listened to Linley's idea of going to sea. He laughed heartily. There was no surprise in the laughter. Ooh, have you finally decided? At Linley's age, it's impossible to stay on Ghost Island forever. Traveling to sea is a matter of time. In fact, Kaido had expected this point in his heart. Now Wano-kuni is completely in control, and Linley's strength, even in the new world where the strong are like a forest, can still occupy a place. It's a good time to go to sea. With your current strength, I'm not worried about any danger. It's just that in New World, there are countless strong people, so don't be complacent. Even if it is me, I dare not say that I can walk sideways in New World. Linley naturally has no reason to ignore Kaido's warning. He knew Kaido was telling the truth. Kaido in this period really couldn't walk sideways in New World. After all, Whitebeard is still in his prime. Marine's Garp, Sengoku, and Zephyr were also in their prime during this period. Marine is hard to say. But Whitebeard, I'm afraid Kaido is really no match now. And he went to sea this time with a clear purpose. One is to find the Logia. Second, it is naturally the candidate who has already been determined by the contract. Naturally, there will be nothing to provoke those strong men, unless someone else took the initiative to provoke him. It's good that you know what's in your heart. Kaido grabbed the wine gourd and took a few sips of wine with a chug, before continuing. Have you set a goal for the first stop? I heard that Dad and Charlotte Linlin of the BIGMOM Pirates are old friends. Fortunately, I will go and visit for you. Linlin, it's true that we haven't seen each other for many years. Hearing Linley mention his old friend, Kaido seemed to be quite emotional, and he looked out of the house with a faint sense of wandering. After a long while, I came back to my senses. Okay, bring me a gift for me. Speaking of which, I still owe her a favor. I know what to do. Linley nodded. By the way, there's one more thing, just go and have a look. It is said that there is a Don Quixote family in North Blue, and the leader used to be celestial dragons. If you have a chance, go and take them under your command and use them for the beasts. Believe in the identity of the celestial dragons, it can be of great help. That guy named Doflamingo, right? I see. Linley knew it. At this time, Doflamingo was only 21 years old, also developing bitter underground forces in North Blue. This has just made some famous names. Naturally, it has not yet established a cooperative relationship with Kaido. Beast's pirates in this period, regarding the sales of seastone weapons, have started multi-channel sales. Also, go and say goodbye to Yamato. You're going to be away for a while. I guess she is the one who is most uncomfortable. Said. Kaido sighed silently. He feels now, I'm afraid of my lousy status. In Yamato's heart, it is really not as important as Linley. When I think about it, it is inevitable that there will be some heartache. What? X3. When the third child only heard about Linley's plan to go to sea. No surprise. Yamato didn't think much, and immediately excitedly said, Whoa, Linley big brother, take me with you. The outside world is so big, I really want to see it. Take me too, young master. Black Maria couldn't wait to join in, her eyes full of urgency. Even Jack, who hid a little further away, also shouted from a distance. I am coming too. It won't work this time. I have important things to do. It will be inconvenient to bring you along. And, if there is any danger, I won't be able to take care of you at that time. Linley shook his head slightly. This time, I can't get used to it anymore. After all, the vast sea, unlike Wano-kuni, everything is under control. Hearing this, the three little ones were undoubtedly extremely disappointed. The biggest response is undoubtedly Yamato. Looking at Linley's doting gaze, Yamato unconsciously burst into tears and asked aggrievedly. Don't big brothers want Yamato? Why, it's not like I won't come back. But, in this way, Yamato will not see big brother for a long time. Isn't there a phone bug? Linley said helplessly, when you miss me, it's fine if the phone bug contacts me. But, even if I can hear your voice, I can't see your person. Yamato is still relentless. It's been more than 5 years since Linley came to Ghost Island. In the past 5 years, they have been with each other day and night, growing together and inseparable. Suddenly Linley was leaving. How can Yamato accept this? Yamato, gently rubbing Yamato's little head, Linley said softly. Life is alive, always have to experience parting. But it is precisely because of the power of longing that the reunion becomes more precious. What's more, the big brother went to sea this time. In addition to completing a few things that the old man told him, the other is to help Maria find a suitable devil fruit. Look, you and I eat the most precious phantom beast species, and Jack is at least an ancient species. As a little partner, since big brother is capable now, how can he not help Maria find a better fruit, right? Black Maria really wanted to say that she didn't want any better devil fruit, but only hoped that the young master would not leave. But when the words came to his lips, he swallowed them forcefully. She knew the reason why the young master didn't take them out to sea together. In the final analysis, they are too weak. How can she be willing to embarrass the young master when she is so considerate? Yamato lowered his head, feeling very disappointed. No answer to Linley's question. If not, let's make an agreement. Linley laughed. 3 years, up to 3 years. If in these 3 years, you have worked hard to cultivate and your strength has grown rapidly, after that 3 years, when I come back, if I go to sea again, I will take you with me. After all, if you want to be my sailing partner, you have to have no strength. 3 years. Then it's settled. Yamato looked up suddenly, his eyes full of hope. Then waiting for the unknown. There is no doubt that people are more motivated to wait for a specific time. At this moment, the 3 little ones, including Yamato, all made up their minds. In the past 3 years, you must practice hard to make yourself stronger. Therefore, when bidding farewell to Jin and Quinn, he explained the specific details of Wano Kuni's ideological education. Under the reluctant eyes of the 3 little ones, Linley left Ghost Island and Wano Kuni by boat. Heading towards the first stop, Cake Island. 049 In this era, the 2 young people with the most potential. 2 months later, New World. Beside the empty boat, a figure was swimming around the boat. Bianyu continued to make sounds of surprise. Take a closer look. Who is it not Linley? As a fruit-capable person, he can ignore the side effects of devil fruit and swim freely in the sea. In fact, Linley also just found out, after obtaining the form of killing pill, never considered the side effects. Without him, at Wano Kuni, there is no chance of falling into the sea at all. On weekdays, you either walk on the ground or fly in the sky. If you can fly, how can you have the opportunity to go into the sea? And bathing or something, it was not affected at all. There was never a feeling of fatigue. He only thought it was due to the particularity of the shape of Sesshomaru. Who ever thought? Today, on a whim, I planned to go fishing in the sea for a change of taste. I felt that standing on the boat and throwing the whip was not enough, so I just fell into the water, and by the way, I could exercise Seastone's endurance. As soon as I fell into the water, I found that I didn't have any side effects after eating devil fruit. It seems, maybe the ability in the form of the killing pill is directly given by the system, not directly eaten, so there is no side effect. Only this explanation is more reasonable. So, Linley suddenly had an idea. Does it mean that in addition to the form of killing pill, I can eat another devil fruit? After all, his ability was given, instead of eating it directly. Thinking of this, I can't help but brighten my eyes. No one will dislike their own strength is not strong enough. If I can eat another devil fruit, wouldn't that be even more powerful? Wrong. Linley quickly dismissed the idea. It should be done like this. If you eat it directly, you cannot get a return of more than a multiple. It's not worth it. On the contrary, the contract is about to eat the ability user of devil fruit, thereby obtaining a refund. That way you'll get at least twice as much back. In any case, it will be more powerful than the original fruit. Just like Dako Junction form and Sesshomaru form, although the former is worthy of the name of phantom beast species. But compared to the latter, the gap is really too far. Now that the quota has been restored to 3 again, it is indeed necessary to do a test to verify the conjecture. The reason why the quota will be restored to 3, mainly these 2 months. Get back from the 3 little ones. Open the system interface. Host. Linley. Age. 13. Fruit. Inugu Fruit Phantom Beast Sesshomaru form unawakened. Skills. Flying. Silent displacement. Movement of light. Demon power regeneration. Hockey. Observation hockey. Beginner. Armament hockey. Intermediate. Conqueror's hockey. Winding. Physical arts. Swordsmanship introductory. Physical arts introductory. Contract targets. Yamato. Black Maria. Jack 3/6. Maybe because of the past 2 months, Sanshou has been training extremely hard just because of the agreement. A month ago, Yamato and Jack have mastered armament hockey one after another. Linley was given 31 times and 22 times the return respectively. In one fell swoop, Linley's armament hockey has been pushed to the intermediate level. And a week ago, Black Maria even awakened observation hockey. Logically speaking, if the 3 little ones are returned one after another, 2 places should be given. But now there is only 1. This gave Linley a deeper understanding of the return mechanism. First of all, starting from scratch, you must get a place. There is no question about that. It has nothing to do with the impact of this ability on the overall strength of the individual. Take the return of Conquerors, for example. From nothing to Conqueror's winding, a total of 2 spots were awarded. In this way, it is a good explanation why the armed color is promoted to the middle level, but the quota is not returned. Most likely, it is necessary to break through to the realm of emission, which can be regarded as a breakthrough improvement. Besides, swordsmanship and gymnastics are also within the scope of the system's display. Does it mean these can also provide him with a contract quota? Thinking of this, Linley's heart became even more determined, the current contract objects of the 3 places. As for testing devil fruit, just wait until there are spare spots. The reason why I chose Cake Island as the first stop, of course not to visit Big Mom for Kaido, in addition to being relatively close to other sea areas. The main reason is for Katakuri. This is a strong person who will master observation hockey of the level of foreseeing the future in the future. Certainly, the premise is to make sure that he has not reached that level now. And the other 2 places? No doubt, it must be left to this era, the 2 young people with the most potential. Red hair, eagle eye, the former will be called the strongest conquerors by good people in the future. As to whether it is true, if you look at it from performance, indeed, no one has performed better than him. And the latter, needless to say, in the field of swordsmanship. Sword skills and strength are not strong, and the title of the world's #1 swordsman can't fall on him. But what Linley values more is the eagle-eyed armament Hawkeye, the knight that can be one of the 12 crafts of the supreme sword. Become a permanent black knife. Whether the armed color is strong or not, anyone with a little brain knows it. And in this time period, it was a period of rapid growth for the two of them. The sooner you sign the contract, the more benefits you will have in the future. Certainly, after all, Linley is not familiar with the world outside of Wano Kuni. If you want to find these two people in the Four Seas, the Grand Line, and the New World, it is undoubtedly a needle in a haystack. That's why he chose to take a boat instead of flying directly. In Pirate World, if you go anywhere, fly. I am afraid I will miss a lot of scenery along the way. In case someone is in the sea, you fly straight through the sky. Isn't that dumbfounded? One more, facing such a wide sea area, he may not have such huge physical strength to support such a high-intensity flight. So for the time being, follow the established route. First go to Cake Island in Wangwo, and then go to North Blue to meet Doflamingo for a while. By the way, inquire about the news of the two through the underground forces. This is a reasonable arrangement. Soon, more than a week passed. Even if Linley veered further, he gradually sailed into the Sea of All Nations. 050 Andy is married again. Along the way, although the sea is endless, but the pirate who doesn't open his eyes. In fact, there are many. But it was all solved by Linley. Not worth mentioning, and the Kingdom of All Nations is the Kingdom of Totland. The entire sea area it belongs to is dominated by Cake Island, surrounded by 34 scattered islands. Linley had just driven in not long ago. Soft, cotton candy-like, rain, floated down from the sky. Is this the legendary cotton candy rain? Such a strange sight. After coming to this world, Linley, who basically stayed on Ghost Island, felt a little strange. After all, seeing and experiencing are two completely different things. He jumped up with great interest, flew to an altitude of 10,000 meters, and looked down at this sea area from a high position. Because Cake Island is in this Sea of Nations, it is the largest island. Therefore, there is no need to search carefully, it is clear at a glance. Almost instantly, the location of the Cake Island was located. Go to Cake Island first, send the gift prepared by Dad, and then go to Katakuri. Although it is strange to see the scene of all nations. But if you watch too much, that's it. Linley's mind was more on the contract object. After determining the direction, he returned to the boat immediately and accelerated the sailing speed. Half an hour later, on the boundless sea, a ship that was much larger than Linley's boat suddenly approached in front of him. Patrol boat. After seeing the flag of the BIGMOM pirates, Linley didn't have the slightest intention of avoiding it, but took the initiative to get close to it. Who are you? What's the use of breaking into the 10,000 kingdoms? As soon as they approached, there was a burst of questioning from the patrol boat. Since this visit is considered a friendly visit, facing this kind of questioning with a bad attitude, Linley didn't like to overreact too much, so he said lightly. At the request of Beast's Pirates Kaido, I have something to see you, the captain of the BIGMOM pirates. Hear the words Beast's Pirates. The patrol officers on the patrol boat did not dare to be careless. Immediately take the initiative to lead the way and drive towards the direction of Cake Island. Under the leadership of the patrol boat, the road was unimpeded. However, after logging into Cake Island, Linley was not brought in front of the ant immediately. Instead, he was brought to the eldest son of the ant, Charlotte Tepa Ross Perot. Isn't this guy stationed at Candy Island? How did it appear on Cake Island? Linley, who knows the plot, of course knows that apart from Cake Island, the other 34 islands are all stationed by the ant who arranged for her own children. Among them, Ross Perot in front of him is stationed in Candy Island. The main target of this trip, Katakuri, is stationed on Wheat Island. If you don't want to make a business trip first, I'm afraid he's not even interested in coming to Cake Island. Instead, head directly to Wheat Island. After all, I am used to seeing the good looks of Black Maria and Yamato. Let's look at the weird races in the BIGMOM pirates. This gap is bound to be a bit big. You said you were from the Beast's Pirates. Looking at the young man in front of him, Perot's eyes showed a hint of surprise. A boy, how come here from Wano Kuni alone, all the way and safe and sound? His long tongue flicked out of the collar around his neck when he spoke. This weird behavior gave Linley the urge to draw his sword. Yes, Charlotte Linlin is on the island now, isn't she? In addition to the gift, my father also asked me to greet her. Father. Ross Perot keenly grasped the word, and before thinking about Linley's rudeness, he asked in surprise. Who are you, Kaido? Adopted son. I see. Because Pei Ross Perot is the first child of the ant. He was born when Big Mom was still in the Rocks Pirates. Speaking of it, he is actually only 9 years younger than Kaido. Naturally, I know that Big Mom and Kaido have a lot of friendship. The latter's fish fruit, phantom beast species, and blue dragon form were given by the former. Immediately he said enthusiastically, you came at the right time. Mom is getting married again, and there will be a wedding tea party in 3 days' time, when everyone will be together. Presumably, even old friends from the past send people to congratulate. Mother should be very happy. Maybe it's for Kaido's sake. And with Linley alone, he'd come here safe and sound. Already 30 years old, he did not underestimate Linley because of his age. Instead, he was communicating with Linley in a peer-to-peer tone. Again, are you married? Hearing this news, Linley had a capital speechless expression on his face. Even when his son was talking about it, they all added the word, again. Must have been numb, but when I think of it, it ends at the beginning of the original work. Dama has 43 husbands in total, 39 daughters, 46 sons. Linley was relieved. With this number of children, is it too much to marry once a year and marry one husband? Can you arrange for me to see her now? A wedding tea session or something? Linley wasn't interested. At the moment, I just want to see my aunt and leave the gifts and greetings. Then you can take the time to find Katakuri. Excuse me. Unexpectedly, Kuro shook his head and said, now my mother is preparing for the wedding meticulously. I'm afraid I won't be able to spare time. As children, we dare not disobey her will. Please forgive me. In the past 3 days, you can stay at Cake Island with peace of mind. The customs here are completely different from Beast's pirates, and you will have a different experience. It won't be too late to arrange for you to meet when the tea party starts in 3 days' time. Quote. Seeing that the request was rejected, Linley frowned slightly. A trace of impatience flashed in his eyes. But with the relationship between Kaido and Big Mom, although I can't say how good it is, but at least not for the time being. And Perrault's attitude is also relatively friendly. So Linley couldn't say anything, so he asked, so, where is Katakuri now? Even if I am on Oni Island, I have heard of his name and I want to pay a visit. Katakuri. Perrault was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and said, I didn't expect his name to be passed on to you. He is probably still on Wheat Island now, and he should come tomorrow. I will arrange for you to meet again at that time. Good. Hearing this, Linley finally nodded in satisfaction. If I can meet Katakuri first. Not bad. It's just that he just hopes that the current Katakuri will never awaken to the level of knowledge and knowledge that foresees the future. Otherwise, it would be a waste of time for him to come. 051 Long-legged girl and Katakuri. Next, under the warm hospitality of Ross Perrault, Linley settled down in Cake Island for the time being. Walk down the street. Every picture is full of sweet breath. Cream, candies, donuts everywhere. Various buildings and tools are made of cakes and various desserts. It's a pity that Linley doesn't have much interest in desserts. Otherwise, if dessert lovers come here, it is equivalent to coming to heaven. Desserts can be seen everywhere, except that private buildings are not allowed to eat. Food is allowed in other public facilities. If you want to live here, you only need to pay 1 month of life every 6 months. In other words, only 1/6 of your life is required. You can live here for the rest of your life without worrying about food and clothing. And Ant's children, compared to the rulers of other countries, it can be regarded as wise, not cruel. Speaking of threats, I am afraid that the greatest threat to the people of all nations. It's from the ant who suffered from food cravings. By contrast, the people of Wano-kuni are much more miserable. See that fountain? Perrault, who was showing Linley around, pointed to the fountain in the square not far away. There will always be a steady flow of desserts. As long as you are a resident of all nations, you can enjoy it as you like. If you are interested, you can taste it. No, Linley shook his head. He has never been interested in desserts. If you are interested, it has to be the food from the previous life. Desserts are okay to eat once in a while, but if you eat too much, you will get too tired. All right. Ross Perrault didn't mind either. He waved his hand and led Linley towards the guest house. In the distance, a figure walked towards them. As soon as he approached, he pointed to Linley and asked, Pay Ross Perrault, who is he? The moment Linley saw the person coming, the words, long legs, popped up in his heart involuntarily. It's really long legs, not relying on the visual difference caused by angles and small means. At first glance, it is very dazzling, almost occupying 2/3 of the figure. This ratio, logically speaking, would appear a little out of balance on the human body. But on the person who came, it looked so natural. Pair it with silvery white wavy hair, striped bodysuit in pink, rose tattoo on right leg. It makes those long legs that are already eye-catching, even more alluring. Charlotte Smoothie. Linley recognized at a glance that the visitor was one of the future 3 dessert generals. At this time, he is only 15 years old. It still looks quite young, and it doesn't wear weird purple lipstick, and it's not as mature as in the original book. Tell him, Smoothie, let me introduce you. His name is Linley, he is from the Beast's Pirates, and he is the son of Kaido. He is here this time, entrusted by Governor Kaido to greet his mother. Is that so? Smoothie looked at the boy in front of him. Maybe it's because I'm used to seeing all kinds of weird races on weekdays. When you see Linley, the more you look at it, the happier you feel. After all, beautiful things are always pleasing to the eye. She is no exception. Are you here to attend your mother's wedding too? Quote. Let's do the math. Seeing Linley nod his head avoiding the trouble, Smoothie's eyes lit up immediately, his eyes flickered, and he asked again. Pay Ross, I heard you have something else to do, right? Let me take care of Linley. Saying that, before Ross Perrault could refuse, he took Linley's arm and ran away. Quote. Looking at the backs of the two, Perrault stood there speechless for a long time, and it took him a long time to spit out such a sentence. Handsome. Just unreasonable. Linley, who was dragged away by Smoothie, was also speechless. But on second thought, anyway, I am just a passerby, and I am relieved to be treated the same by everyone. It's just that, With a height of more than 1.7 meters, he stood beside Smoothie, who was now more than 2 meters. Somewhat inconsistent. Linley, are you thirsty? Linley was taken aback, and was about to say something, when Smoothie conjured a cup out of nowhere. Then casually took an unknown fruit from the surrounding buildings. In an instant, the fruit turned into juice in her hands. Paramesha squeeze fruit. He really deserves to be the minister of fruit juice of all nations. It can be called a human-shaped juicer. Looking at the juice that Smoothie handed over, Linley couldn't refuse her kindness. After thinking about it, he took it and took a sip. At the moment of the first entrance, the moving taste bursts in the taste buds. The juice that Smoothie makes is surprisingly delicious. Unknowingly, a glass of juice has already been eaten. Hey, is it delicious? Smoothie squinted his eyes with a smile, and seemed very satisfied with Linley's reaction. It's really good, Linley nodded. Next, maybe it's because of such an episode, coupled with the feeling of Smoothie's enthusiasm. The words of the two opened the gate at once. As the saying goes, reach out and don't hit a smiling face. Not to mention a girl with long legs, although most of the time, Smoothie is talking and Linley is listening. But the topic of the two gradually changed from Wano-kuni to Wangwo. Later, I unknowingly talked about Katakuri. Although I don't want to admit it, Katakuri is indeed the strongest of our nations, other than Mother. Really, I heard that he will come to Cake Island tomorrow. Please introduce him to me then. It's a small point, it's just that you can't use the word, please, between friends. Smoothie blinked and said with a smile. All right. Linley smiled and waved his hands. Maybe it was accompanied by long legs. Time passed quickly. Soon night fell. After sending Linley to the guest house, Smoothie specially ordered someone to prepare the best quality desserts, and after making an appointment to come to see him again tomorrow morning, he left reluctantly. And Linley, who was lying on the bed, was finally able to make an evaluation of what happened today. I'm afraid in Wangwo, the vast majority of ants' children are normal people. The only abnormal thing is the ant. Early the next morning, as soon as Linley woke up, Smoothie was already waiting outside the door. After another morning of sightseeing. At noon, just after lunch, Smoothie seemed to have received the news, and smiled at Linley and said, Katakuri is back, let's go see him. Good. Hearing this, Linley's eyes lit up. Is this trip to the world considered a waste of time? Let's see what happens next. So, under the recommendation of Smoothie, Linley finally met Katakuri, the target of the trip. I heard Smoothie say, you want to see me? Katakuri, who covered his mouth with a scarf, looked at Linley with puzzled eyes. Could it be that his fame is really that big? Even the people of the Beast's Pirates have heard of it. 052 golden exclamation point. See the future. Ask for the first order. Who is this kid? Listen to Ross Perot. He's from the Beast's Pirates and the son of Kaido. Is that so, son of Kaido? There are no horns on the head. Did you come alone? Yes, he's the only one. It's amazing, you dare to venture into the new world by yourself. It's just that I haven't seen Kaido before. How could he be born like this? Beautiful appearance. Yes, I have never seen a man who is more beautiful than him. No wonder. How? Look at Smoothie. The way he looks at him is different from the way we look at us. Hey buddy, how about you look in the mirror? Because Katakuri is the most popular big brother among the Big Mother's children. It is also the highest ranking child. It has a huge fan base among all nations. His arrival attracted many eyes. Everyone surnamed Charlotte and his younger sister rushed over as soon as they heard the news of his return. They all want to spend more time with Katakuri while he is in Cake Island. And among girls of other races, there's no lack of his fan base. It's just that, when I first saw Katakuri, I didn't meet their fans for the first time. Instead, it was arranged by Smoothie. Meet Linley first. They all glared at Linley, the BD who occupied Katakuri. When I saw Linley's face clearly, all the anger dissipated in an instant. For the sake of his good looks, I don't care about the time he occupies Katakuri. I heard Smoothie say, you want to see me? Katakuri asked with an indifferent expression. He has always been this kind of aloof and stern temperament, no matter who he is. It's just that under this aloof and stern appearance, he is actually very concerned about his family and subordinates. Typical cold outside and hot inside. Good. Linley nodded. No exclamation mark appeared on Katakuri's head. It also shows that he has no possibility of breakthrough improvement in the near future. This makes it impossible for Linley to guess whether the other party has realized the color of foreseeing the future. You're looking for me, what's the matter? Katakuri obviously didn't feel that his fame could be passed on to the Beast's Pirates. So I was quite puzzled about Linley's intentions. Linley thought about it. Although I came here, I was warmly received by 23 Pei Ross Perot and Smoothie. But in the end it is not enough to affect the purpose of this trip. I still put forward my own ideas decisively. I heard that you are unique in the field of knowledge and color, and you have extraordinary understanding. When you come to Wangwo, in addition to greeting Charlotte Linlin, I also want to ask you for advice. What? Linley's words immediately caught the attention of everyone including Smoothie. This good-looking boy actually wants to challenge Katakuri. Linley, you. Smoothie panicked, forced a smile and said, do not make jokes. It's going to be Mom's wedding soon. What a fight. Linley didn't care. It's not fighting and killing, it's just a casual exchange of ideas. To determine whether Katakuri has comprehended, foreseeing the future. It is impossible for him to ask, "Hey man, has your knowledge reached the level of foreseeing the future?" There is no way to ask such a thing. Would appear too abrupt. In this way, the best way to confirm is naturally to fight. Once you fight, everything is clear at a glance. Seeing Linley's insistence, Smoothie sighed inwardly and stopped persuading him. It's just that Linley felt that Linley was too impulsive. Against Katakuri, it's bound to be a hit, right? That is the most perfect man. Apart from her looks, she didn't see a chance of winning in Linley. After all, age is here. Thinking of this, a trace of worry appeared in Smoothie's eyes. From the bottom of her heart, she didn't want to see Linley being hit, which made her mentally burst. After all, this is not the first time she has seen such a thing. In these years, everyone who came to challenge, when who left last, didn't his mentality explode? Kuro Ross Kuro because he knew the friendship between his mother and Kaido. Plus I was surprised that Linley came to Wangwo alone. This is the warm hospitality for him. But I also don't think Linley will be Katakuri's opponent. He even laughed secretly in his heart. This young man thinks too much of himself. He wants to challenge, but Katakuri, even he is far from being an opponent. Crazy. How dare this guy challenge Katakuri? That is, he is the second strongest person in our world, second only to Big Mom. Although he is only 28 years old, he has already been hailed as the highest masterpiece of the Charlotte family. Not only that, but he is also the most perfect man in the Charlotte family. So far, he has never landed on his back, and this means that Katakuri has never been defeated by anyone so far. Obviously, everyone, including Smoothie, is not optimistic about Linley. But for the latter, the attitude of these people did not make him take it seriously. He's not here to decide the winner. It's just to choose the right contract object. Although, I don't think I will lose. If Katakuri had already comprehended, foreseeing the future, he would not be able to waste a contract quota. On the contrary, never miss such an extremely suitable contract object. After all, Katakuri has not only made achievements in the field of knowledge and color. The development of fruit ability has also reached the point of fruit awakening. If it is this period, he has not yet realized, foreseeing the future, and even the fruit has not yet awakened. It might be possible to kill two birds with one stone. That is of course the best result. Teaching, Katakuri raised his eyebrows and refused almost without thinking. Smoothie is right, don't do it on this kind of day. Besides, you are still too young, it is meaningless for us to fight against each other. The implication, don't think Linley is worth his shot. After all, it's impossible for someone to come casually from outside and say he wants to challenge him. He has to accept it. Besides, look at Linley's age, at least 10 years younger than him. A generation behind. If he agreed, wouldn't he be bullying the small with the big? If he won, he would not be able to provide any help to his famous reputation. On the contrary, it will be taken for granted. As for losing, anyway, he didn't think he would lose either. It seems, you are also a superficial person who judges strength by age. Hearing this, Linley shook his head lightly, regretful on his face. For a while, it was already a wish. It's fine if it's somewhere else. But when he came to Cake Island, he was warmly received. And Kaido has a certain friendship with Big Mom. In this way, it is not easy to force it. Others don't want to. Of course he won't force it. Not to mention the patience. Through various performances, people recognize their own strength, so they agree to write about their own battle. It is impossible for him to stay in Wangwo for too long. Still in a hurry to get to North Blue. After taking the Don Quixote family under his command, then use the intelligence network of the underground forces to search for traces of Red Hair and Hawkeye. Those two are the big deal. Thinking of this, he said to Smoothie with a little apology. Feel sorry, looks like I can't wait for the wedding tea party to start. Thank you and Kuro Ross for your hospitality. If you have the opportunity to go to Wano-kuni in the future, I will do my best as a landlord. As for the gift for Charlotte Linley, it's in my room, please give it to her for me, and pass on my greetings. As soon as the words fell, Linley turned and left without hesitation. Quote ? His reaction stunned everyone present. What's going on? Snickers on the side, who is also one of the future dessert 3 stars, seems to feel that Linley's behavior is somewhat disrespectful. Furiously said, come back to me, you kid, are you too arrogant? Originally, he was sorrowful about this kid's appearance. This time, I couldn't bear it anymore. However, face his reprimand, Linley was unmoved, and still walked on his own. Didn't even look back. Seeing this scene, Smoothie felt mixed feelings in his heart. From yesterday's get-together, she discovered that Linley's personality was somewhat similar to Katakuri's. No matter how enthusiastic they are, Linley still gives people a sense of alienation that is thousands of miles away from others. Later, with her words, the gate opened. That sense of alienation has subsided. Seeing that he was about to leave now, he stretched out his hand and was about to say something when he saw a Snickers bar attacking Linley's back. He couldn't help being startled, and hurriedly shouted, Snickers, stop. However, she is only 15 years old now, and she does not have the strength and prestige to stop tens of millions of fights. Snickers heard it and was unmoved. How could he, who is already 25 years old, listen to this younger sister? Point pretzel. He spun the huge double-edged sword in his hand at a high speed, and armament hockey was attached to the double-edged sword in an instant. Soon, he saw a spiral sword energy attacking Linley quickly. Quote. Sensing the abnormality, Linley's figure flickered, left the spot, and appeared in a farther position. Boom. And at his original position, a small hole was instantly blasted out by the spiral sword energy. What a speed. Seeing this scene, Katakuri frowned even tighter. He dismissed Linley's assessment of a superficial guy who judges his strength by his age. But at this moment, it is really unbelievable. Just now, he didn't see clearly how Linley moved to that place. Even he couldn't see clearly, let alone others. Did you hide? Snickers, who thought he could catch it, was taken aback for a moment, as if he felt that it would be a bit embarrassing not to be able to control the enemy with one move, and attacked again at the position where Linley flashed out. Waves hyphenation point pretzels, but this time, he himself rushed towards Lin Fu quickly. The huge double-edged sword in his hand is also attached with a layer of powerful sword energy shock wave. Quote. Seeing that this guy was out of play, Linley couldn't help but frown slightly. After Katakuri rejected his offer to ask for advice, he didn't bother at all. I don't even think there is anything wrong with my attitude. As a strong man who can hurt Kaido, it's also very face-saving. Snickers is not forgiving. It has made him a little dissatisfied. After thinking about it, he finally slowly loosened the handle of Yanmo's knife. A flash appeared in another location, and continued to walk forward without looking back. The horror in Katakuri's eyes grew even worse. He actually still didn't see Linley's movements clearly. At this moment, he finally realized that he underestimated Linley. He was about to step forward to stop Snickers' unreasonable actions. Seeing that Snickers has become angry from embarrassment, he is completely unaware of the gap in strength between the two sides. Assault on Linley again, facing Snickers again and again. Linley finally couldn't take it anymore. Kang. The moment Yanmo unsheathed, his figure appeared in the middle of the Snickers attack at high speed. Next second, Yanmo was already on the neck of Snickers. Forcefully stop his high-speed advance. Immediately afterwards, the understatement followed. For the sake of Smoothie and Perot, I don't care about the previous provocations. But there is no next time. As he spoke, Linley glanced at Smoothie in the crowd, sheathed his knife, turned and left without hesitation. You, Snickers, face turned blue and white. There was quite annoyance in his eyes, and he wanted to throw out a few harsh words to protect his face. At this moment, Katakuri opened 120 mouthfuls. Wait a minute, I saw Katakuri walking in front of Linley with a serious face and said sincerely. I'm so sorry for what Snickers did. Also, I was the one who was rude just now. Linley's speed is so fast that he can't even see it clearly. How could he be the overreaching person he thought at the beginning? Fine. Linley shook his head slightly. Snickers and the like are not enough for him to take it to heart. So he responded, expressing that he didn't care, then turned around and left. Wait a minute. Unexpectedly, Katakuri blocked him again. A distinguished guest came to the door. How could he just leave without knowing why? I solemnly invite you to attend the wedding tea party the day after tomorrow. By the way, I want to ask you for advice. He knew that the purpose of Linley's coming here was to ask him for advice. If it weren't for this, it wouldn't be easy to say goodbye as soon as it was rejected. What's more, Linley didn't care about the repeated attacks on Snickers just now. How could he be uninterested? Oh, hearing this, Linley finally stopped walking with great interest. Maybe it's because of Katakuri's perfect image. Linley proposed to find an undisturbed place to discuss. His request was approved by Katakuri. In the end, the place for the fight was chosen to be the mirror world of Lord Bray's mirror fruit ability. The battle begins. Linley had a strong upper hand. In his hands, Yanmo seemed to be an invincible soldier. With a wave of his hand, there is a powerful sword energy. Katakuri, who has the ability to paramesh a waxy fruit, obviously restrained by the slash. Facing Linley's attack, it was difficult to parry for a while, so he could only avoid the edge. Really, just fight for a moment. Linley judged that Katakuri in this period hadn't reached the point where he could foresee the future, 20 years later. This made him happy, a bigger surprise is coming. Even if it fell into a disadvantage, Katakuri still hasn't used his fruit awakening ability, thus transforming the battlefield into a glutinous rice world in his favor. This shows that Katakuri's fruit ability has not yet awakened. Unlike Linley's ease, Katakuri could only feel the tremendous pressure rushing towards his face. So strong, so fast, no matter how much he evades, he still can't keep up with Linley's speed. If it weren't for observation Hawkeye being powerful enough, I'm afraid it won't last long at all. Be aware of this. It also aroused Katakuri's arrogance. How could he lose to a young man so much younger than himself? If you can know the location of his appearance in advance, whether. Thinking of this, he consciously guessed. Perhaps it was due to the intense pressure that Linley put on. Half an hour later, suddenly, a golden exclamation mark lit up from Katakuri's head. Foresee the future. 053 54 times the return. Foreseeing the future becomes passive. Conqueror realized it. The moment you see the golden exclamation mark, a look of surprise flashed in Linley's eyes. Golden exclamation mark. The exclamation point at this level was seen on Yamato last time. He had no idea that Katakuri's aptitude had reached such a height. But Linley was relieved after thinking about it. 20 years later, he is also the first person under the 4 emperors. Katakuri is fundamentally different from Marco and Jin, because the latter two do not have Conqueror's Haki. And the former does. From this point of view, Katakuri's potential is undoubtedly higher than the latter two. Once mastered, the combat power will definitely increase by at least half a level. And now, Katakuri has not even awakened his fruit ability. This also means that in the years to come, Linley will definitely be rewarded with fruit awakening. Then, contracting Katakuri is simply a bargain. In contrast, Black Maria and Jakku have already contracted, although they also have great potential. But compared to Katakuri, there is no doubt that it is much inferior. The key is, including Yamato, the three little ones are still too young now. Even if the talent and potential have been increased to a certain extent, it still takes a relatively long time to grow to a certain height. Katakuri is different. Through the fight just now, Linley had already figured it out, although Katakuri's knowledge has not yet reached the level of foreseeing the future. But it's definitely just a touch away. Otherwise, if it wasn't like this, he would have already been defeated by his onslaught. Although there is a gap between armed color and conquerors, at least it is not his shortcoming. The most important thing is, judging from his handy application of fruit ability. I'm afraid it won't be too far away from fruit awakening. Look at the content of the golden exclamation point. It really touched Linley's heart. My choice is right, I really didn't come to Wangguo in vain. Character. Katakuri. Opportunity. Can be contracted, currently facing tremendous pressure, and the body and mind are highly integrated. If the pressure continues to increase, you can comprehend observation Hawkeye, foreseeing the future, in the near future or immediately to achieve the conditions for a breakthrough improvement. Seeing this, he immediately signed a contract with Katakuri without hesitation. The contract is successful. It seems that we have to continue to put pressure on him. In this way, Katakuri, whose talent and potential have been increased at the same time, will surely comprehend, foreseeing the future, and fruit awakening faster. Then, Linley didn't hold back anymore. He already had the upper hand, but with a knife in his hand, his moves were even more deadly. Boom! A series of slashing strikes were swung out from Yanmo. Because the angle is too tricky, Katakuri could only keep dodging around. Unable to escape, they had to create a large number of glutinous rice balls as shields to block Linley's slash. But what makes him feel more stressed is undoubtedly Linley's flashes from time to time. The figure flashed, and even the shadow could not be seen, and it appeared beside him in an instant. Even if it is discovered at the first time, still a little unresponsive. For a moment, the situation was precarious, and the pressure he was facing suddenly skyrocketed. Before he knew it, several wounds had been added to his body. This made it extremely difficult for him to try to guess Linley's next move. What happened? Why did the pressure that he had put on him for so many years increase so much in an instant? If it is not the characteristics of his fruit ability, and the rich combat experience of all these years of victorious battles. Made several prosthetics out of mochi, and covered them all with armament Hawkeye for defense. I'm afraid that if one is not careful, Linley will kill him. All prosthetic limbs cut by Linley are all split into two. He can only continuously manufacture new prosthetic limbs to make up for the severe consumption. I must be able to grasp his movements and accurately judge where his attacks will fall. Otherwise, I will definitely lose. Be aware of this. Katakuri's already aroused arrogance intensified. He absolutely does not want to lose, especially outside of the mirror world. Everyone is looking forward to the result of the battle between them. Over the years, it is also known as the highest masterpiece of the Charlotte family. And the perfect man in the Charlotte family. Undefeated. If he loses, what will happen? I shudder just thinking about it. He is not the kind of person who simply lives for the eyes of others. From the beginning to the end, I never cared about these honors. He just wants to make himself stronger so that he can better protect his family. He absolutely does not allow himself to be defeated by such a teenager who is 10 years younger than him. Otherwise, how could he be so embarrassing, and how could he talk about protecting his family? Therefore, at this moment, his whole soul seemed to be sublimated, and his body and mind were highly concentrated. The thinking in the mind seemed to become extremely clear. Every move, you can control every part of yourself. Even, vaguely, he was able to guess where Linley's next flash would appear. Even if it's just an occasional guess. Then, Katakuri, who was already only one step away from foreseeing the future, is finally about to take the most critical step. Outside the mirror world, Katakuri's siblings and fans are waiting anxiously. It's been an hour. Bree, isn't Katakuri and Linley still victorious? The anxious smoothie walked back and forth for a long time, and finally couldn't bear it any longer. At this moment, her heart is extremely complicated. On the one hand, one of the belligerents is her big brother. And Katakuri has an undefeated record. As a younger sister, I naturally don't want him to lose. Thus losing the title of perfect. But on the other hand, after only getting along for a day, she didn't know why she cared about Linley a lot. When the latter just offered to leave, she just felt empty in her heart and wanted to ask to stay. The outstretched hand stretched halfway, but my mind was blank. I don't know what to say at all. In the 15 years of her life, she has never experienced this feeling. And now, finally as Linley wished, the big brother agreed to fight with him. But she was worried again. In case Linley loses, will he be hit and stop pouting for a while? She has seen too many examples of this over the years. Never want it to happen to Linley again. I can't see what's inside. Bree shook her head, but she seemed to have full confidence in Katakuri. The first time I entered the mirror world, Kotaku Fushi blocked all the mirrors with rice balls. But, Smoogie, don't you think Big Brother will lose? Not only her, almost as long as she is a fan of Katakuri, she is also full of confidence in him. How come? Having said that, the sadness on Smoothie's brows could not be concealed by Cheng Fu at her age. Pei Rospuro on the side noticed this detail, his eyes thoughtful. The corners of his mouth were raised slightly, and he didn't know what he was thinking. As long as you know. Snickers seems to be still brooding over what happened just now. Angrily said, Katakuri is the strongest among us. Just that kid, how could he be his opponent? What's more, if I can understand the mystery of teleportation, I may not be his opponent. Now, he can be considered to understand. The way Linley dodged his attack just now couldn't be done with super high movement speed at all. But in an instant, from the original place, suddenly appeared in another place. For him, being able to realize this, he finally deserves to be one of the 3 desert generals in the future. Mirror World. Oh, seeing that Katakuri once again judged the location of his attack in advance. The surprise in Linley's eyes grew even bigger. The prompt from the system hasn't come yet. It's probably just a little bit closer. Then I will work harder for you. Thinking of this, the pressure immediately increased. In fact, from the beginning of the war between the two to the present, he never gave it his all. It's been the past 2 months since I left Ghost Island. Not only got a return, he didn't waste any time on the boat. In addition to fishing to improve life, the rest of the time is spent on cultivation. You know, it has only been more than 3 months since I obtained the form of the killing pill. Even now, the constitution is still being strengthened every moment. It can be said that the physical strength of him now has at least doubled compared to when he was in Gaidao. Even if you keep Ba Tang and Yanmo's ability to fuse with Hawkeye. Only rely on the magical skill of silent displacement. And armament Hawkeye, who was promoted to intermediate. It is enough to press Katakuri to fight. This is speed suppression, unless Katakuri has mastered, foreseeing the future, from the very beginning. In that case, the magical skill of silent displacement will lose its due effect. Not enough, not enough, not enough. Seeing that his thinking became clearer, but the pressure he faced was also increasing, which made Katakuri growl unwillingly in his heart. It seems that a tipping point has finally been reached. There was a boom in his mind. Some kind of qualitative change has occurred. Next second, a picture of where Linley's next attack will land accurately appear in the mind. Upper left. So Katakuri created several prosthetics at the same time without hesitation, and they attached armament Hawkeye in no time. Wait for the rabbit, for Linley. Boom. The slash has arrived, but this time, Katakuri was able to control many prosthetic limbs while defending against the slash, and launched a counterattack against Linley. Good. The slash was predicted in advance, so preparations were made in advance. Linley's attack naturally did not achieve what it should have achieved. However, while he was dodging Katakuri's counterattack, a system prompt sounded in his ears. Contract target Katakuri, comprehend observation Hawkeye, foreseeing the future, return 54 times. Observation Hawkeye, foreseeing the future passive. Hearing this, Linley's eyes undoubtedly brightened. As we all know, the foreseeing the future, comprehended by Katakuri requires a high degree of concentration to perform. It is an active skill, but such a thing as high concentration of mind is impossible to last for a long time. Otherwise, once the brain power is exhausted, it will cause a coma at the slightest and damage the brain at the worst. Even without considering the brain drain. Once the mood is out of control or violent fluctuations occur, it will lead to a temporary loss of the ability to foresee the future. For example, Katakuri 20 years later, if he meets red hair, in the face of the latter's killing knowledge, the ability to foresee the future will inevitably fail. Because the principle of knowledge killing is to deter the enemy's thoughts through the super powerful Conqueror's Hawkeye. But Linley's foreseeing the future is different. What does passive mean? Even if you are distracted during the battle, or your emotions are affected, it will not be affected at all. The body will naturally predict danger and respond in time. As expected of the golden exclamation mark, 54 times the return. It can be said that for this multiple and the final effect, Linley was very satisfied. Just when he was in a good mood, Katakuri in front of him suddenly said, "Come again. Next, I'm afraid you won't be so relaxed." After finishing speaking, his eyes narrowed slightly. There was a tinge of sullenness in it. After all, it was crushed for an hour from start to finish. Even clay figurines have fire. Now, it's his turn to fight back. Hearing this, Linley could only nod with a strange face. Also, so the next second, Katakuri unexpectedly took the initiative to attack. In his mind, he instantly predicted how Linley would react. Flash to the left. So, while attacking Linley in front of him, all his prosthetic limbs are ready to blast to the left at the same time. Next second, Linley did as he expected. The figure disappeared. This is the time. When Linley disappeared, he waved more than a dozen fists in an instant, and blasted towards the left front all at once. Z-O. Quote question mark question mark question mark quote. Where are people? What's going on? In the predicted position, Linley never appeared. And all his attacks hit the air. If you can replay Katakuri's attack just now from a condescending position, you can see, when he blasted towards Linley from the beginning, the latter is just a flash. His attack turned at the same time, blasting to the left. After the latter's figure flashed, he returned to his original position. In this way, all his attacks are just fighting against the air. This, looking at Linley directly in front. Katakori's gaze was filled with horror at some point. He suddenly understood, foreseeing the future as in Linley. It doesn't work at all. Turn out to be, from the very beginning, this boy's observation haki was far above him. Even breaking through to the level of foreseeing the future. Still can't keep up with the gap. Hee. Linley smiled and thought to himself. What is it called? This makes me prejudge your prejudgment. But, how is this possible? How old is this guy? Katakori obviously couldn't accept this reality. He growled with an ugly face. It was not easy for him, and after a lot of hard work, the group finally broke through observation haki, which had been stuck in the bottleneck for a long time. But in the end, it was only then that I realized that the other party's knowledgeable color was far superior to my own from the very beginning. Even if you try to catch up, it's still out of reach. Linley saw Katakori's expression. The latter's heart tightened immediately. I thought to myself, won't it hit him too hard? Tedet. Things that have been obtained through untold hardships, only to be discovered after they are obtained, so they have already had them. Even better than your own. Who will change, who will not have a mentality explosion? Thinking of this, Linley felt that it was necessary for him to save Katakori so as not to damage his Dao heart. Then he said solemnly, it seems that your observation haki has made a breakthrough. Congratulations. But unfortunately, I'm also known as observation haki. If you want to defeat me, I'm afraid you have to change the surrounding environment. Quote exclamation mark question mark quote. Hearing this, Katakori's eyes lit up immediately. He seems to have finally thought of a way to really beat Linley. Watching Katakori regain his confidence, Linley laughed. From beginning to end, winning was not his goal, isn't it? 054 Linley's sense of oppression bursting out of the table, card 2 Fruit Awakening. Change the surrounding environment. Linley's words are for Katakori who is almost in despair. Undoubtedly like a beacon, guide him to the bright road of Kangjuang. Maybe, in his opinion, this sentence is mostly just Linley's casual talk. It means in this mirror world, due to the relatively spacious space, it is very suitable for a sword hero, like Linley who was good at speed. On the contrary, for a demon fruit power like him, even if it is the home field, he cannot get the convenience of the location. Therefore, if you change the environment, the result may be completely different. He believed that Linley must have meant it, but what he thought was, isn't this something that can only be achieved through Fruit Awakening? Almost instantly, he thought of the end of fruit ability development. In fact, during the years of eating the waxy fruit, the degree of development of the fruit is getting higher and higher. Katakori found that the glutinous rice balls he made had a faint tendency to assimilate the surrounding objects. This situation is rare, but it actually exists. It's a pity that when this phenomenon is discovered, it is often caused by his unconscious actions. Once you deliberately try it, you will lose the point. At first, he didn't understand what was going on. Later, while his mother was awake, he asked his mother for advice. Only then did I finally understand that the endpoint of Paramesha fruit ability development is Fruit Awakening. As for the Fruit Awakening of Paramesha, most of them are assimilating objects. Just like his waxy fruit. After awakening, most of the things around can be turned into glutinous rice balls. Or assimilate things to give them the properties of mochi. And, he found his waxy fruit, though it was Paramesha. But in fact, it is actually closer to Logia. Because he can become a glutinous rice man anytime and anywhere. Therefore, the waxy fruit should be a special Paramesha. The two have fought so far. More than an hour has passed. Stamina and armament haki are undoubtedly exhausting. Linley's fruit ability is a phantom beast, and his physical strength naturally recovers very quickly. Basically unaffected, but armed color does not recover so quickly. As the attacking party, the consumption will be more intense than the defensive party. Face the attack, the defensive ones can hide. But the consumption of his slash is real. Of course, although the consumption is intense, it is already easy to handle, and there is still a long way to go before bottoming out. As for Katakori of the special Paramesha, although it is much inferior in terms of physical recovery. But in the past hour or so, what he consumed the most was not physical strength, and it was also armament haki. 393. So next, the battle seemed to be getting a little weird. Linley seemed to see that Katakori armament haki was exhausted, so he put his sword back into its sheath. Played with claws and light whip. And suggested, my armament haki is exhausted, why not use the fruit ability to decide the outcome? Since I hope that Katakori will awaken the fruit as soon as possible. That is naturally easier to do in the collision of fruit abilities. In particular, Katakori's talent and potential have been improved at the same time. Maybe today, it can really kill two birds with one stone. For this reason, Linley must take the initiative to create more convenient conditions. Quote question mark question mark question mark quote. Linley's actions originally caused a trace of dissatisfaction in Katakori's eyes. As a sword hero, what does it mean to put away your weapons? Look down on him. But after hearing Linley's proposal, he couldn't help but feel a little confused. Fruit ability. He knew that Linley was a fruit-capable person, and that kind of exaggerated to the ultimate flash must be the ability of the fruit. But from beginning to end, Linley has only demonstrated this ability. Now you propose to use the fruit ability to decide the outcome. Want to play hide and seek with him? Perhaps seeing Katakori's doubts, Linley said sincerely, I'm a zone phantom beast fruit-capable person, and I'm not a pure swordsman in the first place. In fact, It is true. Even without the sword, poisonous flower claws, powerful blows, light whips, and demonic bullets are all quite practical skills. It's just that for Poison Watswath, he always felt that using poison was a bit unacceptable and the group rarely used it. And with the increase of physical strength, the demon power is also increasing simultaneously. This also means that the skills displayed will become stronger and stronger. Quote question mark question mark question mark quote. Hearing this, Katakuri was stunned. Zone Phantom Beast Species. This is an answer he didn't expect at all. At first, he thought it was some teleportation fruit of Paramesha or a flashing fruit. Even these two fruits, he has never heard of them. Even if he is not a pure swordsman, he is still a swordsman. Give up your strengths, is this showing mercy to me? Katakuri came back to his senses and refused without even thinking about it. How can the pride of being a strong man accept the pity of others? How did he know that Linley's swordsmanship is just getting started? Not even beginners. The reason why it looks strong. It's all about flash. Instantly move to the blind spot of the enemy's vision. At that CDFE time, what kind of swordsmanship is needed? Not to mention slashing. It is an application of armament hockey itself. You think so? Next second, Linley doesn't care if Katakuri agrees or not. With a wave of his hand, a huge bullet of demonic energy struck Katakuri. Quote question mark question mark question mark quote. Katakuri couldn't help but widen his eyes when he saw the demonic bomb surrounded by thunder and lightning. In his eyes, there was a clear flicker of horror. This kid, what kind of Phantom Beast's ability is it? To be able to display such a huge energy ball. Even in this spacious mirror world, it is not too big. Seeing the demonic bomb attack, he had no choice but to go all out to create a giant glutinous rice ball and block it in front of him. Boom. If it is ordinary lightning, hitting the glutinous rice ball may not cause much damage. However, due to the demonic energy bomb, there was an annihilated breath attached to it. Even if it is far inferior to Kandlonko. But it's still not something that glutinous rice balls can stop. Almost a moment's work, the outermost glutinous rice has melted first. Aware of this, Katakuri had no choice but to continuously make glutinous rice balls to replenish the losses caused by the demonic bombs. It was hard to wait until the energy of the Yaochi bomb dissipated. Linley suddenly appeared in front of him in a flash. It's just a punch. Power attack. Bang. Because the attention just now was attracted by the demonic bomb. It will be too late to activate the perception of foreseeing the future. Instant hit. At that moment, he only felt a huge speed. It was as if Linley's fist covered armament hockey. He was able to beat him, the glutinous rice man, to the point of pain. If it hadn't become a glutinous rice man, I am afraid that without armament hockey's defense, he would have suffered a lot of injuries. But looking at Linley's white and clean fists, it's clear that the color of his arms isn't covered. Before Katakuri was shocked, Linley flashed again, and when he reappeared, he held a light whip in his hand. Clap clap clap. Even if he judged the attack point in the first place, and made glutinous rice prosthetics to block every corner of his body. But the glutinous rice prosthetic limb lacks the cover of the armed color, and at this moment it looks extremely fragile. With the shock and vibration of the light whip, it was split into two in an instant. So next, Linley only uses the moves given by the Sesshomaru form. Then press Katakuri again and rub on the ground. The latter also fell from Linley's body again. Feel the oppressive sense of explosion. His fruit ability, because of this sense of oppression, coupled with talent and potential has been improved. It is progressing at an astonishing speed. At the same time, in the kitchen on the other side of the cake island, the chief chef, Long Bread, is happily transforming the special wedding cake used in the wedding tea party the day after tomorrow. The chefs beside him all expressed their amazement when they saw his superb cooking skills. Chef, as expected, only you can make a cake that satisfies Ant. Of course, don't you see who the chef is? He's one of the only founders of the Big Mom Pirates. Except Ant, it's him. Cuckoo. Hearing the subordinate's compliment, Long Bread laughed cheerfully, making a unique laugh. As one of the former members of the Rocks Pirates, Charlotte Ling Lu built the Big Mom Pirates, and became the chief chef, that is, the chef. It has always been something he is quite proud of. Right now, the Big Mom Pirates in New World, the Whitebeard Pirates, and the Beasts Pirates are called the three major forces by some good people. What's more, call them, three emperors. In this, his credit is not insignificant. So on weekdays, which one of the Ant's children is not respectful when they see him? Bang bang bang. Just then, an earthquake-like tremor came from outside the kitchen. But Long Bread is obviously a man who is used to the world. You don't need to guess, you know it must be the Ant. As expected, along with the tremor of the ground, Big Mom's rather ear-piercing voice came. Long Bread, where are you? After hearing this, Long Bread had no choice but to put down the work at hand and quickly walked out of the kitchen. In order to prevent this piece of kitchen, which is like a tiny place for the Ant, from being destroyed. Linlin, why are you here? I'm here to see how the wedding cake makeover is going. Don't worry, Linlin, don't you feel relieved when I'm here? Long Bun patted his chest and said confidently. But, hearing this, Long Bread hurriedly raised his head, and seeing the drooling Ant, he couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. No way, actually at such a time. Obviously, there are only 2 days left until the day of the wedding tea session. Realizing that something was wrong, he immediately waved to the chef not far away. The latter understood immediately, running desperately towards the distance. After all, this is not the first time that my aunt has had an episode of eating disorder. They already have relatively mature coping experience. But, I want to taste it right now. Listen to the long bread. Realizing that my conjecture has been confirmed, it is inevitable that I panic. Due to the large number of guests at the wedding tea party. Therefore, the required cake is also a huge number. Plus Aunt's amazing appetite, special wedding cakes are usually made in batches in advance. Originally, according to his plan, the first batch would not be completed until this afternoon at the earliest. But at noon, even if he tries his best to rush to work, it will take 2 hours at the fastest to complete it. The most important is, now the onset time of Aunt's cravings is shorter than before. This made him assist the aunt for so many years. Feeling worried, thinking of this, he forced a smile and said, "No problem at all, it's just that Linley, there is still a shortage of ingredients, it's on the island, as long as you wait for a while, you can eat it right away." That's it, maybe it's just the onset of Aunt's cravings. Or at this age, she is not as crazy as she was 20 years later. He nodded patiently. Then hurry up and get that material. I can't wait to eat it. This answer, if it weren't for the constant flow of saliva, I'm afraid others thought she was normal. I know. Outside the mirror world, watching the passage of time every second, even the fans of Katakuri, it's hard to avoid getting anxious. Is it impossible to tell the winner for so long? It's been almost 2 hours now. At first, knowing that Linley is extremely fast, even if you firmly believe that Katakuri will win, facing this speed, it will inevitably be a protracted battle. And protracted battles at sea are too frequent. Nothing surprising, even if the strength of the two people is somewhat different. But often in a short period of time, it is impossible to tell the winner. This has become the norm. It was nearly 2 hours now, which made them a little worried. After all, Katakuri's opponent is just a boy. At this age, still in the growth stage, physical strength is almost imaginable. Facing Katakuri must be a high-intensity battle. After fighting till now, I should have exhausted my strength long ago. It seems, Linley dares to challenge Katakuri, he is really not young and frivolous. Perot frowned and thought to himself. At this time, he has also changed his opinion. Ask yourself, can I survive 2 hours under Katakuri? Definitely can't. In this way, it also means that the boy is actually stronger than him. The sadness on Smoothie's eyebrows also began to fade as time passed. If the winner was decided after a very difficult battle, Linley shouldn't be too disappointed, right? After all, he is still so young, isn't it normal for him to miss a move? At that time, if she persuades her again, she should be able to get out of failure soon. Recalling Katakuri's previous record, the most persistent, but also an hour, Linley can persevere until now, it is already amazing. Just as everyone was anxiously waiting for the two to decide the winner. A man dressed as a chef ran from a distance and panicked. Lord Perot, my lords, the big thing is bad. Just now, my mother went to the kitchen. I'm afraid it's because of food cravings again. What? Hearing this, everyone's expressions changed drastically. As the eldest son, Kuro Ross thinks he has the highest status besides Katakuri. Therefore, he ordered decisively. Bree, you immediately enter the mirror world, stop them from continuing to fight, and call Katakuri out. At this critical juncture, we cannot do without him. Yes, I got it. Bree also knows that the situation is urgent now, so she doesn't care to disturb Katakuri's big brother's battle. Then, with the help of everyone, one of the entrances and exits that were originally blocked by the glutinous rice balls was opened in the blink of an eye. Bree just slipped in. I saw in the mirror world, almost everything around, turned into mochi. How is this going? Seeing the scene in front of her, she froze in place. 055 attack of food craving, runaway ant seeking first order. What's the matter, Bree? The moment Bree entered the mirror world, Katakuri noticed her presence. Can't help frowning. His tone was cold. He remembered that he had repeatedly explained to Bree, when fighting by yourself, absolutely no one is allowed to fight. At this time, he was finally rubbed by Linley again for half an hour. Keenly grasped the assimilation of objects that had been realized unconsciously. Thoroughly developed the fruit ability to the point of awakening. And Hawkeye has also recovered. I'm holding back my stomach, and I'm going to raise my eyebrows. Who would have thought that just as he was fighting back with high spirits, Linley would also experience the feeling of being pressed and rubbed on the ground. But Bree broke the mirror exit sealed with mochi, forcibly interrupted his high fighting spirit. This made him very unhappy. But at this time, Bu-Lei was so anxious that he obviously couldn't take care of the big brother's mood. Katakuri big brother, it's not good, mom's craving for food is happening. What? When Katakuri heard this, his heart trembled, and his face changed instantly. Without even thinking about it, he said to Linley without hesitation. I have something important to do now, and I will fight with you later. After finishing speaking, he immediately turned around and rushed towards the exit. It seems that the backs of the two people, Linley sighed softly, knew it. The biggest threat within Wangguo is the ant who was the purpose of a country. He was not surprised at all when he heard that his aunt suffered from food cravings. After all, my aunt suffers from cravings, which is an old problem since she was a child. And as the age increases, the frequency of the disease will become faster and faster. Think about it this way. I really feel that people like Katakuri are really worthy of participation. Still have to serve such an old lady. Unlike Kaido, how can there be such a mess? Only, He didn't expect it to happen so coincidentally. Ant actually learned how to get stuck. He fell ill after Katakuri awakened. Otherwise, his plan will be ruined. It's fine now. It might not be a bad thing for Katakuri to take the opportunity to get out of his claw. Otherwise, even he himself felt too cruel to Katakuri. Good guy, one after another, he has obtained the rewards of foreseeing the future and fruit awakening from people. It's over, and beat people head on. Let the undefeated image and reputation it has maintained for many years come to naught. After all, there is no grievance between people and themselves. If you don't agree to a war, you won't force it. Enough gains have been made for now. Still ruthless, it's a bit of a white-eyed wolf. Although it is said that Katakuri has also been enhanced in talent and potential. But there's no doubt about it. Compared with his harvest, it can be called a world of difference. One more, even if enough returns have been obtained from Katakuri. But who can say for sure that after the talent and potential are enhanced, there will be no new breakthroughs in other fields in the years to come? Of course, it is impossible for him to admit defeat. In his dictionary, there is no word admitting defeat. The results are just right now. Thinking of this, Linley felt lucky, but a little puzzled between his brows. Recall the system prompt just now. Contract target Katakuri. Fruit ability developed to awakening. 89 times the awakening degree of Sesshomaru will be returned 38%. 89 times is undoubtedly an astonishing and satisfying number. But the awakening degree obtained is only 38%, which is a bit puzzling. Awakening Nuo Fruit. Return 89 times, but still can't awaken the form of Killing Pill. This undoubtedly surprised Linley. Surprise is surprise. Thinking of the form of Sesshomaru, it is 100 times the return of Dako Junshin's form. Also relieved, the glutinous fruit is compared to the Dako True God form. Undoubtedly much better. What's more, it is in the form of the Killing Pill that has been multiplied 100 times. If so, understand, while gaining the ability to multiply by 100 times, the difficulty of awakening will also be doubled 100 times. It makes sense. After all, he has a system. Awakening is only a matter of time. Think about it this way. While looking forward to the awakening of Sesshomaru's form, Linley decided to test whether 38% fruit awakening would benefit him. Or is it just an experience value? You have to accumulate it to 100% before you can get a one-time benefit. Move your body quickly. Soon, he discovered an abnormality in his body. Although I haven't awakened, but constitution and demon power, a full turn and a double turn. It's just an increase in volume. The demon power has also increased in quality. Specifically, how much has been improved? Still to be tested further. Let's not talk about quality first, but about quantity. What is the concept of double flipping? It is equivalent to his current physical fitness, which is 8 times higher than before leaving Ghost Island. And he faintly felt that the Candelampo was cast through the demon power of this quality. It might be completely different. Come to this conclusion. This trip to the world, it can be said that it is successfully completed. Great harvest. The color of knowledge and knowledge has jumped from the elementary level to the realm of foreseeing the future. And its passive, fruit awakening, also reached 38% awakening. Thus, constitution and Yali doubled. It's time to slowly walk towards the exit where Katakuri left. Linley is already wishful thinking. Ant's craving for food was onset. Thinking about Katakuri and their years of experience, there must be a way to deal with it. It's not his turn to worry about it. And he doesn't want to fight Katakuri again. That being the case, decided to say hello to Smoothie first. Let's take the opportunity to say goodbye. Wait until he walks out of the mirror world. I found that the crowds that were crowded around me could not see any of them at this moment. Go and see. After thinking about it, fortunately there is no wait. Waiting for Katakuri and the others to solve Big Mom's old problems. Then take the opportunity to say goodbye. The other side, Katakuri, Rospuro, and the others didn't dare to delay for a moment, and hurried towards the place where Big Mom was. And outside the kitchen, I was dealing with Big Mom's long bread. The mood at this moment seems to have encountered the doomsday. The missing materials, haven't they been delivered yet? This sentence is not the first time the ant asked. At first, when I got a response, I just nodded and said, understand. But as time goes by, the frequency of urging is getting faster and faster. Now almost every 30 seconds, there will be an inquiry. Even one of the founders who assisted Big Mom in creating the BIGMOM pirates. The long bread was in front of the ant, there was no noodles at all, and she was still trembling with fear. Linley, we'll be there soon, just wait a little longer. Hurry up, I want a wedding cake, the modified one. While speaking, the saliva in her mouth seemed to become a waterfall, rushing down. But long bread obviously didn't care about disgusting at this time, and hurriedly responded. Okay. As he spoke, he kept wiping his sweaty forehead. But no matter how you rub it, it doesn't work at all. He was all over, as if a basin of cold water had been poured on him. Per Rospero, why haven't they come yet? I can't take it anymore. Help. Long bread looked into the distance in despair, and from the depths of his heart, he let out a roar containing the will to survive. Maybe he heard his voice. Finally, Perot and others appeared in the distance. Finally come. If it weren't for the ant in front of me, he really wanted to slump down on the ground. It's so tortuous. Hey, why are you here? Seeing a group of children coming, the ant thought they were sending materials. She was overjoyed and said, have you sent the ingredients for the cake? Very good. Long loaves. Quick bar wedding cakes to make. Got it. Longbread replied in despair, and ran towards Perot with a face ashen, and asked in a low voice. Now how to do? It takes me 2 hours to make my first batch of cakes. Is there any way to hold her for 2 hours? Pei Ross Perot and others listened. My heart is half cold. It's not that my aunt didn't suffer from illness before, but they all delivered the delicious food she wanted in time, and she was cured without treatment. Now it's saying it's going to take 2 hours. Snickers hurriedly asked, what's going on? I remember, the last time I got sick, wasn't it a year ago? Perot Ross Perot also felt very strange. In the past 10 years, the onset has been basically every 2 years. Why is it earlier this time? Otherwise, I am afraid they have already prepared. It is not as passive as it is now. How do I know that? Longbread is very helpless. Everything was originally planned. The sudden appearance really caught him off guard. Now is not the time to talk about that. Katakuri interrupted the meaningless discussion of several people. You mean you have to hold mother for 2 hours? Or lead away? That's what I said, but Longbun's expression is obviously a bit pessimistic. Otherwise, when she gets completely ill, I'm afraid the whole Cake Island will cease to exist. This lesson, not before, but how can I hold her back for 2 hours? This has become a difficult problem in front of everyone. Are you distracted? Perot, as the eldest son, is the one who spends the most time with his aunt. His mind was spinning rapidly, trying to get along with the solution. At this time, Mama, Aunt's laughter came. The tone that can be spoken is extremely gloomy. What are you talking about? Aren't you going to make a wedding cake soon? Are you trying to starve me to death? Seeing the aunt's face became more and more gloomy. It was black. In addition to Katakuri, children including Ross Perot. One counts as one, and all of them trembled. The horrible image and fear brought by Big Mom in their hearts. It seems that seal carving has entered the soul. Anyone who shows even the slightest sign of anger, ask for flowers. This kind of fear will emerge from the depths of the soul. But now, what can I do? For a while, I couldn't think of a good way. It is Katakuri who has now awakened his fruit power. Didn't think I'd be able to hold Mom back for 2 hours either. Let alone 2 hours. Just 10 minutes. He is not sure. And now the safest way. Undoubtedly, Longbread and Shinmubian made the first batch of remodeled wedding cakes. In this way, as long as you have the dessert you want to eat, Mother's illness will return to normal. But in these 2 hours, facing the aunt's madness, I'm afraid the whole Cake Island will suffer. This is unacceptable to Ross Perot. Years ago, Cake Island was destroyed once. Later, he, the eldest son, led the other brothers and sisters to work together to build a brand new Cake Island. There are their sweat and deep affection in it. Do you want to go through it again now? No matter what, he doesn't want to. Even if, when they arrived, people had been arranged to evacuate the crowd. Thinking of this, it wasn't just someone who gave him the courage to take 2 steps forward tremblingly. Mother, I have bad news for you. The ingredients mentioned by Longbread were just stolen by a group of people. The direction they left. As he spoke, Pei Ross raised his heart in his throat, pointing his trembling fingers in the direction of leaving Wangguo. It's there. At this moment, brothers and sisters including Katakuri, everyone was amazed by the courage of the boss. They all stared wide-eyed, in shock. It's all about praying, hoping that my mother can believe what the boss said. 0. Can it be induced successfully? This question has become a big rock hanging in everyone's mind. However, Mama, Auntie's face completely gloomy and became pitch black. Perot, are you an idiot for being a mother? Ah, one last growl, with her jaw dropping, waterfall. It seemed to turn into a 10th level typhoon, blowing everyone to pieces in an instant. Obviously, 48-year-old aunt. In this period, it is not so fatuous. As the price for your lies, use your life to pay for it. As he spoke, he pinched Pei Ross Perot in his hand without emotion, preparing to absorb his lifespan. It's over. Ross Perot closed his eyes. A wry smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. It seems that this is the end of it for me. At this moment, the 15-year-old smoothie finally couldn't stand it anymore. Perhaps at this period, she is not yet so mature, and her thoughts are not so thoughtful. I don't even know what it means to be wise and protect yourself. All I know is that my eldest brother is about to die in Wangquan. No matter what, you should come out and say something. Then he mustered up his courage and stood up tremblingly. Mom, Mother, please stop. Per Ross Perot, I didn't mean to lie to you. Auntie's gloomy and murderous eyes swept towards Smoothie. Are you going to stop me? It seems that you also want to be robbed of life. As soon as the words fell, he mercilessly grabbed the other hand towards Smoothie. Smoogie, Snickers and the others screamed in fear. This is their most talented sister. If I die in my mother's hands like this. But, to make them rebel against their mother. It's simply impossible. Katakuri watched the scene. He regained his composure. At this moment, I am very entangled in my heart. Do you want to make a move? Although he also knew that even if he made a move, it might not be able to save the lives of Ross Perot and Smoothie. But let him watch helplessly as his mother sucks up their lives. He has always loved his younger siblings. How can you be indifferent? So he gritted his teeth and was about to make a move. At this time, suddenly, a figure slowly floated down from the sky. Who else is it not Linley? I saw him drop his hand into the hilt of his sword. He said to the ant expressionlessly. Fortunately my daddy is Kaido. Otherwise, if you were taken to the 10,000 kingdoms, I am afraid that, mother-killing proof, will be indispensable. Who are you? See, Linley can actually float in the air. A trace of curiosity flashed in the ant's eyes. But curiosity didn't last long in her eyes. Instantly replaced by madness. At this moment, her cravings for food had completely broken out. Beasts, Linley, it's you. Apparently, Perot had reported to her about Linley's arrival. When I heard the name, I immediately thought of it. What, are you desperate to stop me? Prevent? No. Linley shook his head and smiled lightly. I just want to see what you can do to be as famous as my dad and Whitebeard. 056 How can the shame of the 4 emperors stop me from climbing to the top? Mad. Extremely arrogant. What kind of talent is there to be as famous as my dad and Whitebeard? The implication. You don't deserve to be on par with Kaido and Whitebeard. As soon as the words came out, everyone present was stunned and shocked. For a moment, he froze in place, transfixed. Katakuri suddenly felt that he didn't even recognize the boy in front of him. Is this still the guy he was fighting with? How dare you speak boldly in front of your mother? Could it be that he thought he was Kaido's adopted son? Can you be defiant in front of your mother? What an international joke, even if it's Kaido in person. I'm afraid I won't be able to please my mother if I offend her. Crazy. This guy is absolutely insane. Snickers shook his head tremblingly, his eyes full of complexities. Although this moment, he had great admiration for Linley as an outsider. Have the courage to stand up. But this kind of crazy behavior is completely incomprehensible. Maybe, it's because he, who is Perot and the Smoothie brother, dare not do such a thing. An outsider has such courage, which makes him feel ashamed. Hearing the familiar voice, Perot, who had closed his eyes and waited for death, suddenly opened them. The moment he saw the person coming, he couldn't help but have a sore nose, and his eyes were full of emotion. It turned out to be you. How dare a young man who has only known him for a day dare to stand up for him? How could he not be moved by this? Compared to brothers and sisters down there, except for Smoothie, no one else dared to speak out to stop him. Although he can totally understand. But it is precisely because of this that Linley's actions are so precious. So, as a matter of fact, he never wants to watch Linley die. Run. Don't disobey mother, otherwise, the consequences may be disastrous. 340, Linley, be good, run. Seeing this, Smoothie, who was pinched by the ant's other hand, couldn't help feeling anxious. At this moment, she has completely disregarded life and death. Maybe the moment I decided to stand up to dissuade me, I was prepared for this kind of heart. Go against mom, what kind of lesson will it be? Now, no matter what, I don't want to implicate Linley. No problem. Linley smiled and stopped the two of them from persuading each other. Looking at the ant with a high degree of determination. My ideal in life is just 6 words. Stand on top of the world. Even if it's you, it's just a stepping stone to the top in my life. What's more, this stepping stone is also called the shame of the 4 emperors. In the Battle of Onishima in the original book, Kaido will lose, because his mother definitely accounted for a large part of the factor. Scraping for external injuries, punch inside, he doesn't think that this kind of thing is qualified to be tied with Kaido. And how much stronger is the current self than when he was on Ghost Island? The constitution and demon power alone are 8 times higher. On Onijima, dare to challenge Kazuki Oden. Even if the opponent's state is greatly reduced, there is no 2 out of 10 strengths. The most important thing is to lose fighting spirit. So what? In the final analysis, you are still stronger than yourself. And now myself. Even Kazuki Oden in his heyday. He is all right. Maybe the ant of the period. Not necessarily the peak time. But it is definitely much more difficult than the state of being insane 20 years later. Even so, how can it make him have the slightest fear? This trip to the world. The reason why it went so smoothly. A large part of the reason is the cooperation of Ross Perot and Smoothie. Plus the power of Katakuri. So, he doesn't care what others think of his actions. But at least, if you are caught by yourself, there is no reason to ignore it. Heart of Mary, mercy, meddling. No, before the two of them went to Ghost Island to let him serve as the landlord. Can't die. It's that simple. The grievances are clear and the stand is firm. He always does. Mama. Grandma laughed wildly. It was like hearing the funniest joke in the world. His face became more and more ferocious. It seems that you are also a guy who doesn't know how to live or die. In this case, as the price of rudeness, I will take your life first. Saying that, let go of Ross Perot and Smoothie. With oppressive steps, Lin Fu came step by step. Napoleon. Yes, Mom. As soon as the words fell, the saber that Napoleon turned into was tightly held in her hand. For a while, the killing intent was already undisguised. Almost into reality. Kang. With a sneer, the Yanmo on Linley's waist was already out of its sheath. It seems that I dislike the ant's slow speed. The figure flashed, and unexpectedly appeared in front of the ant, accompanied by a burst of dark red lightning, and cut it down with a single knife. Zila. Next second, Yanmo collided with Napoleon fiercely in the air. Boom. In an instant, the air exploded and dust overflowed. The invisible fluctuations made Big Mom's roar even more intense just now. Quote? Conqueror's winding. When the ant saw this scene, a trace of surprise flashed in her crazy eyes. She didn't expect the young man in front of her to have mastered such a profound skill. Okay, in this case, taking your life is more meaningful. Yeah, Linley was noncommittal. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Just because of you, you also want to prevent me from reaching the summit. After saying that, the figure disappeared again, and appeared on the back of the ant in an instant. Because the latter fell into a state of madness at this time. Can't keep up with Linley's speed at all. Accompanied by bursting dark red lightning, Yanmo slashed heavily on her body. Bang! For a moment, the ant who couldn't react in time was struck by this huge force, like a train traveling at high speed, being slashed forward by the knife. What? Mom was actually. Everyone who was dumbfounded. Seeing this scene, I was dumbfounded. Perot and Smoothie couldn't believe this incomparably disparate battle. Linley actually had the upper hand from the very beginning. Don't wait for them to be horrified. Linley didn't have the idea of waiting for the ant to get up and adjust her posture before fighting. Now, I just want to beat the dog in the water. In an instant, Yaoli and Armament Haki quickly merged into Yanmo. A brilliant green light suddenly appeared in the hearts of everyone. Accompanied by this dazzling light, huge and fierce slash, cut towards the ant lying on the ground. Boom! The huge explosion was deafening. Due to being surrounded by dust, everyone couldn't see the state of ant at the moment. But the cracks on the ground are constantly spreading in all directions. Kacha kacha. At the same time, with the explosion that resounded through the audience, the wailing of the ant seemed to blend in with it. It hurts. UBD, I'm going to kill you. Perhaps it has not suffered such a loss for many years. The ant rushed out of the dust in a frenzy and desperately. Despite the embarrassment, from the outside, it was unscathed. Katakuri on the side shook his head and thought to himself. It's useless. Mom has a body like a steel balloon, almost no one can hurt her. Something Katakuri could see. Naturally, Linley couldn't be unclear. Looking around, I glanced at the various dessert buildings not far away. Due to the location of the kitchen, on the periphery of the Cake Island. Therefore, the collision between Kai Kai and Big Mom barely caused any damage to the main body of Cake Island. It's just that if you continue to fight, it's not necessarily the case. Although I'm not interested in here. But if it is destroyed because of me, it is not what I want. Thinking of this, I realized that the battlefield cannot be placed on the Cake Island. Immediately drop a sentence. You can't let go here, I'll wait for you in the suburbs. Saying that, he flew straight to the outskirts of Cake Island without hesitation. Don't try to run, Zeus. The ant who thought Linley was going to run away became anxious. Under her command, Zeus immediately expanded his body rapidly. Pick her up and chase her towards Linley at high speed. Katakuri, what should we do? Seeing the two leaving one after another, Smoothie was already in a state of confusion. I don't know what to do. We can only pin our hopes on Katakuri, who was the strongest and calmest among the crowd. Just now Linley's performance. Shock is shock, but knowing her mother, of course she knows. A mother with a body of steel can withstand countless attacks without getting hurt. Linley who can excel at speed. Once hit once, the consequences will be disastrous. The key is, mother's physical strength is boundless. In case Linley was exhausted, he would no longer be able to use the terrifying flash. That's the end of the battle. This also means that, life, end, catch up and have a look. However, not too many people. Katakuri calmly arranged. Pei Ross, Perot, Smoothie, and Snickers, come with me. Others, assist Longbread to make the wedding cake as soon as possible. If Mum eats the wedding cake, maybe Linley can be saved. It's not just him who thinks so. The same goes for everyone else. However, everyone did not have much hope. After all, what Linley said just now, I am afraid that she completely offended her mother. That is, eating cravings are cured. I'm afraid it won't be easily bypassed. What happened to Perot and Smoothie? And by no means better than Linley. But in any case, solving mother's eating disorder is also the top priority at present. Die to me. See, Linley stopped in the suburbs. The crazy ant swung a knife without hesitation. Weegwo. I saw a huge shock wave of sword energy blasting towards Linley with lightning speed. Originally, Linley could hide. With a flash, one can easily leave Weegwo's range. But he didn't, and his response was also very simple. There is only that extremely rotten slash. A green light suddenly appeared. Like the stars in the night sky. It is so dazzling. The same huge green slash, not to be outdone, faced the huge shock wave of sword energy. Boom. The moment of collision. Dire wolves swept across the suburbs. Stronger fluctuations spread to the sea outside Cake Island. Huge waves that are more than 10 meters high. Clatter clatter. Countless small fish and shrimp were swept out. There are even sea kings who are not small in size. Katakuri and others who came from a distance saw this scene. Nothing but a sudden change in his face. Katakuri muttered in disbelief. This guy, is he really that boy who was tied with me? How could he not be defeated by such a strong man? Or, have you become so strong already? Snickers obviously also realized this, and said dumbfounded. Katakuri, are you already standing at this height? No wonder he thinks so. He was able to fight this kind of existence for 2 hours regardless of the outcome. Isn't it just standing at the same height? Heard the words. Pei Rospero and Smoothie also cast incredible glances. Looking at the unbelievable eyes of the three people, Katakuri was silent. I didn't know how to respond at the moment. It feels like a dream. If this is true, he hoped so too. Yeah, is this true? Can it be true? In the end, he has self-knowledge and is not a self-deceiving person. Think calmly for a moment. Suddenly remembered, before the battle with Linley, the color of knowledge and knowledge has not reached the level of foreseeing the future. And the fruit ability has not yet awakened. How much stronger is the current self than the beginning? The issue is, what about Linley? It seems no matter how he breaks through. Crushed condition from start to finish. Not the slightest change at all. Even after his fruit awakening, he felt that he could finally feel proud. But he looked at Linley, who was confronting his mother in front of him. Elated, are you sure it's not self-defeating? This moment, he realized. It turned out that from the very beginning, Linley was just playing with him. No, should be pointing him. Otherwise, how could he have achieved 2 breakthroughs in a short period of time? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look at Linley with gratitude. Even homage. This kind of gaze was unprecedented for him. It didn't even show up on Mom. Seeing that he didn't respond, the 3 of them noticed his admiring gaze and seemed to understand something vaguely. ... Die to me, die to me. Big Mom's frenzied roar continued. After the fluctuations caused by the confrontation between the two dissipated, Linley's figure disappeared in place. Wait for him to appear again in 3.5. Lightning flickered dark black silently, shrinking the space. Explosively wrapped around Yanmo. He slashed towards the ant mercilessly. At this time, the ant seemed to be in a daze. There are only 3 unchanging words in his mouth: die to me. Seeing Lin Shui attacking, dark red lightning also flickered on Napoleon. Zila, boom. The moment when Napoleon and Yanmo collided in the air, the wild wolf, who was completely worthy of his talents, swept away again. At the same time, 2 kinds of lightning, dark black and dark red, are constantly intertwining. Straight into the sky, it seems to be one with the clouds. Boom, accompanied by a roar that resounded through the sky. The clouds in the sky split into 2. It seems that the entire sky seems to be forcibly split by some kind of mighty force. Quote exclamation mark quote. Before the 3 of Katakuri were shocked, Grandma's wailing sounded again. I saw blood spitting out of her mouth. In a blink of an eye, the clothes were dyed bright red. The whole person fell from the severed Zeus towards the ground. Exclamation mark. With her huge size, hitting the ground is no less than a small meteorite falling. In an instant, a huge pit was smashed out of the ground. Needless to say, the dust and smoke billowed, and the gravel covered the sky and the sun. Waiting for her to climb out of the big pit with difficulty. He touched the bloodline on his clothes in a daze. It seemed unbearable that I was vomiting blood. After a long while, he suddenly looked up to the sky and screamed madly. Damn, you completely PD'd me off. Crack. Linley landed firmly in front of her. Put the knife back into the sheath. Immediately afterwards, he pulled out the 2nd generation Onitsu, which had not been used for a long time. Hold it up in front of you. Next second, a strong annihilating breath began to sweep across the audience. 057 hurt Big Mom, Linley's strongest move. That annihilation breath, at the moment it touched the ant, the latter froze in stress. The act of looking up to the sky and screaming came to an abrupt end. It was as if he felt a huge threat. In the eyes of madness, it's rare to show a trace of calmness. Unfortunately, that trace of calm was quickly swallowed by madness again. At the same time, silent fluctuations from the 2nd generation Gush Blade crazily emerged to the surroundings. Boom boom boom. At this moment, whether it is Big Mom's 3 homies, Zeus, Napoleon, Prometheus, Katakuri, Perot, Snickers, and Smoothie are not far away. You can feel the violent beating of the heart. Perhaps, this is not a physical beating. It is a crazy warning from the depths of the soul. As if next, an extremely terrifying scene is about to be faced. A bone-piercing cold whisper lingered in everyone's ears. Profound truth. Candlongpo. Yes, Candlong broke. See Candlongpo again. Since leaving Ghost Island, it was Linley's first time to use Candlongpo. It is conceivable, with 8 times the demonic power, what a terrifying Candlongpo will be displayed. The reason why Enma was put away and replaced with 2nd generation Onitsu. That's because only the 2nd generation Gush can exert the strongest power of the Candlongpo. Without him, because of being nourished by Linley with demon power for a long time, the materials of 2nd generation Onitsu are constantly being improved. I am afraid that by now, it has already surpassed the grade of the 21 craftsmen of the Big Fast Knife. Towards the Supreme Knife 12 works, I believe that in the near future, it is only a matter of time to surpass a generation of ghosts. And whether the power of Candlongpo is strong or not, it all depends on the capacity of the media. So compared to Yanmo and Tianyu Yuzan, 2nd generation Onitsu is naturally better. With that whisper, boom boom boom, in an instant, lightning flashes and thunder roars. Countless huge blue lightning bolts shot straight from the ground to the sky. Zila, an unprecedented huge blue sky dragon was born in the Sea of Thunder. Roar, dragon chant accompanied by thunder, resounded through the sky at this moment. Zeus, who had been cut open by Yanmo, had just healed. The moment he saw the blue sky dragon, 23 trembled uncontrollably. It seems to feel unprecedented fear. It's like meeting someone who is difficult to compete with. That kind of fear is deeply engraved into the depths of the soul. Not shifted by will. Both Prometheus and Napoleon saw the abnormality of Zeus, puzzled and asked, Zeus, what's wrong with you? No, nothing. Zeus hurriedly responded. Maybe because he was afraid of his partner's ridicule, he didn't dare to express the fear in his heart. Thunder, although he felt a huge threat from the blue sky dragon. But the ant has fallen into madness at this time. After the onset of eating disorder, does not make any dodging or defensive moves. All you can think about is destroying, destroying, destroying. What's more, even if she has the thought of running away. At this moment, he just climbed out of the big pit. Facing the astonishing spreading speed of the Sea of Thunder, it was too late to climb up to Zeus to escape. So I saw her yelling, "Zeus, Tianmandazizi God, yes, I know, Mom." Hearing his mother's cry, Zeus's heart trembled. I realized that my mother was planning to use Lei to defend against Lei. Although I resisted with all my body and mind. But his mother's order is by no means something he can violate. I had no choice but to bite the bullet. From a smaller white cloud, it expanded rapidly, and soon expanded into a huge and black terrifying dark cloud. I saw countless thunder and lightning, splitting from the dark clouds. An indiscriminate bombing was launched against Linley below, and every bolt of lightning that strikes seems to have consciousness. At the moment when Big Mom was about to be swallowed up by the Sea of Thunder, they slashed towards Linley. It's too late to say it. In the face of countless lightning strikes, Linley didn't move at all. His face was calm, and he had no intention of paying attention to it. Instead, he showed a faint sneer. Thunder. This sentence is surprisingly consistent with the ant. Why doesn't he hide? The four of Katakuri couldn't understand Linley's actions at all. Because he is not like his mother. He is a swordsman who is extremely good at flashing. Why resist this overwhelming lightning attack? And the reason why my mother didn't hide. They are totally understandable, because the defense of Steel Balloon is enough to be called the best in the world. Seeing countless lightning strikes, the blue sky dragon wrapped Linley up in an instant. Immediately afterwards, everyone saw a horrified scene. I saw countless lightning strikes on the body of the blue sky dragon. Not only is it impossible to penetrate, but it, actively, blends into it, making the dragon's size even more inflated. How come? How come? At this time, Zeus, who was floating in the sky, was already mentally torn. His strongest attack move was to chop on the dragon's body. On the contrary, it became the nourishment of the other party. Just when he was terrified, suddenly, the piercing screams of the ant came from below. Whoa, the moment of being submerged by the Sea of Thunder. Big Mom finally paid the price for her decision. The Sea of Thunder with the aura of annihilation eroded her like a tide. Let her be in it, and had a strong sense of suffocation. The body is suffering violent annihilation attacks every moment. Her armament Hawkeye is extremely consumed at this moment. This is not the end. After devouring Zeus, Tianmandazizi is the god of heaven. The sky blue giant dragon, which had grown in size, crazily blasted towards the ant who had fallen into the Sea of Thunder. Boom. This moment, endless white light swept across the entire world. Take away all sight. Katakuri and the others could no longer see anything, they could only hear the piercing screams from the Sea of Thunder. If Prometheus and Napoleon hadn't escaped from the Sea of Thunder in the first place, I'm afraid it will be annihilated in an instant. Call. Perhaps it is the particularity endowed by the form of Sesshomaru. Linley's eyes were unaffected by the white light. Instead, he let out a long breath. Because of this trick, undoubtedly, a lot of magic power was spent. The number was so large that even he, who had 8 times his demon power, felt a little tired. But then, no matter how amazing the defense of Big Mom's steel balloon is, no matter how vigorous the armed color is, facing such a mighty Candlonko, no matter how hard it is, it will be enough for her to die. According to Linley, Big Mom can be said to be the best emperor-level powerhouse to deal with. Especially after the onset of the disease. Do not dodge or dodge. Eat all the damage, as long as there are enough means to break through her defenses. It is bound to achieve success. Compared to Kaido is much trickier, even if it is still far from the peak state 20 years later. But the properties of the hexagon. It's almost full. When competing with him on Ghost Island, it's completely a Pacific Ocean. Only then did he have the opportunity to experiment with new tricks and achieved certain results. But this alone may not be enough. Linley opened tortoise shell bracket, even this level of Candlonko. Even if you can achieve certain achievements, you will damage the Big Mom and consume her a lot of Hawkeye. But still can't beat her. In fact, it is very difficult to completely defeat her. The invincible defense of the steel balloon is definitely not covered. In terms of defense, I am afraid that in this world, no one can compare with Big Mom. 20 years after the original book, the reason why Big Mom lost. There are many coincidences, not only the special ability of Luoguogo, but also a series of coincidences that fell from the sky. This caused her to fall to Ghost Island. If the terrain were changed, I'm afraid the result would be that she slapped her butt and got up, nothing happened. If you have awakened the broken teeth now, it will be different. Candlonko cast by Burst Fang. If Big Mom dares to fall into the Sea of Thunder like this, no matter how strong the defense is, 10 steel balloons are probably not enough. It has the characteristic of continuously taking damage until it is destroyed. Grinding can grind her to death. As time passed, the Sea of Thunder finally fell into calm. The white light also gradually dissipated. Everyone's line of sight finally returned to normal. Katakuri and the others, as well as Homitsu, looked over in a hurry. I saw that the ant at this time had already collapsed in her original position. Panting heavily, his eyes were glazed over, and his whole body seemed to be shaking uncontrollably. Although there is no trace of bloodline around him. But look at her weak appearance. It is enough to imagine what kind of attack he suffered just now. How can you beat the invincible defense mother? Maybe it's from Linley. feeling too much shock. At this moment, although it is still extremely frightening, but the faces of Katakuri and the others quickly turned into joy after being terrified. It seems that there is no suspense about the outcome of this battle. If it ends in Linley's victory, then what they were worried about, Linley would be implicated, so the worry about losing his life would no longer exist. As for, after Linley left, what kind of wrath and liquidation will these children face? That's for later. For Katakuri, Pei Rospero and Smoothie, Linley is fine. It is the best result. It was the Snickers bar that Linley was not happy with at first. There is only emotion and admiration in the eyes. Whatever Linley said he was fighting for, in the final analysis, it has something to do with Pei Rospero and Smoothie. It is even more inseparable from their brothers and sisters. In any case, they don't want the two of them to die at the hands of their mother. Pei Rospero, Smoothie. Suddenly, Snickers opened his mouth and said, "After that, you all go with him. Otherwise, when Mom recovers, she will never let you go. Follow Linley." This is what Snickers can think of. The best thing to do is to save the lives of the two. Good way. Katakuri listened and did not object. Instead, he gave a look of approval. Yes, this may be the best way. Pei Rospero did not speak. Just shook his head resolutely. Follow Linley, even if Linley wants to. But how could he be willing to leave Cake Island? The bricks and tiles here are all built by him with his younger brothers and sisters and Lotus Sweat, carrying the value of his life and the most cherished family affection. Gone. My heart is also empty. He also lost the meaning of life. Instead of living in a daze, it would be better to be in the company of your loved ones and be taken away by your mother. Different from Pei Rospero, Smoothie obviously doesn't have that deep affection for this land. Hearing what Snickers said, can't help but feel a little moved. In the eyes, in addition to contemplation, it is more of a fishing net of curiosity and exploration. It seems that at this moment, apart from the young figure in front of her, there is nothing else that can attract her attention. Boom. Suddenly, a tremor interrupted everyone's contemplation. Maybe he finally managed to slow down. I saw that the ant began to struggle to get up with difficulty. Seeing this, Napoleon, Zeus, and Prometheus rushed to Andy's side immediately and asked with concern, "Mom, are you okay?" Mama. For some reason, the madness in Ant's eyes was almost gone. There are faint signs of returning to calm. Ignoring the pain in his body, he laughed loudly. "I have to admit, you are really amazing. You can actually hurt me to such an extent." As he spoke, he stared at Linley, becoming more and more fierce. 182. If you don't have a stronger attack, I'm afraid it will stop here. Presumably, the physical exertion of the attack just now should be huge, right? But me, speaking of which, 680, her hands suddenly flashed with light, and then they kept beating on every corner of her body. Give you life, wake up, visceral bones. As a soul fruit ability user, use the ability of soul fruit. She can bestow souls on wounded viscera as well as bones, so as to achieve the effect of automatic repair, even though the number of internal organs and bones injured this time is unprecedented. But so what, as long as there is enough soul, no matter how serious the injury is, with the steel balloon constitution, you will be safe and sound in the end. Immediately afterwards, after patting, her body began to swell rapidly. With a lifespan of 3 years, it will become huge. After being gigantic, her body shape and strength will be greatly improved. Although at a great cost. But, after the war, your lifespan is enough to make up for this loss. Having suffered such a big loss, she has already decided to use Linley's life as compensation for this loss. Quote exclamation mark. Quote. No way. Katakuri saw his mother recovering so quickly. Even those who knew their mother felt extremely unbelievable, in the face of that kind of attack that can be called the mighty power of heaven and earth. How is it possible to recover so quickly? Is it consumed? Linley didn't deny it, just nodded slightly. Consumption is indeed huge. If it weren't for the constitution it would have quadrupled. 8 times higher than when I was on Onijima. It's not enough to support him and Big Mom to fight like this. Not to mention anything else, just one Candlonko, how much stamina does it consume to write the calendar? It was almost stuck at the limit of second generation Onitsu. If it weren't for this, he wouldn't have suffered from this trick. The ant also endowed the internal organs with a large amount of soul, and at the cost of 3 years of life, they became huge. But make no mistake, after paying such a big price, she has grown in size. The strength will only be stronger than before. Defense will only become more and more terrifying. But, who said I don't have stronger attacks? Smile lightly. Linley slowly put the second generation ghost back into its sheath. Replace it back to Yanmo. He knows. In fact, in hard power, or hardware, compared with Big Mom, he still has a long way to go. Compared with the steel balloon constitution of the ant, there is undoubtedly a huge gap between the constitution that has doubled 8 times. Except for observation Hawkeye, the passive, foreseeing the future, is far above Big Mom. Others, either armored or conquerors, they are far apart, especially the armed color. He is only intermediate, and Ant must be the top. Such a huge gap, I am afraid, if it is not for the strength of Sesshomaru, it is impossible to have a chance to fight Big Mom, but it is also because of the monster power endowed by the form of Sesshomaru. Let him, can create more possibilities. The fusion of monster power and armed color, able to deliver brilliant slashes, A fusion of demon power and Conquerors. A dark black lightning that entangles and shrinks space. So, what about the combination of the three? 058 The dust settles, Yanmo breaks. Sailing in the sea for more than 2 months. Linley has been thinking all the time when he is not practicing. Since the demon power can be fused with the armed color and Conquerors respectively, resulting in different forces, so, is it possible for the three to merge together? In order to confirm this conjecture, Linley made several attempts, since more than 2 months. Tried it 1,000 times. But because of 2 limitations, it was successful, but not completely successful. 1. The magic power is not enough. If we say that the fusion of demon power and armed color is a 1-to-1 mixed power. The fusion with Conquerors, because Conquerors is more domineering, so the ratio of 2 to 1 is probably required to successfully mix. Well, once the three are mixed together, the required demon power will increase exponentially. Probably, a ratio of 5 to 1 is required to fully blend together. Otherwise, if the ratio is wrong, the three forces will conflict and be exhausted within Yanmo. But even if he can succeed, it will be an unbearable huge consumption for him. To know, at that time, even the fusion of Yali and Conquerors became his bottom move. Confront Kaido. One move almost exhausted the remaining physical strength and demon power. What about the 3-in-1? Second, because of the power of the fusion of the three, because of being too violent, he wrote Ludao. With Linley's constitution at that time, it was simply unbearable. Often this power has not yet been displayed. The arm couldn't bear it anymore, and Yanmo shot out. The consumed demon power and 2-color Hawkeye were wasted. B. That was Linley still sailing on the sea. Instead of now, fully doubled, constitution increased him 8-fold. Perhaps, the current him may be able to control this power. Exto. When he slowly raised Yanmo, without the slightest hesitation, the demon power in the body, the 2-color Hawkeye, poured into it all at once. With the influx of 3 forces, the space around Yanmo, at some point, signs of contraction began to appear. It seems that the surrounding space is moving closer and compressing to Yanmo. Endless dark black lightning, uncharacteristically, gathered on Yanmo's blade from the outside to the inside. Into black particles. Take a look. Every particle seems to be able to grab people's attention and swallow their sight. As the number of particles increases, I don't know when, Yanmo's body began to gradually darken. It seems that when the light shines on the area around Yanmo's body, it will disappear. If it weren't for this strange sight, I'm afraid Yanmo can't see anything unusual at the moment. This is, watching this scene, although it seems unremarkable, but Katakuri and others are completely conceivable. Since it is Linley's own opinion, it is a stronger move than the blue sky dragon and sea of thunder just now. Then it must be extremely scary. Maybe, the next move, Mom and Linley will be able to decide the final winner. Be aware of this. Katakuri and the others involuntarily raised their hearts to their throats. Looking forward to the end result, is what they expected. What kind of move is this? It doesn't look like that. Seeing Linley's actions, Andy froze for a moment, then shook her head with a sneer. It seems that he didn't pay attention to the trick Linley was planning. After all, compared with the scene of turbulence overflowing and surging waves, Linley's actions at this moment, it looks like trying to wrap the Conquerors around Enma. In the end, it missed the point, leading to disappearance. In the end, only on top of Yanmo, leaving a team of dust. Proof that the lightning that represented Conquerors ever existed. In fact, she does not easily underestimate other people's generation. But at the moment it took a full 3 years of life to become gigantic. Let her think that, with her in this state, no one can break her defense. Prometheus. Napoleon. Yes, Mom. As Napoleon transforms into a saber, Prometheus is attached to the saber. A saber filled with raging fire fell into the hands of the ant. Then, without hesitation, they waved together. Go to hell. Blade Mother's flame. Boom. I saw a huge shock wave of sword energy filled with raging fire. Boomed towards Linley like a mountain. If in the past, Linley will either flash and leave, or take out a slash and attack. But this moment, he didn't. Instead, he waved a knife at the ant in an understatement. It's just a knife. In an instant, time seemed to freeze at this moment. Objects that are still in motion, except Linley and Yanmo. Nothing else. That unremarkable knife. As night falls, like a candle going out, every bystander who saw this knife and fell into a stillness seemed to be sunk in endless darkness. Can't see a glimmer of light, can't see a glimmer of hope. In despair, it even makes people feel that there is no vitality except death. Any object that touches Yanmo, giant sword air shock wave or raging flames. In an instant, without knowing when, everything disappeared. Ant is in a trance. It seems to recall the eventful years in the Rocks Pirates. In a trance, the little friends who accompanied me when I was young, all disappeared at a certain moment. In a trance, there was a loud noise. Exclamation mark, exclamation mark, exclamation mark. The wild waves swept across the world, and the aftermath swept across the sky. Endless energy. The moment Yanmo touched Big Mom, all of a brain burst out. When she realized that Linley had appeared in front of her eyes. Everything. It's too late. Napoleon and Prometheus didn't even have time to scream. The moment of being affected by this energy. Those without any resistance were annihilated and turned into dust in the universe. Big Mom standing at the center of the explosion. I just feel like my mind is blank. That desperate energy is ruthlessly destroying her body. There was no resistance for long. Armament Haki is quickly depleted. Immediately afterwards, the constitution of Steel Chi W Ball also couldn't last long in the face of this energy and was broken through the defense. The remaining energy invaded her body all at once. Blah blah, it was like a bomb exploded inside her. Eyes, ears, nose, mouth and even pores. Blood spattered completely uncontrollably. In a short time, the ant was dyed into a bloody person. At the same time, when the contained energy is completely released, Yanmo in Linley's hand seemed to bear an unbearable weight. Click, boom. At this moment, it completely collapsed. It was broken into more than 10 pieces of large and small pieces. And Linley's right hand holding the knife. Blood also popped out of the pores. Linley clearly couldn't care less about his damaged arm. All he could feel now was an unbearable exhaustion welling up in his heart. The body is extremely empty. Physical strength and even monster power are almost exhausted. Obviously, this trick of combining the three into one is still too reluctant for him now. Boom, and the ant in front of Linley seemed to finally be unable to hold on anymore. Having been hit so hard like never before, she rolled her eyes and fell vertically backwards. He fell into a severe coma, and Linley hastily pulled out the second-generation bush and used it as a crutch, barely supporting his body that was about to fall. Linley, it seems to see his weakness. Without even thinking about it, Smoothie rushed towards Linley like crazy. Finally, before he was about to fall, he was supported firmly. Looking at that kind of face that was so handsome, and being so close to him, Smoothie blushed, and asked with concern. Are you okay? Fine. Linley smiled wryly and shook his head. Just a little tired, just take a rest. Having said that, in the depths of his eyes, he was full of regret. Yanmo, broken. From now on, there will be 3 less powerful methods. Although I have a lot of insights on how to integrate the 3 powers separately or altogether outside of Yanmo. There is also a certain way forward, but there is still a long way to go to fully grasp it. Before fully mastering, if no new refund is obtained within this period of time, I am afraid that his strength will undoubtedly not increase but decrease. The current him, if he had another fight with his aunt. Perhaps it is still possible to rely on Candlunko to severely injure Big Mom. But want to decide the winner. I'm afraid it's impossible. Linley suddenly remembered. The creator of Enma, Shimotsuki Kozaburo, is in East Blue. If you can find him and restore Yanmo, I'm afraid it won't be too difficult. The most important is, once from him, I learned the secret of making Yanmo's material. I am afraid that it is necessary to comprehend the skill of combining the demon power and the 2-color Haki. Will be of great help. Yanmo is always a foreign object. The fusion energy that can be tolerated is also limited. Only you have mastered this skill. It is truly your own. Think about it this way. East Blue has become the sea that Linley must pass after North Blue. At this time, Katakuri, Perot, and Snickers also ran over. After confirming that Linley is fine. Looking at the comatose ant, Snickers hastily stretched out his hand to her breath. Rizao said in a complicated way. Still breathing, but this kind of injury. I'm afraid that if you don't cultivate for a long time, you won't be able to recover. In fact, if it weren't for Big Mom's powerful Haki and steel balloon constitution, block most of the energy outside the body, I'm afraid Linley's blow is enough to kill her. Certainly, that's why she didn't bother to avoid it. Otherwise, Linley would not have achieved such achievements. Linley, you. Katakuri looked at Linley with more and more admiration. He really didn't expect it. Linley really won. Beat Mom head on. This kind of thing, he had never thought of it before, and he never thought that anyone would be able to do it. What, do you still want to win with me? Linley smiled lightly. No. Katakuri shook his head with a wry smile. I'm afraid I'd be a fool if I didn't know what was going on. Thanks to you, I have made great breakthroughs one after another. As he spoke, he sincerely bowed to Linley at a standard 90 degrees. Sure enough, seeing this, Perot and Snickers finally understood the truth that happened in the mirror world. It's just that they can't figure it out anyway. Why would Linley do this? Why do you want to help Katakuri? It's just, I don't understand why you. Katakuri finally asked the doubts of himself, Ross, Perot and others. It's actually really easy. Linley obviously had a reason in mind long ago. After standing on the top of the world, if there is no opponent anymore, is it too lonely? I thought of this reason at first. What I'm afraid of is that if Katakuri pursues it, it will be difficult to explain. It can't be said that it's for getting a refund, or that I just want to play with you, right? Quote, Katakuri didn't expect this to be the reason. For a while, I didn't know what to say. After a long while, he said quietly, I'm afraid, in this world, you are the only one with such capacity. Hee. Linley smiled rather awkwardly. What are your plans after that? Asked Smoothie suddenly. Now that she has defeated her mother, there is no reason for Linley to stay after she is ready to go. Want to make the previous Snickers suggestion. Katakuri and the others obviously heard what Smoothie meant. He was staring at the two of them with a rather ambiguous look. Are you planning? Linley turned to look at the unconscious ant. After she wakes up, let's see what's going on. Only, after a pause, he had a panoramic view of the 3 people's inexplicable expressions. Although he felt a little weird, he continued. I suggest, use Seastone to control her. The biggest threat to all nations is your mother. You should all know this well. Instead of being anxious all day long, it's better to take this opportunity to solve the problem at once. It's up to you, Katakuri, to replace her as the Lord of the Nations. Presumably, over the years, the number of times your mother has been required to take action is countless, right? Even if you were before the breakthrough, you were enough to deal with foreign enemies, let alone now. Furthermore, Linley stared into Katakuri's eyes. Don't you have the confidence to surpass her? Katakuri, who has been boosted in talent and potential. With his help, he has comprehended, foreseeing the future, and fruit awakening in advance. Then from now on, if you can get a breakthrough in Conquerors and Armed Colors, the former comprehends tyranny, the latter comprehend internal destruction, then it is not impossible to be promoted to the imperial rank in one leap of Wang Qian's. On the contrary, the possibilities are great. Quote. If it was Katakuri before, he might answer without hesitation. How can I be compared to my mother? But now I witnessed Linley, who was only 13 years old, did something he didn't even dare to think about. The most important thing is that he hopes to become the opponent he can still see after standing on the top of the world. I can't do it. 4 words. Where is the face to say it? After a while, he seemed to have strengthened his heart, and said with firm eyes. One day, I will surpass my mother. Really, then I will be on top of the world, waiting for your arrival. Seeing that the two of them had made a peak covenant, Ross Perot immediately agreed with Linley's proposal. I agree with Linley's proposal. Wang Guo, you can't always be under the threat of your mother. If it's Katakuri, I believe he can lead us to a different path. If it is said that he used to be the boss, he thinks that he is the most suitable heir of Wang Guo. So now, because of today's encounter, this concept has completely changed. Me too. Snickers and smoothies are not far behind. It's just that in the eyes of the latter, there is inevitably a trace of loneliness. In this case, there is no reason to propose to follow Linley. Only, fair enough. At least Ross Perot will no longer have to worry about his life. At the same time, over Cake Island, a birdman who seems to be a person with the ability to eat the fruit of the bird witnessed what happened just now. And he was actually defeated by a boy. If the world finds out, they will be amazed. Looking at the photo of the ant in a coma in a panic in the camera, he couldn't help but be proud of his superb capture skills. But, Valley, he didn't notice. The eyes of Linley and Katakuri once fell on him one after another. The next day, the World Economic News Agency released a blockbuster news. For a time, there was an uproar in the world. 059 famous, the world's #1 swordsman. Naval Headquarters, Marineford, Marshal Kong, known as Kong, came to the office early in the morning. Put on a familiar attitude of a veteran cadre. First, he happily made a cup of tea, then took the latest newspaper from his subordinates. Leaning on the chair, breathing out the heat from the teacup. Just took a sip, the moment when the corner of my eye inadvertently glanced at the newspaper headlines. Puff, the tea in his mouth spurted out all at once. What the hell? Charlotte Linley, defeated. Looking at the picture in the newspaper, the ant fell into a coma. And the young figure beside her. On Sora's originally contented face, his brows could not help but wrinkle tightly. Who beat her was a guy named Linley, a teenager. This is unbelievable, even him as the Marine Marshal. The moment I saw this breaking news, it was hard to hide the horror in his eyes. Since Roger was dying, the so-called big pirate era started. The pressure, or workload, they face in Marine is increasing day by day. The increase in the number of pirates means that there will be more and more strong players. Who would have thought that this appearance would be such an explosion? At this time, it was Sengoku from Admiral, who rushed in without knocking. Marshal, have you seen it? Charlotte Linley was defeated. I'm afraid that the pattern of New World will change dramatically. Well known, currently Marine's sphere of influence is only in 4 seas and Grand Line. And New World is occupied by 3 forces. Whitebeard, Kaido, Big Mom. Now Big Mom is defeated. In Sengoku's view, the pattern of New World is bound to change dramatically. What makes him even more unbelievable is that, look at the review written by Morgans. I'm afraid that the title of World's #1 Swordsman in this era will fall to this boy. Morgans usually writes exaggerated comments in order to attract attention, but the fact that I have to admit is that if this young man is really a swordsman, with his record of defeating Charlotte Linley, he is fully qualified to win this title. Down. Are you sure what the source is? Compared with any title, Kong is undoubtedly more concerned about Linley's background. He couldn't figure it out anyway. What kind of power is it that can cultivate such a young emperor-level powerhouse? 1. Sengoku nodded. The first time I saw this news, I got angry with CP0. It is said that this guy named Linley was born on Onigashima and is Kaido's adopted son. Because of the 3 major forces of the New World, they have a considerable degree of threat to the Marine and even the world government. Therefore, CP0, as the strongest cipher pole in the world, naturally cannot not plant spies. Wano Kuni naturally has it too, although Marine and CP0 are often not of one mind. But when there is a need, more or less information will be provided. Kaido. Hearing this, Sora's face undoubtedly became more dignified. The beast's pirates were already tough. Occupied Wano Kuni, controlling an important strategic material such as seastone. Known to him, a considerable part of the seastone weapons of the world government comes from Wano Kuni. It's just that this kind of thing is too sensitive. It has always been kept secret. Now beast's pirates besides Kaido. Such a royal powerhouse appeared again. This is definitely not a good thing for the balance of the sea. For a while, The two looked at each other. They all saw the seriousness and difficulty in each other's eyes. Fortunately, Sengoku thought about it, and a trace of happiness flashed in his eyes. Sakazuki, they've all grown up. The three monsters of the younger generation in Marine, Sakazuki, Pelusilino, Kuzan, have been promoted to Vice Admiral over the years. I'm afraid it won't be long before they practice, and they will be promoted to Admiral, and it will be a matter of course. 2. Sora nodded, and then said helplessly, Roger, this guy is really difficult to deal with. Even if he dies, he can leave us with such a big problem. If there is no so-called big pirate era, with Marine's three monsters, probably for many years to come, Marine will be an extremely strong side. Then, Marshal, since Charlotte Linley has been defeated, should I leave the team and go to Wanguo? Sengoku asked tentatively. No, Kong shook his head. To be defeated is not to be killed. With Charlotte Linley's steel balloon constitution, I'm afraid it won't be long before it will recover. In the final analysis, the power of the BIGMOM pirates has not been damaged at all. Since this is the case, why not watch the BIGMOM pirates and the Beasts pirates fight against each other, and I will reap the benefits. Right, Sengoku nodded. In fact, he certainly knew that this was the best solution. What I just mentioned is just a casual remark. Also, is there a reward for this guy? It's just that although Charlotte Linley was defeated, in the final analysis, before making any drastic moves, let's offer a reward of 1.28 billion Baileys first. In this era, Bailey has not yet had such a strong inflation. A bounty of over 100 million is already quite a remarkable thing. Moreover, offering bounties is not only closely related to strength, it is also related to the degree of threat to the sea and the bad events made. But even so, Linley's first reward reached a staggering 1.28 billion. At the same time, this issue of the newspaper also fell into the hands of Whitebeard. The Whitebeard Pirates, Moby DK, Ku-la-la-la-la-la. What a promising young fellow. Can you beat Linley as a partner in the Rocks Pirates? Whitebeard knows best how powerful Big Mom's inhuman hardware is. But now, he was defeated head-on by a young man. Linley, look at the name. He couldn't help but fell into deep thought. At this time, father, it's not good. Marco on the side was also looking at the newspaper. But he suddenly noticed a detail. Newspaper pictures. From Linley's waist, he saw two familiar katana swords. Yanmo, Sky Feather Slash, although, Yanmo seems to have only the handle of the knife left. How did these two knives fall into the hands of this young man? At least it was confirmed that Tianyu's chop was correct, and Whitebeard couldn't help being astonished. Could it be that this guy is from the Guangming Japanese clan? Marco guessed. I can't. The captain of the third team, Chao Zi, interjected puzzledly. The Kazuki family, having a Kazuki Oden, is already amazing. How could there be a second, more exaggerated one? Good. Vesta, captain of the 5th division, who is also a swordsman, said with a serious face. As a swordsman, you will never give your main sword to others unless... Unless what? Sage, the captain of the 4th team, asked eagerly. The owner of the knife has already encountered an accident. Or maybe I got a better knife. Can you get two knives at once, which are better than Yanmo and Tianyu Yuzan? Couldn't that be the two supreme sharp knives and 12 crafts? This kind of thing, is it possible? Yes, but very unlikely. Everyone present was obviously aware of this. His complexion all became ugly. Marco, we must arrange for someone to go to Wano-kuni to find out about Oden. This guy is just too stubborn. Since the disbandment of the Roger Pirates, I have returned to Wano-kuni. Up to now, there has been no news. Hopefully, things won't turn out the way we thought. Oden, please be safe. Except for the Whitebeard Pirates. Anyone familiar with Kazuki Oden? For example, Rayleigh, Jabba, and Redheads who have retired. They all saw the two samurai swords hanging on Linley's waist from the newspaper. Wano-kuni, Island. Ooh, read the latest newspaper. Kaido poured wine into his mouth, while laughing heartily, although, in the eyes, uncontrollable flickering consternation. Good boy, the growth rate is so amazing. It's only been more than 2 months at sea, and you have achieved such a brilliant record. I'm afraid that Linley guy is me. I dare not say that I can win. Wano-kuni's news has always been closed. But Onijima doesn't. After all, it is the Beasts Pirates, one of the 3 major forces in the New World. Naturally, you can receive the latest CDDD news happening in the world at the first time. At this time, Jin and Quinn also rushed over upon hearing the news. Hearing this news, his eyes were filled with shock and astonishment. While on Ghost Island, Linley's growth rate is already amazing enough. This time I go to sea. Come up as the king fried. How can this not shock them? I said, Brother Kaido, if you don't work harder, when Linley comes back, I'm afraid you won't be his opponent. Quinn picked up the cigar that fell to the ground, and said with emotion. I think so. Obviously, Jin also agreed with Quinn's statement. Kaido's face froze. He took a sip of wine into his mouth sullenly. Although I don't want to admit it. But he also knew that, in fact, it was. If you can defeat Linley, is it still far from defeating him? If you don't improve yourself, wait for that kid Linley to come back. It is estimated that it is really not an opponent. Should I tell Yamato them? Quinn laughed and said, if they know that Linley has achieved such a brilliant record, they will probably be very excited. Pig. Kaido was about to say something when the phone rang not far away. Purupo. Hello. Quote. Is it Linley? You boy, You are astonishing. What, are you going to, announcing an alliance with BIGMOM pirates? It seems that you are very optimistic. That guy named Katakuri, since it's your intention, let's announce it. Your father and I are waiting for you to come back on Ghost Island, and we will have a hearty battle. Hang up the bug. Kaido smiled helplessly. This kid, seems like he's going to make a big move, and actually proposes an alliance with the BIGMOM pirates. This, Jin and Quinn looked at each other. While being astonished, he suddenly said with emotion, as expected of this kid, in addition to strength, you actually have such courage. An island on the Grand Line. A young man with eagle-like sharp eyes. Attention is different. Put it on the evaluation of Linley by Morgans, the president of the World Economic News Agency. How could it be so highly rated? The title of World's No. 1 Swordsman, which has been vacant for a long time, will be placed on his head. Before Linley came along, in this era, is the world's third swordsman really unmanned? A few years ago, before the death of One Piece Roger. He is worthy of this title. But that's not what he wants to do now, but to be placed on a boy who is younger than himself. The young man is Hawkeye, who is only 23 years old. See this review. I was quite upset. For him who aims to be the world's #1 swordsman. Someone is ahead of you. Undoubtedly a very frustrating thing. Only, this also aroused his eagerness to win. For him, these years, anyone who stands in front of the opponent will be defeated by him without hesitation. Except for a guy with red hair who can match him. EFTEA. He didn't pay attention to it. Now Linley appears. Undoubtedly, it can be said that he is the strongest enemy he has ever encountered and climbed to the top. After all, the record of defeating Big Mom is real. With his current strength, he may not be an opponent. In other words, it must not be an opponent. Mainly, the way of the sword has not yet been mastered. And the black knife has not been practiced yet. Once both of these are done, even in the face of any opponent, he has the confidence to fight against it. But in a short time, I'm afraid it won't be possible. Before that, it's better to confirm for yourself, exactly, what height is he standing on. The screen returns to Cake Island. After a day of training, relying on the terrifying recovery ability of Sesshomaru, Linley is basically recovering in 7s and 80s. Only, Grandma is still in a coma. Perhaps accepting his offer, the comatose aunt was imprisoned inside and out with Seastone by Katakuri and others. Imprisoned in the castle where she lived. So this is it, the wedding tea party due to the main character falling into a coma. Naturally, it couldn't be done. At this time, in a meeting room full of Cake Island characteristics. Katakuri looked at the latest issue of the newspaper with a worried expression on his face. Sitting next to him are major senior executives such as Goro, Snickers, Daifuku, and Owen. News of Mama's defeat is brought back to Cake Island, and Katakuri announces Linley's proposal. Between siblings, it caused an uproar. There are objections, but there is no doubt that with Katakuri's accumulated reputation over the years, more people agree. In addition, it has strong support from major combat forces such as Rospero. The fact that Katakuri replaced Big Mom and became the new Lord of all Kingdoms was a matter of course. Everyone in the world knows that my mother was defeated. I'm afraid there will be no peace in Shuei for a while. What is this? Linley didn't care. I can just take this opportunity to thoroughly master the two abilities I just advanced in battle, and prepare for a step closer in the future. Besides, I've called Papa, and he'll be announcing the Beasts Pirates and BIGMOM Pirates as an alliance soon. In this way, those who dare to invade all nations will have to weigh it. The so-called good people follow through to the end and send Buddhas to the west. Linley does this. Of course, it's not just for the sake of Katakuri and Smoothie. But it can bring multiple benefits at one stroke. First, he could feel that Katakuri was full of admiration for him. Between the words, there is a faint meaning of looking forward to him. Although, this feeling may not be true. But if he has something to order, presumably Katakuri would not refuse. One more, the two powers are allied. For the BIGMOM Pirates, it is undoubtedly a timely gift. The alliance is naturally dominated by the Beasts Pirates. In a sense, this can be regarded as expanding the sphere of influence of the Beasts Pirates. Be a member of the Beasts Pirates, even if the goal is to stand on top of the world. But if there is a chance, you can easily expand your own power, why not? 060, form an alliance. Smoothie boards the boat, an unexpected figure. This, Linley's words undoubtedly moved Katakuri. In order to help him get up, even things like alliances have been arranged in advance. In this way, before he can really take charge of himself and completely replace his mother. The threats from the outside world that the nations face will be reduced to the lowest level. He didn't feel that Linley's actions were overstepped in the slightest. In fact, Linley can pat his and leave. Don't worry about anything. In this way, they will be dumbfounded. She will inevitably be angered and liquidated by her mother. As can be expected, at that time, Pei Rospero and Smoothie will surely have their lives in danger. When the others heard this, they were also aware of this, and cast grateful glances at Linley. Not that no one suspects that Linley has ulterior motives. The issue is, Linley alone is enough to beat Mom. So if the Beasts Pirates are really interested in the IWC site, come and grab the ground. One Linley is enough to be hopeless. What's more, there is a Kaido. To know, Mom alone is enough to sweep them all away. Not to mention Linley, who beat her, and Kaido, who is equally famous. If you are grateful, don't say more. From now on, Beasts Pirates and BIGMOM Pirates will be the most steadfast allies. Then, happy cooperation. Linley held out his hand to Katakuri. Since then, the two major forces entrenched in the New World formally formed an alliance 20 years in advance. Next, the topic of everyone was how Katakuri would manage the country after he came to power. Naturally, it can no longer be the same as before. Use life as the price of staying in the nations. It even asks the people to sacrifice their lives at every turn. After all, lifespan has no effect on Katakuri and others. However, these contents have nothing to do with Linley. He was too lazy to meddle, and after saying hello, he left the meeting room. Watching his back as he left, Smoothie's eyes were filled with admiration and longing. This scene was naturally seen by Katakuri, Kuro and others. So the topic just came to an end. Kuro suddenly asked, Smooge, what are your plans? He is very clear. When Linley determined that her mother was really under control, will leave the nations, there is no doubt about it. B. What was Smoothie thinking? He is a big brother. Of course I hope my sister can get what she wants. After all, the love in her eyes. It's beyond words. It's almost written all over your face. The most important is, if things can really come true, it will play a vital role in the alliance between the two parties. By the time, everyone is a family, and the alliance relationship is naturally extremely strong. Presumably, if Kaido knew, he would never refuse. Smoothie is no fool. I was asked this question face to face by my elder brother. He must have read her mind. Only, Linley's departure is a foregone conclusion. What else could she have planned? After thinking for a moment, he sighed and said quietly, until he stands on top of the world, I'm afraid he won't stop for anyone. If I want to keep up with him, I can only make myself stronger. Otherwise, she really didn't have the courage to stand by his side. Indeed, Katakuri quite agrees with Smoothie's words. If you want to be such a strong woman, too mediocre, so what? It's just that I suggest that you become his partner when going out to sea first. Traveling often is the fastest way to improve your strength. Anyway, even if Smoothie stays in Wangwo, it can't play a big role either. Too young after all, but if only by Linley's side. Always accept his guidance. I'm afraid that the miracle that happened to him will happen again with a high probability. For this point, Katakuri has the most say. Only played Linley for 2 hours. They have comprehended, foreseeing the future, and fruit awakening one after another. Of course, this is also related to his rich accumulation before the breakthrough. One more, companionship is the longest confession of love, isn't it? Will he agree? Regarding Katakuri's proposal, Smoothie said that he was not moved, it was definitely a lie. In the beginning, the reason why she didn't have this idea, or forcefully restrain such thoughts. Naturally, the world has just undergone tremendous changes. If she left in pursuit of the ideal, in her heart at this time, she would be somewhat sorry to her brothers and sisters. She can't do such a thing. However, if Katakuri, who is the new lord of all nations, volunteered, the situation is different. Me and Perot will help, don't worry. The next day, the news that the Beasts Pirates and BIGMOM Pirates have united into an alliance once again caused an uproar in the world. When Marine receives this message, Marshal Sora was completely dumbfounded. Good guy, I just made the decision to watch the two tigers compete and reap the benefits of the fishermen. In a blink of an eye, these two tigers formed an alliance. For a while, it became the biggest threat Marine faced in New World. After Sengoku saw this message, I was also speechless for a long time. Perhaps it is to prevent any big moves by the two major forces in the future. Sengoku immediately took Vice Admiral Sakazuki and set off for the G1 branch stationed in New World. In order to prevent the two pirate groups from trying to spread their sphere of influence to other sea areas or the Grand Line. And on the other side, although the Whitebeard pirates also received this news, but compared to the alliance of the two major pirate groups, what they care more about, of course, is the safety of Kazuki Oden. So many spies were dispatched in one go, intended to sneak into Wano-kuni, inquire about specific information. Do this action, not just the Whitebeard pirates, Pluton Rayleigh, who has retired, and Jabba, the left hand of One Piece, and other former members of the Roger Pirates. They have inquired about Kazuki Oden's news through various channels, although they have not actively paid attention to Wano-kuni's current situation over the years. But the reason is actually very simple. Knowing the strength of Kazuki Oden, they are naturally full of confidence in him. I believe that if it is Kazuki Oden, it should not be difficult to drive the villains out of your homeland. With such expectations, it wasn't until he saw Kazuki Oden's saber from Linley's waist that he finally couldn't hold it anymore. If it was years later, they didn't receive the news of Kazuki Oden's death. It's a done deal, and there may not be any reaction. But now it is impossible to determine his life and death, and it is only more than 5 years since the Roger Pirates were disbanded. That blood is still warm. Naturally it is impossible to ignore. Even if it is determined that Kazuki Oden is in crisis, he will not stand idly by. When the news that the two pirates united into an alliance is still fermenting in the world. In a few days, the comatose ant finally woke up. Only, her condition surprised everyone, because Big Mom has amnesia. Although it feels incredible, but for Katakuri and others, this is undoubtedly the best result. At least there is no need to fight against each other between mother and child. Compared, Linley recalled the move that made the difference. Because Yanmo chopped on the shoulder of the ant. It's also close to the head. After successively breaking through the defenses of her armament Hawkeye and steel balloon, the berserk force invaded her body, so it is possible to cause some damage to the brain. Therefore, he didn't think Big Mom was pretending to have amnesia on purpose. In Dama City, it's impossible to make this kind of snow. Only, even with amnesia, Katakuri and the others still dare not be careless. Seastone handcuffs, anklets and so on. I absolutely dare not untie it. And on the dessert sent to the ant, under the suggestion of Rospero, a lot of sedatives and anesthetics were sprinkled. So Ant's life becomes simple. Eat and sleep and eat. Happy like a king-size kid. In this way, Lin can finally leave with peace of mind. After going to North Blue to subdue the Don Quixote family, he still has to go to East Blue. Repair Yanmo. If during this process, you can meet the two young people with the most potential in this era, red-haired and eagle-eyed, that would be great. During this period of time, he also asked the intelligence personnel of the two pirate groups to inquire about the news of the two. Unfortunately, in terms of intelligence, it has never been the director of the three major forces entrenched in New World. Coupled with this period, maybe the reputation of the two is not loud enough. Therefore, in a short period of time, he did not get the feedback he wanted. To this, Linley naturally didn't think these people were useless. After all, this world, it's really big. It is really not an easy task to inquire about the news of the two young people on the vast sea. But how did he know? After he left Wangguo for a while, Hawkeye intends to test the gap between himself and Linley, but he took the initiative to find it. It's a pity that Linley at that time had already left. The two of them missed it perfectly. On this day, Linley officially bid farewell to Katakuri, but he was surprised by what the former said next. Your kindness to us cannot be repaid. If you are allowed to leave like this, I am afraid that in the future, I don't know when I will have a chance to repay you. Perhaps because I noticed my troubles, this little girl Smoothie, please let me tell you that I hope to be your partner on the sea. In this way, in the boundless sea, you won't feel lonely, and you can have a care for each other. This isn't appropriate. Linley was obviously a little confused. Be your own partner. He had never thought about this question. I just want to say, complete the goal of going to sea as soon as possible. Asking for flowers. Before that, getting stronger is the top priority in his heart. Of course, even in the future, it will be the same. Only, after all, life is colorful. Not just a single color. While becoming stronger, if there are other different gains, is it a bad thing? What's inappropriate? Linley's reaction was obviously within Katakuri's expectation. He sighed and said, among our brothers and sisters, I'm afraid Smoothie is the one with the most talent besides me. But if she stays in Wangguo, her growth path may be too gentle, and the height she can grow is limited. I'm sorry for her talent. I have a deep understanding of this. The reason why I proposed it is also because of selfishness. In the future, how can I be the only one among the strong in all nations? So, Smoothie, I believe, she will be a qualified partner. Looking at Katakuri who bowed at 90 degrees, Linley was obviously speechless. Only, the addition of Smoothie, from any angle, none of this conflicts with his next journey. On the contrary, if you have someone to accompany you, you really won't be too lonely. Although he is not afraid of loneliness. Finally, still nodded in agreement. One more, to say he doesn't like Smoothie. That's absolute bullshit. Take a look at Smoothie's configuration. Pure, long legs, good looking, all three in one. As long as he is a normal man, it is impossible to resist this kind of existence and become his partner. And although he has a slightly cold personality, but he was still a normal man. Besides, after all, Smoothie is different from Black Maria and Yamato. Not to mention 7 years older. Basically already has a certain combat effectiveness. At least it won't be a drag on him. Then, after leaving Wangguo, on Linley's boat, there is a new partner. Officially sailing in the direction of North Blue. On the boat, after Linley took the juice handed by Smoothie. Drink it straight away. Have to say, agree with Smoothie on board. Definitely a smart move. Maybe he's not that interested in desserts. But there are all kinds of fruit juices, you can't refuse. Taking advantage of Smoothie to practice Kung Fu, Linley finally opened the system interface after a long absence. Host. Lin Shui. Age. 13. Fruit. Inugu Fruit Phantom Beast Sesshomaru form awakening 38%. Skills. Flying, silent displacement, light movement, demon power regeneration. Hawkeye. Observation Hawkeye, foreseeing the future passive, armament Hawkeye, intermediate, conqueror's Hawkeye, entanglement. Physical arts. Swordsmanship introductory, physical arts introductory. Contract targets. Yamato, Black Maria, Jack, Katakuri, Smoothie 5/7. After getting Katakuri's return one after another, there is one more quota for the contract. To be sure, this is because the knowledge color is obtained after reaching the foreseeing the future passive. Rather than fruit awakening. After all, although the 38% fruit awakening rate has doubled his constitution, his strength has also been greatly improved. But not officially awakened yet. In the rules of the system, it obviously cannot be regarded as a breakthrough improvement. Linley had anticipated this. Now that a new quota has been obtained, Linley naturally did not hesitate to make a contract with Smoothie. Anyway, it is also one of the future 3 dessert stars. Just like Katakuri said, in all nations, talent is second only to him. One more. After all, he is already his partner. Even if you don't think about returning it, it is not a loss to increase the talent and potential of the partner. So next, time passed quietly in the voyage and the hard work of the two of them. In this process, lonely men and widows, some kind of feelings are rapidly heating up, let alone mention it for the time being. Because North Blue and West Blue are on the periphery of New World. It's just that there is a calm belt barrier in the middle. Therefore, Linley does not intend to detour from the Fishman Island. Instead, head straight to the calm belt. Maybe for normal people, the calm belt is an almost unnavigable area of dangerous sea, but that obviously didn't bother Linley. Don't look at his current ship is not too big, but the bottom of the boat is made of sea stone. In addition to the strength here, it is impossible to talk about whether it is dangerous or not. Even if there are unwitting sea kings attacking. But it's just a matter of one knife. Linley and Smoothie entered North Blue very smoothly. Compared to New World, the sea in North Blue is much calmer. Finally, after more than a month, the boat carrying the two sailed into the small island where the Don Quixote family lived. And in the tavern on the island, he also spotted an unexpected figure. As this guy here, is the redhead around the pill 2061, see also the golden exclamation mark. Marine, who intends to make the king of newspapers have a long memory. After mooring the boat, walk to the characteristic streets. Linley wanted to go straight to the Don Quixote family and get Doflamingo out. When I happened to pass by a tavern, I thought it would be better to inquire about the information first. He walked in with Smoothie. Who would have thought that just as soon as he entered the door, he ran into a familiar figure. Beckman. Although Beckman at this time, his appearance is very different from that of 20 years later. But Linley recognized it immediately. Why is this guy here? Could it be that the redhead is also nearby? It's no wonder Linley thinks so. As we all know, Beckman and the redhead are almost bound together in the original book. A veritable first officer of the Red Hair Pirates. He has a great reputation and has a strength not inferior to that of Red Hair. Even if there is a gap, it will not be too big. If redheads are around too, then he can accomplish one of the two goals he most wants to contract with. I have to say, this is really. Look at the golden exclamation point over Beckman's head. Linley was really unexpected. See also the golden exclamation point. He's basically set. Anyone with a golden exclamation point on their head, at least they all have the potential to become Emperor's vice level or higher. Character. Beckman. Opportunity. Can be contracted, the prodigal son who has traveled the sea, constantly perfecting gun skills during the journey, and will soon achieve great success, thus achieving the conditions for a breakthrough improvement. Gun arts. In the world of One Piece. In addition to fruit abilities, Conqueror's Haki. Naturally, various combat skills that can integrate the first two are also indispensable, such as swordsmanship, physical skills, and gun pressure. These three kinds occupy a huge proportion in the sea. Linley never thought of that. This time, there will be unexpected gains. Just as he was thinking about making a contract, he hesitated again when it came time. National May 7th. Logically speaking, if you encounter a golden exclamation point, there is no reason to let it go. But firearms, not his preferred fighting style, and there are still 2 places left. Undoubtedly for Eagle Eyes and Red Hair. Just in case it happens. There are not enough places. That would be embarrassing, but, if so, give up. Seems like a bit of a waste of money. Even if you're not too interested in guns, but the achievements of this guy, Armament Haki, can't be lowered. If it is a contract, it will definitely not suffer. A.B. Is it possible to meet the conditions for a breakthrough improvement by obtaining the gun art? Otherwise, there is only one place left. That's not safe enough. Who knows when new places will be available? Linley had guessed before, both swordsmanship and gymnastics are included in the system. Is it possible that, like Conqueror's Haki, or Fruit, they can get a new quota after the breakthrough promotion? If possible, there is no reason for exceptions to firearms. Once the firearms technique gets a lot of returns, it can also increase his quota. That also means that he has mastered more ways to get places. Thinking of this, Linley felt that it was necessary to take a gamble, and brought Smoothie to a place not far from Beckman, and sat down. The contract is successful. While he was occasionally eyeing Beckman, the other party is also looking at him. It's him. The moment he saw Linley, Beckman was taken aback. He didn't expect to pass by this small island, in such an insignificant tavern. Meet the world's #1 swordsman, who has recently become famous. Even though it looks like a teenager. But he didn't dare to underestimate him in the slightest. After all, in the world of One Piece, those who achieve first come first. Don't judge heroes by age. Linley, what would you like to drink? Smoothie pointed to the menu in his hand. Whatever. Anyway, just to inquire about information. It doesn't matter what you drink. On the other hand, Beckman, hearing Smoothie's address, completely confirmed Linley's identity. What is this guy doing here? As far as Beckman knows, this island is the stronghold of the Don Quixote family. And he was just passing through the island. I plan to make some repairs before continuing on the journey. His hometown is also in North Blue. Nearly 30 years old, he felt that staying in his hometown was too boring. I started traveling a few years ago. Except he's basically hanging out in North Blue. It's not that I don't want to go to the Grand Line or other sea areas. Just for him. Anyway, being alone, there is no need to be in such a hurry. Isn't it a beautiful thing to stop for a while in every island you pass by and experience the local customs? Puff. At this moment, Smoothie just took a sip of the juice that the waiter brought up, and then spit it out. I didn't think too much about it, and said bluntly, "It's really unpalatable, Linley. In the future, drink the juice I made." The waiter was really embarrassed by her behavior. I was a little overwhelmed for a while. Linley smiled and waved his hands. "Go on, it's none of your business here. How can the juice they make compare with yours? Just let it go. It's just that I'm used to drinking juice made by Smoothie. Then drink in the general tavern. It is indeed too far away. Ha 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 ha. You two young people came to the tavern to drink juice, and you still think it's not good. It's really fun, isn't it?" The guests who were drinking at the side burst into laughter when they heard the comments of the two. It's just that there is no malice in the laughter. She was simply amused by Smoothie's actions. "Cut, it's none of your business." Smoothie rolled his eyes. "People are right, that's the reason." Linley smiled and waved his hands, not caring at all. After all, it is a strange thing to go to a tavern to drink juice instead of alcohol. "How about, we try the bar?" Smoothie suggested curiously. Ever since she was a child, she has never tasted what wine is like. Then try it. When he was on Ghost Island, he didn't drink less, but rarely take the initiative to drink. Smoothie was 15 years old, and it didn't matter if he had a drink. So the waiter quickly served 2 glasses of wine to the two. So spicy. Smoothie obviously had no experience in drinking, so he just took a big gulp, and his face turned red from being choked. "You can't drink too much of this kind of thing, you have to taste it slowly." "Damn it, are you kidding me? Have it." Beckman on the side, watching the interaction between the two, couldn't help being amazed. Number 7. It turns out that, the world's #1 swordsman, is very kind in private. While watching the excitement, suddenly Linley called for 2 glasses of wine and walked towards him with them. "This gentleman, you have an extraordinary temperament, are you alone?" Linley passed one of the drinks over. "By the way, I intend to test Beckman's tone." Linley was taken aback by the sudden arrival. He didn't expect a strong man like Linley to be so approachable. "It seems that you are not a local, did you come to this island alone?" "That's right, after finishing up on this island, I'm going to continue my journey." "Yeah." Hearing this, Lin Fu's eyes undoubtedly flashed with disappointment. It seems that this time period, Beckman has not yet joined the Red Hair Pirates. Linley recalled the plot carefully. "I really can't remember when Beckman joined the Red Hair Pirates. And the redheads in this time period, most likely, are probably still in East Blue. The reason is simple. The first crew recruited by the redheads was Yasop. And Yasop met Usopp. Usopp will probably not be born until next year. In other words, Yasop will leave East Blue with the red hair next year at the earliest." "And you?" Beckman asked curiously. This salutation immediately made Linley realize that Beckman had recognized him. However, as the most recent headline, the first time a reward was offered, it was offered a reward of 1.28 billion. Wouldn't it be a bit difficult not to be recognized by someone like Beckman who always pays attention to major news in the world? "Me," Linley wrote lightly. "I heard that the headquarters of the Don Quixote family is here, so we will recruit these people." Such an understatement, leaving Beckman speechless. But on second thought, as the world's #1 swordsman, is it too much to subdue a mere Don Quixote family for his own use? It's not too much, it's just that neither of them thought of it. It is because of these words. The guests around stood up one after another and glared at the two of them. What a breath. Young people really don't know how to live or die. Do you know what you're talking about? Incorporating the Don Quixote family, ridiculous. As he spoke, he waved his arms and fists and walked towards the two menacingly. The two looked at each other and smiled, both quite helpless. It seems that the Don Quixote family's influence here is really not ordinary. Anywhere in a tavern, there's one of them, and almost the vast majority are. Even the tavern owner and waiter who were more enthusiastic at the beginning. At this time, he was also glaring. "It seems that it has troubled you," Linley said apologetically. After all, if there wasn't that sentence, probably wouldn't have provoked this issue, right? "How come?" Beckman shook his head. Being able to drink at the same table with the world's #1 swordsman, it is undoubtedly something to be proud of. So what if there's a little skirmish? Obviously, the current Beckman is not as calm and confident as the Emperor's deputy 20 years later. Still feeling honored to have met Linley today. "Linley, this kind of idiot, let me handle it." Smoothie eagerly stepped forward. "Bang a few times, 3 times, 5 times and 2 times. Just take care of all the guests trying to get close to Linley." Another waiter who had just walked out of the back kitchen saw this scene and ran away in fright. "I guess it's time to move rescuers." Beckman looked at the fleeing figure, shook his head and laughed. "Need a change? Don't bother your elegance," Smoothie suggested from the side. She could see that Linley seemed interested in Beckman. "So from the beginning, I was very conscious and didn't bother me." "Need not. Just let Doflamingo come and meet me here. Since it's a compilation, it needs to be a bit airy." As he spoke, he raised his wine glass and smiled at Beckman. "Come on, let's make a toast to today's acquaintance." Feel Linley's enthusiasm. Beckman was undoubtedly moved even more. He didn't expect that with Linley's identity, to be so polite to such an insignificant person like him. So next, the two talked happily over wine and gradually became acquainted. After a while, he looked like an old friend for many years. And Smoothie listened quietly. There was no sign of impatience on his face. Just then, the door of the tavern was kicked open. From the outside, a young man walked in with steps of disbelief. Wearing red sunglasses, a black shirt, and a red tie. She also coquettishly wore a pink feather coat. Sigh, sigh, sigh. Before anyone even walked in, laughter had already spread throughout the tavern. It just happens to be a bit boring recently. I didn't expect a guy who was more arrogant than me to come today. Let me see whose tone. This. The moment he saw Linley, his face froze. I can't say anything more. The eyes under the sunglasses almost popped out. Linley, as a member of the underground forces, how is it possible not to read the newspaper? In the future, he is known as the king of newspapers. During this period, I developed a good habit of reading newspapers every day. It seems that luck is not bad. The one who came is the rightful owner. This way, it saves a lot of trouble. That's true, otherwise, one crop after another, then there will be no fun. Beckman nodded with a smile. He completely ignored Doflamingo and his subordinates. Even without Linley, he also doesn't pay attention to it. Doflamingo was too scared to move. The cadres behind him don't have this vision. See how arrogant Linley and Beckman are. Diamante, one of the 4 cadres, immediately passed Doflamingo. I really admire your courage. In front of Dover, you dare to be so arrogant. It seems that you have thought about what will happen to you. Diamante, shut up. Doflamingo was obviously taken aback by his subordinate's words. Even Big Mom was defeated. He didn't want to offend this god tier. So he hurriedly walked up to Linley and said in trepidation. 1.6 inches, are you here for something? He has always been arrogant. But arrogance also has to be divided into objects. If Marine, it doesn't matter if you are arrogant. He's a celestial dragons anyway, even if stripped of his status. Essentially still celestial dragons. Marine wouldn't do anything to him either. But Linley is different, not necessarily the identity of his celestial dragons. The Don Quixote family, which has grown well over the years, has passed on to me, the beast's pirates. Before going to sea, my father specifically told me to come and incorporate your Don Quixote family. Do you have any objections? Beast's pirates. As soon as Linley said this, Beckman, Doflamingo and others were all stunned. Neither of them expected the world's number 1 swordsman actually came from the beast's pirates. After being dazed, Doflamingo's eyes soon burst into great surprise. If only the beast's pirates were behind it. Why can't the Don Quixote family grow stronger? Recapturing the de Res Rosa, which belonged to the Don Quixote family, will undoubtedly be easy. You turned out to be from the beast's pirates. He's still the deputy captain of beasts. Smoothie laughed. Now, Beckman couldn't calm down anymore. Linley looked at Doflamingo with great interest. How do you tell me your answer? Is it to surrender, or choose to be my enemy? At this time, several marine warships were heading towards the island. On the warship, a woman wearing a pink tights and wearing the famous sword Kimpira on her waist, turned to another middle-aged woman wearing a light blue shirt, full of righteous indignation. Doflamingo BD, that's too much. Recently, I came up with the idea of gold in the sky. Sister he, no matter what, this time he must make his memory long. .062 Happy to mention Marine's little fangirl, Kutu Beckman. To surrender, or to be an enemy? Doflamingo realized that he couldn't think of what kind of brain he had to be kicked to choose the latter. With flickering eyes, he was about to agree. In the end, I think if I agree to it like this, will it seem too eager? As celestial dragons, you have to put on airs no matter what, right? I was too anxious to send it forward, and I didn't have a face. Thinking of this, he rolled his eyes and said with a sneering smile. Well, this matter is very important, let me think about it. Oh, Linley narrowed his eyes slightly. In an instant, the surrounding temperature dropped suddenly. He doesn't have the patience to spend too much time with Doflamingo here. If yes, someone will come to pick up the specific compilation matters. He doesn't need to pay too much attention to it. On the contrary, he also doesn't mind getting someone to do the butt after exercising his muscles and bones. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. Feeling the coldness, Doflamingo immediately shuddered, realized that Linley seemed rather impatient. And after all, I am not the one who takes the initiative. He hastily explained, you are mistaken. I mean, this matter is of great importance, and I have to discuss it with my companions in the family. And, it seems that the Don Quixote family can't help the beast's pirates much. The family knows their own affairs. The current Don Quixote family only has a certain influence in North Blue. Just extended its tentacles to the Grand Line. Eyes are set on the heavenly gold that countries all over the world pay tribute to celestial dragons. The first action ended in failure. We are working hard to make persistent efforts. Linley came to the door. Compared with behemoths like the beast's pirates, the Don Quixote family is undoubtedly very different. You don't have to worry about that. Since I found you, it's useful. Linley waved his hand. As celestial dragons, with this BD as an intermediary, the Seastone transaction with the world government will be much smoother. I guess Kaido thinks so. Just let him come and go. After thinking about it, Doflamingo didn't have the courage to resist Linley. As expected, 23 chose to bow his head. Since this is the case, it is better to obey than to be respectful. After all, although he is not stingy, his brain is obviously fine. In the original book, he is the one who is not afraid of anyone, who dares to say something to anyone he sees. The only thing to be afraid of is Kaido. And to the point where the talk has changed. although I have only heard a little about Beast's pirates now, but Kaido's prestige has already been at the forefront in his heart. Moreover, Linley's recent fame is too loud. The World Economic News Agency seemed to feel that the news in the past 2 years was nothing hot, so it firmly seized this opportunity. Here comes a big newsletter. Anyone who was interested basically knows the existence of Linley. Such an insignificant little faction of the Double Emperor group wanted to incorporate him. Enough to resist. Well, those who know the current affairs are Junji. If that's the case, someone will come to meet you later, so I'll leave first. As he spoke, he was about to get up. As this, the end. Beckman on the side was stunned. He didn't expect the affiliation between the two parties to be finalized in a few words. After all, this is the stronghold of the Don Quixote family. Are you sure you don't want to struggle? Often some big things are agreed upon while talking and laughing, isn't it? Linley didn't take it seriously, and said lightly to Doflamingo. By the way, help me find out the whereabouts of the two of them all over the world before the beasts come to meet you. Please tell me, Hawkeye, Dracula Mahawk, Redhead, Shanks. Understood. When Linley said these two names, he glanced specifically at Beckman. When it comes to Redhead names, he didn't respond at all. Obviously, at this time period, I really don't know each other. This gave Linley an idea. Beckman is a rare talent. Let's not talk about strength. IQ is extremely high. It's far from being comparable to Jin and Quinn, although Jin is also quite good. However, due to being too obedient to Kaido, many disobedient but correct ideas are often not put forward. That's why in the original book, Beast's pirates developed into that ghost. But if Beckman joins, but it is different. If the red hair pirates, Shanks is the heart, then Beckman is the brain. With such an opportunity, how could Linley miss it? Thinking of this, I am preparing to invite Beckman to have a detailed talk. At this moment, several figures rushed in outside the tavern. One of them is Wilva, one of the 4 cadres of the Don Quixote family. Dover, it's not good, there are several warships docking on our island. Oh, everyone present was taken aback. Doflamingo's complexion changed slightly immediately, becoming ugly. Which one is not afraid of death and dares to come to me? Go and see. Diamante, don't show up yet, others will follow me to see. After speaking, he greeted Linley, and then led the cadres under his banner to the shore aggressively. Seeing this, Linley took advantage of the situation and said, Beckman, are you interested in going to see it together? Linley invited. Beckman nodded and agreed without thinking. Sure. Dion, have you brought the confession records of those prisoners? Crane asked the little sister beside him. Well, this time it was led by a cadre of the Don Quixote family, Diamante. Whatever it takes, Doflamingo must hand over the man. Don't think that because you are celestial dragons, you can do whatever you want. I don't like this girl. Dion snorted coldly. She doesn't like Doflamingo, that's at all. Seeing this, the marine subordinates on the side asked worriedly. Will he turn people over? After all, he's still a celestial dragons, and we don't dare go too far. The evidence is solid. If it's not his turn to not hand it over, it's not because we can search it ourselves. Gion is right. Suru looked at Gion helplessly. This little sister is at least 2 to 3 rounds younger than her. Now it is still a little naive and romantic, not mature enough. To deal with Doflamingo, the means should not be too simple and rude. Anyway, I just passed by this time, thinking of warning. After all, he didn't succeed. If he cooperates, it's fine. If he doesn't cooperate, there can't be too much conflict. Crane immediately set the tone for this operation. Okay, got it. Suru said so. Gion can only wilt. During the conversation between the two, far away, Doflamingo's voice that makes people want to do it. Ka, who am I supposed to be? It turns out to be Gu Zongyao. I don't know if you're here, what's your business? Although the words are full of jokes. But the fear in his eyes could not be concealed no matter what. To say that in the entire marine, the old woman is the one that bothers him the most. I can't beat it again. On weekdays, whenever there is something wrong with him, staring at him is like staring at some heartless person. He took it all. He is not interested in any grandson romance. Looking at the figure who was walking in disbelief. No matter how you look at Gion, it's not pleasing to the eye. Resisting the urge to pull out the famous sword Jinpailuo, he said coldly. According to the confession of the arrested criminal who tried to snatch the gold from the sky not long ago, the main culprit is your cadre Diamante. Now, immediately hand over the man. Hey. Doflamingo laughed. Little girl, are you talking to me? In front of Linley, he felt at ease. But in front of Marine, he is the master. How could he cooperate with such a little girl? Little girl. Gion froze for a moment, his right hand landed on the handle of the knife at his waist at some point. Since her previous years, after graduating from the Zephyr training class at the Marine Academy. But I never dared to call her that. The crane didn't seem to want to come up, but the sword was on the verge of breaking out. Taking a step forward, he said calmly. Doflamingo, Diamante is on this island, right? If you don't make friends, we will have to find them ourselves. Presumably you don't want your base camp to be peaceful either. Look at Doflamingo's arrogance. In fact, Crane also felt a headache. This guy, I'm really not afraid of Marine. Yet another celestial dragons. Unless caught on the spot, the evidence is conclusive. Otherwise, it is really a person who has no temper. All she could do was keep a close eye on it. Diamante, Who is this person? Doflamingo obviously couldn't submit obediently, so he pretended to be stupid and asked his subordinates. Do you know each other? I don't know, I haven't even heard of it. First said Master Marine, are you making a mistake? Our boss is a serious businessman, and he's a celestial dragons, so how could he engage in things that violate world government regulations? Shameless. Seeing these people open their eyes and talk nonsense, Guillaume became very angry. Just about to say something to refute. But not far away, I saw a familiar and long-awaited figure. Linley. As a swordsman, how could it be possible not to pay attention to the dynamics of sword lords in the world? Linley, who was called the world's #1 swordsman by the president of the World Economic News Agency, Morgans. Naturally, as a swordsman, she should be the focus of attention. Seeing the real person now, undoubtedly surprised her. Surprised, but also excited. This is her. Have you met an idol? And I didn't expect. The real person looks so much better than the photos. Logically speaking, Linley did not challenge and defeat all the great swordsmen in the world. Get their unanimous approval. The title of the world's #1 swordsman is somewhat inappropriate. But talk about gold content. It is even more valuable than the gold content of Hawkeye in the original book. After all, defeated Damam, who was faintly tied with Whitebeard and Kaido. This kind of thing is that the first two did not do it. Of course, there are many factors here, but at least in the view of the Marine Rear Admiral in Guillaume, Linley is worried. This title is well deserved. The crane at the side heard Guillaume's exclamation. Immediately his face changed. It is different from Guillaume's little fangirl. With a solemn face, she was more concerned about why Linley appeared here. As one of the top Marines, she knew very well that Linley was from the Beast's Pirates. Recently, the Beast's Pirates and BIGMOM Pirates have just formed an alliance. Marine is on guard against the two major forces, and what big moves will be made next. But I didn't expect that at this time. Linley is going to be in North Blue. Family Don Quixote, Celestial Dragons. For a moment, Crane couldn't help guessing wildly. It seems that your reputation, even a random Marine knows about it. Beckman quipped from the sidelines. After all, he beat Mom. Marine will pay extra attention, and it's normal. Smoothie obviously takes everything for granted. 193. What's more, our two pirate groups have successfully formed an alliance. Isn't it normal for Marine to pay more attention to the enemy? That's true. Only then did Beckman remember the alliance between the two pirate groups. His eyes flickered, and he didn't know what he was thinking. At this time, Guillaume went straight past Doflamingo et al. Come to Linley. His eyes flashed with the light of seeing an idol, and he eagerly said, Mr. Linley, may I ask you to teach me a thing or two? I want to see how far there is between myself and the #1 in the world. He was also shot when he was lying down. This made Linley a little helpless. And look at each other's eyes. Seems to have a lot of admiration for him. This made Linley a little puzzled. Also worship a pirate. Besides, swordplay. How could he know that thing? As soon as he makes a move, it is a killer move at every turn. Where did the swordplay come from? Thinking of this, he said lightly. As soon as I make a move, I will either die or be injured. Let's forget it. Don't. Seeing Linley's refusal, Guillaume became anxious immediately. Just do it. This girl is not a rookie just out of the sea. It is hard to grasp the ultimate goal of life. Or someone who has taken away her ultimate goal. If not, test some gaps. That would be so regrettable. Hey, you are not qualified to fight Linley, are you? It's better to let me meet you. When Smoothie saw Guillaume, he seemed to be stalking. Maybe the opposite sex repels each other, and I just feel unhappy for no reason. Take the initiative to fight immediately. After all, if you count it, her main fighting method is fruit ability combined with swordsmanship. You, Mr. Linley's companion. Guillaume hesitated for a moment, then apologized. Although I don't want to say such things, but you look too small, I'm afraid you are not my opponent. Although Linley looks smaller, but appearance is justice. Plus that ample aura, it is often easy to subconsciously ignore his age. When Smoothie heard this, he immediately became unhappy, not to be outdone, and said, Speak as if you've already won. The Marine in front of her looks like she is only about 20 years old. Even if he is only 15 years old, he is not necessarily inferior. To this, after more than a month of Linley's special training, she has plenty of confidence. In this case, Guillaume looked at Linley again. Have you defeated your companion, so you are eligible to ask you to make a move? 063, 65 times the return. Advanced armed color. That's all Guillaume said. If Linley refuses again, it seems to be a little unreasonable. After all, at this moment, Guillaume is not posing a challenge to him as a Marine, but purely as a swordsman. Although Linley has always believed that he is not a pure swordsman. But maybe it was under the influence of the shape of the killing pill. On the contrary, his fighting style is getting closer and closer to Jian Hao. He was even called the world's #1 swordsman. Thus, even if he denies it again, it also cannot prevent the world from recognizing his identity as a sword hero. Thinking of this, I had no choice but to say, 1508, that would be great. Seeing that Linley finally nodded, Guillaume's eyes lit up. Then he looked at Smoothie, full of fighting spirit. Just defeat the girl in front of you. You will get the chance to fight the world's #1 swordsman. This is what she has been dreaming of all this time. Cut. It's too early to be happy. Seeing this, Smoothie pouted. Looking at Guillaume, his eyes were full of evil. I don't know why, she just looked at this marine, who was even more handsome than her, and it was extremely displeasing to her eyes. I will definitely beat you. I will never miss the opportunity to fight against the strongest swordsman. Guillaume's tone was extremely firm. It seems that they can see the smell of gunpowder between the two. Linley shook his head helplessly, and warned Smoothie. Don't be careless, she is not an opponent that can be defeated easily. At any rate, Admiral is also a marine candidate in the future. In terms of achievement, I'm afraid it's even higher than Smoothie. Of course, now that Smoothie's talent and potential have been enhanced, he may not be inferior to Guillaume. But there is no doubt that, now most of them are not opponents. After all, there is a lot of age difference. Teenagers and 20s are the stage where strength improves the fastest. Of course, he won't stop a fight between the two women either. Even after his special training, only in the real actual combat can they grow rapidly. Next, it can be said that it is time to test the results. I will not lose to her, Smoothie said firmly. No matter what, she doesn't want to lose in front of Linley. It's too late to say. The two fought in an instant. For a while, the sound of weapons colliding could be heard endlessly. You come and I go, waving mercilessly. Doflamingo, who was supposed to be the master, was dumbfounded when he saw this scene. I can't help but feel glad in my heart. Fortunately, Guillaume met the idol, and completely forgot about asking him to hand him over. Otherwise, he's about to have a headache. Although it was decided to kill him and not admit it. In any case, it is impossible to hand over the cadres under him. But the crane is obviously not so easy to fool. These old ladies are not good people. The crane on the side was also speechless at this time. It's just that she knows the character of the little sister. Of course I know that this is my admiration and respect for the strongest swordsman as a swordsman. This admiration is not mixed with other colors. It is purely the purest admiration for the strongest in the field. When she was young, didn't she also worship the Marine Admiral at that time, and took this as her goal? Zephyr decided to join the Marine because of hero worship. Understanding is understanding, but I still feel a bit of a headache. Of course, she still has confidence in this little sister. Anyway, after Sakazuki, Pelusolino, and Kuzan, in Marine Academy, the fourth being known as a monster. Thinking of this, her eyes fell on Doflamingo again. It's just that when I saw the look of, a dead pig is not afraid of boiling water. I feel a little heartbroken. Maybe it's for the heart's sake. Her eyes then fell on Linley again. It seems to want to determine the purpose of the other party here. Then he walked straight towards Linley. Young man, old man, remember not long ago, didn't you appear in Wanli? Why did it suddenly appear in a sea area like North Blue, where even a strong man like you can't find an opponent? In the words, perhaps out of fear of Linley's strength, the tone was quite polite. And this time Linley, although famous, Marine fears nothing but fears. But there is no direct conflict with Marine for the time being. Naturally, if it doesn't make sense to come up, they will shout and kill. You are wrong. Linley obviously didn't agree with what he said. Isn't Mr. Beckman next to me a strong man? You can meet this kind of person casually. It seems that the world has a deep misunderstanding of the four great seas. Beckman saw that Linley recognized his strength so much. Still in front of Marine. A look of emotion appeared on his face. This is the strongest swordsman, the recognition of himself as a nobody. How can you not be moved by it? Recalling from the first time we met till now, Linley seemed to take him very seriously. This made him puzzled. It's more of a feeling of recognition. It's the same as a fledgling athlete. Although he has a certain strength, he suffers from lack of fame. Although he is a Maxima, no one knows about it. Who would have thought that one day he would suddenly meet the world champion? But he was treated warmly by the world champion, and his words were full of attention and encouragement. Even in front of others, he did not hesitate to praise him. Just ask, how would the athlete react, if it is said that this athlete won the championship in the future? To be praised and recognized again. That's what it should be. People tend not to care about the icing on the cake. But I will always remember, sending charcoal in the snow. Even with Beckman's talent, there will be a time when he will be famous in the future. But Linley was the first to recognize him. It is self-evident how important this weight is in Beckman's heart. After all, he can't know the future. After knowing myself, I will be the deputy captain of the Red Hair Pirates, and my strength is not inferior to that of the four emperors. See Linley giving Beckman such a high rating. Crane looked dumbfounded. It's a Beckman guy. Is it really that strong? It doesn't look like much. And still play with guns. It's even more insignificant. You must know that the top powerhouses in the world are either those with fruit abilities, sword masters, or physical masters. No guns at all. It seems to see the Crane's incomprehension and disapproval. Beckman couldn't help being moved a little more in his heart. Not everyone is Linley. It seems that you are here for this, Mr. Beckman. Crane tentatively said, it's not easy to get the approval of a strong person like you. Say so. She just confirmed Linley's purpose. Secretly heaved a sigh of relief, and agreed casually. Unexpectedly, what Linley said next surprised her again. That's not true. Meeting Beckman can only be said to be due to luck. The Don Quixote family is the purpose of my trip. Walking in the sea, how can you not have some people to do things? The reason why Linley didn't hide it. The reason is simple. The implication is almost clear. After Doflamingo I covered. If you Marines are sensible, be sensible. It's okay, don't come to find fault. Everyone is safe and sound. Hello, hello, hello everyone. But for Crane, this is the last word she wants to hear. Because it means, the sphere of influence of the beast's pirates. It's going to spread to the world. Seeing his rather ugly face, Lin Zhong said calmly. Why, you Marines also have to take care of this. As you, Crane is an old Marine after all. How can you not see? Realizing head to head, I am afraid the result will be no suspense. It will inevitably end with their group destruction. I had no choice but to hold back the dignity in my heart. But it would be impossible to admit counsel so easily, so I had to solemnly say. The Don Quixote family, it is undoubtedly their honor to be brought under your command. It's just that in the past few years, Doflamingo was dishonest, so please discipline him more from now on. That won't stop you from worrying. Linley narrowed his eyes slightly, putting an end to the conversation between the two. Seeing that Linley didn't pay any attention to her, Crane could only return to Marine's team with a solemn expression. It seems that, in the future, we should pay more attention to this guy. Although she didn't know whether it was Linley's own decision or Kaido's. But obviously, no matter whose decision it is, it's never a good thing for Marine. This matter must be reported to Marshal Kong as soon as possible. Then discuss a feasible countermeasure as soon as possible. Marine will never tolerate the influence of the beast's pirates. Spread to the world. One more, as Doflamingo celestial dragons, if mixed with beast's pirates. Marine is really going to have a headache. It's been really troublesome recently. Since this Linley came out, it seems that the Whitebeard pirates have also started to move. Even the crew members of the Roger pirates, who have retired, have reappeared. What exactly is this for? Thinking of the information Marine has collected recently, Crane's face became more serious. She always feels that something big will happen soon. Is it because beasts and BIGMOM pirates are united as an alliance, which makes Whitebeard feel the pressure? But in Crane's view, even so, there's no way the alliance would have Whitebeard's idea. After all, who is the strongest pirate group in the world right now? No doubt, Whitebeard pirates, and Whitebeard is faintly known as the strongest man in the world. Kaido is afraid that he will lose his mind, so he will provoke this kind of existence. BT, the Whitebeard pirates have been silent for several years. But why did it suddenly start to move? To know, the three major forces of the New World. It is absolutely impossible to fight. Otherwise, wouldn't Marine be reaping the benefits? Just as Crane was deep in thought. On occasion, Smoothie and Guion, who are at war, are also gradually entering a heated stage. Hateful, Smoothie clenched his teeth, his face full of unwillingness. The opponent in front of me is unexpectedly tricky. From the start, she was at a disadvantage. Although relying on Guo Guo's ability, he can barely make a back and forth, you come and go. But over time, her decline became more and more obvious. In addition to having the fruit ability, whether it's the color of knowledge, the color of arming, or even swordsmanship, she has no advantage at all. If it weren't for this more than a month, I would have received special training from Linley. I'm afraid I don't even have the qualifications to fight this Marine. Go on like this, I'm afraid it's a lost game. But how could she be willing? This is the first battle in front of Linley. No matter what, you can't lose. Thinking of this, his eyes turned cold, as if he had made up his mind. So next, Smoothie seems to have changed his style of play. Become only offensive but not defensive. Defensively abandoned. For a while, it turned the situation around a little bit. Linley, who was watching the game, saw this. But he sighed lightly. It seems that she is a little anxious. Good. Beckman nodded. Maybe the subconscious thought that he and Linley were on the same side. Therefore, seeing Smoothie's decline, his expression is not good. Only attacking but not defending can only take advantage of the moment. Over time, as long as the opponent adapts to this style of play. If you already have an advantage, then the situation will be completely irreversible. Indeed, after all, Guion still has an age advantage. It is definitely not comparable to Smoothie at this time. Of course, Linley had expected this point a long time ago. Naturally, I don't think there will be any surprises. Anyway, at the beginning, I just thought about having more SX with Gizmoji and the countryman. This will be beneficial to growth. But, in this way, then it was Linley's turn to make the move. Anyway, she is her own little fangirl. How much force should be used later? While Linley was lost in thought, suddenly there was a system prompt in my ear. Contract target Smoothie, armament hockey advanced to intermediate level, 65 times the return. Armament hockey advanced, emission. Quote question mark question mark question mark quote. Linley was taken aback. Immediately, the uncontrollable flicker in his eyes flickered in disbelief. He's not disbelieving that Smoothie's armed color breaks through in battle. 2. Promised the contracted target's armed color is advanced to intermediate level, can this also be refunded? Doesn't it mean that the contract target must achieve a breakthrough improvement or change before it can be returned? Look at the object of the previous contract. Whether it's Yamato, Black Maria, Jack, or Katakuri, all of them fully meet the conditions of breakthrough improvement or change. For example, Yamato eats devil fruit and masters the armed color. Black Maria's mastery arm color, and belt with knowledge color. There is also Jack's mastery arm color. All from scratch, fully satisfied the conditions. As for Katakuri, whether it is foreseeing the future, or fruit awakening, it is undoubtedly a huge breakthrough. Therefore, it also meets the conditions. Nazmuji's armed color. Even though he was only promoted to the intermediate level, why can he still get a refund? Logically speaking, wouldn't it be possible to meet the conditions by at least being promoted to an armed color like emission? Although the current armed color has become advanced, it is still emission. But Linley was puzzled. He turned on the system and looked at it. Opening square bracket, closing square bracket. Contract targets. Yamato, Black Maria, Jack, Katakuri, Smoothie, Beckman, 6/8. The number of places has increased by 1. That is to say, since his armament Hawkeye is advanced to advanced level, he meets the conditions for a breakthrough upgrade. But when he advanced to the intermediate level, but no new quota was obtained. Why is this said not applicable to Smoothie? Could it be? Linley suddenly thought of something. Is there a possibility? Intermediate armament Hawkeye, for Smoothie, is already a breakthrough. You know, the original work is made in Daxia. Even Katakuri has not mastered advanced armed colors. Although you have mastered the skills of hardening, winding, and releasing. But internal destruction, the core of the group's advanced armed forces. It seems that this is probably the case. Thinking room. Smoothie and Gion, who are fighting, seem to have finally decided the winner. 064, Snow White Justice, very flashy, very swaying. I won. When Kimpiro's knife tip finally landed on Smoothie's throat, the gleam in her eyes became dim in an instant. She really tried her best. Even armament Hawkeye, who got cold feet in battle, still can't change the outcome of defeat. For a while, his face was like the loneliness of autumn, full of loss. Why be discouraged? Gion put away his sword and sheathed it, not at all proud of being a winner. When I was your age, I was not as good as you. Now, it's just taking advantage of age. If we were the same age, I'm afraid we might not be your opponents. Seeing the opponent speak comforting words, Smoothie's eyes looking at Gion, unknowingly softened a lot. But among them, there is still perseverance and unyielding. If you lose, you lose. I won't find excuses, so I can accept failure with peace of mind. As he spoke, he returned to Linley with his head downcast. She's right. Originally, there was a certain gap between you, so it is not surprising that you will lose. Besides, you're not without gains, are you? In addition to recognizing your own shortcomings. Still fighting, broke through armament Hawkeye. This battle is worth it no matter what. But, I still lost. Victory or defeat is a common matter in military affairs. The strong will grow from the losers until they defeat their former opponents. Beckman also comforted. It must be Linley, who also lost before. Good. After hearing this, Smoothie finally felt less disappointed. But at the same time, it is inevitable to wonder who can beat Linley. Gion on the side also reacted in the same way. The two asked almost simultaneously. Who did you lose to? X2. Forehead. Seeing that I said this casually, the two of them became more serious. Linley was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and said. Kaido, when I left Ghost Island, I wasn't his opponent. Beckman, Smoothie, Gion, Doflamingo. At this moment, the expressions of the four were surprisingly consistent. This is Versailles. Who doesn't know that you are the adopted son of Kaido? Before the strength has grown up. Is it called defeat if you lose at the hands of your own father? It's not a formal fight at all, is it? Now you beat Big Mom head on. Kaido can't even do this kind of thing, right? Linley couldn't understand the expressions of the four of them. Just a second thought, if the many discussions with Guy 557 are not counted. It really didn't fail. Want to come, since there was none before. I'm afraid there won't be any in the future. Ahem, it doesn't matter, Beckman is right anyway. Failure is the mother of success. Why don't you two make an appointment with swordsman, and agree to fight again someday? Good. Linley's words won Smoothie's heart, and she immediately proposed to Gion. 3 years. How about we fight again in 3 years' time? Okay. Gion readily agreed, and said with a smile. Although our positions are different, we are both sword masters, and I will never refuse your challenge. In fact, it was not easy for her to win this battle. This girl who was a few years younger than her. Surprisingly difficult, especially when she completely gave up defense in the end. It made her a little flustered for a while. In the end, the victory was won with the help of swordsmanship and Hawkeye's suppression. Okay, let's go then. Seeing Gion's agreement, the light in Siji's eyes rekindled. Next time, she will never lose again next time. So, Gion walked in front of Linley, the joy in the corners of his eyes could no longer be concealed, and he said excitedly. Mr. Linley, please give me your advice next time. Since you agreed, there is no reason to break your promise. Slowly pull Tien Yu out. This is by far his worst knife. Although it is a bit Versailles to say so. But it is true. Just do your best. Okay, please be careful. Nodding his head, Gion waved his Kimpiro without hesitation, and rushed towards Linley quickly. Dang dang dang. In an instant, Tien Yu Yuzan and Jinpai Luo collided together. The sound of impact is endless. Because Linley's swordsmanship is just getting started. Therefore, every parry is just a response by using passive, foreseeing the future, coupled with ultra-high reaction speed. In fact, this is not a competition of swordsmanship at all. It is purely the crushing of comprehensive strength. But in Gion's view, it was his own swordsmanship, all of which were seen through. No matter what move, Linley's knife can always fall on her weak spot. Not even a shot. It seems that she already knows how she will make a move. Is this the strength of the strongest swordsman? Completely. No hope of winning. And this is because Linley is not in a serious state. It's really strong. At this moment, the admiration in Gion's eyes became even greater. But at the same time of admiration, the fighting spirit in her heart became stronger and stronger. After all, she is not that kind of brainless fan. The reason for worship is to surpass. Otherwise, meaningless worship would not appear on her body. Peachy sword dance. I saw that she suddenly swung several slashes, and when they combined with each other, they suddenly shattered into gorgeous peach blossoms. Her figure then became like a dream. Meowman's figure seemed to be presenting a beautiful song and dance. Beckman, Doflamingo and others as spectators, all indulging in this dreamlike artistic conception. This scene is really beautiful to the ultimate, gorgeous to the ultimate. Gion seems to be transformed into a fairy who descended from the sky at this moment. It is so soul-stirring. And like a budding flower, it blooms in front of everyone. Delicate and charming, like drunk spring breeze. What a nice view. Even Smoothie, who is of the same SX, is immersed in it at the moment, unable to extricate himself, and murmurs unconsciously. When she fought me, she didn't go all out. Interesting. Compared with other people, the artistic conception felt by Linley is undoubtedly more direct. Even he was stunned for a moment. Have to say, Gion at this moment, it's really beautiful. Beautiful people. Sword dance is more beautiful. Really worthy of the name of military flower. But often behind the beautiful things, there are deadly murderous intentions hidden. Just like the sword dance in Gion at this moment. If it is an ordinary person, I am afraid that I will be immersed in this artistic conception, and feel that even if I die under this gorgeous sword dance, I will die well and have no regrets. Unfortunately, Gion faced Linley, although I don't want to destroy such a beautiful scenery. But, let's stop here. The words just fell off. Linley's figure disappeared before Gion's eyes. No sound, no trace. Quote question mark quote. Gion froze for a moment. The ultimate move hidden under the sword dance lost its target in an instant. Just as she locked Linley's figure around. I don't know when. Linley's figure fell behind Gion. The blade of Tianyu Yuzan rested on her shoulder. It's really a beautiful thing. If you don't stop it, it will be terrible. Next second, the sword dance stopped. The peach blossom petals disappeared. The beautiful artistic conception was shattered. I saw Jinpyra slowly hanging down with his arms. But there was no disappointment on Gion's face. After all, she just wanted to test the gap between herself and the strongest swordsman. Losing the enemy is inevitable. Only, when I heard Linley's evaluation of himself. In addition, I couldn't see what tone he was using to say these words. Unknowingly, Gion's oracles were slightly flushed. If Linley could see her expression at this moment, will notice, a trace of shyness flashed in her clever eyes. With your sword skills, the great swordsman is just around the corner. Linley slowly put the knife back into its sheath, and praised. Give you some more time, I am afraid that the top 5 positions of great swordsmen will be yours. I go. Doflamingo was taken aback. Fortunately, he didn't offend Gion too much. Otherwise, just one crane would be enough for him. If he is remembered by the top 5 swordsmen in the future world. How did you live in those days? Mr. Linley, thank you for your recognition. Gion turned quickly and bowed 90 degrees to Linley. You're welcome. Linley nodded slightly, but suddenly, a trace of embarrassment flashed in his eyes. Because, the moment of bowing in Gion, his eyes, involuntarily swept across the Snow Baiyi who had disappeared somewhere. Very flashy, show, although he didn't do it on purpose. But I still feel a little guilty. Ahem. Linley coughed twice and walked towards Smoothie and Beckman. It's getting late, it's time to set off. Gion saw Linley leaving so eagerly. He frowned suspiciously. I don't understand why she just finished bowing, so she can't wait. She bowed her head. His cheeks instantly turned red. Turn out to be, Mr. Linley was afraid that I would find out that I was naked so as not to embarrass me, so he changed the subject. She suddenly felt that the strongest swordsman in the world is really gentle and considerate. The crane in the distance looked at Gion and seemed to get along with a few people. He could only helplessly sigh. Anyway, this kind of thing is not the first time. She is used to it. Like Garp and Roger. Don't look at Garp chasing Roger all over the world. Really want to have a drink together. It is estimated that drinking is more enjoyable than anyone else. So, Gion followed the crane and left with such contentment. As for Doflamingo, what it is, she has forgotten. It's not that he really forgot, it's just that when he landed on the island, Crane clearly set the tone for this action. Don't have too much conflict. Nothing can be done, even if. And the crane obviously didn't intend to continue pestering. All she wants now is to get back to naval headquarters as soon as possible. Discuss with Marshal Sora, Sengoku and others how to deal with the spread of Beast's pirates' forces in the future. Gion, I believe that you are clear about your position. But, I still have to remind you, although that guy is the #1 swordsman in the world and is your goal, but it's a pirate after all, born of the brutal Beast's pirates, and the girl next to him, as expected, should be a child of the Charlotte family. As a marine, you can't get too close to them. Understood, sister I know it well. Gion nodded. It's just that it can be seen from her expression. That is to say, he agrees with what Crane said, but he doesn't fully agree with it. Of course she knows that marine and pirates are incompatible positions. But who says you can't be friends with each other? After all, not all pirates are bad guys. Not all marines are good people. And the reason why she stayed in marine was just to insist on her integrity. As long as Linley doesn't do something that endangers the world, she has no reason to be an enemy of it. Certainly, if he finds out what heinous actions Linley has done, and will never show mercy. It's just that she hopes that there won't be that day. Crane is in his 50s. As the Chief Staff Officer of Marine, he has seen a lot in his life and has insight into people's hearts. How could he not see Gion's thoughts? But what can she say? I had no choice but to sigh silently. On the other hand, Linley gave Doflamingo a few words. It is required that we must do our best to find out the whereabouts of Red Hair and Hawkeye. Just left with Beckman and Smoothie. The three of them walked down the street side by side, getting closer to the shore. Obviously Linley and Beckman were having a good time talking at this time. But it seems that there's always a feeling of swallowing when the words come to the mouth. Both of them are like this. Finally came to Linley's boat. Just when Beckman thought Linley was saying goodbye to him. Beckman, Seeing Linley's serious face, Beckman unconsciously straightened his back and took the cigarette out of his mouth. What is your ideal? My ideal? This question, obviously beyond Beckman's expectations. He didn't seem to have really thought about this issue. Can't help thinking. After a long while, he opened his mouth with an uncertain tone and said. Sailing freely on this sea. Say so. In fact, even he himself wasn't sure. Yeah, Linley nodded slightly. After thinking about it, I felt that leaving was imminent. Although I was not sure, it was still necessary to try, so I said. It's hard to sail alone, isn't it? Do you want to join my team? My goal is to stand on top of the world. Now it seems that day will not be too far away. But I also hope that when that day comes, I will not be alone on the top of the world. With Beckman's intelligence, it is impossible not to guess that behind Linley's admiration for him is the hidden intention of solicitation. In fact, he also wanted to walk side by side with her, waiting for Linley to speak. At this moment, he finally waited, and he knew that once he nodded, he would be a partner on the same boat from now on. There is one problem, but he has to figure it out. Is it your team, or Kaido's team? If it's Linley, of course he would, but if it's Kaido, that's not what he wants. Of course it's mine. Linley laughed. I see what you mean, it's just that, you don't know Kaido. In Beast's Pirates, there are no rules, strength is everything. As long as I am the strongest, then everything is up to me. Certainly, my team, really, is independent of the Beast's Pirates. Okay, I'll join. Hearing this, Beckman no longer hesitated, and immediately nodded in agreement. In the future, please take care of me. I have a lot of problems, please forgive me when the time comes. Each other. Seeing this, Smoothie also had a smile on his face. Welcome. In this way, the trip to North Blue has come to a successful conclusion. It has completed Kaido's explanation, incorporated the Don Quixote family, also cut off Beckman by the way. In the process, armament hockey also advanced to an advanced level. Everything is quite satisfactory, although I feel a little sorry for the redhead. But Linley is still looking forward to meeting the redhead in East Blue next. Because his next stop is in the East Blue Shimotsuki village. As for Linley's boat, will it look crowded? Don't look at it as just a small boat. But although the Sparrow is small, it has all internal organs. Not to mention 3 people, even 10 people can fit in. This problem does not exist. Meanwhile, on the other side of the New World, Whitebeard aboard the Moby DK, receives a call from an old friend. 065 Whitebeard and Rayleigh. The collaboration of 2 legends. Moby DK, the main ship of the Whitebeard pirates was filled with a murderous aura. Oden, died at the hands of Kaido a few months ago. When everyone finally waited for the news from the spies, it was as if a pot had exploded on the whole ship. At this time, the captains on the ship, one counts as the other, are all filled with righteous indignation and anger. Even though Oden is no longer on our ship, we've always treated him like family. The family's home has been invaded, and we are already guilty of not being able to help. Could it be that even if he is killed, we must remain indifferent? Revenge. We must avenge the captain of the 2nd Division. Revenge for Master Oden. Otherwise, if this matter gets out, what will people outside think of us? As the strongest pirate group in the world, Dad is also the strongest man in the world. Don't you dare to take revenge on your own family. For them, whether it's from a family point of view, still from the perspective of the world's strongest pirate group, Oden's revenge must be avenged. However, facing the son's unified cries for revenge, Whitebeard was silent, seems lost in thought. After a long time, he slowly opened his mouth and said, "This matter is no small matter, and it is definitely not something that can be done with a slap on the head." Obviously, at this moment, he still hasn't made up his mind on what to do. Certainly, as the world's strongest man of this era, how can you be afraid of Kaido? What's more than 10 years ago, he and Kaido were partners on the same boat. I think I know Kaido fairly well. With his current strength, even if Kaido has made rapid progress in these years, he is definitely not his opponent. Yeah, compared with revenge, he is more unwilling to his sons, so he risked his life. Beast's Pirates, after all, have had too much fame lately. Not only unite with BIGMOM Pirates as an alliance. There is also a world's number 1 swordsman. If not like this, when he heard the news of Oden's murder, he would never hesitate. It makes sense. If it is several years later, the Whitebeard pirates will learn of Oden's death. After all, Oden had been gone for more than a decade. feeling more or less, have faded a lot, and died a few years ago. For a family member who died a few years ago, but let more family members fall into crisis. Oden exists, during the 5 years of fruit dancing. More or less, restricted the development of Beast's pirates. He dies. With Wano Kuni completely under control, a few years is enough for the Beast's pirates to grow a lot. It has truly become one of the 3 major forces that can compete with the Whitebeard pirates and even stand up to it. Although it has been vaguely known as the 3 major forces now. But whether it is Beast's pirates, or Bigmom pirates, there is a big gap between the Whitebeard pirates. One more, a few years is enough for Kaido himself to improve his strength a lot. And as time goes by, his strength is getting closer and closer to Whitebeard. When the latter's strength declines due to illness, this growth is also continuing, until becoming the strongest creature in the world, and single out the strongest. So in the original book, the Whitebeard pirates learned of Oden's death a few years later, and after much consideration, they finally chose not to take revenge. And now, because of the appearance of Linley, and the alliance with Bigmom pirates, the development of things seems to be more in line with the original. Originally, Whitebeard was going to talk to persuade his sons, but a phone call came up, but it turned things around. Boo boo boo, Dad, it should be Pluton, Rayleigh. Marco brought over the phone bug. Whitebeard frowned, wondering why Rayleigh, who had retired, would call at this hour. Hello. At this moment, the phone bug has become a snail version of Rayleigh, saying, Newgate, have you heard about Oden? Why, even you, who retired, got the news. No way, even if I don't know. The snail version of Rayleigh smiled wryly. That boy named Linley, the saber on his waist is really conspicuous. Anyone who has been in contact with Oden, it is impossible to ignore it. Then you call me this, is it? Clearly, Whitebeard isn't in the mood to catch up with Rayleigh right now. Straight to the point, ask clearly what you are here for. Jabba, they contacted me. After a pause, Rayleigh's tone suddenly became serious. 4 years ago Roger died, and they're still grieving. Now that I hear about Oden's death, I can't live in seclusion with peace of mind. Also said, if I knew this was going to happen, I shouldn't have listened to Oden when I sent him off the ship. Obviously we asked him if he wanted to help. Looking at how confident he is, how can it be easy to regain his homeland with Oden's strength? Who would have thought? As he spoke, Rayleigh's voice even choked up. 4 years ago, Captain Roger left them forever. Now, just a few short years later, I learned of Oden's death. This makes them unacceptable anyway. In just 4 years, they have not been able to fully adapt to life after retirement. In fact, in the original book, everyone in the Roger Pirates actually didn't even know that Oden was dead. Rayleigh may also have heard a little, but no one else would ever know. But even if Rayleigh knew, it was probably many years later than Whitebeard. At that time, he is old. What about revenge? And now, in his prime of life, after the disbandment of the Roger Pirates, he is already alone, so what else can he worry about? As for the prophecies seen in Raftel, the part about Wano Kuni just mentions that after more than 20 years, Joey Bowie will usher in the country's founding machine. Who will greet them is not mentioned. Therefore, when Oden was determined to face Wano Kuni's situation alone, they chose to believe and did not intervene. You mean, when Whitebeard heard this, he more or less understood what Rayleigh meant. It's just that the matter is of great importance, and he must get an affirmative answer. Now Jabba and I have decided to go to Wano Kuni to attack Kaido. If you Whitebeard pirates are interested, you might as well cooperate. Speaking of which, even when Roger was alive, we didn't seem to have fought side by side. Of course, if you, just pretend I didn't say it. Choose to invite the Whitebeard pirates to cooperate. Naturally the same concern as Whitebeard's. This is not greedy for life and fear of death. Rather, if it fails, wouldn't he die in vain? Not only was he unable to take revenge, but he was risking his life, and there was no chance of revenge. Rayleigh said it all, plus the power of the remnants of the Roger pirates. Whitebeard couldn't think of any other reason to say no. But after thinking about it, he still said solemnly, this matter is of great importance. Wano Kuni is closed to the outside world. It is not easy for spies to infiltrate and find out about Oden, so we must be fully prepared. Otherwise, even if you can win the direct crusade, you will inevitably have to sacrifice a lot. After a pause, Whitebeard continued, it's better for us to meet up first, collect more intelligence, and discuss a specific combat plan before we act. Quote. Rayleigh nodded. It just so happens that Jabba and the others, who are scattered all over the world, need some time to gather together. Let's take it for 2 months. 2 months later, everyone will be here on time. Good. Oden is dead, revenge is not urgent, how to get revenge at the least cost is the most important thing. After the call ends, Whitebeard immediately announced the news of cooperating with the remnants of the Roger pirates to attack Kaido together. For a while, there were endless cheers, so the captains of each team took their positions and went all out to prepare for the battle and collect information on Wano Kuni. At the same time, Rayleigh and other members of Roger's regiment, who had retired from retirement, also began to travel to New World Whitebeard's site from all over the world. Naval Headquarters, Marineford, that's the way it is. After Crane returned to Naval Headquarters, he immediately reported to Yuan Shikong about meeting Linley in North Blue. Listening from the sidelines are Admiral Sengoku and Marine Hero Garp. The Don Quixote family, asking for flowers. Doflamingo. Beasts pirates. This is really. After hearing Crane's report, even Marshal Kong felt a little headache. Be it beasts pirates, or Doflamingo. They are all extremely difficult existences. Apart from strength, the most important thing for the former is to master the sea stone, a strategic material. The latter is purely identity sensitive. What's more, they haven't done any bad things yet. I just want to respond, and some teachers come from nowhere. Of course, in the face of the proliferation of beasts pirates forces. No matter what, Marine must have a reaction. Otherwise, wouldn't it make the beasts pirates even more unscrupulous if they kept silent? Sengoku, what do you think? Forehead. Sengoku thought for a moment, then slowly said, I think, actually there is no need to make any drastic reaction. Since Kaido is interested in Doflamingo, the purpose is self-evident. It's nothing more than having Doflamingo standing in front of the stage, and the transaction with the above can be more convenient. After all, the above may be considering the bad influence, so they dare not go too far. Instead of, it's ridiculous. Sengoku didn't finish his sentence. Garp couldn't bear it anymore. I saw him lying on the sofa, eating snacks, and picking his nose indistinctly. With a face full of disdain. Who would have thought that the world government would secretly make a deal with a pirate group? That's what I said, but it's not incomprehensible. Hearing the sarcasm in Garp's words, Sengoku shook his head helplessly. After all, whether it is the world government or our marine, the demand for seastone is indeed too great. Always find a way to obtain this strategic material. Okay, this topic. Let it go, now is not the time to discuss these. Kong obviously didn't want to waste time on this issue. Sengoku, you continue to say. Sengoku nodded, thought for a while, reorganized the language, and continued. It's better to secretly divide the beasts pirates than to confront them head-on. Differentiation. Crane was taken aback for a moment, then seemed to think of something, and his eyes lit up. It's really a good idea. Hearing this, Sora couldn't help nodding. Quote question mark question mark question mark quote. Only Garp listened with a dazed look on his face. Not sure what Sengoku was talking about. It is said that Kaido is moody. And Linley is a fledgling young man, rebellious, strong self-esteem, competitive. These young people's characteristics are probably indispensable in him. Since this is the case, if the sky wants to die, it will be ordered. In this regard, we can work harder to make his reputation even surpass Kaido. Don't the beasts pirates advocate the supremacy of strength? When the time comes, let's see how the father and son deal with each other. After all, that kid is not his own after all. Garp on the side heard this, and said strangely, you guys have more minds than hornets' nests. I'm just a teenager, as for. Really. However, his complaints are destined to fail to affect the implementation of the plan by Sora, Sengoku and Suru. On the other side, Linley's boat is heading towards Levi's Mountain, Upside Down Mountain. Due to North Blue and East Blue, there is a red line. Naturally, you can't go directly through the comm belt from New World Light going to North Blue. Therefore, it is necessary to leave the Grand Line from Levi's Mountain car and enter East Blue, 0122032223 Filu 0945023340. With the strength of the three of them, they can walk sideways in North Blue. Basically, you can walk wherever you want, all the way unimpeded. Pirates encountered along the way. Anyone who was short-sighted. Basically, it's a boat with a knife. In addition to resupplying some islands, most of the time is spent at sea. Beckman undoubtedly has extensive sailing experience. With him at the helm, the sailing time will undoubtedly be greatly shortened. Soon into East Blue from Mount Levi's. Seeing that the village of Shimotsuki is about to be reached, Linley looked at Yanmo in the luggage, and thought to himself. Maybe this time Shimotsuki village can learn the mystery of the fusion of demon power and two-color hockey. 066 arriving at Shimotsuki village. East Blue, Shimotsuki village. Linley, are you sure that in such a remote village, you can find a craftsman who can repair Yanmo? After all, Yanmo is a 21 worker of Dakue Dao, and it is not something that can be repaired by just a craftsman. Walk in the wild Yamato. The figures of the three were particularly dazzling in the sunlight. Blown by a gust of comfortable country wind, the corners of the eyes of the three of them curled up unconsciously. The mood is also like this country wind. Exceptionally comfortable. It can't be wrong. Yanmo, from the hands of the famous craftsman Shimotsuki Kozaburo, as far as I know, he is currently living in seclusion in this village. Shimotsuki. The Shimotsuki family. Hearing this, Beckman thought for a moment, and understood why Linley was so determined. Shimotsuki clan, said to be from Wano-kuni. Now Wano-kuni is the domain of the beasts pirates. It was perfectly normal for Linley to hear the news. Okay, I really don't see it. I didn't expect the small village of East Blue to have a lot of background. Isn't this a statement of a fact? Bay, 370, Keeman smiled and said with a cigarette in his mouth. Do not judge a book by its cover. If you met Linley for the first time, would you believe that he is the strongest swordsman in the world? Makes sense. Smoothie obviously agrees with these words. Anyway, as long as Linley is involved, there is probably no room for doubt. Find a villager to ask. Coincidentally, the three of them saw a lot of laborers in the field. Uncle, do you know where Yixin Dojo is? Yixin Dojo. Hey, do you see that mountain? It's on the top of that mountain. The middle-aged man working with a bamboo hat enthusiastically pointed to the mountaintop in the distance and said. You also came to the Yixin Dojo to learn from the teacher. It's the pride of our Shimotsuki village. The curator, Shimotsuki Koshiro, is also a famous swordsman nearby. In the words, it is not surprising that Lin Xiao and the three asked for directions. It seems that this kind of thing is not uncommon. As soon as he finished speaking, his eyes fell on Smoothie, and he asked curiously. You little girl, shouldn't you be from East Blue? I didn't expect the reputation of Yixin Dojo to spread to other sea areas. The three of them walked together. Smoothie's size was too conspicuous. She is only 15 years old, and she is already more than 2 meters tall. And Beckman, who is already 30 years old, is only in his early 2 meters. Linley is the shortest, only 1.8 meters now. Although he has grown a lot taller during his time at sea, there is still a big gap between the two of them. Yes, uncle, how did you find out? Smoothie asked with interest. There are very few girls as tall as you in East Blue. Or basically none, so that's it. After hearing this, Smoothie was a little dumbfounded. I don't know if I should be proud of my proud figure. Still helpless, the three chatted with the laboring uncle for a few more words, and then they left. The direction is determined. With the speed of the three of them, they quickly climbed to the top of the mountain that the uncle said. This architectural style, it's instantly recognizable as Wano-kuni style. Who are you? Just then, a group of teenagers dressed as apprentices walked out of the Shimotsuki dojo. Seeing the three of Linley appearing at the entrance of the dojo, perhaps because they had never seen them in the village before, they seemed quite vigilant. We are here to find the owner of Yixin Dojo, Shimotsuki Koshiro. Smoothie looked at the dojo with great interest, and didn't care about the reactions of the apprentices. Follow Linley to go to see so far. She has also seen a lot of customs along the way. Every place can refresh her. I find it very interesting. Looking for our master. The apprentices looked at each other suspiciously, but there was no slack on their faces. One of them ran into the dojo under the instruction of the apprentices. For a while, Shimotsuki Koshiro walked out under the leadership of the apprentice. Master, they are looking for you. Several distinguished guests. I don't know what's the purpose of visiting, huh? When his eyes fell on Linley. Can't help but stunned. This time, except that the World Economic News Agency seems to have seized on the hot spot and promoted Linley to work extra hard. Even Marine seems to be sparing no effort in promoting Linley's threat. So even this piece of East Blue, known as the weakest sea area. Many people also learned of Linley's fame. Shimotsuki Koshiro is a swordsman. Nature is one of them. I didn't expect that the remote Shimotsuki village would welcome the arrival of the world's #1 swordsman. I have lost my way, please forgive me. What? After hearing what the master said, a group of apprentices stared at Beckman and said in disbelief. Master, you said this uncle is the world's #1 swordsman. No, that boy is. Hearing this, all the apprentices looked at each other in disbelief. He doesn't seem to be much older than us, but he has reached the pinnacle of swordsman. Hee. Linley shook his head dismissively and said with a smile. Having not been recognized by a swordsman like Mr. Koshiro doesn't deserve it. This statement is wrong. Koshiro didn't seem to agree with Linley's words. Recognition is one aspect, but record is another aspect. To defeat one of the 3 emperors occupying New World, you deserve the title of strongest. While talking, Koshiro enthusiastically invited the 3 of Linley to the reception room of the dojo. After brewing a pot of tea for the 3 of them, Koshiro seemed quite puzzled by Linley's intention, and asked curiously, Mr. Linley, what is your business in Shimotsuki village? Good. Linley nodded, and slowly took out the broken Yanmo from his bag. This Yanmo was destroyed during the battle with Big Mom. Through this knife, Mr. Koshiro should know that I am from Wano-kuni. Of course I have heard of Yanmo, which was made by the famous craftsman Shimotsuki Kozaburo. That is, Mr. Koshiro's father. So after asking all kinds of questions, I learned that your father lives in seclusion in Shimotsuki village in East Blue. Quote. Koshiro nodded, and then a puzzled expression appeared on his face. Yanmo, it is indeed my father's work, and it is the work I am most proud of. I just didn't expect, with the material of the 21 work of the big fast knife. It can be destroyed in battle. Koshiro can try to imagine how fierce and dangerous the battle is. This also made him more convinced of the authenticity of Linley's defeat of Big Mom. My father spends his days in the mountains and rivers, and rarely stays at home. Now guess where to fish in the village. If Mr. Linley doesn't dislike him, it's better for me to do my best as a landlord. Surely this mountain village will be a different experience for Mr. Linley and your friends. Then it's better to be respectful than to obey. Linley didn't shirk, and agreed in one gulp. He raised his teacup and took a sip. I just felt a warm current flowing through my throat into my stomach. It makes people feel warm. Cannot help but sincerely commented. This tea is really good 5.0. I am used to drinking fruit juice on weekdays. Suddenly drink fresh tea. I just feel that there is something different about it. It's really good. Beckman and Smoothie also nodded one after another. Linley put down his teacup and said with a smile. In these days, it's rare to come to such a quiet and comfortable village after eating and sleeping on the sea, and this time is just a nuisance. Mr. Linley is very polite, it's my honor. So next, it was natural for the host and guest to have fun and talk freely. Because Yanmo broke into more than 10 pieces. Repairing it is undoubtedly recasting. 3 or 2 days is definitely not enough. Therefore, the 3 of Linley must stay for a while. Just when the 4 of them were chatting up, suddenly, from the door of the reception room, a small figure came tiptoeing. He cast curious eyes on the 4 people who were drinking tea and chatting. Kuina. Not only that, Linley also found an exclamation mark that he had never seen before on Kuina's head. Are in a special state. 067 unprecedented. Erratic red exclamation mark. At this moment, there is a red exclamation mark on Kuina's head. The red exclamation point is the highest level prompted by the system. That is to say, having the top talent and potential. What puzzled Linley was that the red exclamation mark was in an erratic state. Not as solid as seen on other heads. Character. Kuina. Opportunity. Can be contracted. Born in Shimotsuki Yiksen Dojo since childhood, he is interested in swordsmanship under the influence of his ears and eyes. He has an innate talent for super high swordsmanship. If he is exposed to famous swords, he can instantly understand elementary swordsmanship and achieve a breakthrough. Condition. Special note. The fate line is rugged. If there is no external force to change it, it will definitely usher in the end of life at the age of 11. I see. In the original book, Guy died at the age of 11. And the cause of death is hilarious. He accidentally fell to his death while climbing up a ladder to get a whetstone. This method of death, let alone pirate world, even in Linley's previous life, it was quite rare. What is the probability that the regiment will have such a turn? Falling down the stairs, the fracture will be the sky. Still fell to death. To be honest, according to Linley, Kuina's death was entirely WT's deliberate arrangement to complete the growth of the second hero Zoro. The meaning of Ace's death to Luffy is exactly the same. Check out Kuina's and Zoro's results. 2001-0. What is the concept of these 23? Crush. Apart from these two words, I can't think of any adjectives. Look at Kuina's last duel before his death. After a fight, Zoro was out of breath, but Kuina looked normal. It can be said that the victory was quite easy. #T. How does that compare to Zoro's achievements? You know, in the original book, the future Zoro will definitely surpass Hawkeye and become the #1 swordsman in the world. Therefore, it is completely understandable to Linley that Kuina can be included in the red exclamation mark level by the system. And Koshiro once concluded about his daughter. Due to the restriction of the female body, the growth height is limited, and it is impossible to ascend to the highest throne of swordsmen. Linley didn't think so. Compared with women's physical limitations, talent and potential are undoubtedly the most important. Physical fitness is not enough. One phantom beast will solve it. What's more, Kuina, who has such a talent, trains extremely hard, not even inferior to Zoro. If not dead, I'm afraid Zoro will never have a chance of winning. Do you want a contract? The red exclamation mark appears for the first time. It's definitely a lie that Linley wasn't moved. Now Kuina looks like she is only 4 years old. The contract is signed. Even if the talent is extremely high, I am afraid that it will be many years before he can get a return that meets this level. And, at the age of 11, will die. Just when he was hesitating, Kuina stared straight at the four of them with big Kazilan eyes like black jewels. Finally, the eyes fell on Linley. Walking towards him in a deft manner, she said in a milky voice. Big pot, it's so beautiful, Kuina likes it so much. When talking, the eyes become like crescent moons. In an instant, Linley's heart melted. Then, the contract is successful. Wow, what a cute little girl. The moment Smoothie saw Kuina, his eyes lit up, and he hurriedly walked up to her and knelt down. Come on, give my sister a hug. I don't want it, I want a big pot. As he said that, he seemed to dislike Smoothie and directly bypassed her and stretched out his hands towards Linley. Kuina, stop messing around. Seeing this scene, Koshiro jumped directly. Perhaps because he was afraid that Linley didn't like children, he hurriedly reprimanded him. Let the world's #1 swordsman embrace. It really is childish nonsense. However, to his surprise, Linley naturally hugged Kuina in his arms. Mr. Koshiro, it seems that Kuina and I are quite destined. My little girl is ignorant, please don't blame Mr. Linley. Seeing that Linley was not disgusted, Koshiro was really relieved. At this time, Kuina, who was lying in Linley's arms happily, squinted her crescent moon comfortably and muttered childishly. The big pot smells so good, Kuina likes it so much. Seeing this, Koshiro could only smile awkwardly. He smelled the milky scent of the little person in his arms. Gently pressed the little face that was as tender as tofu. It caused Kuina to laugh like a silver bell. Linley's mood brightened accordingly. Mr. Koshiro may not believe it. When I first saw Kuina, I had a feeling. Oh, I would like to hear more about it. Koshiro sat upright, curious. This child, I'm afraid he was born for swordsmanship. In the future, I hope to succeed me and become the new #1 swordsman in the world. What? Hearing this comment from Linley, let alone Koshiro. Even Beckman and Smoothie were shocked. Although you are the strongest swordsman, Mr. Linley, logically speaking, you can't be wrong. But how can the little girl? The family knows their own affairs. His own talent is average, so how could his daughter be the kind of genius Linley said? It's incredible. Beckman looked at Kuina in amazement, trying to see what was out of the ordinary. Although he was shocked by Linley's words. But there is no doubt, absolutely no doubt. Besides, is it necessary for someone as strong as Linley to make such a joke? It seems that Mr. Koshiro doesn't believe it. How? Just. Linley smiled and seemed to guess what Koshiro was thinking. It's better than this, if I can prove. I'm going to accept this child as an apprentice. When she is 11 years old, I will come here again and take her away, how about it? Apprentice. Hearing this, the three of them stared wide-eyed in unison. Eyes full of incredible, are you kidding me? The number one swordsman in the world actually wants to take a 4-year-old girl as his apprentice. At this moment, Koshiro was surprised and delighted. If the daughter can be spotted by the world's number one swordsman, she must be accepted as an apprentice. As a father, how could he be unhappy? Does my own daughter really have this kind of talent? In case Linley is disappointed by the time. That would be bad. Linley, are you serious? Smoothie was shocked, and his face became strange. You don't think she is cute, so you say that on purpose. Just kidding. Linley shook his head. Seeing Kuina in her arms, she seemed to be very interested in the famous knife on her waist, and curiously stretched out her chubby little hand, trying to grab the handle of the knife. Immediately untie the Tianyu Zan from his waist. When we meet for the first time, take this knife as a gift. Anyway, Tianyu Zan was nothing special to him, and he really didn't need it. As he said that, he unexpectedly handed Tianyu chop into Kuina's hands. And Kuina seems to have caught her favorite toy, and she can't put it down to play with it. Excited to play, he broke free from Linley's embrace, held Tianyu Zan with difficulty in front of everyone, and began to gesture. Hey, Koshiro took a closer look and couldn't help showing horror. Although due to lack of physical strength, 240 dancing is not standard, but isn't it the swordsmanship that I usually teach my disciples? How could this child, as expected of Linley, with such vicious eyes? You can see her talent at a glance. Beckman subconsciously extinguished the cigarette, his face full of emotion. While Smoothie was on the sidelines, he was dumbfounded. It is true. At the same time, in Linley's ear, there was also a system prompt. Contract target Kuina, master swordsmanship primary 44 times the return, swordsmanship advanced. Sure enough, the moment when Kuina held the famous sword, you will understand elementary swordsmanship. Linley guessed that maybe it was because of the osmosis that Koshiro taught his disciples to learn the sword skills without knowing it. It's just that they don't have access to weapons. Now as soon as I got the famous knife, maybe I recalled what I saw and heard, and I danced unconsciously. Just like children, they will unconsciously imitate the behavior of adults, it is the same reason. It's just that Kuina is in the way of swords and has super talent. Since the contract has been made, naturally, it is impossible for Linley to allow Kuina to repeat the fate of the original book. And the reason why he made up his mind to make a contract. In addition to the fact that there is fate, it is very pleasing. It is also confidence in oneself, or in the form of Sesshomaru. A rare red exclamation mark. How can I miss it? He didn't believe it. Before Kuina was 11 years old, she could not awaken. Once awakened, get the calendar of natural teeth. Even if Kuina fell to his death again, he was also able to force Kuina back from the Shinigami. The vibration caused by Kuina will not be mentioned further until the afternoon. Shimotsuki Kozaburo, who was wandering outside, finally returned to Yixin Dojo. 068 Yanmo repair plan. It is hoped that there will be a great sword. Kuina proved Linley's vision with practical actions. The three present could not be convinced. The matter of accepting apprentices was settled in this way. Faced with the favor of the world's number one swordsman, Koshiro, as his father, was afraid that he would lose his mind and refuse. It's just a gift from Linley. As soon as he makes a move, it is a big quick knife 21 jobs. Koshiro thought it was too expensive, so he refused for his daughter. But what Linley sent out, how can it be taken back? Facing Linley's strength, Koshiro still couldn't hold his arms against his thighs in the end. I had to accept it. After all, the meeting gift was not for him. Mr. Linley, why 7 years later? Linley brought it up just now. When Kuina was 11 years old, he would return to Shimotsuki village to take her away. In this regard, Koshiro will never give up. For the sake of her daughter's future, she thought that she would not be hindered at that time. It's just that he couldn't understand why it was at the age of 11. Not to mention Koshiro, even Beckman and Smoothie are also curious about this time. If you want to take it away, why not wait until it is older, or earlier? Seeing that the eyes of the three people were full of puzzlement, Linley thought for a while, and organized a set of rhetoric. Although Kuina's talent is amazing, but the fate line is actually very bumpy. When she was 11 years old, she would encounter a hurdle and overcome it. From then on, the sky was as high as the birds, and the sea was as wide as the fish. But if you can't make it through, I'm afraid life will end here. In these 7 years, I need to be fully prepared. In other words, the Sesshomaru must be awakened within 7 years. In this way, with his natural teeth, he is not afraid that Kuina will repeat the mistakes of the original book. One more, no matter how talented Kuina is, and his talent and potential have been enhanced, the future will only be stronger than the original. But like laying the groundwork, let Koshiro, the father, do it. He stopped worrying about it. The fate line is bumpy. Koshiro could not help frowning upon hearing this. Whichever father has changed, will feel dignified and even dissatisfied when hearing this statement. Isn't this cursing your own daughter? With the example just now, it is obviously impossible for him to have doubts about Linley. After all, as the strongest swordsman in the world, is it necessary to tease such a small gym master like him? What does he have that Linley covets? At the meeting ceremony, there will be the precious 21 work of the big sharp knife. His most valuable thing is nothing but Hidaoyi, who is also the 21st master of Dakue Dao. Thinking of this, I can't help but feel moved on my face. Immediately stood up and bowed deeply to Linley. The safety of my little girl is up to you. Watching this scene, Beckman and Smoothie looked at Linley as if they were looking at a monster. Do you even know how to calculate fate? It must be too ridiculous. They know more or less about Linley. Be very clear. Linley spoke and came back spitting a nail. Say so and so be it. There is no room for doubt at all. There is no need to question it at all. In the afternoon, Shimotsuki Koichiro came back. I learned everything from my son. Especially witnessing granddaughter Kuina, playing there with Tianyu Yujin. Hand gestures are the sword moves of Yixin Dojo. People are stupid. The eyeballs almost bulged out. It was not easy to come back to God. Looking at Tianyu Yuzan, who had never been unsheathed. It seemed to remind him of the years in Wano-kuni, and he couldn't help but sigh. I didn't expect I would still have the chance to see this knife in this life, and it fell into the hands of my granddaughter. Perhaps the memories of Wano-kuni were not pleasant. He didn't recall how long it was, but his eyes became complicated. After learning that Linley's saber Yanmo was damaged, he needed to be repaired. Without even thinking about it, I agreed. After all, Yanmo was built by himself. It is the happiest work in his life. He didn't expect that in his lifetime, he could reunite with his most proud work. As for why Yanmo and Tianyu Yuzan fell into Linley's hands, he doesn't pay attention to. Anyway, his relationship with the Guang clan is not good. Otherwise, there would be no escape from Wano-kuni over 30 years ago. In the workshop in the backyard of Yixin Dojo, looking at Yanmo, which was broken into more than 10 pieces on the table. The heartache in Kozaburo's eyes was barely concealed. What kind of battle did you encounter to break into pieces like this? For craftsmen, each work is like its own child, especially the most proud works. That feeling was undoubtedly stronger. How could he not feel sorry for his most proud work being broken into pieces like this? In the battle with Charlotte Linlin, when the winner was finally decided, because the strength was too domineering, after defeating her, Yanmo also shattered. Linley didn't hide anything, and told the story of the situation at that time. That's right, Linley's move is still vivid in my memory. There was a lingering fear in Smoothie's eyes. The tone is quite emotional. It was that trick at the beginning. Only then did I really defeat my mother, and beat my mother until she lost her memory. Looking back now, I still feel incredible. I'm afraid she will never forget that scene in her life. So that's the case. They can't bear the master's strength. Kozaburo looked at Linley suspiciously, although he also learned the identity of the boy in front of him from his son. But still feel incredible. He originally thought that Yanmo was destroyed due to the difference in rank when he collided with the Supreme Sword. Who would have thought that it was because he had never thought about it, and it was also an extremely rare reason. It is not the first time that Beckman on the side has heard of it. But every time I heard that the material of the 21 work of the big sharp knife, I couldn't bear the master's strength. He really had never heard of such a thing. Speaking of, gently caressing the fragments of Yanmo, Zhang Zulong sighed softly. A famous sword chooses its master, and it will choose a swordsman who is commensurate with itself. Maybe, Yanmo is also very unwilling. I can't bear the power of my master. While speaking, his eyes suddenly fell on the second-generation ghost hanging on Linley's waist. This knife, could it be the second-generation gouche created by Master Goucher? Good. Linley nodded, unhesitatingly untied second-generation Onoduru, and handed it to Kozaburo. Weak swordsmen, because they can't control some sharp famous knives, are afraid of them, and call them demon knives. But isn't it the honor of being a demon saber? Second-generation gouche is the best among demon swords, second only to a generation of ghosts. Kang, slowly pulling out the second-generation gouche, he seemed to have mastered how to avoid backlash, carefully looking at the blade. Quote. Suddenly, he seemed to see that after being nourished by the demon power, second-generation gouche had become extraordinary. The tone is full of surprise. Although judging from the rank, it is not as good as the supreme Great Kue Dao 12 works. But it can be seen that it has far surpassed the Great Kue Dao 21 works. If you can train second-generation Onoduru into a black sword, I'm afraid it's possible to surpass the rank of supreme Great Kuaisao. Speaking of this, his eyes returned to Yanmo. Actually, if Yanmo is trained as a black sword, his grade will be comparable to the sky. In that case, it must be enough to withstand your strength. Indeed, Linley nodded. If Yanmo had already been practiced into a black sword at that time, I'm afraid it won't be shattered if it uses the 3-in-1 move of the two-color hockey with demonic power. Say so. How easy is it to become a black knife? In the original book, only Hawkeye and Shimotsuki Ryoma have really practiced black swords. About Yanmo's repair plan. Originally, the old man already had an idea. However, if it's because you can't bear the master's strength, I'm afraid that method is not suitable. It was repaired, but it was still unbearable. That means, it will break again. And want to practice black knife. That requires a rather lengthy process. It can't be done overnight. After a pause, Kozaburo continued. Presumably you should be very clear that Yanmo will take the initiative to absorb hockey's characteristics. The reason for this is that when it was built, a stone called Abyss Cold Iron was added. Abyss Cold Iron. Hearing this, Linley's eyes lit up. Thinking about it, the key to understanding the fusion of demon power and two-color hockey lies in this kind of stone. Originally, I thought that apart from Abyss Cold Iron, I have also collected some other materials over the years. Although it is impossible to rebuild one. But if it's just a repair, it's enough. Only, I'm afraid that Yanmo, who is here, can't keep up with the demand for you. The same can be said. Linley didn't deny it. In fact, if there is no characteristic that can be integrated, I'm afraid that Yanmo's treatment on Linley's body is no different from that of Tien Yu Yuzan. It is far inferior to second-generation Gush. In that case, the old man has a second plan. Only, speaking of this, Kozaburo seemed a little hesitant. I don't know if I should go on, Master, but it doesn't matter. If you can find another piece of Abyss Cold Iron, add these Yanmo fragments and the materials the old man has collected over the years. Rebuild, maybe there is hope for the Supreme 12 works of Kuaisao. Speaking of this, there was a trace of fanaticism in Kozaburo's eyes. Although Yanmo is the most proud work of this old man. But in fact, as I get older and experience more and more sophisticated, the more Wang Zhaohao recalls these Wang Zhaohao years, the more I feel that the handling of Abyss Cold Iron was not delicate enough. Unable to fully utilize the characteristics of Abyss Cold Iron. Besides, the piece of cold iron back then was actually a bit smaller. Otherwise Yanmo's grade will not be the same as Hidao's characters. Then where does this cold iron come from? Beckman asked the crux of the problem. I don't know either. Kozaburo shook his head lightly. When I was in Wano-kuni, I only knew that the cold stone flowed from the Sabayati archipelago. After all, it is the entrance of the new world, where all trades converge. As for where does this cold iron come from, the old man has no way of knowing. Otherwise, these years, with the old man's current forging technology, if it is not limited by the material, maybe it will come true, maybe the craftsman's ultimate wish. But as a craftsman, who wouldn't want to create a supremely sharp knife? This is also the long-cherished wish that every craftsman has devoted his whole life to achieve. Unfortunately, very few can do it. Otherwise, the supreme sword would not be so rare and precious. Is it the supreme sword? No doubt. Of course Linley would choose the second option. Whether it is to bring Yanmo's grade to a higher level, or gain insight into the mysteries of energy fusion, all must obtain Abyss Cold Iron. Exto, Sabayati Archipelago. It seems that it is necessary to take a trip. 3BD 069 Confirmed conjecture. According to Kozaburo, the piece of Abyss Cold Iron used to build Yanmo flowed into Wano-kuni from Sabayati Archipelago. Later, it fell into his hands through the hands of the Kazuki clan. Except this one, I don't know any other information about Abyss Cold Iron. Therefore, if Linley wants to find this kind of stone, he must go to Sabayati Archipelago anyway. Maybe there is not necessarily such a stone there. But as Kozaburo said, the Sabayati Archipelago is the entrance to the new world and the confluence of various trades. Maybe we can find out some relevant information because of this. Then please give me some time, Master. Obviously, Linley has already made up his mind. Just do your best. Kozaburo nodded. If it doesn't work, it can only be repaired according to the first set of plans. In fact, he also has selfishness in it. But, no matter for him, or for Linley. If you can find it, it is a good thing for mutual benefit and win-win for both parties. So the next morning, the three of Linley didn't stop for long. Say goodbye to Kozaburo, Kuina and others for now. Embark on a voyage to the Sabayati Archipelago. I thought I could stay in the quiet 927 Shimotsuki village for a while, but I didn't expect to embark on a new journey so soon. Smoothie, who was leaning against the cabin, was very emotional, and there was a trace of reluctance in his tone. Maybe it's the atmosphere and genes of family harmony in the Charlotte family. Plus Linley took Kuina as his apprentice. Iwujiwu, there is a vague meaning to regard Kuina as a younger sister. Only then did I get to know Kuina for a day. She had this emotion when she left. Linley and Beckman followed Kozaburo to discuss the Enma restoration in the forging workshop. It was she who played with Kuina, finally got a nickname, called Sister Titan, or something. In this regard, Smoothie is really a little dumbfounded. It's not like I won't come back. Linley smiled faintly. Even if we find that kind of stone, I'm afraid it will take some time to build it. After all, there is hope for the Supreme Sword. When the time comes, it will naturally take some time. As soon as I said this, I remembered when I left. Kuina hugged his thigh, crying like hell. Maybe they are very close to each other. Coupled with the relationship between master and apprentice in the contract, the two were able to establish a deep connection in such a short period of time. All right, Smoothie nodded. She wasn't complaining, she was just feeling in love. She really had to choose whether to stay in Shimotsuki village for a while or continue sailing with Linley. The answer is almost without suspense. It must be the latter. On the contrary, there is too little information about this kind of stone. Beckman smoked a cigarette, looked at the endless sea in the distance, and slowly exhaled the smoke ring from his mouth. I hope to get the information we want in Sabayati Archipelago. Otherwise, I'm afraid Yanmo's restoration can only adopt the original plan. That is to say, light repair, not upgrade. After all, who can guarantee that the Abyss Cold Iron will be found? No problem. Linley shook his head. If you can't find it, just leave it alone. The upper limit of Yanmo at the level of Dakue Dao 21 worker is already obvious. It is getting harder and harder to keep up with his strength improvement speed. Even if it is repaired, it may not be of much use. After all, even his armed colors are advanced now, and the demon power will only get stronger and stronger as time goes by. Once the three are combined again, the power will definitely surpass the last time. At that time, I am afraid that there will not be more than 10 pieces broken. Once it is broken into powder, what is the repair or not? Might as well take this opportunity to solve the problem once and for all. Compared with the fusion of demon power and two-color haki through Enma. He hopes that he can master this skill. Thinking about it this way, I am really emotional. CDDE, when he first went to sea, there were 3 knives hanging from his waist. And now, only the solitary second-generation Onitsu is left. No doubt, among the 3 knives, second-generation Gush has always been the strongest. Just like Kozaburo said, if you become a black sword, I am afraid that it is not impossible to exceed the rank of the supreme great Kue Dao 12 skills. Second-generation Onitaru is very growth-oriented, and will grow with the nourishment of demon power. As time goes by, it will only become more and more fierce. Only then did he keep up with the growth rate of his strength. Otherwise, I'm afraid he can only look for the supreme sharp knife. But how can it be so easy to find the supreme sharp knife? Taking advantage of his spare time, Linley opened the system interface. Opening square bracket, closing square bracket. Contract targets: Yamato, Black Maria, Jack, Katakuri, Smoothie, Beckman, Kuina, 7/9. Contract Kuina, after obtaining the return of swordsmanship, advanced. His contract quota has increased by 1 again. This proves that the previous guess was correct. That is, not only the breakthrough improvement of haki and fruit ability will allow him to get the contract quota. Even swordsmanship and body art are also good. That means, wait until Beckman has mastered firearms skills. He will also get a new quota. Only, thinking of this, Linley felt a little strange. Before the contract, the system reminded Beckman that he would soon be able to master firearms. After the contract, talent and potential have been improved. Unexpectedly, more than half a month has passed. It seems that there is still no sign of great success. Only, recently is a very general term. An exact time cannot be determined. Could it be, because of the lack of an opponent? After all, now that Beckman followed him, he seemed a little more at ease. At least it was much more comfortable than when he was sailing alone. Think about it too, meet something blind on the sea. He swung the knife habitually. And then it's over, nothing about Beckman at all. Even if occasionally Linley is not interested in making a shot, Smoothie will rush to come too. Beckman, on the contrary, is getting closer and closer to the image of the helmsman. Realizing this, Linley had some thoughts in his mind. Afterwards, the time passed quietly during the 3 people's voyage and practice. Because the destination is still clear. Plus Beckman's superb sailing skills. Except on the small islands along the way, or stop on the shore for supplies. All the way is almost the best sailing route, sailing towards Sabayati Archipelago. On this day, when there are still a few days away from the Sabayati Archipelago. At some point, a huge and majestic ship quietly approached the boat of the 3 of them. 070, an imbecile with no IQ. The deck of a magnificent ship. A man wearing a square transparent hood on his head is lying comfortably on a deck chair, basking in the sun comfortably. Beside him, several servants in black suits were waiting respectfully aside. From time to time, I wiped his sweat and fed water for him, and reported something to the man by the way. Street. Chalves. The group of human traffickers is rushing to the Sabayati Archipelago. It is said that there are a lot of fresh goods on their ship this time. I believe you will be satisfied. Yeah, the last shipment was not bad, but if it doesn't make me feel refreshed this time. Don't worry. Those people know your preferences best, don't they? Saint Chalves nodded in satisfaction. Leaning his head forward slightly, he took a sip of the drink handed over by the servant. Eat it in one gulp. His brows frowned slightly. It was because of his reaction. The servant immediately threw the drink into the trash can. Replace with a new one. Seeing this, his brows relaxed. How far is it from Sabayati Archipelago? Street. Chalves. About 3 more days. 3 days. Let them go faster. Don't waste my time. Yes. The servant had just left for a moment. The ship suddenly trembled slightly. Very slight. But Street. Chalves, who had nothing to do, still felt it. Looking around suspiciously, his face sank in an instant. Why did the speed slow down instead? Shouldn't they be quicker? Sorry. The servant seemed a little angry when he saw Street. Chalves. He was so frightened that his mind was torn apart. He hurried over and explained. Street. Chalves, there's a boat in front of us. We have to slow down. Boat. Street. Chalves was stunned for a while, and then showed extremely dissatisfied eyes. Who's in the boat? The 3 of them didn't hang the pirate flag, so they probably aren't pirates. Although the pirate flag is not flying, how dare the inferior people dare to be so rude and stand in front of the ship of the god? Go, get my toys. The servant responded, and quickly moved a long box. He opened it with ease, took out a special rifle from it, and handed it to Saint Chalves. This is a special rifle he asked world government to make for him. This is the only one in the world. It has always been his favorite. Can be used for hunting. Since you dare to be rude, then use your life to pay for your rudeness. As he said that, Street Chalves seemed a little impatient. He walked to the bow of the ship, aimed at the boat below, and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang, maybe it was practiced, or this kind of thing is already familiar. The bullets he fired were aimed at the boat accurately. Boom. At this moment, a bullet was also fired from the boat at unknown time. Unexpectedly, it accurately hit Street Chalves, and the bullets fired were on the top of the bullet. Two by two collided. In an instant, there was a violent explosion. How dare you resist if you don't surrender? Street. Shalves was stunned, and then he was very dissatisfied. Go, aim all the cannons on the boat at that boat. Yes. Following his order. Creak creak. I saw the cannon rising from the hidden place on the side of the giant ship, and they all started to move, making harsh noises. It seems to be adjusting the angle of launch. Soon, all the cannons were aimed at the small boat in front of the giant ship. Boom. In an instant, more than a dozen cannons on the giant ship were fired out in a flash. Street. Shalves looked at this scene, and said with enjoyment, the inferior people can enjoy this kind of fireworks, most of them will die without regrets. However, a huge slash appeared out of thin air. All the shells fired are all cut into two by this slash. Still only in midair, due to the damaged shell, a violent explosion occurred. Boom 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 boom. What? Saint Shalves looked at this scene, his face instantly became ugly. Just wanted to say something. Poof. Suddenly, there were a few sounds of objects falling to the ground behind him. When he heard the movement, he hurriedly turned his head, only to realize that at some point, there was a figure on the deck. Looking at him with great interest. This look, celestial dragons. This figure is none other than Linley, asking for flowers. Just now, he was still practicing on the boat. Then I found a huge ship coming from behind. As usual, naturally, they will not bother. If you are sensible, you will bypass them, and everyone will live in peace. If you don't have eyes, it's just a knife anyway. Then, just watch the giant ship heading straight for them. It didn't slow down until it was close. Then there was the scene just now. First, there was a friendly bullet greeting, and then a warm exchange of shells. Originally, Linley directly wanted to solve it with one knife. But this giant ship is indeed too luxurious. It can be said that it is the most luxurious ship that Linley has seen so far. Therefore, there was no such ruthless hand. Instead, I plan to come up to see what kind of ship it is. Inferior, do you know what you're doing? Obviously, the servants on the deck all fell to the ground, not knowing whether they were alive or dead. Saint Shalves didn't seem to worry about his own safety at all. On the contrary, he said with confidence, kneel down, and I will give you a chance to serve God. Quote. Linley was taken aback for a moment, really happy. It is said that the celestial dragons are a group of morons with no IQ. Now it seems that it is so. Kneel down. That's fine. As soon as the thought came to mind, a strong and targeted Conqueror's haki fell on Saint Shalves. The latter couldn't hold on for even a second. Poof. Just kneeling on the ground straight up. For the sake of your sincerity, don't worry about trying to bombard my ship. Only. Linley turned his head and looked at the two extra figures on the deck. It was Beckman and Smoothie. Obviously, the two of them had already dealt with all the enemies who were still standing on the ship. What should I do with you? It's a celestial dragons after all. 071 is a victim. The point of compensation is not too much, right? As we all know, offending celestial dragons is a notorious taboo. Celestial dragons once offended, Marine Admiral or CP0 must be dispatched for protection. Look at it this way. Marine Admiral, as the highest combat power of naval headquarters, is also a symbol of marine justice. It's a bit pricey indeed. To be able to be mobilized by a group of morons. That so-called justice is really ridiculous. No wonder Garp scoffed at the position of Marine Admiral and had no interest at all. Someone will say, Marine still protects civilians anyway. Pirates are the most heinous people in this world. Nothing to produce, only plunder. Linley doesn't exactly deny that. In fact, in this deformed world, Marine, or world government, is actually the biggest pirate group in the world. How can 107 be better than pirates? When it was time to slaughter, you didn't see mercy, did you? The evil deeds he has done are even worse than those of pirates. In comparison, pirates can be regarded as small troubles. Under existing rules, everyone is not a good bird. There is no such thing as being on the side of justice in the true sense. Maybe all along, all those encountered in the sanctuary of Shalves were respectful and obedient. Even if you can't open your eyes, it will also be resolved by the guards around. Rarely will the Marine Admiral be mobilized. It's rare for someone like Linley to appear. He didn't take his status as a nobleman in the world into consideration at all. It can also divide 2 by 3, 5 by 3, and solve all the guards. I was a little panicked for a while. In addition, at this moment, it seems that there is a huge boulder on the body. Immobilize him. Tears and snot came out completely uncontrollably. Even so, the whole body is soft, but the mouth is still hard. You low-class people, damn it, dare to commit. Smoothie gave him a disgusted look, and didn't bother to listen to his bickering, just went up and kicked. Just hearing, plop, street. Shalves fell down in response. Look at the imbecile who fainted. Beckman sighed with a headache. Well done, Yuanren will meet celestial dragons. This is really, I don't know whether to say they are lucky or not. It's not even Sabayati Archipelago yet. Let's say you meet celestial dragons in Sabayati Archipelago. That's really nothing to be surprised about. So normal. After all, it is not too far from the holy land of Mariajoy. There will be celestial dragons, which is also a common occurrence. But isn't there still a few days left for the voyage? Can this all be hit? And also launched an attack on them? Otherwise, everyone is safe and sound, so there is no such thing. This guy, how to deal with it? although he and Smoothie solved everything except the deck in the first place. But it's hard to guarantee before then. The message was not delivered. After all, some of the people who were dealt with were judging from their clothing. Mostly agents or something. In just a few seconds, it is by no means difficult to deliver the message. Do you want to kill it? Smoothie is clearly eager to try. After all, he is a world noble. It will definitely be a great sense of accomplishment if you kill it, right? Linley thought for a while, but still shook his head slightly. From the point of view of avoiding trouble, kill this imbecile. Then, together with the entire giant ship, it will be destroyed humanely. Probably the best choice, even if the news of the attack on the celestial dragons has already spread. Marine or CP0 may not be able to find out what they did. In this way, a lot of trouble can be saved. After all, although not afraid. But if Marine is biting like a mad dog. But it will be delayed. But looking at this imbecile in front of me, Linley gradually fell into deep thought. Celestial dragons, world nobility, Sabayati archipelago. These words are connected together. Let his train of thought gradually begin to become clear. It's fine if we don't meet. Since we met, maybe, we can attack this imbecile. What is the purpose of their trip to Sabayati archipelago? Find out the whereabouts of Abyss Cold Iron. If you can find this stone directly in Sabayati archipelago, that must be the best outcome. But this kind of thing is impossible even if you think about it. Kozaburo has lived for most of his life, but only encountered one piece. How could it be easily found in Sabayati archipelago? Originally, he still thought, after the Sabayati archipelago, if you go through the normal channels, there's really nothing to gain. Inevitably, some tough measures must be used. For example, the underground forces of the Sabayati archipelago. Pull it out for a walk. By the way, let Doflamingo expand its power. But now with this imbecile in my hands. Why bother? Was attacked. As a victim. The point is not too much compensation, is it? Thinking of this, he said to Beckman. Got to collect all these people's phone bugs. See if there is a special line that can directly contact CP0 or Marine. People, it is not necessary to kill. But compensation, there must be. So, Beckman and Smoothie set out to search for phone bugs with the whole ship. Soon, looking at the rows of phone bugs, Linley picked up the most delicate of them all. This is probably a special line, right? Naval Headquarters, Admiral's Office. Since more than 10 years ago, Zephyr was greatly stimulated because his family was killed by pirates. Admiral was transferred from Admiral to Instructor, who was only responsible for cultivating the new generation of Marine. No longer responsible for the specific affairs of Admiral. Thus, Admiral of Headquarters, Sengoku was the only one left. And because Garp repeatedly refused to promote Admiral's appointment. Therefore, Admiral's affairs are all on Sengoku's body. He was so exhausted that he could hardly breathe. And because of the alliance between Beast's pirates and BIGMOM pirates. Let 5.8 He was in the G1 branch of New World some time ago and stayed for a while. Later, I saw that there was really no movement in the alliance. Coupled with Marshal Kong's call, Sakazuki was left to continue to garrison. And he himself returned to Marineford. At this time, Sengoku, who had just finished some business, finally wanted to take a breather. He happily made a cup of tea. Just wanted to take a sip. The phone bug rang. Perupo, it's coming again. It really doesn't make people clean. That Garp guy, he really doesn't have a sense of loyalty, and he doesn't know how to share the burden for me. Mouth complained. The body is honest. Sengoku still answered the phone bug obediently. Hello, what? When he heard the voice from the phone bug, the whole person is dumbfounded. 072 used the world government to find Handy. What did you say? Street. Chalves was kidnapped. Rubbing his ears, Sengoku made sure he heard right. The brows are about to form a, well, character. The other party wants to exchange it with a stone called Abyss Cold Iron. What is the origin of the other party? Don't know. You tell me you don't know. Sengoku was so angry that he almost cursed. On the other end of the phone is CP0, known as the highest cipher pole. As a result, I don't know what to ask now. Suppressing his irritability, he knew that now was not the time to be annoyed, so he continued to ask. Where is the transaction location? Sabayati archipelago. Pat, hang up the bug. Sengoku stared blankly at the ceiling. His gaze remained motionless, seems lost in thought, exhausted. Celestial dragons being kidnapped. How long has it been since this happened? Since he became admiral, I can count on one hand that the celestial dragons were offended to do this. Now that someone has offended you, don't say anything, dare to come and ask for conditions. What is the cold iron of the abyss? He had never heard of this stuff. How could one be crazy enough to take such a big risk to kidnap celestial dragons in exchange? Crazy 23, shaking his head, Sengoku simply suspected that the guy who dared to kidnap the celestial dragons was out of his mind. Don't they know? What will you face next? Only, Sengoku let out a long sigh. He really can't get away now. Naval headquarters, only one admiral, after all, too few. It's fine when you're free. When I get busy, I can't be too busy at all. And the reason why I received a call from CP0 just now. It's nothing more than asking him, Admiral, to go out. He naturally doesn't need to worry about other preparations for ransom. Think about it. I feel like I can't do everything alone. He immediately got up and walked towards the marshal's office. Guzan, Come in. Is it Sengoku? In the office, the expression on Sora's face, who was drinking tea, was not surprising at all. Sengoku's arrival seemed to have been expected for a long time. Don't bother with this matter, leave it to Pelusolino and Kuzan. Sengoku was taken aback. He didn't expect that when the other party opened his mouth, what he said was exactly what he wanted to say. In addition to Sakazuki, the three of them are the elite of Vice Admiral, and I plan to promote Admiral as a backup in the near future to take on Admiral's responsibilities to a certain extent. Hearing this, Sengoku couldn't help but shine. Immediately he said cheerfully, Marshal is wise, thus, can he be more relaxed? Kong obviously ignored the meaning of his compliment, and his expression became dignified unknowingly. Compared to this matter, on the contrary, I originally thought that the alliance between the two groups of forces would probably not make any big moves. So when Crane returned from North Blue, immediately, Sengoku, who was stationed in the New World G1 branch, was called back. After all, it is just a word to spread the power to the whole world. Don't let the dignified Admiral stay in the New World. Who ever thought? It's Whitebeard who is making big moves now. The spy agency has recently heard some intermittent news. It seems that part of the crew of the Roger Pirates appeared in Whitebeard's territory. This is not a good sign. It is said that Pluton, Rayleigh, also appeared. As for the Whitebeard Pirates, there has been a lot of movement recently. The affiliated pirate groups all started to become restless. So, I judge. Sora stared at Sengoku solemnly. In the near future, I am afraid that something big and unexpected will happen in New World. At this time, as Admiral, you must be stationed in the G1 branch. Whitebeard Pirates, gently shaking his head, Sengoku's expression was serious. But it seems to have been expected. After all, the Whitebeard Pirates have been restless recently, and it is not a matter of a day or two. It's just that he didn't expect that the situation would be so serious. An unknown island on the Grand Line. The three of Linley are supplying supplies on the island. Originally, there were still 3 days of voyage to Sabayati Archipelago. Naturally, there is no need to resupply. It's just that now there are more hostages in hand. There's no need to be in such a hurry. Not long ago, after searching the phone on the giant ship, immediately picked up the most delicate one and got in touch with the opposite party. Originally Linley thought it would be Marine. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be a CP organization. Only, for him. Anyway, everyone is the same. First, they strongly condemned the actions of celestial dragons. Then explained the rationality of his own self-defense. And most importantly compensation, or the question of ransom. Then there is not much useful information left. Hang up the phone quickly. Naturally, it was impossible for him to declare himself as soon as he came up. That's totally pointless. In fact, if it wasn't for thinking about finding the Abyss Cold Iron, with the help of the world government. I'm afraid that imbecile has already followed that huge ship and was destroyed by humanity. No matter how bad it is, throw it into the sea to feed the Sea Kings. How can you still live until now? Give people a chance to survive. It can definitely be regarded as his great mercy. At this time, that imbecile had already been dressed up as a slave. From his body, there is not even a trace of the nobility of celestial dragons. It's not Linley's bad taste or anything. It's just that this imbecile's previous outfit was not only too conspicuous but also made people uncomfortable. Now this pair of slaves looks like undoubtedly more pleasing to the eye. Beckman looked at Charles Ross Street strangely. The latter was following behind them with a dull expression, not saying a word. It's like sleepwalking. Looking at this scene, Beckman finally couldn't bear it. What kind of torture did he suffer? It turned out to be this half-dead look. It's nothing, it's just a trick to his brain. Anyway, he's always been an imbecile, hasn't he? Beckman put on a new cigarette speechlessly, and put it in his mouth. Will it be too risky to do so? Although using the power of the world government to find Abyss Cold Iron will definitely be much easier than they have already found. But think about it. Once the transaction starts, there is absolutely no shortage of nets in the place of transaction. Just wait for them to enter the net and catch a turtle in a urn. Although Smoothie on the side didn't speak, judging from his expression, he probably thought so too. What's this? Linley obviously didn't care. We're the ones taking the initiative now, aren't we? This is also 273. Beckman nodded. It's just that the Sabayati Archipelago is too close to the naval headquarters. If you are not careful, you may be surrounded. At that time, we must be more cautious. It's really weird, just change the place. Besides, the Sabayati Archipelago is so big, is it possible that the Marine can surround it all? This is obviously impossible, and Linley raised the newspaper in his hand. Didn't you notice? The reports on me recently are too frequent. Isn't that just beating Big Mom? How long ago has it been? Need repeated reports. The World Economic News Agency has finished reporting. World government came to pick up again. Although the content of the report is different. It's nothing more than promoting his threats or something. But there is a vague meaning that he is tied with Whitebeard and Kaido, or even above the two. Logically speaking, world government will not over-promote the threat of a pirate. Thankless. Wouldn't it be equivalent to building momentum for him? Linley keenly sensed that something was wrong. But I can't tell where the problem is. After all, this is for him. There's no real downside other than making him famous. Indeed, it's fine if you don't deal with it coldly, but you actually do the opposite. Beckman is also quite puzzled by this. It's a good time. to take this opportunity to find out what Marine has done recently. By the way, find a suitable partner for Beckman again. In this way, it might be possible for guns to become a great success at any time. 073 What exactly is the cold iron in the abyss? What the hell is the cold iron in the abyss? This moment, CP0 headquarters in the Holy Land of Mariajoy. Most people are going crazy with this question. 4 days ago, they were contacted by Saint Chalv's exclusive phone bug. It exploded right away. 171. How dare anyone kidnap celestial dragons? No matter how high-sounding the other person said. What was attacked by celestial dragons, passive counterattacks and the like? From their point of view, this is not a problem. On the contrary, disrespecting the celestial dragons is treason. Unfortunately, the development of the situation does not depend on their will. The other party only informed the news that Street Chalv's was kidnapped, as well as the requested compensation and the timing of the transaction. Just hung up the contact. Let them take a while, and there is no way to find out the kidnappers. Even if the flight trajectory of Saint Chalv's is clear, but when they arrive, in addition to the wreckage of the ship and the bodies of the guards, no more useful information could be found. At this point, in addition to making a fuss about the agreed transaction place, in any case, they must rush to prepare compensation before the transaction time. That is to say, get ready for Abyss Cold Iron. The issue is, if it comes to assassination or intelligence gathering, of course they are good at it. But in such a short time, I found a stone that I had never heard of. That would be a bit embarrassing. But what can they do? As an institution directly under celestial dragons, it is known as the strongest shield of celestial dragons. Even if you dig 3 feet into the ground, you still have to look for it. Then, since these 4 days, in addition to CP0 looking for it through various channels, it even used a huge underground force. It's a pity that since I only know the name, I don't know whether this stone has other names, or even its shape. So in a short period of time, there is nothing. Until the 5th day, it was only from Vegapunk that I learned the detailed information about Abyss Cold Iron. According to Dr. Vegapunk, Abyss Cold Iron is a rare forging material. Special methods are required to match specific forging materials. Only in this way can the characteristics of this kind of cold iron be brought into play and forged into weapons. It's easy to know the news. Talk about rare treasures. Is there any power in this world that can be compared with world government? Soon, based on drawings provided by Vegapunk, from the treasure house of celestial dragons, find a piece of Abyss Cold Iron that is half a meter in size. Only, what makes them unable to figure out is that, how dare you kidnap celestial dragons just for something like this? As for whether celestial dragons will cause trouble first, this kind of problem, it is not within their consideration. And, Abyss Cold Iron, is rare. But no matter how rare it is nothing more than a forging material. Is it worth losing your life for something like this? Just bring back the kidnapped Street Chalv's. What happens next? Almost imaginable. On the 7th day, that is, the day before the transaction, CP0 finally arrived at Sabayati Archipelago ahead of schedule with Abyss Cold Iron and Marine, as early as the day after receiving the news that Street Chalv's was kidnapped. Led by Kizaru Vice Admiral and Aokiji Vice Admiral, they came to Sabayati Archipelago's troops early. Time flies. In a blink of an eye, it was the day of the transaction. Because the Sabayati Archipelago is composed of 79 alchiman mangrove trees. The ground is the roots. Early in the morning, Kizaru and Aokiji are in the shadows of the trading place. That is to say, in the town built on the 27th alchiman mangrove tree. At this time, in a certain tree house full of surveillance cameras, which can be monitored, and every corner of the Sabayati Archipelago. Kizaru was counting flies bored. He turned his head and looked at Aokiji beside him, who was expressionless and silent. It seems that the atmosphere is a bit serious. Oops, how dare you kidnap celestial dragons? Maybe it will be some kind of strong man. Sengoku Admiral pushed such a difficult matter to us, really. Aokiji leaned on the recliner, rolled his eyes, moved his body, and didn't bother to pay attention to him. Old hermaphrodite, what you say and what you actually say are often two different things. It's scary, but in fact, I hope that the other party will not be too weak. Otherwise, his speed of light kick might not be useful. Kizaru sees Aokiji like a bored gourd, completely ignored what he meant. I just feel that the interest is bleak and extremely boring. Brother Kuzan, you are really boring. He was 9 years younger than Kuzan. It's not too much to call someone a little brother. Perhaps because of being disturbed by Kizaru's noise, Pheasant finally spoke. It was a boring job. Rescue celestial dragons or something. He is not interested at all. If you have that time, you might as well put on the blindfold and sleep comfortably. Thinking of this, I yawned unconsciously. And the Marines in the room who were staring intently at the monitor heard this. All of them were quite speechless. These two big guys have so much personality. One loves to sleep, a lover of outfit comparison. Looking at it this way, Sakazuki Vice Admiral is more reliable. Sudden, one of the Marines looked at the monitor and exclaimed, "The #1 swordsman in the world. How did this guy appear here?" Hearing the movement, even Aokiji, who was dozing off, woke up immediately. He hurried to the surveillance office. It's really unexpected. During this period of time, the world government was vigorously promoting Linley's threat. Leading to Linley's fame, basically in naval headquarters, there's no one who doesn't know his name. Is he alone? Yes. Then Marine pointed to the screen and said, Qian Wangjiao. I didn't see any companions appearing beside him. So, Kizaru and Aokiji look at each other. Is it a coincidence? Just learned that Linley was in the Sabayati archipelago. They thought Linley was the kidnapper who kidnapped Street Chalves. In fact, these days, including them, they are all guessing who the kidnapper will come from. It's so headstrong. Unfortunately, due to lack of information, it is impossible to guess. Now, on the day of the transaction, he met the world's #1 sword zero, Toilet. If I hadn't seen him alone, it's really hard to convince myself that it's a coincidence. How long is it until the transaction time? 2 hours. That's it. Kizaru seemed to be interested, turned to Aokiji and smiled. I'm going to test it out. What is the purpose of this guy coming here? 074 Population Auction, Sentimental Figure. Some time ago, under the unanimous opinion of Sora, Sengoku, and Crane. Using the power of the world government media, Linley's threat theory was vigorously promoted, trying to make his reputation more and more high and gradually surpass Kaido. There are 2 purposes. 1. Making Linley self-inflated. 2. Differentiate the relationship between Lei and Kaido. According to human nature, while prestige brings benefits and convenience, it is often easy for people to lose themselves. Unable to recognize oneself correctly. Doing stupid things that shouldn't be done. Secondly, if a force, or an organization, once the prestige of the #2 person exceeds that of the #1 person, the latter is very likely to fear the former, and the end of the former is usually not very good. Even the former may not still be willing to be #2. These reactions are all human. That's how the word, Gonggao Genzu, came about. Certainly, how about this set on Kaido and Linley? Not good for now, but the first and greatest influence is undoubtedly Marine itself. Just imagine, the most powerful force in the world is always preaching how powerful an enemy who is not as good as itself is. It will only make the people inside become more afraid of this enemy at the same time. More and more eager to defeat it and completely eliminate this threat. This is similar to the threat theory of a certain country in Linley's previous life. It can be said, Sora, Sengoku, Suru 167's plan, serves multiple purposes. It can also bring a direct rival to Marine in this period, thereby acting as an incentive. At least, that tactic worked for Kizaru. At least half of those who can be Marines hate pirates. Of course, Kizaru knew that Linley's record of defeating Big Mom was absolutely genuine. There was never half a lie. So what? It's nothing more than defeating a slightly stronger pirate. The ruler of this world is still the world government, the Marine. He can be called a monster in Marine, and he is never afraid of any enemies. At the age of 38, he can be said to be at his peak. How can you be afraid of a teenager? And the ant in this period, in Marine's eyes, obviously cannot be compared with 20 years later. The other side, Linley logged into the Sabayati archipelago alone. But Beckman and Smoothie sneaked in quietly with hostages who had changed their appearance after disguising themselves. Not being afraid of Marine is one thing, but it is impossible to foolishly take the hostage and go directly to the island. After all, there is no need to guess. CDDC Marine must be in the Sabayati archipelago, fully prepared, just waiting for the transaction to start. It seems that my whereabouts have been exposed. Not long after landing on the Sabayati archipelago, Linley was aware of this. This is because he has seen many surveillance phone bugs in various locations on the island. Only, since he chose to act alone, of course he is not afraid of any surveillance. Because the Sabayati archipelago is the only way to the New World. So when Linley was walking on the No First Street with people coming and going, I saw many pirates, merchants and bounty hunters, and people of different appearances from all over the world. Sabayati archipelago, also known as the Island of Decay. Obviously, it is so close to naval headquarters in the Holy Land Mariajoy. However, a large number of 3 religions and 9 streams can be gathered here. If this is not the result of being deliberately laissez-faire, it just doesn't make sense at all. As far as Linley knows, the owners of this island are the celestial dragons. Think about it this way. You can understand why the Sabayati archipelago is so prosperous and decaying. Celestial dragons, there's got to be somewhere to have fun, too. And here is so close to the naval headquarters, there are even Marines stationed on the island. Naturally not afraid of any pirates. In the original book, Luffy's encounter in the Sabayati archipelago. If not for Rayleigh and the bears, I'm afraid the end has come. While thinking, Linley stopped at an auction house. It is said that there are a large number of auction houses on this island, and there are many auctions, such as population auctions, devil fruit auctions, etc., everything that one expects to find. Think here, Linley, who didn't plan to go to the transaction on time anyway, felt that it was necessary to see, so he went into the bottle. The waiter at the door saw that although he was dressed in ordinary clothes, he had an extraordinary temperament and his appearance was beyond the mark. There is even a great sense of oppression in every gesture. I had to hurry up to greet and ask if I needed a private room. In this regard, Linley naturally has nothing to do. Backstage at the auction. Boss, the auction has already started, have you decided? Keep this shipment reserved for St. Chalves, or sell it? The man known as the boss seemed to be a little confused. And no answer. These days, they have been waiting for St. Chalves to arrive, couldn't even get in touch at all. This made their stay at Sabayati archipelago longer than expected. As a businessman, due to voyage and vessel size limitations, each shipment is fairly limited. Generally speaking, after selling quickly, he can leave in time and return to the voyage to prepare commodities. If it has been delayed here, for the time is money, businessman. Every second you stay, or the goods are sold out 1 second later, is a huge loss. And now, they have stayed for a few more days. Duh, now that I have already greeted Street Chalves in advance, of course they dare not break the appointment. Boss, just got a piece of news. Saint Chalves, something may have happened. Huh, what's going on? Boss, think about it, we have provided the top-ranked goods to Saint Chalves, not once or twice. It's usually with his guards. But now I can't get in touch at all, can't it explain the problem? And in the past few days, Marine's movement is too great. It's like wanting to arrest someone on this island. In my opinion, it's better to deal with it quickly and leave the place of right and wrong. Perhaps it was these words that convinced the man known as the boss. Coupled with the gains from the auction, it will definitely exceed the gains from direct sales to celestial dragons. He no longer struggled, and immediately said decisively, "Go and tell the owner of the auction house that I want to add a batch of auction goods. And tell him that this shipment will be a hit." Got it, boss. After about half an hour, the auction has finally started. The first auction item on the stage really left Linley speechless. This auction house actually auctions people. What's the point of putting those fancy things on the door? Is the ad scam? Originally Linley wanted to leave. But now, I thought about it. I think it's all here, so I might as well take a look first, and pass the time by the way. As the auction items appeared one after another, he actually saw a familiar, but still very young figure in it. 075 Brother Linley, have you ever been kicked by the speed of light? Isn't this the green-haired sister next to Hancock? Can't remember the name though. And now it looks quite immature. But Linley can be sure that the figure just pulled out on the stage is definitely related to Hancock. It seems, is it a coincidence? He remembered it in the original book. Boa Hancock once had the experience of being a slave of celestial dragons. The cause was that it was abducted from the ship of the 9 snake pirates by human traffickers and sold to celestial dragons. But I can't remember exactly when it happened. Unexpectedly, when I came to Sabayati Archipelago this time, I happened to run into it. This guy's here, Hancock's gotta be in. Thinking of this, Linley became interested for a while, so he suppressed the idea of leaving, intending to wait and see what happened. It's just, didn't you say it was sold directly to celestial dragons? Why did you put this up for auction? Linley looked suspiciously at the crowd in the hall through the window of the private room. He looked at the rest of the private rooms on the second floor. Since the windows of the private rooms are transparent, the guests inside can be seen through the windows. No celestial dragons. Come to think of it, this auction is not the kind of super large auction once a month. Otherwise, the celestial dragons, who are the masters of the Sabayati Archipelago, will definitely be there. Thinking room. The host on stage did not start introducing the green-haired girl. Instead, a curtain on the stage was lifted again. I saw a girl with orange hair, with her hands tied, slumped on the ground, looking at the guests around in horror. This girl is another sister of Hancock. Pulled by the staff, the two were pulled onto the display stand to be auctioned together. Wow, are they sisters? It's really a rare item. Hurry up and start the auction, I can't wait. The guests below all started to shout with golden eyes. Don't worry, the host is obviously used to whetting people's appetites, and said mysteriously. Guests should know that sister flowers are always relatively rare on weekdays. But today, sisters are not just these two, but 3. As he spoke, he pulled off a piece of cloth again. As expected, this time, it was the young and immature Hancock who appeared. Pulled by the staff, she, too, was brought weakly to the side of the two sisters. For a moment, the sisters hugged each other tremblingly. It seems that such a move can alleviate the fear in their hearts. Sister, I'm so scared, woo. Don't be afraid, sister is here, sister is here. Hancock gave a few words of comfort with a bitter face. But these 2 words of comfort sounded so weak. She knows very well that falling into the hands of human traffickers means losing her freedom completely and becoming a commodity in exchange for Bailey. And they are weak, apart from accepting their fate, they have no room to resist at all. Now, the crowd cheered louder. These are 3 sisters, it would be fun to buy it back as a slave. Seeing that the atmosphere is almost set off, the host gave an introduction, raised expectations again, and immediately announced the start of the auction. Seeing this, the crowd below immediately started quoting prices one after another. 250,000 Baileys. 280,000 Baileys. Linley watched this scene boredly. No idea of getting up to bid at all. After all, as a pirate, just grab what you fancy. What money? Besides, the business of auctioning people is not an above-board business. Where will Linley follow the rules of these people? Soon, the bidding price soared from the initial 200,000 Baileys to 1.8 million Baileys. And the upward trend still hasn't stopped. At this time, crunch, the door of the auction hall was slowly opened. Several figures walked in from it. The one who walks in the forefront, wears the unique costume of celestial dragons and wears resin bubbles. Such an alternative dress, who else is it not celestial dragons? The figures following him were all wearing black suits. Apparently his entourage. One of them was holding a rather expensive-looking box. Wow, St. Roswald is here. It seems that we have nothing to do this time. When the guests of the auction house saw the person coming, they couldn't help but howl in a low voice. Whenever there is a product that Celestial Dragons likes, no one else did anything at all. This is the experience gained from countless bloody lessons. In Sabayati Archipelago, no one dares to compete with Celestial Dragons for a long time. Roswald Street did not choose to go up to the private room on the second floor. Instead, they went directly to the auction stage. Looking at the three Hancocks on the stage, they showed excited eyes. We came at a good time. Saint Roswald, it looks like today is your lucky day. The attendants echoed one after another. Just snapped two interesting things from next door. I didn't expect to come across such an interesting product when I came here. It seems that you are going to return home with a full load today. Ha 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 ha. Hearing this, Saint Roswald couldn't help laughing. After that, he couldn't wait to join the auction. 15 million Baileys. As soon as he opened his mouth, it directly surpassed the price by nearly 10 times. No way. Celestial Dragons are rich and willful. As soon as the price was announced, almost all the guests could see that he was determined to get it. Even a customer with a rich family, considering his status, dare not continue to make an offer. After waiting for a while, no one offered a higher price. So, with the host's hammer down, the three Hancock sisters were officially auctioned off by Roswald Street. At this time, Linley's attention was on the top of Hancock's head. There, with the sudden appearance of the Celestial Dragons, a golden exclamation point suddenly appeared. Golden exclamation point again. Is it more talented than Jack? This is already the fourth golden exclamation mark he has encountered. It has to be said that among the goals of his current contract, the ones with the golden quality are the most. Contract targets. Yamato Gold, Black Maria, Blue, Jack Purple, Katakuri Gold, Smoothie Purple, Beckman Gold, Kuina Red, 7/9. Carefully examine the golden exclamation mark on Hancock's head. Linley not only showed interest in his eyes. Character. Boa Hancock. Opportunity. If you eat the sweet fruit that originally belonged to the target of the contract, or the snake fruit bamboo yi ching form, in the same box, you can achieve the conditions for a breakthrough upgrade. Sweet fruit. Bamboo yi ching form. Linley's gaze immediately fell on the box in the hands of Roswald Squire. Originally, he planned to save the person. Anyway, it's just a little effort. In this way, the future Empress will owe him a great favor. Now that you see the golden exclamation mark, it is even more impossible to let it go. No doubt. For Linley, there is no doubt that there is an excellent opportunity in front of him. Asking for flowers. A chance to verify yourself for a second ability. Before, he was not in a hurry because he planned to test it on Black Maria. Since she is not going to let her eat that ancient seed. Naturally, a better devil fruit must be found for her. In this way, if the conjecture is verified, the reward obtained will be more selective. But now the opportunity at your fingertips is in front of you. He has no reason to miss it. So, he immediately got up and left the private room and went downstairs. After Street, Roswald photographed the three Hancock sisters. He asked the guards to hold the reins. He dragged the three of them forward without any compassion. At this time, they obviously understood their future destiny. His eyes dimmed. Subconsciously, under the lead of the reins, he walked forward dully. It seems that he is ready to accept his fate. At this time, Saint Roswald had just reached the landing. Just, coincidentally, pretending to be upright with Linley, who was walking upstairs and downstairs. The former's weak physical fitness, how can he be safe after being hit by Linley like this? He was knocked to the ground immediately. Keep crying. 0. Seeing this scene, for a moment, the audience seemed to explode. This guy is doomed to hit Celestial Dragons. It's really unlucky. There happens to be a blind spot, and I guess we couldn't see the Celestial Dragons, so we bumped into it, right? Where is the bad luck? Don't you know that in Sabayati Archipelago, the last thing you can offend is the Celestial Dragons? Some people gloated, but others cast a sympathetic look. Even the three Hancock sisters saw this scene. Looking at Linley's eyes, they were full of sympathy for each other. This young man must be too miserable. At a young age, life is about to change drastically. BD, you inferior person, dare to offend the great Saint Roswald. Seeing this, the guards of Saint Roswald were undoubtedly terrified. Hurry up and help the master up. Cursed at Linley. Unexpectedly, Linley completely ignored the chatter of these guards. Instead, he stared condescendingly at Saint Roswald, and said in an unhurried tone, "What a shame. How dare you block your way? As compensation for being rude, can those little sisters and the box in his hand be given to me? In this case, maybe I will feel better next time, so I won't care about it with you." Wow. As soon as the words came out, the audience was stunned for an instant. The common thought of almost everyone is, does this kid know who he's talking to? Some people think Linley looks familiar, but after a while, they don't recognize him. More people feel, Linley is definitely drunk. How many peanuts? Drink like this. At this time, the door of the auction hall opened again. From behind Linley, an extremely lazy voice suddenly came. Even if you are the #1 swordsman in the world, you can't be presumptuous here, Lin Fu. I saw Kizaru's figure quietly appearing from the gate at some unknown time. What, is this young man the #1 swordsman in the world? Before everyone was shocked, Kizaru asked again. Also, I want to ask you a question. Brother Linley, have you ever been kicked by the speed of light? 076 Linley, do you know what it means to cut the speed of light? Kicked by the speed of light. Listen to this classic line from Kizaru. Linley couldn't help laughing dumbfounded. He showed a look of interest. Why, you want me to experience the experience? I didn't expect you to be as wretched as ever. It's just that, isn't it too contemptuous? Just a vice admiral, dare to shout in front of me. If you want to deal with me, at least Sengoku will come, right? As he spoke, he turned his head and smiled at Saint Roswald, who had just been lifted up. Don't try to escape, otherwise, this yellow monkey alone can't stop me. Yeah, it's really scary. Kizaru obviously didn't think he was wretched, and habitually raised his hands in a gesture of, I'm so scared. But the anger in his eyes clearly betrayed him. Who do you look down on? Call him yellow monkey, even the world's #1 swordsman. You can't be so arrogant. Being so underestimated by a teenager. It is conceivable how upset he is at the age of nearly 40, 163. And listen to the conversation between the two. Everyone in the auction hall looked at each other in disbelief and shock. These two big men, are they going to do it? One is the world's #1 swordsman at a young age. One is the famous Marine Vice Admiral known as the Monster. Unexpectedly, a small auction house would come up to meet these two big men. With the help of the guards, Street Roswald finally stood up in embarrassment. Damn it, how dare an inferior person be so rude? What's up with you, Marine? Why is it not Admiral, but you, Vice Admiral? Don't you take me too seriously? Forget it, quickly kill him. As celestial dragons, he doesn't care about the #1 or #2 swordsman in the world. To him anyway, except for the celestial dragons, everyone else is inferior. To be so humiliated by lower people, how could he let it go? Hearing this, Kizaru's face was undoubtedly a little green. It's okay to be looked down upon by the world's #1 swordsman. Even the protected object, all come to such a back attack. Only, anyway, to some extent, it is the underestimation from the master. He didn't dare to say anything to refute. The #1 swordsman in the world, Marine Vice Admiral Kizaru, and in just a few seconds, Hancock felt like he was on a roller coaster. The first is resignation, reluctantly accepting the fact that he is a slave to the celestial dragons. Then, Linley suddenly appeared and knocked Roswald Street. She couldn't help feeling sympathetic to each other. He felt that this handsome young man was unlucky, just like himself. Immediately afterwards, I heard that the boy, acting like he was insane, dared to make that kind of extremely arrogant request. Until the appearance of Marine Vice Admiral Kizaru. Just discovered, it turned out that the clown was me. This boy, is he really not joking? The world's #1 swordsman. The strongest among swordsmen. The gold content of this title, even if she is only 12 years old, she has a heart-to-heart thumbum. Take them from the celestial dragons as compensation. Not to mention whether it is possible. But is it too much? Nothing too much. In this way, wouldn't the three sisters be able to escape the Li Tian dragon people? Even if it is the same as being a slave, to be the #1 swordsman in the world, and to be the slave of such a handsome young man. At least it can make her more accepting in her heart. Thinking of this, a kind of light called hope could not help showing in his eyes. While she was thinking wildly, seeing Linley walking past Kizaru calmly, he left a sentence in an understatement. Being kicked by the speed of light has never happened before, can you let me experience it? Okay, Kizaru waved his hand, naturally he would not refuse. He is here. It was originally to test Linley's strength and the purpose of this trip. Tat, the two came to the grass outside the auction hall one after another. Linley's right hand was held onto the handle of second-generation Onitsu's knife at some point. I heard that you Marines have paid special attention to me recently. Even spare no effort to build momentum for me. Do I have to thank you all properly? You are welcome, Kang. See, Linley's second-generation Goosh has been unsheathed. He unhurriedly condensed the photons in his hands, forming a sword of light. It is his signature ability of sparkling fruit. Amazon Cloud Sword. After all, at such a young age, he is considered by the president of the World Economic News Agency to be the strongest swordsman in the world today. We Marine can't be too cautious, can't we? Kizaru has been by Sengoku's side for many years. Undoubtedly know a lot of inside information. But since it is an inside story, it is naturally impossible to openly and honestly inform Linley, the enemy. Yeah, seeing that Kizaru's answer is so official, Linley didn't take it seriously, but smiled lightly. Correct. Do you know what it means to cut the speed of light? The speed of light was cut. Kizaru was taken aback. He suddenly felt, it seems that my lines have been plagiarized and tampered with. The smile on Linley's face remained the same. It is you who become the light. Then the speed of light was cut by me. The words just fell off. Linley appeared in front of Kizaru instantly. The second-generation Onitsu who is entwined with armament hockey and tyrannical. With pink flowing light and bursting dark red lightning. Chop hard. Boom. The streamer and lightning are unusually dazzling at this moment. Although Kizaru subconsciously blocked it with a Mazono sword. But it is clear that there is still a long and not short distance between second-generation Goosh and Tiankong. Kizaru seems to have suffered an inexplicable blow. He was blasted out with almost no resistance. His body in midair quickly elementalized. But it was still unavoidable to be blasted into a building not far away. Suddenly, the wall collapsed and broke into a pile of stones, burying Kizaru in it. Wow, seeing this scene, the onlookers undoubtedly exploded. Street. Roswald's face turned green, and he was trembling with anger. Trash, you were beaten like this when you came up. Careless. He climbed up from the pile of rubble in embarrassment. Kizaru's face was full of dignity. He suddenly felt that he had lost his mind. The world's #1 swordsman who knows his opponent. The strongest among swordsmen. He, who is not considered a pure swordsman, actually wants to compete with his opponent in swordsmanship. Thinking of this, the figure slowly lifted into the air. 8-foot Chong Guyu. Obviously, he suffered a big loss when he came up, and immediately gave up the swordsmanship competition with Linley. Instead, it uses a large AoE. With the thumbs and index fingers of both hands close together, his hands are crossed together. In an instant, dazzling rays of light condensed where the fingers were close together. Immediately after, countless photons appeared. 0.0 fired countless dazzling light bullets at Linley. For a moment, dense light bullets, like a light net, filled all the directions around Linley. As expected, this is the true strength of marine monsters. Among the onlookers eating melons, someone said with emotion. Quote. To this, Linley just smiled lightly. Then he swung a huge slash casually. Boom. In an instant, all the light bullets hit by the slash will be split into two. Immediately afterwards, a violent explosion occurred. For a time, the midair was like fireworks blooming. Just in broad daylight, there was a visual feast for everyone walking out of the auction, as well as passers-by nearby. Just when everyone was immersed in the visual feast. Boom. A loud noise woke everyone up. I don't know when. Kizaru was blasted into a nearby building again. Buried again by rubble. 077. The feeling of being a dog is so enjoyable. The screen returns to the previous second. I saw a huge slash, which split the light bullet above Linley in half and exploded. He didn't just sit around. A flash appeared in front of Kizaru instantly. It was chopped down with a domineering knife again. Kizaru obviously didn't expect his reaction to be so fast. In other words, I didn't expect that he couldn't wait for a moment. So eager to fight back. Although observation hockey is not weak, but obviously it has not reached the level of foreseeing the future. So even if Linley was found, turn on elementalization for the first time to escape. Still at Linley's speed, unable to fully elementalize. He couldn't escape this sudden blow. Quote. Quote. Thus, the scene of the first fight reappeared. Watch as Kizaru is buried under the rubble. Saint Roswald, who had finally gained some confidence in Kizaru, became furious again. Look, I just said, Admiral has to come over. How dare Marine treat me like this? The issue is, Ben 23 came after Kizaru Marines. Hear Roswald Street's brainless complaints. A sea soldier's brain became hot, and he was filled with righteous indignation and complained for his superiors. Even if Admiral wants to come, it will take time. What's more, Kizaru Vice Admiral arrived almost as soon as you were attacked. With this kind of efficiency, who else can this be complained? These celestial dragons are the son of a BCH. Obviously, maybe the sailor just joined the marine not long ago. Still not sure how to get along with celestial dragons. What do you want to talk about? UBD, seeing someone dare to refute himself boldly. Roswald Street seems to have finally found a punching bag. It doesn't matter if he's a marine or not. He took out a pistol from his pocket and aimed a shot at the sailor. Bang, puff, with the sound of gunfire, the sailors who spoke fell down. Seeing this, the marines around were all furious, but they dared not speak out. Under the command of a marine with the rank of sergeant, 4 people walked out of the team immediately. Quickly picked up the fallen sailor and ran towards the hospital. As for the rest, although they were very angry at what happened to their companions. Except for cursing in my heart, he didn't even dare to have an expression of dissatisfaction on his face. Everyone knows that what the companion said is true. But if you really want to count, refuting celestial dragons is indeed offensive. Even marine, in front of celestial dragons, they are not much different from outsiders. It is called dog at every turn. Take a look at the entire marine. Except Vice Admiral Garp dared to go against the celestial dragons. Who else dares? Cut. Street. Roswald glanced at the marines with disdain, and finally felt a little better in his heart. The onlookers were completely speechless by his actions. Can be speechless. This kind of thing is so natural for celestial dragons. See you a lot. It's no wonder. Linley, who flew Kizaru again, noticed the scene when he heard the movement. Can't help but feel sad for the marines. I don't know what justice these people are for. The feeling of being a dog is so enjoyable. To change him as marine. Whatever celestial dragons are not celestial dragons. Dare to draw a gun on him. A direct backhand is a knife. Hey, what about you, a trash who only knows how to live in the nest? Didn't I tell you to stand there obediently? Who told you to show off your might? As he spoke, Linley walked towards Roswald Street unhurriedly. Let an imbecile show off his power in front of him. That feeling is simply not too bad. Inferior, your tone is really infuriating. Roswald Street obviously didn't understand the situation. Seeing Linley walking towards him, he raised his pistol and aimed a shot at Linley. Bang, da. However, the bullet was pinched by Linley with only 2 fingers. Are you provoking me? Linley asked very seriously, with a hostage in hand. There is no need for a second one at all. Anyway, 1 or 2, same for Marine and World Government. Not good. Just then, Kizaru finally crawled out from the rubble. See Linley walking towards Roswald Street. Although disdain for the latter, but still didn't dare to delay for a moment, turned into a beam of light and shot towards Linley. Oh, with Linley's observation Hawkeye, it is impossible not to detect the behavior of the yellow monkey. Seeing this, he immediately raised the second-generation Kitaru. Aim at that beam of light and chop it down with a single knife. Boom. It was another huge slash. Due to the inability to integrate demon power, therefore, it is compared to the slash with the combination of demon power and armed color. Both the momentum and power are inferior, but now the armed color is promoted to advanced. It also pulled back a lot of distance. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. The beam brings great speed at the same time. It also means that it is difficult to turn corners. Therefore, it is almost an instant effort. The slash collided with the beam of light formed by Kizaru. F sharp. Due to the induction in advance, he was able to take the initiative to elementalize and divide his body into several sections dangerously. Finally, he escaped the slash. It's scary, this sentence. He dared to touch his conscience and say, absolutely speaking from the heart. Literally, instead of pretending, and his move successfully diverted Linley's attention. Brother Kuzan, why haven't you come yet? Just fight for a few rounds. Kizaru judged Linley's strength, which was beyond his imagination. He couldn't take advantage of it at all. Now we can only hope for the arrival of Aokiji. Join forces with him against the enemy. Sure enough, sparkling fruit is really hard to deal with, Linley said with deep emotion. He was chopped off twice in succession. But Kizaru didn't seem to be hurt. It is true that the armed color can hit elementalization, but if it is the position to be hit, it will be transferred elsewhere through elementalization in advance. 093. Free up the original position. Can avoid the attack of armed color. At this point, it's not hard for Kizaru to do it. Quote question mark question mark question mark quote. Kizaru was dumbfounded when he heard Linley's words. Is he also called difficult? Please, is he the one who gets beaten up from start to finish? You can really joke. Hee hee. Linley shook his head, too lazy to talk nonsense. A flash appeared in front of Kizaru again. So next, the battle between the two quickly turned into a chase. Passively, foreseeing the future, due to knowledge, let Linley judge Kizaru's foothold anytime and anywhere, and the silent displacement can make him appear in front of Kizaru instantly. Exto, what about the speed of light? In a way, but at ultimate speed. But he is teleporting, crushing of Conqueror's Hawkeye. From the beginning until now, I have been pressing Kizaru and playing. And Kizaru doesn't owe much money at the moment. Seems to finally figure it out. Do you know what it means to cut the speed of light? The true meaning of this sentence. Unless he turns into a beam and runs away. If he only relied on slashing, he could indeed dodge him. But if he has the intention to stop, the moment he almost stopped, he found that Linley had appeared in front of him. It can't go on like this. Be aware of this. Kizaru immediately made a gesture of holding the ball with both hands. 078, is that salary enough to pay for medical expenses? 8-foot mirror. I saw the dazzling, pure and flawless light ball like a mirror quietly appearing in Kizaru's hands. Then it quickly flung it into the surrounding air. In just a few seconds, at least 10 of them were thrown out. After doing this action, Kizaru's whole body turned into countless light particles, which directly entered one of the ministers of the light mirror. Immediately afterwards, this light mirror began to continuously split into new light mirrors. Linley would have liked to follow the routine. Let's do the knife first. But the next moment, more and more light mirrors are aligned with each other. Through the refraction of light, connect the mirrors all together. A three-dimensional grid-like optical network is formed. And with the addition of light mirrors, this optical network is becoming denser and denser. This made it impossible for Linley to judge Kizaru's foothold for a while. He knew that with the division of the light mirror, Kizaru must no longer be in the original light mirror. There were two ways he could attack Kizaru before. First, it judged the time when Kizaru landed, appeared at the same time, and then launched an attack at a speed that Kizaru could not react to at all. Second, if Kizaru turns into a light beam and shoots at him head-on, you only need to snipe from the front. In addition, if Kizaru only wants to escape, or large-scale elementalization without revealing the real body. Just like now, I'm afraid there is really no good way to win it. Face the former. Silent displacements are short-range displacements. As for the flight of light, in terms of long-distance flight capability, I am afraid it is inferior to the light beam transformed by Kizaru. After all, sparkling fruit, even in Logia, is extremely buggy. Compare lava fruit and frozen fruit, although each has its own characteristics. Either it is the peak of Logia's attack power, or it has super control ability. But compared to running away, sparkling fruit is probably unmatched. Like the red hair in the original book, using the ultra-high-level conquerors, the Logia ability user is forcibly exited from the elemental state. And face the latter. I'm afraid Kizaru also found out once he showed up. Immediately there will be an attack. Only then did he hide in the light mirror and not appear. While Linley was thinking about how to get Kizaru out, I saw that each light mirror was connected to each other at the same time. Tong began to gather light. Shoots laser beams at Linley. Chirp chirp chirp. For a moment, the light mirror seemed to become a laser gun. Laser light is continuously being emitted towards Linley. That's what makes it interesting. Seeing this scene, Lin Fu's eyes undoubtedly brightened. Kizaru is a Logia-capable user. Naturally, a large-scale elemental attack can reflect the value of Logia. Whether it is Tien Kongyan sword or Bachi Chong Guyu. From Linley's point of view, that's waste of money. The former played swordsmanship with others. The latter is more harmful to Gua Sha, and the dense laser light in front of him is enough to face Logia. Thinking room. The figure is also dodging countless laser lights quickly. Boom 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 boom. And his original position. With his disappearance, the densely packed potholes left by laser light bombardment appeared on the ground. For a time, the dust overflowed, diffuse in the air, even affecting the line of sight. If a patient with intensive phobia sees the tragic situation on the ground, he will definitely feel deeply uncomfortable. Boom. With a wave, the huge slash was swung out. Linley tried to clean more and more mirrors. However, since the light mirror split, it quickly drifted toward the periphery. The range that the slash can cover is really limited, barely equal to the splitting speed of the light mirror. But Linley also had to dodge laser attacks, even in front of Linley, who has the skill of silent displacement. The light mirror must lock on the target after he appears, and then emit laser light. But laser light is light after all. Maybe it can't reach the real speed of sunlight in nature, but it is also undoubtedly extremely fast, because the laser light covers a wide and dense area. Just listen to, wah. The onlookers were afraid of being affected. Quickly evacuate to the periphery of the battle. Roswald Street was escorted by bodyguards and marine, and followed the crowd to leave. Just when the guards wanted to take the opportunity to run away with their master. This scene was obviously seen by Linley. Next second, swish, on the ground in front of St. Roswald and the others, a gully formed by the slash appeared. Blocked their way of escape. After completing this action, Linley withdrew his mind and dealt with the attack of laser light. Originally Hancock, seeing that Linley was restrained by such a terrifying move by Kizaru and St. Roswald and others took her to escape. Despair flickered again in his eyes. After all, Kizaru's trick, in terms of visual effects, undoubtedly too shocking. It even made her feel fearful. Is this Logia? It's really unreasonable, it's terrifying. The dense three-dimensional optical network in the air, as well as the continuous emission of laser light. It even gave her an idea. I'm afraid no matter who can deal with this kind of battle. It's going to be tricky, right? Just when she thought she was about to be taken away, ravines in the ground, as in the despair in her eyes, Ju, and Hope, are divided into two. That boy, even if he was restrained, but still keep an eye on their every move. Come to think of it, the celestial dragons will never be let go. Realizing this, Hancock felt a little relieved. Just then, the green-haired Sandersonia whispered in Hancock's ear. Sister, it seems that the situation of the world's #1 swordsman is not good. A person with Logia ability is too incomprehensible. The orange-haired Marigold on the other side of her also nodded softly in agreement. After all, people with Logia abilities can transform into elements, which undoubtedly has a lot of fault tolerance. Hancock listened to the analysis of the sisters, but did not speak. Instead, he clasped his hands together, showing prayerful eyes, and looked at Linley's back in the battle. For her, that boy is the only hope for her and her sisters. Street. Roswald and the others were obviously attracted by the gully in front of them. And he himself was so frightened that he collapsed to the ground. He didn't even bother to pay attention to the whispers of the three sisters. In that case, maybe just dodging made Linley a little impatient. He finally stopped blinking. The figure appeared at the very center below the optical net. With a wave, Demon Chi Bomb, the long-awaited demon bomb. The last time it appeared was before Katakuri Fruit awakened. But now the demon power has more than doubled. The Yaochi bomb has also been enlarged by at least 10 times. I saw a gigantic ball that was shining with lightning. Appeared in midair in an instant. For a time, the scene of covering the sky and blocking out the sun appeared. Like dark clouds, the surrounding light seems to have dimmed a lot. Swish swish swish. Because the Yaochi bomb is too huge, almost all the laser light fell into the demonic energy bomb. Then the stream flows into the sea, soundlessly. Perhaps a critical value has been reached. The gigantic monster bomb suddenly exploded violently in the air. Endless white light swept across every corner of Fangyuan for several kilometers in an instant like daytime. Boom 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 boom. The line of sight was blocked, but violent roars continued to sound from it. Trademark Huh. Due to the special shape of Sesshomaru, Linley, whose sight was not obstructed at all, clearly saw the dense network of light. Affected by the fluctuations generated by this violent explosion, almost the vast majority of them all turned into light particles and disappeared. And the yellow ape was at the moment when the explosion was about to spread. Break away from the light mirror in time, turn into a beam of light and shoot out of the range of the explosion. Just as he landed and stood firm, he breathed a sigh of relief. After that, a figure came out. Yellow monkey, I finally caught you. As soon as the words fell, with a domineering knife, he slashed heavily at Kizaru's shoulder. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. This time, it really exceeded Kizaru's expectations. He didn't expect that Linley's vision was completely unaffected. Therefore, such a short time is only enough for him to complete half of the elementalization. He was chopped down heavily by Linley. Puff. A large amount of blood spurted from his shoulder. At the same time, he has just completed elementalization. Into countless light particles. Hugging his shoulders, he appeared not far in front of Linley with an extremely ugly expression. How old is it? Since he ate the sparkling fruit. I haven't shed any blood yet. Today is the first time since he became a capable user. As expected of the #1 swordsman in the world, even if you don't want to admit it. But your strength is indeed above mine. At this point, he has understood a fact. confrontationally, unless the fruit ability is awakened. Otherwise, definitely not an opponent. With the first wound, the second road is not far away, but if you use the fruit awakening ability, permanently change the surrounding environment. The consequences, celestial dragons may not accept it, but if not, if you continue to entangle with it, maybe there is a real risk of being killed. Thinking of this, he is already thinking about it. I was thinking about how to act in a play to make my exit reasonable. As for the celestial dragons, don't you think he's just a vice admiral? Love whoever. At this time, an indifferent voice sounded. Ah la 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 la, Shin. Brother Kizaru, Yan Lai, you are in a mess. Aokiji. Hearing this voice, Kizaru couldn't help but change his face. Because, he just wants to be an actor right now, and he doesn't want to fight anymore. Laozi is already injured. Is that salary enough to pay for medical expenses? 079 No one can deal with two admirals at the same time. Another vice admiral, and Aokiji, one of the three monsters. If there is any place in the world, first know marine best. There is no doubt that it is the Sabayati archipelago. How close is this to naval headquarters? And there are always marines stationed there. Therefore, among the 3 teachings and 9 streams who come and go on the island, there is almost no one who does not know the 3 marine monsters. See now there is another one. Almost all expectations disappeared in an instant. What to expect? It wasn't just Hancock who expected Linley to win. In fact, even the vast majority of other spectators are the same. They can say bitter celestial dragons for a long time. In the Sabayati archipelago, everyone is inferior except the celestial dragons. Now it is hard to have such an opportunity to watch the so-called superior people be cleaned up. That feeling is simply not too cool. Although it is also shocking in this world, there are actually people who are not afraid of death and dare to play celestial dragons. But isn't it a big deal to watch the excitement? Wouldn't it be illegal to watch the show? It seems that not only is he embarrassed, but he is also seriously injured. It was found that Kizaru's face was extremely ugly. 29-year-old Aokiji, who obviously cannot read minds, cannot read Kizaru's true thoughts. Kai Ka. Hearing this, Kizaru just smiled awkwardly. He cursed secretly in his heart. This kid came to 090 at the wrong time. Don't come early, don't come late. Just when he wanted to retreat. If only come earlier, maybe he won't get hurt and quit. Come later. He played a wave of drama, pretending to be knocked into the sea by the world's #1 swordsman and then never returned. Others would only think that he was suppressed by the seawater and passed out in the sea. As for how the Roswell church was treated, none of his business. He really has no temper. It's not easy to confront each other in full view, but it doesn't mean he doesn't have little emotions. In this way, even if the dead fat pig was slaughtered, what does it have to do with him? If you want to take the blame, you are also a marshal. It's not what he wanted to come. Besides, at first I just wanted to pretend to be tough, but now I want him to work hard. This kind of behavior is somewhat inconsistent with his life values. Now it's time to team up with Aokiji. It's good to win. What if we lose? Then it would be embarrassing and embarrassing. Interesting. See, even Aokiji is coming too. Not only did Linley not have the slightest fear. On the contrary, it is quite eager to try. There is no doubt that Kizaru's routine has been almost mastered by him. Unless you want to escape. Otherwise, the situation will only get worse. Otherwise, it is the ability to display the fruit awakening. Linley didn't believe it. Kizaru, who is 38 years old and almost 40, has not mastered fruit awakening yet. As for why not just now? As far as he knows, Logia's awakening can basically change the environment permanently. Where is Sabayati Archipelago? Playground. By celestial dragons. Changing the environment here permanently, isn't it crazy? This is killing 800 enemies and damaging yourself 10,000. Besides, even if he uses it, he won't be afraid. And now Aokiji is here. 1 against 2. The situation immediately reversed. Even he is not completely sure. I don't know where this rumor came from. No one can deal with 2 admirals at the same time. Although it is a rumor. In fact, there is still some truth. Well known. The combat power ceiling of One Piece world is 4 emperors and admiral. Perhaps there is a difference between strength and weakness. But there is no grade difference. It is indeed unrealistic to deal with 2 opponents of the same level at the same time. And the current Kizaru and Aokiji may not necessarily reach the fighting power in the original book. However, the combination of the 2 cannot be underestimated. The current him, compared to when he was singled out with the ant, his overall strength has undoubtedly improved a lot. Conqueror's Haki basically reaches the advanced level, but the explosive power has dropped. At least 3 means of decisive victory are missing. Even so, on his face, there is still a monstrous fighting spirit. It won't be long. The 2 of you, and Sakazuki will be able to become admiral, right? How fortunate to be able to fight against the 2 future admirals today. Sorry, even though I'm reluctant, it's something I can't help. Aokiji glanced at the injured Kizaru, even if he is no longer willing to join forces with the enemy. But now Kizaru, who is stronger than him, is injured. You don't have to think about it. CDED. If he had fought alone, the result could not have been better. Fine. Linley waved his hand with a sincere face. You are a marine, and I am a pirate. In the face of the enemy, it is not too much to take any means, don't take it to heart. Besides, you are much more polite than that yellow monkey. In comparison, it is Kizaru who has been kicked by the light. Aokiji apologized as soon as he opened his mouth. At least he is better educated than that monkey. This can't help but make Linley have a good impression of him. For the sake of being so polite. Take it easy later. Quote. He sighed silently. Reluctantly, Kizaru unleashes Amanoun's sword again. A sword of light condensed by photons appeared in his hand. Seeing this, Aokiji breathed out a breath of cold air, and also formed an ice skate in his hand. The two looked at each other. Superior, Ice Age, light speed cut, seeing that the ground was covered with cold air at an alarming speed. And Kizaru slashed at Linley at the speed of light. There was no panic in Linley's eyes. Leap lightly. While avoiding the air conditioning cover, he slashed at the light beam. Boom. The slash and the light beam collided fiercely. A violent explosion occurred in midair. Frozen time capsule. Seeing Linley lift into the air, Aokiji suddenly slapped Linley in his place. I saw a shock wave composed of cold air, attacking Linley with lightning speed. Meanwhile, Kizaru was not to be outdone. Turning into a beam of light speed, he quickly approached Linley, creating a chance for Aokiji's cold air to freeze. Now that they have joined forces, it has become an unchangeable fact. Then this battle must never be lost. Otherwise, the two alternate admirals actually lost to the world's #1 swordsman. How much gold will that bring to this title? It's too late to say it. Since the two were in different positions, they attacked Linley at the same time. Therefore, it is obviously difficult to take care of both at the same time. Unless he leaves the combat range with a silent displacement. Think about it this way. In a flash, he appeared behind Aokiji. Reproduced as the scene when suppressing Kizaru. Sword pressure. Conqueror stalks second-generation Onito at the same time. An invisible pressure wave pressed on Aokiji's body like a mountain. It is self-evident how strong Linley's sword pressure will be now. Even Aokiji was briefly affected. Quote! Quote. Just when Linley's second-generation Onitsu was about to hit Aokiji, a beam of light has quietly come to Linley's side. This made him realize that if he cut down completely, he would definitely be hit by the beam. In this regard, the extremely short time to think about it made him quickly make a decision. Immediately, he flashed again and avoided Kizaru's attack. Be careful, this guy is elusive, pay attention to his approach. Kizaru reminded loudly from the side. No, Aokiji nodded solemnly. If it wasn't for Huang Yuan's timely rescue just now, if he can't react in time, he may suffer a loss. So next, because of Linley's flash, he was fully on guard. Under the cooperation of the two who can take care of each other at any time. In a short period of time, Linley didn't take advantage of much. Just as the three of them were fighting fiercely, the appearance of a bullet interrupted the fierce battle of the three. 080, Dacheng gun art, mark of death. Caught off guard, facing the bullets that hit him, by the time Kizaru found out, it was already too late. Hastily, enter elementalization decisively. Still half a beat behind. A bullet wrapped around armament hockey. It hit the already injured shoulder directly. The moment of touch, suddenly there was an astonishing big explosion. Boom. Kizaru, who reappeared as a spot of light, clutched his shoulders, making him feel dense and angry. Just now, all the observation hockey hit Linley. Always be on guard against Linley's sudden approach. The result of this is to make him ignore the threats from the surroundings. This was a big loss. In this way, the already injured shoulder will be even worse. It is absolutely impossible to say that it will have no effect on his next combat effectiveness. At this moment, he only felt that this trip was a big loss. This month's salary is probably not enough to recuperate. Thinking about it this way makes me even more angry. Oh, Linley turned to look. The person came with a cigarette in his mouth, with a ponytail and Zuo Ying hanging down his bangs. Who is it if it's not Beckman? How did you come? Didn't he arrange for Beckman and Smoothie to sneak in with that imbecile and lurk for now? If I don't come again, you are not very good. Beckman saw the three people fighting stopped, and walked quickly to Linley's side. Originally, he and Smoothie disguised themselves and sneaked behind the Sabayati archipelago with the moron. It didn't take long to discover the movement coming from here. After thinking about it, I think Linley is the only one who will do it at this time. Immediately left Smuggy to watch over the imbecile, and he came alone to inquire about the situation. Who would have thought that Kizaru and Aokiji played 2 against 1 just as they arrived? Can he bear it? Although I didn't take advantage of it, I didn't suffer a loss. Linley smiled lightly. In fact it is. Despite his flash, he was guarded to death. As a result, he was unable to open the situation for a long time. But Kizaru and Aokiji will have nothing to do with him for a while. Although that is the case, this place is too close to naval headquarters after all. If Admiral is brought in, the situation will not be good. Indeed, Linley doesn't deny that. If Sengoku comes too, then he really had to run away. In this case, leave the injured one to me. I don't know why. Beckman looked at Kizaru strangely. So just arrived. Without even thinking about it, I gave him such a meeting gift. Kizaru. That's fine too. Anyway, Kizaru was injured. It is impossible to say that the combat effectiveness is still in its heyday. Hand it over to Beckman. Aokiji in this period is obviously not too difficult for him. Maybe we can end the battle as soon as possible. After all, it would not be a good thing to delay and attract Sengoku. A companion is here. Didn't this guy land on the island alone? Look at Beckman standing with Linley. Kizaru and Aokiji's faces were serious at the same time. even if it was just 2 against 1. Still didn't take advantage of anything. Although the same is true for Linley. But for them, this is definitely not the ideal result. It would have been embarrassing to play 2 against 1. The key is, at first they all thought Linley came alone. But if there is a partner, why didn't they walk together when they landed on the island? This has to be thought-provoking. Could it be? Kizaru and Aokiji exchanged glances. At the same time, I understood the meaning in the eyes of the other party. Could it be that Linley had something to do with the Celestial Dragon's kidnapping? The partner of the world's #1 swordsman is here. Now there's a good show to watch. Originally, the audience saw that the 3-person battle had reached a stalemate. Emotions also fell into anxiety. Can you FK Admiral and clean up the heavenly beings? They almost killed them. If only. Can you exit your bad breath today and add chicken legs to dinner to celebrate? If not, how about love? Very good. 2 against 2, that's fair. Sandersonia and Marigold couldn't help cheering at the same time. Even Hancock, who is relatively calm, does not consciously have a look of joy in his eyes. Hey, have you forgotten your identities? Street. Roswald finally regained his strength, and when he heard that the 3 slaves dared to speak for disrespectful inferiors, he was furious. Walked over and just wanted to make a move. Suddenly, I felt a chill coming from behind. Can't help turning back stiffly. The guards and Marine on the side seemed to be afraid that the owner of that gaze would do something. Quickly ran forward and blocked Street. Roswald behind him, even knowing it is useless. But this kind of attitude, but dare not do it. Damn it, Street. Roswald clasped his hands tightly, his face twisted in anger. Zhang felt extremely aggrieved. As celestial dragons, when have you ever been treated this way? So he asked the guard in front angrily. Have you contacted Admiral yet? Call him over quickly. Called. But. Saint Roswald's tone was extremely dissatisfied. Sengoku Admiral has gone to New World. Only Vice Admiral Garp and Great Staff Crane are left in Naval Headquarters. What? Garp? Forget it. Let the Crane come over. She's already on her way. At this time the two sides at war, after each other has determined their opponents, fight together again, without the care of the yellow ape. Aokiji, who played against Linley, undoubtedly fell into a disadvantage from the very beginning. After all, frozen fruit is not as fast as sparkling fruit. Rather, it is strong in control and defense. Facing Linley's slash, he could only keep using the bone-piercing ice wall to block it. Asking for flowers. Besides, Fang Yuan was hundreds of meters above the ground with him at the center. It has all turned into ice. And in the most central position, countless ice spears rose. From the very beginning, he adopted a strategy of waiting to attack. He knows it well. With Linley's exaggerated flash, it is simply impossible to freeze it. And the other side, Beckman also officially confronted Kizaru. Bang bang bang. Beckman, who realized within moments of the fight that Kizaru was better than speed, was constantly wandering around from the start. It didn't stay for even a second at all. Bullets kept firing from his flintlock rifle. It takes almost 3 seconds to change the magazine. Boom boom boom. Obviously just bullets, but once it hits the target, it will explode immediately. I don't know, I thought it was a cannonball. And Kizaru was not to be outdone. While dodging bullets at high speed, it continuously swung its beams at Beckman. Point 0. At the same time, holding the Tien Kongyan sword, he was constantly trying to get closer. After all, for a shooter, melee combat ability is mostly not as good as far combat ability. This is common sense. This is not good. As the chase between the two entered a fierce battle, cold sweat broke out on the forehead of the wandering Beckman. He had to admit a fact. Even if the bullet is wrapped with armed color, still hard to hit Kizaru. Even if it hits, he will elementalize and hollow out the hit part, causing the bullet to pass through. Importantly, yes is limited after all, but Kizaru's speed of light can be infinite. It seems that the bullet must be saved, and his trajectory must be calculated to grasp the most appropriate timing. If only bullets could bend. Thinking of this, he seemed to have a feeling. My mind became clearer than ever. Linley, who was attacking Aokiji on the side, still had the energy to pay attention to the battle between Beckman and Kizaru. In case Beckman loses, go to support in time. After all, Logia's fruit ability is really dominant in the early stage. If you compare the two powerhouses standing at the apex together, one aid Logia, another incompetent, the strength of the former in the early stage will definitely far exceed the latter. Especially the bug ability of sparkling fruit. Even Kizaru and Beckman haven't reached their prime yet. But at present, Kizaru is undoubtedly far ahead of Beckman. That is, Kizaru is injured, and the Beckman regiment has a chance to match him. In the original book, Beckman also has a lot of accumulation, and he has the qualifications to rival Kizaru after 20 years. Just when Linley was about to decide the outcome with Aokiji, suddenly, a system notification sounded in my ear. The target of the contract, Beckman, in the battle, will master the firearms technique he has learned in the past years, master it, improve it to a higher level, and reach Dacheng .081. Beckman is stupid. It's finally done. Hearing the system's prompt, Linley was really moved. Half a month ago, while still at Don Quixote family base camp, it can be known from the golden exclamation point. At that time, Beckman's gun skills were almost perfect. Dragged on until now, it was finally done. Thinking about it, it was so close to the door. In the battle, meeting an opponent of Kizaru's level is naturally a matter of course. More than half a month, it is not out of line with the description of recent. While suppressing Aokiji, Linley took the time to look at the introduction of gun art. Firearms art, Dacheng death mark, the gun art at its peak. When it hits the target, it is attached with a death mark, which can keep track of the enemy's movements at any time. Once triggered, it will explode according to the energy attached to the bullet. Corresponding power. In other words, can it cause secondary damage? As for being able to grasp the enemy's movements at any time, it must be because of the ability to sense the existence of the death mark. Having obtained a great gun skill, Linley's heart can be said to be calm. After all, at the beginning, I just wanted to verify whether the combat skills such as firearms skills could also obtain the new contract quota. After that, it has been confirmed by Kuina's 773. The answer is self-evident. However, even if he likes to fight in close quarters with this fighting style, it might be a good thing to have one more means. It seems that I really want to develop in the direction of an octagonal warrior. The octagonal warrior also represents omnipotence in the field of combat. No weaknesses. Kaido was once known as hexagon warrior. It is because of fruit ability, Conqueror's haki, physical fitness and speed. All properties are full. The octagon naturally has more fighting skills, as well as corresponding special methods and so on. In addition, after obtaining the great accomplishment gun art, he obtained 2 new quotas again. Presumably it was because of the firearms technique, which had already reached its apex. As a result, the number of places that can be contracted is now as many as 4. It can be said to be quite abundant. Come to yourself. Glanced at Beckman. Perhaps it was precisely because of his mastery of firearms that he gradually recovered some disadvantages in the chase battle with Kizaru. All kinds of rounded bullets show off Kizaru's face in a fancy way. The expression on his face was a little confused for a while. Don't understand why Beckman's bullets. Such a big change all of a sudden. Although still dominant, but Beckman's difficulty was beyond his expectation. And the battle between Linley and Aokiji. Before the system sent a prompt, the winner was about to be decided. Ever since the two started fighting, there is no doubt that the pheasant has been in a passive state of being beaten. It can almost be said that it can't pose much threat to Linley at all. After all, Linley just needs to do one thing. That is to avoid being frozen by Aokiji. The latter has nothing to do with him. In contrast, Kizaru's flash ability brought him much pressure. And Aokiji's ice age, although the scope is huge. But Linley's big deal is not to land. He has the ability to fly. In the air, the combat power is still not reduced by half. It's time to end. A battle with Kizaru, Aokiji, and the two. A long time has passed. And naval headquarters is quite close to Sabayati Archipelago. Like Beckman said, it would be bad if Admiral Sengoku was brought in. After all, it is the sphere of influence of naval headquarters. It's better to keep a low profile. Think here, flowing pink light, and dark red lightning, attached to second-generation Goosh again. At the same time, a huge and incomparably slashed from the sharp edge of second-generation Goosh. Boom. Wherever it goes, whether it's icicles, ice walls or ice spears, all of them are divided into 2. Seeing this, Aokiji waved his hand, and several ice walls immediately rose from the ground, trying to block the slash. At the same time, Linley's figure flickered, appeared quietly beside Aokiji, although the latter has been guarding against his approach, and took a lot of defensive measures, but still can't achieve much. From the beginning, it was basically how much he produced and how much was destroyed by Fu's slash or Yaochi bomb. At this time, being slashed attracted attention, although he still noticed Linley's appearance at the first time, but the latter's reaction speed is obviously faster than his. Boom. Second-generation Onitsu with bursting special effects. A heavy slash on Aokiji's back. Obviously haven't touched it yet. Aokiji was attacked first. For a moment, the whole person fell to the ground like shattered ice cubes. Wait until he rejoins from the ground. The military uniform on his body is covered with bloodline. Linley's second-generation Goosh refers to Aokiji's throat. Let's stop here. Aokiji looked at Linley with complicated eyes. Did not continue to do it. He also knew that unless he used Fruit Awakening, he would definitely not be Linley's opponent. Even if it is used, it may not be able to achieve much in the face of Linley's speed. In a big deal, people just flash people and it's over. Of course, if Linley wanted to kill him, it might take a lot of effort. Impossible. After all, dealing with Logia ability users, defeating and killing them are 2 completely different concepts. I lost. Aokiji obviously can afford to let go. Frankly admitted his defeat. Even now he still has fighting power. It is an indisputable fact that Linley cannot be threatened. Only, celestial dragons, you can't kill. He glanced at Saint Roswald not far away. Disgust flashed in Aokiji's eyes. But as the duty of Marine Vice Admiral, his tone must be firm. Of course, why should I kill him? But if you offend me, do you have to pay for it? Otherwise, where will I save my face? Aokiji doesn't deny this, obviously adopted a tacit attitude. In fact, he knew very well that if Linley really didn't care about it, he insisted on killing the celestial dragons. He can't stop it. The reason why he didn't kill him was because he didn't want to make things too big. One more. If that's the case, he can only die endlessly. Only, since 2 years ago, because of the Ohara incident. Seeing Akainu's actions made him feel lost and confused about the justice that Marine upholds. For the justice that persists, it has changed from burning justice to lazy justice unconsciously. In fact, if Akainu were present today, I am afraid there is no possibility of compromise. On the other side, the battle between Beckman and Kizaru continues. Linley flashed to Beckman's side in an instant and said with great interest. Rest, leave this guy to me. Beckman stopped in his tracks, thinking Linley wasn't enjoying himself enough, he couldn't help but shook his head. By the way, lend me your hair rifle. Quote question mark quote. Beckman froze with question marks all over his face. After a while, even though he didn't understand what Linley meant by this move, he still handed him the flintlock rifle in his hand. I saw Linley casually shooting a shot at Kizaru not far away. Also just one shot. Immediately afterwards, he saw a horrified scene. I saw the trajectory of the bullet, erratic, appearing and disappearing from time to time. In the blink of an eye, he came to Kizaru, who was also full of question marks. Just when the latter judged the position where he was going to hit himself. When elementalizing that part in time, the bullet flashed suddenly and disappeared without a trace. Then suddenly, it appeared again, and hit the original injured part of Huang Yuan accurately. Boom! An astonishing explosion came from Kizaru. Quote question mark quote. Kizaru, who was injured again, had question marks on his face, and his face was so gloomy that water could almost drip. There is no doubt that his shoulder injury is even more serious. This time, what a loss. Just when he was about to say something, just saw Linley return the flintlock rifle to Beckman, then turned his back on him and walked towards Roswald Street. Then, exclamation mark. Kizaru, who was completely unexpected, was directly blown away by the sudden explosion. When he is recondensed from photons, more and more bloodlines will not be mentioned for the time being. The whole person is called a 1.0 in a mess. Seeing Linley walking towards Roswald Street, he wanted to step forward to stop him. But I saw Aokiji walking over, blocking me with a blank expression. Forget it, as long as the celestial dragons are safe, the mission is complete. Although the heart is very angry. But Kizaru, who was originally planning to be an actor, thought it was really reasonable. Plus it was proposed by Aokiji. Someone is taking the blame. So it went smoothly, even if, the incomparable hope in his heart could make Linley feel hurt. Is it a coincidence? Sluggishly, he took the flintlock rifle from Linley. With a stiff neck, he turned his head to look at Linley's back. Beckman was completely dumbfounded. The world's #1 swordsman. Firearms skills are actually stronger than him. Does this really make people alive? See both sides truce. The onlookers were stunned. Co-authored, the world's #1 swordsman, master of both swords and guns. 082 The sweet fruit is returned, the abyss cold iron is in hand, and the nail buried in the world government. Leave those 3 girls in the box, and, get out. Linley took every step closer. St. Roswald's guards and marines will protect him and take a step back in fear. Damn it, St. Roswald still wanted to make a fuss. But the guards beside him were all terrified. Roaring in the heart, that's pretty much it, they don't care if you're a celestial dragons. Didn't you see that both admirals can't help? ... Little life is in danger. What the hell are you doing? Hurry up and kill me. Poof. Pointing to Kizaru and Aokiji's Roswald-san, the words are not finished. The whole person was frightened by gaze and directly collapsed on the ground. It was like having a terrible nightmare. Somewhere got uncontrollably wet. The guards resisted the stench and helped him up. Under all kinds of persuasion. Under the escort of the guards, Roswald left the area of the auction house in a hurry. Kizaru and Aokiji sighed almost simultaneously, seeing that Linley really didn't do anything. The two, who felt ashamed and humiliated, didn't have the nerve to stay here to suffer. So I followed the disgraceful get out. Thus, the box is in the hands of the 3 Hancock sisters in Roswald Street. Guard fell into Linley's hands. The onlookers saw that the winners were actually Linley and Beckman. The joy in his eyes was barely concealed. Perhaps the scruples were liquidated. No one dares to cheer loudly. The purpose is achieved. Nature cannot stay for long. Linley immediately brought the 3 Hancock sisters to Smoothie's hiding place. Along the way, Hancock saw Linley and Beckman, just chatting about something she didn't understand. Didn't care about them, although a little confused about the next fate. But he didn't dare to ask more questions. However, looking at Linley's back, his eyes couldn't help but be filled with gratitude and admiration. The same goes for Sandersonia and Marigold beside her. It's just compared to the 2 sisters. In Hancock 23's eyes, there is an emotion called longing. Today's encounter, for her, undoubtedly an experience that will never be forgotten in the future. The first is extremely desperate, and now full of hope. All this stems from the figure in front of him. Tae, obviously age doesn't look much older than her, but he can easily control his own destiny. It even changed the fate of the 3 sisters. If you don't meet him today, Hancock himself can think of what will meet him. While looking forward to it, she couldn't help feeling emotional in her heart. If only you could do the same. Due to the Celestial Dragons Kidnapped event, the Sabayati archipelago is infested with surveillance phone bugs. Nothing along the way can escape Linley's eyes. With the knife in hand, everything turned into residue. Thus, in a short time, it is impossible for Marine to find their traces again. Consider Kizaru and Aokiji's compromise. Mostly only temporarily. In the final analysis, it is to prevent him from killing. Thus saving the Celestial Dragon's life. Once you wait until Sengoku arrives, the situation is different. Therefore, we must hurry up before this. Complete the Abyss Iron deal. Of course, he didn't know that at this time, Sengoku had already gone to the G1 branch of New World to garrison due to the big move of the Whitebeard pirates. Are you back? What's the situation now? Seeing Linley and Beckman coming back, Smoothie couldn't wait to step forward and ask. But when he saw the three Hancock sisters following behind him, he couldn't help but be puzzled. They are. The poor man that the auction house met was probably abducted here by human traffickers. Since I saw it, I will save it. Linley responded casually. That's it. Smoothie looked at the three Hancock sisters suspiciously. Can't see why at all. After all, Hancock, who is only 12 years old, is still relatively immature and has not yet grown up. The appearance of the world's #1 beauty in the future is even less visible. How to deal next? Most of the trading places have already been covered by a net. Smoothie asked worriedly. No need to worry. Beckman checked the time on his watch. Judging from the situation just now, Marine's highest combat power here is estimated to be the two vice admirals just now. Sabayati Archipelago is only an hour's flight away from naval headquarters. At least half an hour has passed since Linley and Kizaru started fighting. So, to be on the safe side, the original method may be too late. Just bring this imbecile to show up above board, and deliver the goods with one hand. Then evacuate as soon as possible. Linley nodded. He thought so too. Originally, there was naturally another, more secure plan for how to trade. That set of plans can completely prevent Marine and CP0 from knowing that he did it. But now obviously there's no need to be too thoughtful. Kizaru and Aokiji, beat them all. Celestial dragons, grab and grab. Add another charge of kidnapping. So what? Anyway, in the eyes of Marine and even the world government, his threat level will be greatly increased in the future. It is estimated that the bounty will also increase by such a big wave. After making a decision, in order not to happen unexpectedly, Linley opened the chest obtained from Roswald Street. Guardhouse. Inside the box, there are two devil fruits of different shapes. Handed the one, obviously Paramesha, to Hancock. This is devil fruit. If you eat it, you will gain some self-protection power. If you don't want what happened today to happen again, perhaps it was out of trust in Linley for saving their sisters from suffering. In addition, we can know from the conversation between Linley and Smoothie just now. Linley didn't mean to take her as a slave. Just save it. Grateful Hancock, almost without a second thought, took a bite. Suppressing the disgusting taste, he ate the whole thing. Contract target Hancock, eat the sweet fruit, return 18 times. Since the form of dog fruit, phantom beast species and Sesshomaru has not yet awakened, the return will be changed to the form's skill, sound confusion, and awakening degree of fruit in the form of killing pill 5%. Oh, it was beyond Linley's expectations. Originally, he thought that if the target of the contract ate the devil fruit, he should also return the new devil fruit ability. Unexpectedly, because the Sesshomaru form has not yet awakened. As a result, the refund has changed. Sound confused. Sound confusion. When you don't speak, you can increase your own charm. When you speak, you can control the unsteady people through your voice, making them obey the controller's orders. The length of control depends on the will of the controlled person. Control. Ignore the messy things in front of you to increase your own charm. Originally, Linley's appearance was already off the charts. The charm is naturally not small. Seeing this description, Linley couldn't help but shine. Because this skill can be said to be just right. In this way, there is no need to show up above board. Instead, just control the imbecile. The goal can be easily achieved. Thinking of this, I immediately changed my original mind. You take the three sisters on board first, and go to sea first, and I will come later. Quote question mark. Quote. Beckman and Smoothie were taken aback at the same time. I don't understand why Linley suddenly changed his mind. I suddenly thought of a better way. If you leave first, I can plan better. This, may be out of trust in Linley. Plus knowing that Linley has the ability to fly. Therefore, the two of them agreed without much hesitation. But, Hancock, on the other hand, looked concerned. Isn't it too risky to leave you alone? Although I am very happy to be out of the sea of suffering. But she didn't want any surprises for her benefactor. She still thinks that when she grows up, she can repay Lin Fu's kindness. Be good, be obedient. Obviously only 3 words, and the tone is very light. It seems that he just said it casually. But Hancock blushed instantly. She hadn't heard a voice so soft since she was born. Wait for Beckman and Smoothie to evacuate with the 3 Hancock sisters. Linley immediately opened his mouth and cast a spell on the imbecile. Town No. 27. The agreed place of transaction. Kizaru and Aokiji returned here for the first time. The reason why he decisively chose not to continue to entangle with Linley. Hitting is one thing, saving Roswald Saint's life was another thing. But more important, this is undoubtedly their main purpose this time. Assist CP0 with Abyss Cold Iron, and trade Chalv's Saint with Kidnapper. After confirming the safety of Saint Chalv's, kill these kidnappers in one fell swoop. At this time, either CP0 or Marine, they all surrounded the town in the dark, inside and out. Even in the nearby towns, a large number of troops have been deployed. Just wait for the kidnapper to arrive with Saint Chalv's. Come and catch a turtle in an urn. Has the monitoring not been fixed yet? Sorry, not yet. The Marine soldier looked puzzled. It is estimated that the #1 swordsman in the world didn't want us to know his whereabouts, so he destroyed the surveillance phone. But in this way, it will have a great impact on our future work. There are many places that cannot be monitored. In case the kidnappers come from these places, that would be passive. Kuzan, do you think it's possible? Kizaru, who had a bandage on his shoulder, raised his mouth at Aokiji with lingering fear. Aokiji understood, clearly understood what he meant. In fact, during the battle with Linley, the two already had such suspicions. Otherwise, they never believed that Linley just appeared by such a coincidence. If it's really him, that's it. Kizaru felt extremely helpless. If it's really Linley, what can I do? Is it possible to do another fight? The issue is, he is injured now. Even if it is considered a work-related injury this time, it can be reimbursed. But no one wants to have 2 more wounds on their body, right? How much salary is a month? Is it worth working so hard? And they've all lost face and lost their hair. Could it be possible to ask him to put his face close to slap others? This behavior must be too crazy, right? Just when the two of them looked helpless, hoping that it would never be as they guessed. Marine, who was staring at the monitor, suddenly stood up excitedly. Saint Chalves appears. What? Kizaru and Aokiji immediately stood up and walked quickly to the surveillance office. Then, new questions follow. Why only Street? Chalves, where's the kidnapper? Could it be because you discovered our arrangement and took the initiative to release Street? Chalves, Kizaru and Aokiji exchanged glances. Both puzzled. At the same time, in my heart, I secretly breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it has nothing to do with Linley. At this time, the controlled Street. Chalves seems to have regained his former glory, and changed back to the Celestial Dragon's attire. Walking swaggeringly on the streets of the 27th town. Soon 190 came face to face with several CP0 agents. St. Charles, are you all right? What can I do? Street. Chalves said with a strange face. Am I not doing well? But, where's the kidnapper? Just let you go like this. Didn't you specify that you need the cold iron from the abyss to trade? Oh, are you talking about this? St. Chalves took it for granted. There are no kidnappers at all. From the beginning to the end of this incident, I directed and acted on my own. I just wanted to see if you, CPO and Marine, take our celestial dragon seriously. Looking at it now, it's really good and worthy of praise. Everyone in CP0 heard this. Without exception, they were all covered. I was angry and annoyed. But I dare not show it on my face. The face under the mask was flushed red. Goddamn self-directed and self-acted. Just this fat pig with this IQ. They didn't dare to question Street. Chalves, so they had to bite down the grievance and swallow it in their stomachs. By the way, what about Abyss Cold Iron? Facing Street. Chalves' inquiry, everyone dared not answer, so they had to, respectfully, say. It's ready, right here in this town. Very good, then, help me deliver this stone to this place. As he spoke, Street. Chalves took out a note from his pocket. There is an address written on it. This stone is also what I want to use, it is of great use. After sending it there, remove your people. I don't want your little secret to be discovered by you, understand? Although quite speechless, it is also quite annoyed. But due to helplessness, CPD and others also agreed to do it. Wait for Kizaru and Aokiji to get the news of, self-directed and self-acted. People are so stupid. Celestial dragons, are you playing them like monkeys? Thus, Linley obtained the half-meter-sized, Abyss Cold Iron, so easily. Although I don't know if Street. Chalves will be because of this, ridiculous, move. Being investigated by the Knights of God. But no matter. For him, it doesn't matter. If only Street. Chalves was safe in the end. Presumably with the willpower of Saint. Chalves, the ability of confounding is enough to control him for a long time. In addition, he left his contact information. Replenish control anytime, anywhere. He can also be arranged to do things, anytime, anywhere. This is equivalent to planting a nail in the world government. Waiting for him to quietly fly back to the ship with Hontai. Smoothie and Hancock et al. Haven't cheered yet. Just happened to be sailing head-on with Crane's boat. Momosugi, Gion, who was on Crane's boat at this time, met Lin Shuelai's eyes. 083 suddenly. Beasts are facing a huge crisis. Crane's warship and Linley's boat fell into silence at this moment. Except for the sound left by the sea breeze and seagulls. Nothing else. Two people facing each other. There are completely different emotions in the eyes. What Ziyuan saw was complicated and at a loss. I don't know what to do at this moment. On the voyage to Sabayati Archipelago, she and Staff Officer Hida continued to receive information from the Sabayati Archipelago. Almost knew everything in detail. Logically speaking, as a Marine, there is no reason to face pirates. As long as you see them, you should be arrested and brought to justice. Abide by your responsibilities as a Marine. Last time, it was on the island where the Don Quixote family headquarters was. Due to the huge difference in combat power between the two sides, Crane didn't want to fight to the death. Based on this premise, she asks her idol and target for advice. Although it is a bit out of date, it is not too much. And this time, the reason for the Sabayati Archipelago event. It also made her extremely entangled. She had thought, even if Linley is her ultimate goal as a swordsman, she is the Yu Shang, who aspires to surpass. But once you make a move that endangers the world, she will fight it at all costs. No mercy, even if you lose to the enemy, you will pay the price of your life, and you must stick to the justice in your heart. Yeah, does offending celestial dragons count as endangering the world? It's not like she hasn't dealt with celestial dragons before. Know more about the virtues of celestial dragons. It is no exaggeration to say that it is a group of rotten fish and rotten shrimp. If it weren't for the realization of one's own ideals and ambitions and the implementation of the reasonable justice in one's heart, she can't stand the behavior of celestial dragons. Doctor, the reason for the offense, apart from Linley's need to protect his face as the world's #1 swordsman, was to save a few slaves from suffering. What kind of harm is this? As the #1 swordsman in the world, Saint Roswald opened his mouth and kept his mouth shut as an inferior person. Isn't he shameless? Besides, originally, buying and selling slaves was extremely inhumane. If this kind of thing happens, let yourself bump into it. In other words, all the evil deeds done by celestial dragons were caught by themselves. What will do? In the dead of night, she had thought about this question countless times. Since you claim to be righteous, when you see injustice, should you succumb to power, or stick to the justice in your heart? How to do? How should I choose? She does not know. Perhaps, this is also something she deliberately avoided in her heart. In other words, in the entire naval headquarters, all Marines with a bit of conscience, except Garp, are more or less avoiding this kind of thing deliberately. Now, maybe she still doesn't know what to do. But she knows a little bit. I couldn't pull out Jinpyra by myself, so I aimed at Linley. Crane seemed to see her struggle. With a long sigh, he finally broke the silence. Let them go. Ziyuan has no intention of fighting at the moment. And what can she do alone? Count on a group of subordinates. What's more, even Kizaru and Aokiji are no match for Linley. Joined forces, but still can't win. When his companion arrived, the situation quickly turned. She asks herself, she is definitely not Kizaru or Aokiji, anyone's opponent. What would happen if war started now? The answer is self-evident. If only Garp came. Crane can only feel so emotional. But, she also knew it was impossible. At naval headquarters, Garp heard that the celestial dragons were offended. Instead of being filled with righteous indignation, he gloated and even praised Linley as the culprit. As soon as they heard that they needed support, they immediately refused. Guess he can't wait for celestial dragons to learn more lessons. Totat, Sengoku went to the new world again. In this way, except for letting them go, when they didn't see it. What else can I do? At this moment, Linley seemed to be looking forward to it too. Will Ziyuan, the little fan girl, hurt Kizaru and Aokiji because of the celestial dragons and herself, and do it to herself? Waited for a long time. The two ships almost passed each other, but there was no movement from the warship. Linley couldn't help laughing dumbfounded. I don't know what to feel in my heart. But soon, he couldn't help feeling suspicious. Why isn't Sengoku here? An accident happened to celestial dragons, shouldn't it be Admiral? In the beginning, there were only Kizaru and Aokiji. He can understand. After all, it is the Admiral of the future. The current status in Marine is estimated to be only under Sengoku, Garp and Crane. Zephyr has turned instructor after all. Ignored commonplace things for a long time. But it's not Admiral who came to support, so it's a bit incomprehensible. Of course, the strength of Crane and Ziyuan is not weak. If Suru cooperates with Aokiji, Jiwan cooperates with Kizaru. Linley himself will definitely not lose. But Beckman is doomed. At that time, it would be 4 against 1, and he would be the opponent. In the end, he might have to escape. Thinking about it this way, although I am still puzzled, it is not completely incomprehensible. So it's them. Seeing it wasn't Marine Admiral, Beckman and Smoothie were relieved. The former took a puff of smoke, exhaled it slowly, and watched the warship getting farther and farther away from the boat, and asked in a deep voice. Shall we go straight back to East Blue now? No, let's take them home first. Although Linley knows that Hancock's hometown is in Daughter Island. But he obviously didn't mean to say it directly. Instead, Smoothie asked the answer in a friendly manner. So, the boat headed for Daughter Island in Calm Belt first. Taking advantage of his spare time, Linley opened the system interface. Host. Linley. Age. 13. Fruit. Inugu Fruit Phantom Beast Sesshomaru Form Awakening Degree 43%. Skills. Flying, Silent Displacement. Audio Confusion, Hockey. Observation Hockey, Foreseeing the Future. Passive Armament Hockey, Advanced. Emission Conqueror's Hockey Entanglement. Physical Arts. Swordsmanship Introductory, Physical Arts Introductory, Firearms Dacheng Death Mark. Contract Target, Kuina, Hancock 8/11. The reason why the upper limit has been changed from 9 to 11. It's because Beckman's body has returned the Dacheng gun art. 2 places were given at one time. As for the return of Hancock, no new spots have been added. Linley was also quite surprised by this. Presumably, this is because the Sesshomaru form has not been awakened, and there is no ability to obtain new fruits. But this is also reasonable. Otherwise, if the Sesshomaru form is not awakened, you can get the new Devil Fruit ability. #Ba. Once you find the right Devil Fruit for Beckman and Black Maria, Kuina. If you get the refund again, wouldn't you have the power of 3 Devil Fruits at once? In this way, the number of places will inevitably increase by 3. This is somewhat unreasonable. At that time, what kind of fruit ability should the Return of Awakening degree be returned to? If it is shared equally, the shape of the killing pill is enough to wake up. And Hancock's return, in addition to gaining the ability of confusion, also gained 5% of the Awakening degree. Not much though, but don't forget, Katakuri Fruit awakened, returned 89 times, and only increased the awakening degree by 38%. Now you can get 5% just by eating devil fruit, which is quite a lot. Moreover, this also enhanced Linley's constitution and demon power a lot. A few days later, the boat entered the calm belt and stopped at Daughter Island. Originally, the three Hancock sisters wanted to invite the three of Linley to go to the island, so that they could show their friendship as landlords. But Linley only wants to return to East Blue as soon as possible at this moment, and turn Yan Shengjong into a supreme sword. He politely declined. However, the snake fruit bamboo Yi Ching form, this ordinary zone. He left it to Hancock, and let her distribute freely. In fact, except for the golden exclamation mark over Hancock's head, her two little sisters, Sandersonia and Marigold, also have exclamation points over their heads. Only green, only slightly better than white. The exclamation mark level from low to high is white, green, blue, purple, gold, red. Linley naturally didn't like it. Not even blue. Black Maria is the only exception. The weight in his heart is not the same. As for the ordinary zone devil fruit, he even looked down on it. I don't know when I will go back to Ghost Island, and it's too troublesome to take it with me, so I just invested in Hancock for a small amount. For this, the three Hancock sisters are naturally grateful. While on the boat, they knew the meaning of devil fruit. It's not as resistant as the original book when I was young. So I reluctantly bid farewell to the three of Linley. The three of them set sail again, heading towards East Blue. The journey was not smooth, but there was no threat. After more than 10 days, the boat finally returned to the village of Shimotsuki in East Blue. Along the way, Linley spent most of his time studying the particularity of Abyss Cold Iron, trying to find a way to combine demon power and two-color hockey outside Yanmo. It cannot be said that there is no gain at all. But the harvest is not as big as imagined. In this regard, Linley also knows that this needs a process. Naturally, such a terrifying skill cannot be mastered easily. Wait until you return to Yixin Gymnasium. Let's not mention Kuina's cheers and excitement for now. When Kozaburo saw such a big piece of Abyss Cold Iron, his eyes almost popped out. The eyes staring at that Hontai were full of longing. It's like staring at your dead wife. He couldn't help but sigh with emotion in his mouth. The cold iron given to the old man back then is less than a quarter of this piece. In this way, the old man can almost be said to be 90% sure of turning Yanmo into a supreme sword. That's hard work, master. It's okay. The old man should thank you. It was you who made this old man fulfill his wish before he died. It should be said. Koshiro on the side laughed and chimed in. Father, you and Mr. Linley are perfect for each other. Indeed, the curator is right. Both Beckman and Smoothie agree with him. That's the truth. Recreating Yanmo, the old man estimates that it will take at least 7 days. Please wait patiently. It's okay. Linley shook his head and laughed. Anyway, when we went to look for Handy, the few of us decided that after we found it, we would stay in the village for a while and enjoy the tranquility here. That's right, now I can finally get what I wanted. Smoothie was clearly delighted, holding Kuina, playing happily in the open space. And Beckman also watched this scene with a smile on his face. That would be all the better. Just when the three of Linley thought they could stay in Shimotsuki village with peace of mind for a while. The next day, Lin Fu was slapped in the face by Guang. In the guest room, Bolu, hello. Linley pressed the phone bug's answer button, only to hear Jin's dignified voice coming from it. Linley, now I found something, it's not good. What happened? Hearing this, Linley immediately frowned. Can make Jin say such words? I am afraid that what I encounter is by no means simple. Even though Big Brother Kaido told me not to tell Zhao Lahao to you, but after thinking about it, I still feel the need to tell you. Some time ago, we found many spies in the capital of Flowers. After being tortured, it was revealed that he was a member of the Whitebeard Pirates. Whitebeard Pirates, good. Jin's voice became more and more dignified. At first, we didn't take it to heart. But recently, spies stationed overseas have received information. Pluton, Rayleigh and some of the original Rogers crew, such as Copper, Jabba, gathered in the Whitebeard Pirates. And, at this moment, it is approaching in the direction of Wano-kuni. What? Linley was taken aback for a moment, and immediately his face changed drastically. What the hell are they trying to do? I don't know, but it must be that the person who came is not good. Okay, I see, hurry back now. Hang up Linley of the phone bug. His eyes were full of frost. Whitebeard Pirates, Roger Pirates, is it for Kazuki Oden? Apart from him, Linley couldn't think of any possibility that would bring the Whitebeard Pirates and Roger's remnants together. And the target is also Wano-kuni. It seems. I can't wait for Yanmo. The situation is so urgent. Linley couldn't have waited 7 days before leaving. Even, this time rushing back, I couldn't take Beckman and Smoothie with me. With my current physical strength, if I rely on flying, I estimate that my physical strength is barely enough. Thinking of this, I immediately called Beckman and Smoothie. Wano-kuni has changed dramatically, and I must rush back now. You stay here, and after Yanmo is rebuilt, bring me back to Wano-kuni. 084 Explosion. Gathering of the Strong, an unprecedentedly powerful crusade against the Alliance. After an explanation, it was too late to say goodbye to Kuina and the others. Then it turned into a ball of green light without stopping, and disappeared into the sky. Linley, who was flying at high speed, had a serious expression on his face that was ultimate. Whitebeard, Rayleigh, Jabba, even without considering other people. With these three alone, the beast's pirates are hard to beat. Even counting him as the same. Whitebeard, needless to say, in this current period, the strongest man in the world is also the strongest among known strong men in the world. This point was at least acknowledged by Golden Lion, who was also one of the three great pirates. After Golden Lion escaped from prison, he went to the ship of Whitebeard pirates and had such a talk with Whitebeard. From now on, it will be the era of Whitebeard. It's only been 2 years since this happened. What about Rayleigh? Rayleigh in this period is undoubtedly still in his prime. Combat power is definitely stronger than Oden. How much stronger is open to debate, but there is no doubt that he is stronger than him. As for Jabba, Roger's right-hand man, the third in command of the Roger pirates. In the 4th year when Oden went to sea, the Whitebeard pirates and Roger pirates fought on an island for 3 days and 3 nights. Jabba and Oden also singled out for 3 days and 3 nights. No difference, even though Oden improved faster later. Jabba is also unlikely to stand still. Now even if it is slightly weaker than Oden, it will not be too weak. Basically in the same class. That is to say, the top combat power, the Whitebeard pirates and the Roger remnants, have 3. Look at the beast's pirates side. At the same level, only him and Kaido. Moreover, whether it is him or Kaido, I am afraid that there is still a distance from Whitebeard. This point, he knows it well. So this fight, no matter how you look at it, the situation is quite dangerous. Even bring Beckman on, I am afraid that there is still a big gap between the current Beckman and Jabba. Bringing a person to fly will undoubtedly consume a huge amount of energy. Fly back to Onishima from East Blue Shimotsuki village. Almost half of pirate world is separated. In case of exhaustion, the consequences could be disastrous. The top combat power that decides the outcome of the great battle is still so. Not to mention under the top combat power. Now the backbone of the beast's pirates, the 6 volleys have not yet grown up, and some have not even appeared. As for the 3 disasters, there are only Jin and Quinn. Onino on the other hand, what about the Whitebeard pirates and the Roger remnants? Same level, at least a dozen of them. At least, any 4 besiege Jin and Quinn. The rest of the people were almost one-sided massacres against the rest of the hundreds of beasts. He won't take chances, let alone get stuck in the door and think that Whitebeard is just going to Kaido, his former companion, too, reminiscing about the old days. If this happened 7 days later, Linley was also a little more sure. With Yanmo, who can be included in the 12 skills of the Supreme Sword, Linley's combat effectiveness can undoubtedly be enhanced a lot. But the reality is often less than ideal. He looked at the small piece of abyss cold iron in his hand. This is what he cut in advance before handing over the half-meter-sized piece of cold iron to Kozaburo. Even while flying, he also doesn't want to waste time groping. But for the ability to master the method of integration, in a short time, there is not much hope. We must think of some way, otherwise, we will definitely lose. Think here. Linley, with an ugly face, immediately shifted the flight route slightly. Logically speaking, the best flight route should be to fly directly from East Blue over Red Line, and then enter New Century via North Blue. In this case, it is almost a straight line. But after some consideration, Linley decided to enter the Grand Line first, and then fly over the Red Line from the Grand Line to enter the New World. On board the Moby DK heading towards Wano-Kuni, Whitebeard, Rayleigh, Jabba and others, as well as a group of captains, were sitting on the bow of the boat drinking while discussing the battle plan. Our movement is not small, I'm afraid we can't hide it from anyone. Whitebeard said in a solemn voice. But one thing is for sure, we have taken the lead. The battle plan is very simple, cut the mess quickly. Our main ship will land on the island first. After killing Kaido, take care of the Independent Sons, and drive the beast's pirates out of Wano-Kuni in one fell swoop. Before the BIGMOM pirates come to support, end the battle early. When the time comes, go find Oden's missing family members and return Wano-Kuni to them. Yes, as it should. After taking a sip of the wine in the jug and putting it down, CDFJ, slowly, both Rayleigh and Jabba nodded one after another. The former adjusted his glasses and said, Wano-Kuni, we've all been there. How to enter the most dangerous sea area and the waterfall that goes straight into the clouds. We are quite experienced. They Roger pirates, just went twice. One time, Chianyu Toki, Momonosuke, and Hiyori were sent back to Daxia. Another time, after the Roger pirates were disbanded, Oden was sent back to the country. Without exception, both times entered Wano-Kuni unharmed. At that time, the only thing to worry about is the ambush. Presumably Kaido and the others have already heard about our movements. It's inevitable, too. Whitebeard shook his head slightly. We're getting too much attention in the world. Any large-scale battle cannot be done quietly. However, with your participation, the odds of winning this battle will be greater. As long as Kaido is defeated as quickly as possible and his head is removed, casualties can be minimized. In fact, without the addition of Rayleigh and other Roger remnants, he may not be able to make up his mind to avenge Oden. The reason is simple. The beast's pirates have 2 top players. Even if he is confident in any one, it is impossible for him to be his opponent. But as long as one of them holds him back, another to deal with Marco and other captains, I am afraid that the casualties must be extremely heavy. Even if it is a victory in the end, it must be a tragic victory. He cannot afford such a price. It's different now. In terms of top combat power, the 2 sides have reversed. And the backbone, I am afraid that in this world, there is no pirate group that can compare with the Whitebeard pirate group. Coupled with some crew members of the Roger Pirates, they are also at this level. The backbone is almost a one-sided trend. Thus, the entire Crusade alliance, it can be said to be unprecedentedly powerful. Even compared to the ununited Rocks pirates, it will not be inferior too much. After thinking about it, Whitebeard made a final decision. Kaido, leave it to me to deal with it. Then, the so-called #1 swordsman in the world, leave it to me. Although news has been received recently, he has appeared in Sabayati Archipelago. But it is said that that kid has the ability to fly, and he will definitely rush back when he receives the news. Rayleigh took up the words immediately. Originally he wanted to kill Kaido with his own hands. But considering Kaido beat Oden after all, and he's better than Oden, but by a limited margin, not quite sure, letting Whitebeard come is undoubtedly the safest choice. It wasn't just Whitebeard who wanted fewer casualties. So did he really didn't want to see any of his companions die again. The scene of parting from Oden in the past is still vivid in my mind. You guys are really, seeing that the two chose the strongest opponent respectively. Jabba was obviously helpless, but he also knew that this was the most reasonable arrangement. Actually, apart from us, Shanks also clamored to come, and said that he found a reliable partner, but I refused. Thinking of Roger and the intern he saw so much, Rayleigh shook his head and laughed. It's the one with the red hair, right? It's him. That kid, I'm afraid there will be a place for him in the future. Whitebeard's eyes are bright. Now, there's no need to get involved. Also, except Kaido and Linley. According to the information received, the Beast's pirates were the opponents are only Flame Ember and Plague Quinn. These two are left to you, Jabba. What about us? Marco and the others asked enthusiastically. The stronger ones were all allocated by the three big bosses. What are they doing? Except for the four mentioned just now, the rest will be handed over to you. As long as you dare to resist, the Holy Spirit will not be forgiven. But be careful, try not to hurt the people of Wano Kuni. Our purpose is to avenge Oden, not destroy his country. These captains do not need to intervene in the battle of the top powerhouses. In this way, relying on the lower combat power of the Beast's pirates. I'm afraid, there is almost no chance of hurting them. Got it, father. Although the captains felt a little regretful, they still nodded in unison. The captain of the 16th squad, Yizang, nodded his head, and his eyes flashed with engraved hatred and the excitement that his revenge would be avenged. In his heart, he thought crazily, Master Oden, soon we will let you down to see you. All in all, everything is safe, and the main thing is to protect yourself. Whitebeard urged again, seeing that the captains nodded seriously. This is complete peace of mind. Rayleigh was listening on the sidelines, doubts gradually appearing on his face. The strange thing is, BIGMOM pirates, it seems that Charlotte Linley has not been seen for a long time. Instead, her son, a guy named Katakuri, presides over everything in the world. There, I'm afraid there is something inside. I think so too. Whitebeard nodded. In my impression, she is not the one who is willing to form an alliance with the enemy after being defeated. But now is not the time to waste your mind on her. As long as the battle ends before the BIGMOM pirates support, there is nothing to worry about. Determine the battle plan. The whole group is full of enthusiasm and fighting spirit. The captains shouted loudly, Oden, here we come. The other side, New World, Marine G1 branch. Sengoku and Akainu, West are summarizing the information they have gathered recently. Are you sure, Akainu? Yes, the direction of the Whitebeard pirates' voyage has been confirmed, it is Wano Kuni. Akainu's face was stern, and he responded meticulously. Since he came to the G1 branch, just keep an eye on everything in New World. Initially, the main targets were the Beast's pirates and the BIGMOM pirates. Always be on guard against these two major forces, whether there is any move to spread the influence out of New World. Unfortunately, it has been silent all the time. In the end, it was Crane who discovered Don Quixote family in North Blue, which seemed to be incorporated by Beast's pirates. And in New World, it's be the first to discover what's happening with the Whitebeard pirates. What happened? Sengoku was really puzzled at this moment. I don't understand why the Whitebeard pirates have been silent for a long time. As soon as he took the shot, he aimed at the Beast's pirates, who are also the three major forces. It can't be a land grab, can it? With his knowledge of Whitebeard, this is absolutely impossible. After all, his relationship with Whitebeard, like Garp and Roger, know each other quite well. Not sure. Akainu frowned slightly, and said with rare delay, maybe, something to do with Kazuki Oden, the samurai from Wano Kuni. If it's him, I remember this warrior, who was once favored by Whitebeard and Roger, and boarded the ship of both. If there is anything else that can unite these two forces, I am afraid that is the only reason. After all, Wano Kuni is that samurai's country, and Kaido is now occupying it. Sengoku almost thought for a while, and guessed it was close to 10. It's just that he wasn't sure if that was actually the case. So, Sengoku Admiral, are we doing something? Akainu's eyes seemed to be quite eager. How about taking this opportunity and waiting for both sides to lose out, and then I will swallow it together? Sakazuki, it's not as simple as you think. Sengoku shook his head. If it is really like what Akainu said, if you can lose both sides, that would be great. But he doesn't like Beast's pirates. After all, no one knows the strength of the Whitebeard pirates better than him. Now add the Roger remnants. Scary to think about. If their marine takes action, there will be more people, and the control of other areas will decline. When there are fewer people, then it is time to send. There is no doubt about it. In case the worst happens. Fighting against each other, the two forces found that Marine was stalking him. Is it possible to join forces to destroy Marine first? These are all things to consider. However, it is impossible to remain indifferent. Go to it for sure, but the scale of the trip can't be too big. At the same time, Ghost Island, Kaido, Jin and Quinn are sitting in the meeting hall of Onijima. His face was extremely gloomy. 085 A fight to the death. Face unprecedented enemies. This moment, in the meeting hall of Ghost Island, the air was filled with extremely tense atmosphere. Brother Kaido, Linley already knows. Now, it is estimated that they are on their way back. After thinking about it, although Kaido thinks that there is no need to inform Linley, Jin still speaks out of his self-assertion. Kaido frowned slightly, and the expression on his face was obviously dissatisfied. But after thinking about it, in the end I didn't say anything, reprimand. Maybe, it was said that there was no need for Linley to come back. Just being a lousy to save face. One more, just in case something happens to you. At least it won't be wiped out. In fact, even Yamato, who had planned to temporarily send Wano-kuni. Wait until all the dust settles. If you can defeat the Whitebeard pirates, then bring them back. If not, with Linley's help, at least the bloodline can continue. But now, since Linley is coming back, it doesn't matter whether you send it out or not. If something happens to him and Linley, Yamato, who is only 8 years old, I'm afraid. Forget it. Thinking of this, Kaido suddenly stood up. The originally gloomy face was completely empty. It's like a cloud-covered sky has become clear. The fighting spirit suddenly rose. I haven't seen Newgate for many years. If he still thinks that I, Kaido, is still a trainee on the Rock's ship, it's a big mistake. World's #1 man. So what? If you use your name, you can defeat others without fighting. In this world, there are not so many disputes. And he, Kaido, is he afraid of powerful enemies? Big deal fight to the death. See who has the last laugh. You don't need to be too nervous. Wano-kuni, there is a natural danger to defend. Even for the Whitebeard pirates and Roger's remnants, there may not be too many people who can finally pass through that waterfall. In terms of numbers, we still have the advantage. That's the way it is said. Just as Quinn was about to say something, Jin interrupted him. Now is not the time to talk about frustration. If we're going to be safe, our regiment will leave Wano-kuni. But in this way, years of planning and accumulation will be destroyed. I cannot accept. Brother Kaido will never accept it. Linley, I won't accept it. Besides, if the Whitebeard pirates and Roger's remnants come, we will be frightened and get out of here, and spread the word. What face do we have to hang around in this sea? That's right, Jin is right. Kaido raised the wine gourd, poured a few sips of wine into his mouth, and said with murderous intent. Want to avenge Oden? Then be prepared to die for it. From now on, temporarily suspend the export of seastone weapons. Let the people below equip all these weapons and arm them to the teeth. Seastone bullets, unlimited supply. Saying that, walk more to Wano-kuni's map in the chamber. Pointing to the Julie area. From the waterfall to the territory of Wano-kuni, the first place to log in is in the Guri area. That's the closest login location. But there is also the possibility of going straight to Ghost Island. We don't know how much they know about Wano-kuni, so we have to be prepared. 9 Mile region and Ghost Island, you must prepare an ambush. 1. Poison. Quinn, I'll leave this to you. In the past 2 days, we must hurry up before they log in, and produce as many highly poisonous bullets as possible. Understood. Duodian Palace. Quinn nodded seriously. Secondly, the artillery unit. Jin, I leave this to you. Ambush them at the most likely landing site. Quote, as for the large army, stay on Ghost Island for now. Wait until the time comes to determine where they will choose as the login location, and then go to assemble in advance. Certainly, I won't let them get into Wano-kuni that easily. Said, Kaido couldn't help but put a sneer on his face. By the way, Big Brother Kaido, the reinforcements of the BIGMOM pirates have already set off. But, due to the sudden incident, it may not be possible to catch up in time. No problem, it's the best if you can catch up. If you can't catch up, there's nothing you can do. After all, it's our beast's pirates' business. After some discussion, the three of them immediately prepared various arrangements intensively. Queen Mother Anthem, Katakuri and Cracker stood at the bow with serious expressions and anxious eyes. It seems that some are dissatisfied with the speed of the anthem. Katakuri muttered to himself, I don't know if I can catch up. When he received the message, when I learned that the Whitebeard pirates invaded Wano-kuni together with the Roger remnants. Immediately held an emergency meeting with the brothers and sisters. During the meeting, there are those who agree or disagree with supporting allies. But under the unanimous resolution of him, Ross Perot, and Cracker, the decision to go to support was passed immediately. And, he leads the team himself. Finally, I have the opportunity to repay Linley's kindness. And they are allies. How could he miss such a thing? The only worry now is not being able to catch up. I can only do my best and obey the destiny. Cracker leaned against the wall of the bow and sighed softly. We have already set off at the first time, if we can't catch up. Even if you can't catch up in the first time, with Linley's strength, you will never lose in a short time. At this moment, Dafu, the third son of the ant, came from the cabin. Katakuri, don't worry too much. You should have some confidence in him, after all, he beat Mom. That's true. Hearing what Daifuku said, Katakuri finally felt relieved. But I still pray secretly in my heart. Linley, Smoothie, you guys, don't worry. The big move of the Whitebeard pirates and Roger's remnants. At the beginning, it was only circulated among the three major forces of Marine and New World. Asking for flowers, but at some point, it quietly spread to the first half of the Grand Line. Known by more and more people. Upon receiving the news, Morgans, president of the World Economic News Agency, immediately ordered the reporters stationed in the waters near Wano-kuni to rush to Wano-kuni at full speed, in order to collect first-hand information after the start of the war. Since Roger's death, nothing like this has happened in the world. Who will win? It's really exciting. Anyway, I believe this time, the newspaper will be a big hit. Thinking of this, a golden light representing Pele appeared in Morgan's eyes. Before, the reason why he gave a special report to Linley. This is also one of the important reasons. Sabayati Archipelago. Hawkeye heard that Linley was here. Almost upon hearing the news that Linley and his companions defeated the two marine monsters and offended the celestial dragons, they rushed here immediately. Unfortunately, when he arrived, Linley had already left. Just like his trip to the world not long ago. The two missed again perfectly. It appears, he has returned to Wano-kuni. Apparently, Eagle Eye, who was at the Sabayati Archipelago at the entrance of New World, also heard the news. Although going at this time, it's a little inappropriate, and, if it's Whitebeard. However, it's really not reconciled to not being able to see him. Hawkeye thought about it, although I feel that the beast's pirates may not be able to survive this disaster unharmed. If so, Linley is one of the beasts. How can it be an exception? After thinking about it, he finally made up his mind to take a trip. It is impossible to fight against the world's #1 swordsman today. Determine the gap between each other. Or even just meet up. No matter what, he couldn't be reconciled. Anyway, if you want to practice, where can you not practice? Thinking of this, it didn't take long after landing on the Sabayati Archipelago, and Hawkeye embarked on a journey again. Naval Headquarters, Marshal's Office. At this time, Sora was communicating with Tsuru, Garp, and Sengoku in the G1 branch through the phone bug. Preliminary determination of the next Marine action plan. At this moment, Ziyuan broke in suddenly. On his face, he was obviously quite anxious. I'm going to Wano-kuni. Such a great opportunity, surely our Marine will not let it go. Hearing this, don't mention the stupefied Sora and Garp. He stood aside, took a deep look at her, and sighed silently. In the next few days, more and more people's eyes gathered on Wano-kuni, eager to witness this big event enough to be recorded in the history of pirates. Some people may wonder why this big event happened. But now, more people are eager to know the final result in the first place. Meanwhile, Marine and other forces launched corresponding actions with different purposes. Time flies by. On this day, the Moby DK finally came to the sea off Wano-kuni. BU 086 Wano-kuni Coastal Battle, the heat from the sky. Wano-kuni offshore is ahead. The water is turbulent and intricate. If you choose the wrong current, not only will you not be able to get close to Wano-kuni, but you may be caught in the vortex and damage the boat. Marco held up the binoculars, turned around and said with emotion to the crowd. It's like when we first came to Wano-kuni. At that time, I stayed in the Julie area for 2 full weeks before the Moby DK was repaired. It was also that time that I met Oden, who was still a daimyo in the Guri area, and became our partner. Everyone in the Whitebeard Pirates heard this. There is nothing but a smile on the face. In the past, Oden went through 3 days and 3 nights of trials, and finally became a family with each other. I just feel like I can see it now. It seems like yesterday. Thinking of some of the interesting things, the corners of his mouth can't help but rise slightly. Oden also told us about this. Rayleigh walked up to Marco and patted him on the shoulder. Without you, maybe we might not have met Oden. Roger's dream may be far away. Speaking of which, thanks to you. Not bad. 090. Jabba and other members of Roger's remnant group also echoed affection for Oden. They asked themselves, no less than the Whitebeard Pirates. Although we were only on the ship, we had been together for a year. But such a fantastic year. Enough to make them unforgettable in this life. These years, after the Roger Pirates disbanded, it is these good memories that make their retirement life not too boring. You guys have the nerve to say that you only borrowed Oden for a year, but you never came back. Ha 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 ha, this is Oden's own choice, and there is nothing we can do about it. Rayleigh, who was laughing with everyone, shook his head, his voice became lower and lower, and the upward curve of his mouth disappeared. In the blink of an eye, everything is a bandit. Oden's death, in their minds, was very different from Roger's. The latter itself is dying. In order to start the Great Pirate Era, he voluntarily surrendered himself. Although they are reluctant, they are also willing to respect Roger's will. But what about Oden? Was killed by someone. Obviously when we parted, we still meant goodbye to each other. When I received his message again, it was already an eternity. Thinking of this, looking at the turbulent current ahead, the idea of revenge in my heart became more and more vivid. At this moment, Whitebeard heard the movement, and walked forward with Kong Yunchi in his hand. With a firm gaze, he said with a firm tone, because of this, only after Kaido's head is cut off, can we have the face to worship in front of Oden's grave. Good. This time, Kaido's head must be decapitated. The day we meet Oden is not far away. Or rather, close at hand. At this moment, everyone on the Moby DK, whether it's the Whitebeard pirates or the Roger remnants, they all believe in this. Just when the helmsman chose the best sea current and drove into Wano Kuni quickly, a huge monster appeared in the clouds ahead. I saw a giant dragon hovering between the clouds. 2 red lights burst out from the dragon's pupils. Roar. Dragon chant resounded through the sky at this moment. It's Kaido. From the moment the giant dragon appeared, everyone who had discovered its traces immediately entered a state of alert. Whitebeard's face was calm, and there was no surprise in his eyes. As expected, Kaido will not let us land easily. Marco, implement according to the plan. Got it, father, Marco responded, and immediately flew towards the fleet not far behind the Moby DK. According to the plan, in the beginning, you only need to log in from the Moby DK. And the number of subsidiary fleets is too large. It is an easy target to be attacked. Naturally, there is no need to rush forward. Fortunately, we let Namuel coat the Moby DK in advance. Even if you fall into the sea, you can sail freely. Namur, the captain of the 8th team of the Whitebeard pirates, is a Murloc who has mastered the coating technology. It can be said that in order to crusade against Kaido, everyone is well prepared. It's not like when you first came to Wano Kuni and didn't know anything about Wano Kuni and the surrounding waters. Not good. Izo, who had been staring at Kaido, suddenly shouted. I saw crimson energy constantly accumulating in the mouth of the giant dragon. The purpose is self-evident. No need to make a fuss. Jabba calmly patted him on the shoulder. Kaido will come to stop you, didn't you expect it a long time ago? Leave this to Newgate and Rayleigh. During the conversation, Whitebeard and Rayleigh were not idle. The latter pulled out his long knife straight away, and Kaido, who was full of frost, slashed towards the cloud. Swish. The incomparably huge sword energy is like a crescent moon. With lightning speed, he directly slashed towards Kaido in the air. Boom. At the same time, the enthusiasm in Kaido's mouth has also been accumulated. A giant shock wave that was several kilometers long and filled with flames spewed out from his mouth. In the blink of an eye, the shock wave collided fiercely with that round of crescent moon. I saw the incomparably sharp meniscus. At the moment they touched each other, everywhere they went along the way, they all split the giant flame shock wave into 2. And at an astonishing speed, gradually approaching Kaido. Boom. Kaido is not to be outdone. The hot breath in his mouth continued to spurt out of his mouth. Perhaps it is because of the constant flow. However, although the crescent moon is extremely sharp and indomitable, it has no follow-up power. Finally, within a short distance from Kaido, he was melted by the heat. Afterwards, that huge flame shock wave directly blasted towards the Moby DK. Kacha kacha. Seeing this, Whitebeard punched the air. Dense cracks quickly appeared all around. In an instant, the sky above the Moby DK seemed to be approached by an invisible vibration. The heat blasted in it, and all of them were scattered without exception. It turned into rain of fire and fell on the surrounding sea one after another. But none of them landed on the Moby DK. Whitebeard sneered. He didn't mean to reminisce with his former partner at all, and shouted at Kaido in the cloud with murderous intent. Use any other tricks, more. Once we land, it will be your death. Sea heat interest did not achieve the desired effect. Kaido didn't care about it either, not to be outdone, and said. It depends on whether you have the ability. Want to avenge Kazuki Oden? Let's talk about logging in. As he spoke, the dragon's body spun rapidly like a spinning top. Even the clouds were involved in his actions. Kaido's entire dragon body is thus exposed to everyone's sight as a minister. In a blink of an eye, with Kaido's high-speed rotation, there are several huge tornadoes around. Rolled up the turbulent waves, like several dragons in the sea, surrounded the Moby DK in all directions. And approaching with astonishing speed. This, how do you deal with it? With a cold snort, Kaido stared fixedly at the Moby DK. Let's wait and see. Seeing that the violent tornado was about to hit, everyone on the Moby DK didn't intend to panic at all. Whitebeard stood at the bow and gave the order without hesitation. Sink to the bottom of the ocean. So, under the control of the well-prepared helmsman, the Moby DK plunged headlong into the water. Disappeared without a trace on the sea. Sure enough, 2.8 is coming. Seeing this scene, Kaido's eyes flickered and became dignified. Of course, dignified is dignified. Of course he wouldn't be so naive. By itself, it is enough to block the Whitebeard pirates and Roger's remnants in front of Wano Kuni. It seems that we can only wait for them at the waterfall. Scanning the distance to the sea, there is still a huge fleet of ships some distance away. He thought about it. After all, I have no interest in competing with these insignificant minions. So as not to be held back here, let the Moby DK take the opportunity to log in. After all, the main ship can sink into the sea. Can't the ships in the fleet? A long time, the Moby DK suddenly jumped out of the sea in front of the waterfall. Looking straight ahead into the clouds, the uncanny waterfall. There is nothing but a passionate shout. Kaido is close at hand, Beast's pirates are close at hand. Today is their end. Everyone, let's remove the Beast's pirates from this sea. Kill. 087 Clash of Clouds. Amazing domineering collision. Tongtian. Waterfall is the last pass before landing in Wano Kuni. Because it is at a right angle of 90 degrees. Therefore, very few ships can ignore the laws of physics and go vertically upwards. But Moby DK is clearly not on this list. Accompanied by the turmoil of the people on board, the fighting spirit was like a rainbow. The Moby DK seemed to be a sharp knife piercing the enemy's heart. Also like the ferocious sea king swimming in the sea. At an astonishing speed, it is rushing towards the right-angle waterfall. At this time, Marco did not know when he returned to the ship and volunteered. Dad, I'm going to keep an eye on Kaido. On the entire Moby DK, only Marco has flying skills. Ask him to stare at Kaido, Whitebeard will naturally not refuse. He knew that Kaido would not let them land easily. They will definitely find ways to stop them under the waterfall. As expected, Marco had just left when he saw Kaido, who had turned into a dragon, emerge from the clouds again. Coming. At this time, BB was still on the sea. If you are not careful, you may be swept into the sea. In this way, falling from a high altitude will start all over again, and the ship will be damaged. Naturally, Whitebeard couldn't just sit back and watch this happen. Then he snorted coldly, Wano Kuni is so close, how can you stop us here? As he said that, he immediately shouted at Marco who had just taken off. Catch me later. Got it, Dad, don't you want to? Rayleigh on the side seemed to see his plan, and raised his hand holding the long knife, as if he was eager to try. 23. Whitebeard nodded grimly. Next second, the whole person shot straight into the sky like a cannonball. Boom. Kacha kacha. The resulting recoil even made the deck of the ship full of cracks. From this we can see how much recoil force caused by Whitebeard's move. You know, although the Moby DK was not made of the precious tree atom wood. But even if it is inferior, it will not be too bad. Especially after straying into Wano Kuni many years ago and damaged it once. Maybe it's because we don't want similar incidents to happen again. It is specially reinforced. To say it is invulnerable may sound like an exaggeration. But it is true. Kaido. Whitebeard exploded like a cannonball, with dark red lightning flashing all over his body. Kong Yunkut's blade became pitch black in an instant, and a dazzling stream of light flowed on it. Almost in the blink of an eye, Kaido appeared in front of him. Because Whitebeard's burst was too sudden and the speed was too amazing. Kaido, who didn't expect him to make such a move at all, widened his dragon eyes, and didn't have time to respond with enthusiasm. In a hurry, he had no choice but to stretch out his hard dragon claws, which were also entwined with dark red lightning. Boom! Before the dragon claw and Kong Yunch came into contact with each other, an earth-shattering air wave erupted. The surrounding clouds were instantly blown away by this wave of air. Diffusion towards the more distant clouds. Wherever he went, the clouds all disappeared. At the same time, numerous dark red lightnings, like natural lightning in a thunderstorm, staggered vertically and horizontally. The dark red light seems to be a scar that has been torn apart in the sky. It is so frightening. What an amazing collision. Scary conquerors. Even Jabba, the third in command of the Roger pirates, couldn't hide his horror when he saw this scene. He asked himself, if it was him, he would definitely not be able to do this. He is still like this. Not to mention the captains on board at this time. Seeing this scene, Blackbeard, who was hiding in the corner, looked at Whitebeard full of admiration, but murmured unconsciously. As expected of father, if I can get that fruit. Just as a man and a dragon collided in the air and were in a stalemate. The Moby DK was climbing up at an astonishing speed, and in a blink of an eye the climbing to the sky waterfall was already halfway through. And the two people in the collision, as if stuck in the air, seemingly indistinguishable. However, on Conqueror's Hawkeye, known as the strongest man in the world, and this era, all by the name of Whitebeard, whether it is quality or quantity. In this period, there is no doubt that it is better than Kaido. Conqueror's intertwined collision, in the final analysis, is the collision of quality and quantity. It is also a collision of the spirit of the holder. Whitebeard, in front of the throne of One Piece, completed the dominance. If he intends to succeed Roger and ascend to the throne of One Piece, it can be said to be a piece of cake at his fingertips. In contrast, Kaido has not yet grown to ultimate at this point. The titles of World's Strongest Creature and Single Up Strongest have not yet fallen on his head. Even his gaze has just started from Wano Kuni to the whole sea. In terms of courage, how do the two sides compare? Therefore, it is clear that Whitebeard is rushing from bottom to top. But Kaido, who turned into a dragon, is condescending. But where the two sides collided, they gradually tilted towards Kaido. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. Seeing this, Kaido made a decisive decision and stretched out another dragon claw, which was also entangled with dark red lightning, and blasted at the place where the two sides collided. This is the only way to stabilize your body shape. But, in the outcome of this collision, Whitebeard still has the absolute advantage. Boom. After a long time, this collision finally reached the limit. Kaido's huge body, under the impact of the aftermath, continuously retreating hundreds of meters before barely stopping. At this time, Whitebeard's rising strength seemed to have reached the limit, and his body began to fall. But he clearly expected it. Both feet stepped on the void suddenly. Kacha kacha. The force of the vibration made his falling speed come to a standstill. Even, let him rush towards Kaido like a cannonball again. Seeing this, Kaido let out a long roar not to be outdone, quickly accumulating strength in his mouth. Roar. Next second, boom. A huge blast of flames aimed straight at Whitebeard, who was rushing towards him. Being in the air is not as good as the ground. Can't move and dodge easily. But Whitebeard clearly had no intention of dodging. Grasping Kong Yunchi tightly with both hands, raising it above his head, he slashed down heavily against the flame shock wave rushing towards his face. Swish. I saw an extremely huge slash. With the momentum of thunder, it forcefully split the flame shock wave into two. In the blink of an eye, Kaido's body was hit head-on. Roar. Kaido, who was hit by this blow, only felt his body twitch, and blood spurted out of his mouth uncontrollably. Although no wounds were caused. But that destructive force directly passed through the dragon's scales, ignoring the defenses on his body, and directly caused damage in his body. This is where armed colors come to the ultimate application. Even remotely, it can also destroy internally. Ooh, Kaido, who was spitting blood, not only did not have anger in his eyes, but was filled with excitement. He couldn't help laughing out loud. Good, very good, Newgate, I'll be waiting for you at Wano-kuni. Fight to the death. At this moment, Kaido has realized the dragon form, and it is difficult to compete with Whitebeard. In fact, even against Kazuki Oden, it's going to be tough. What's more, the strongest man in the world, who is much stronger than him. Exodo, he just wants to use his strongest fighting stance to fight Whitebeard one more time and never die. With that said, he turned and left without hesitation. Next time, I will cut off your head. With a cold snort, Whitebeard returned to the Moby DK safe and sound under Marco's support. Wow, for a while, the cheers caused by driving away the harassing Kaido were almost deafening. Because then, there's nothing stopping them from entering Wano-kuni. Father, the nearest landing place is the Julie area, are we going to land there? After the Moby DK successfully entered the Wano-kuni inland sea, Marco's face was so excited that it was hard to restrain himself. Can't wait to hold Wano-kuni's map and ask. No, Whitebeard shook his head instantly. Go to Ghost Island. The 9-mile area, after all, was Oden's territory back then, and the aftermath is probably not trivial. The land must not be destroyed, let alone the people of Wano-kuni. Yes, we are going to fight against Kaido, we must not involve innocent people. Rayleigh also echoed from the side. Got it, father. So, at the behest of Whitebeard, the Moby DK can't wait to sail towards Ghost Island. Before driving, I saw the destination of the Moby DK who boarded the waterfall. After returning to Ghost Island, he immediately called Jin and Quinn over. Order the submarine force to dispatch. Destroy their ships as much as possible. Gunners, ambushing on the shore of Ghost Island, as soon as the opponent lands, launch an attack immediately. Big troop, stand by at any time. Also, let Yamato and the others go to the flower capital to stay. Yes, brother Kaido. The battle was imminent, and after receiving the order, the two did not dare to delay for a moment, and left quickly. Looking at the backs of the two of them, Kaido couldn't help muttering to himself. That kid Linley should be able to catch up. Original. He saw that the other party was coming straight to the Ghost Island, and he planned to create a flame cloud to float the Ghost Island. But then I thought about it. With the devastating ability of Whitebeard Shock Fruit, wouldn't such a huge target become a target? That's why the plan was abandoned. Didn't think about it for long. Kaido turned into a dragon again and flew to Mayon Widao. After falling to the ground and transforming into a human form, carrying the 8 fasting commandments, the ultimate killing intent flickered in his eyes. Next, the battle that will decide the life and death of the beast's pirates. It's about to start. 088 log into Ghost Island, start a war, start a war. The big brother has been away for more than half a year. More than 2 years, well, soon. Yamato needs to work harder. When big brother comes back, we must surprise him. Yamato, who is sweating hard, is practicing the family stick technique. Even though I feel exhausted. But when he thought of the figure in his mind, a sweet smile appeared on his face. It seemed that that figure could bring her an inexhaustible motivation to practice. When the time comes, I can go out to sea with big brother, right? Hey Thunder 8 trigrams. A stick swung out, although the mace looks quite out of proportion to her figure. Taller than her, but when it is waved, it still looks good. Obviously, when Kaido is free, he spends a lot of time on his daughter. And not far from her, Black Maria and Jack are also practicing hard, swaying their youth and sweat. It's just compared to Yamato who practiced alone. The two were holding giant long knives and were constantly fighting each other. Dang dang dang, Jack, even Yamato has realized the color of knowledge, and now you haven't. We need to work harder. I know, in fact, I already have feelings. If you put more pressure on me, maybe you can understand. Before Linley left, he gave some suggestions on how the two fought. Therefore, Jack did not use the 2 strange weapons in the original book. Instead, he learned from Jin and used a giant long knife. The same goes for Black Maria. At this time, the 2 people in the fight. Jack is like a big, clumsy guy. Because I haven't comprehended observation Haki yet, could barely keep up with Black Maria's movements. So even if the hard power is stronger than her, can't hit anyone, almost equal to 0. Not long ago, even Yamato realized observation Haki. You can imagine how anxious Jack was. Since then, even fruit development has been delayed. Training observation Haki with all his might. So far, he actually has a faint feeling. At this time, Jin came from a distance and waved to the 3 of them. Brother Jin, what's the matter? Because the 3 little ones are obsessed with cultivation. Therefore, they are unaware of the crisis that the beast's pirates are about to face. Even the chill and tense aura that has become more and more obvious on Ghost Island has not been noticed at all. Maybe it's 3 little ones on weekdays, almost 2 points in one line. It's not about practicing, it's about eating and sleeping. There is very little entertainment. Logically speaking, at the age of the three little ones, they are only 9 or 10 years old. It was almost impossible to calm down. But maybe more than half a year ago, Linley's departure let them realize the importance of strength. Only then did he work hard and determined to follow in Linley's footsteps. Leave immediately and go to the inner city of the capital of flowers. To the capital of flowers. Why? The three little ones were taken aback, completely puzzled. No reason, don't hesitate, leave immediately. Jin's tone was unquestionable, and he explained casually. Onijima is about to be invaded by powerful enemies, you will only get in the way of big brother Kaido when you are here. Oh, got it, it is because of strength again. Unconvinced expressions appeared on the faces of the three little ones. But they also know, with their strength, staying here will not only be useless. On the contrary, it is more likely to become a burden. Therefore, without thinking too much, he quickly boarded the pre-arranged ship under the leadership of Jin. On board, in addition to the three little ones, there are also several subordinates who are loyal to Kaido. Strong enemy, who will it be this time? Fortunately, nothing happened, and Yamato couldn't help being curious. It's not like she didn't ask Jin when she boarded the ship just now. But the latter obviously didn't want to pay attention to her. Seeing them boarding the boat, he casually said a few words and left. I don't know. In short, just don't make trouble. Black Maria, who has always been mature and stable, has traveled from the training mountain to the port. It was obvious that something was wrong. But she may be afraid of Yamato's worry, so she didn't tell her discovery. After all, the matter has become so serious that they need to go to the capital of flowers to refuge. This is the first time this happens. Last time Kazuki Oden's rebellion was resolved without even getting to Onijima. And this time, and who is it that dares to break into Wano-kuni, which is closed to the outside world? Jack on the side seemed to be still looking for the feeling of being knowledgeable. Just kept nodding and didn't speak. Soon, the ship landed in the Rabbit Bowl area. Because it is not the first time. Therefore, Sanshao only brought a few men who looked fierce and sinister, and entered Wano-kuni unimpeded all the way. The Wano-kuni people along the way saw everyone, although they were still a little afraid, but some of them were more courageous, so they mustered up the courage to come forward and say hello. In this regard, the three little ones will respond politely. For more than half a year, Wano-kuni has actually undergone quite a few changes. Due to Wano-kuni's government affairs, Hydro is now in charge. With his benevolent character, it is naturally impossible to be as cruel as the Kurozumi snake. It can almost be said that we are doing our best to benefit the people of Wano-kuni. With the help of various programs provided by Linley, almost every month, the number of seastone weapons required by Beast's pirates has been exceeded. If Linley knew of this situation, it is estimated that there will not be many surprises. After all, efficiency is often not achieved by blind exploitation. Instead, incentives and punishment go hand in hand. More likely to increase efficiency. If the river is exhausted and the fisherman is fishing, people will be tortured to death. Where is the strength to work? The overload of the body is one aspect, and the more important thing is the spirit. For the desperate, maybe being able to die happily is considered a kind of happiness. On the contrary, if it can give people who are already desperate, even a small bit of hope, it will make it feel like grabbing a life-saving straw. I will try my best to catch it. For example, people who used to eat weeds and tree roots suddenly ate steamed buns. And as long as you work hard, you will be able to eat steamed buns continuously. Will he still work hard? They're all starving. In addition, the establishment of a virtuous production cycle is also the achievement of Hydro in the past 6 months. As a result, the environment in Wano-kuni is much better than it was half a year ago. Therefore, under the vigorous reform of factories and people's livelihood. In addition, when Kurozumi Orochi was in power, he suppressed the expectations of the people to the lowest level, laying a good foundation for the reform. In just over half a year, Wano-kuni has taken on a completely new look. At least it is very different from when Kurozumi Orochi was in power. In addition, before Linley left, Twojin sent a special team to educate the people of Wano-kuni. Perhaps the time is still short, and not much has been achieved. But under the combination of many factors, from the Rabbit Bowl area to the City of Flowers, the smiles on the faces of the people along the way have increased a lot. And some figures, wearing uniforms that are completely different from Wano-kuni's clothing. There was a look of pride on his face. Seems proud to be wearing the uniform. All of this is inseparable from the governance plan. Wano-kuni is really different now, Black Maria said with sincere emotion. Both Jack and Yamato had a deeply appreciative expression. Soon, everyone came to the inner city of the capital of flowers. Here, including Kaido, Jin, and Quinn, there are special mansions. Don't care if you can't live. Anyway, Hydro wisely prepared it for them. Also send someone to clean it from time to time. Of course, Yamato naturally also has his own mansion. Princess Yamato, are you here? A woman with reddish-brown double ponytails and a pink jumpsuit is directing the servants to clean up. Seeing Yamato and others coming, a look of surprise appeared on their faces. Xiaoren, why are you here? I have nothing to do, so I have to come to help. Shinobu was originally a member of the imperial family. Since Kurozumi Orochi was killed, and the royal court Fanjong was incorporated by Beast's pirates. She didn't leave either. Originally, I wanted to stay. Take a look at Linley's support. How will Hyogoro govern Wano-kuni? Let's see now. Really different from before. Just need to complete the task on time. Kaido et al. Beasts Pirates leadership. I have no interest in coming to Wano Kuni to hang out. And Binguro has always been benevolent and righteous. There is no doubt that the days of the people of Wano Kuni are becoming more and more hopeful. In her spare time, she has occasionally arranged to go to Ghost Island to participate in the so-called re-education and training. It was also at that time that I met Only. As time goes by, in the beginning, the royal court Fanjong also had tasks from time to time. But the further you go, the more leisurely you will be. The role of the royal court Fanjong itself is equivalent to the imperial guards of the capital of flowers. The capital of flowers is prosperous and peaceful, and the royal court Fanjong can also be regarded as beasts pirates to a certain extent. In this way, few people dare to make trouble in the capital of flowers. As for the arrogant and domineering beasts in the past, also because Kaido was satisfied with exceeding the production quota, it is important to maintain stability. Therefore, the subordinates were restricted. Mandatory requirements cannot disturb the people, so that there were bad incidents that happened on the street in the past. There are very few now, like a rogue, or some samurai or something. It is almost extinct. Certainly, maybe in the future, as people's expectations get higher and higher, dissatisfaction will gradually grow. But in a short time, I am afraid this phenomenon will not happen. While Yamato and Black Maria were chatting with Shinobu, Jack suddenly shouted excitedly, I seem to have learned. Black Maria, you can compete with me again. At the same time, over the Yamato mansion, a green light suddenly flashed. Time back to a few hours ago. After Jin sends the three little ones away, immediately rushed to the shore of Ghost Island. Walk over to Kaido. Brother Kaido, everything has been arranged. Kaido nodded, his eyes fixed on the sea level, motionless. There are Murlocs in the Whitebeard pirate group and Roger's remnant group. The submarine attack may not have much effect. In the end, we still have to head-to-head and fight to the death. Aren't we already ready? Ember said in a deep voice. Despite the current situation, it can't get any worse. But since we are not ready to give up on Wano Kuni, we have to fight to the death. There is no other choice. Only, at this moment, Quinn, who was smoking a cigar, also arranged all the preparations and came to Kaido's side. It would be great if I could come later on this day. Although the current Beasts Pirates has grown a lot compared to half a year ago. But compared to the Whitebeard Pirates, or the Whitebeard Pirates with Roger's remnants, they are still far behind. It's meaningless to say that now. Jin waved his hand. It's a pity that the spies of the Whitebeard Pirates were caught some time ago, but they were not taken seriously. Otherwise, you can make more preparations. For example, invite the support of the BIGMOM pirates in advance. But, who would have thought? Whitebeard Pirates, do you really dare to come? And Roger's remnant group actually participated in it. If there were only the Whitebeard Pirates, would they be afraid? Quinn, are the bombs planted? Slowly exhaling a mouthful of thick smoke, Quinn said with a ferocious face. We are guests from afar, let them taste the great gift prepared by my uncle later. Between the three of them talking, a huge ship slowly appeared on the sea level. It was the Moby DK. Coming. Sure enough, as expected, the submarine force is estimated to have been wiped out. Too late to feel sad, Kaido immediately ordered. Order all the troops to take their positions. As soon as the enemy lands, launch an attack immediately. Yes, brother Kaido, ahead is Ghost Island, sons, ready to cut off Kaido's head, holding the whitebeard that cuts the clouds, his face is frosty, and his voice is thunderous. Certainly, we've waited long enough to avenge Oden. Until we kill Kaido, we must not let it go. All the captains' answers were loud and murderous. Seeing this, Rayleigh also drew out the long knife at his waist, and said coldly. Ghost Island is home to the Beasts Pirates. Everyone, after landing on the island, you don't have to show mercy. As long as it is an enemy, there is only one word, kill. Of course, to deal with enemies, no matter how cruel you can be. Everyone in Roger's remnant group, although the number is much smaller, but the overflowing murderous aura was no less than that of the captains of the Baituan. At this time, the Moby DK was on board. There are about 100 of the king's people. More than 100 of them are members of the Whitebeard Pirates. Includes Whitebeard, 15 captains, and elites picked from each team, such as Blackbeard and others. And there are only a dozen or so members of Roger's remnant group. But there is no doubt that all of them are elite. There were no more than 30 people in the Roger Pirates back then, but now it accounts for more than 1/3. Marco, once Kaido is defeated, fly to the waterfall and land the fleet. Today, I will never see another Beasts Pirates in Wano Kuni territory. Or die, either. Get out of Wano Kuni. But no matter, Kaido must die, and within Wano Kuni, all foreign forces must be cleared this time. This is the ultimate goal of this crusade against the Alliance. With Marco's nod, at this time, the fighting and killing intentions of the people on board almost condensed into substance. The Moby DK is hundreds of meters away from Fang Yuan, and no sea kings or ordinary fish dare to approach. Soon, since Kaido didn't arrange any more obstacles, the Moby DK quickly approached Oni Island. Don't rush to log in, be careful. When they were still some distance away from Ghost Island, Whitebeard slammed his fist into the air. In an instant, accompanied by the power of terrifying vibration, the entire surface of the sea, like boiling water, kept churning. Soon a huge wave more than 10 meters high was formed. heading towards Ghost Island. Ooh, it's not fun. Kaido shook his head disdainfully, immediately turned into a giant dragon, and spun like a spinning top in midair. In the blink of an eye, several tornadoes appeared before the huge waves, constantly rolling huge waves into sky beams. Clatter clatter. In an instant, there was heavy rain in the sky. How much affected a little line of sight? Seeing huge waves didn't help. But a heavy rain will undoubtedly damage Kaido's arrangement. So Whitebeard didn't hesitate any longer. Immediately shouted, "Go to the island and fight." 089 Dragonman Kaido versus the world's strongest. As the Moby DK docked, more than 100 people on board, at Whitebeard's behest, quickly jump off the boat. Brandishing a weapon, he rushed towards the coast with a murderous look. Kill kill kill, it's time to avenge Oden. Seeing that the target who desires to cut off the head is close at hand. Whitebeard, Rayleigh, and Jabba looked at each other, and they all saw the eagerness and killing intent in each other's eyes. Instead of following the usual practice, I chose to let my partners explore the way first. Because for them, the life of every partner is very important. So the three jumped off the Moby DK and landed in front of the crowd, taking the lead. Leading more than 100 people behind him, like a sharp knife, piercing Kaido's heart. At this moment, the bomb that had already been planted on the coast began to explode violently as everyone entered the bomb area. Boom 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 boom. All of a sudden, the aftermath was everywhere, like thunder rolling, and the gravel and dust were splashed, causing thick smoke to spread in all directions. The line of sight, which was already affected by the heavy rain, undoubtedly deteriorated further. For ordinary people, in this situation, if the line of sight is blocked, if one is not careful, they will be blown to pieces in an instant, or even wiped out in severe cases. BDI. These more than 100 people have all mastered observation Haki without exception. While moving and dodging, the vast majority of people easily escaped the aftermath of the explosion. Continue to charge without stopping. Although there were still some people who were unable to dodge for a while, they were affected by the explosion. But because he used armament Haki to harden his body in time, at most he suffered some minor injuries. Dry bloodline and hold on to your weapon. Stand up again, and continue to follow the background of your partner with unwavering eyes and rush forward. It seems that it does not affect the combat effectiveness at all. Damn it, because of the heavy rain, many bombs were soaked in the rain and turned into duds. Watching this scene, Quinn threw the extinguished cigar on the ground angrily. Step on it, grinding teeth. If it weren't for this rain, I am afraid that the scale of the explosion will not stop here. At least twice as dense. It is human flesh after all, even if it is hardened by armed color. He didn't believe that in the face of large-scale and continuous explosions, even a little effect could not be achieved. The next thing is to look at the gunnery corps. Although everything was not going well, Jin's tone remained calm, not exasperated by small defeats. I saw the words just fell off. Bang bang bang. The artillery units hidden in the forests on both sides of the coast saw that the enemy had already landed, and immediately fired seastone bullets and poisonous bullets at the target without waiting for orders. Densely packed, overwhelming, under the cover of the rain, all of them poured down towards the enemy 44 roads. This time, Kaido obviously prepared sufficient ammunition for the artillery unit regardless of the cost. And, at least they're all seastone bullets. Some of the elites are equipped with seastone bullets that have been soaked in poison. The combination of the two immediately posed a considerable threat to the more than 100 enemies ahead. Bang 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 bang. In this situation, the charging speed of Whitebeard and others was undoubtedly slowed down by the bullets that were pouring like rain. They waved their weapons one after another, constantly blocking the release of bullets. Ah, puff. Although all of these more than 100 people are elites. But obviously not everyone has the strength of the captain level. Seastone bullets are for those with fruit abilities. Undoubtedly a huge threat. Several ability users in the team were accidentally hit. In an instant, his whole body went limp. Even armament Haki didn't have time to harden for a while. In a blink of an eye, he was hit by more seastone bullets. Among them, those who were hit by highly poisonous bullets. The injured part quickly became pitch black. It didn't take long before, under the highly poisonous Quinn's special formula, there was an embarrassment. See, Quinn finally felt a little comforted in his heart. At least the artillery unit has achieved certain results. Seeing that there have been casualties among the companions, although it has been expected. But when this scene really happened, Fuli's eyes flickered like a raging fire. Think that just with this level of bullets, you want to block our progress. No one can keep your head today, Kaido. As he said that, the flaming gaze shifted to Kaido halfway up the mountain at some point. With the knife in hand, several slashes were directed in different directions. Swish 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 swish. Every slash is aimed at the area with the densest bullets. I saw those crescent-shaped slashes, all along the way. It was like cutting tofu. It doesn't matter what bullets, or boulders in the mountains. Wherever it goes, one divides into two, while allowing the ability users in the team to breathe. Ah, from the forests on both sides, there were endless screams. It's so soul-stirring. Whitebeard wasn't idle either. At the same time as Rayleigh Crescent Moon's slash was swung, the left fist has already slammed into the air heavily. Kacha kacha. In an instant, there were dense cracks. Densely covered the air wall in front of him. Then, under Whitebeard's precise control, earthquakes strong enough to shake the earth began to diffuse towards the mountains and forests on both sides of the coast. Boom. In an instant, the earth dragon roared, setting off an earth-shattering scene. While the mountains screamed, they turned into countless boulders and rolled down. The jungle collapsed and dust filled the sky. In just a few moments, the forests on both sides of the coast were almost reduced to a pile of ruins. The corpses of countless beasts pirates were half hidden by huge rocks and sharp sands. In this world, the impact of top combat effectiveness. It's too big, it simply cannot be matched by the superiority of numbers. Kaido clearly recognizes this. The gunnery unit has only just achieved a certain record. In a blink of an eye, the two main players, Whitebeard and Rayleigh, broke back. Not only that, but with just a few moves, the artillery unit was completely destroyed. Don't let them go any further. Whitebeard and Rayleigh, Jabba, have to be held back. Saying so, Kaido picked up Bahiyajai and instantly transformed into a dragon figure. This is his strongest form. Facing Whitebeard, even if he is full of fighting spirit and eager to fight to the death, he still dare not underestimate him. Whitebeard to me, Rayleigh and Jabba. For the next words, he showed a rare expression of embarrassment and did not continue. Because even he felt it was too embarrassing for Jin and Quinn. Jin, on the contrary, immediately took up the conversation without hesitation. Rayleigh, let me hold you back for now. Quinn, before Linley arrives, Jabba, please. He is very clear. Compared with Rayleigh's own strength, it is undoubtedly the difference between cloud and mud. But at this moment, beasts pirates except Kaido. No one can match the other two main forces of the enemy. They don't get on. Who's on? Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. Quinn looked at Jabba who was holding a double axe in the distance, and felt pain in his heart. That's the third in command of the Roger pirates. Great reputation, almost on the same level as Oden. Only relying on him, I am afraid that there will be no life. But things have come to this, it is even more impossible for him to be a deserter. Thinking of this, he gritted his teeth and nodded. Give it to me. As he spoke, he held a long knife in one hand and Gatling loaded with gas bombs in the other. He stared fixedly at Jabba who was about to rush forward. Shout out, stop getting carried away by Lousy. As he spoke, Gatling unleashed the gas bomb on Jabba without hesitation. Bang bang bang. Jin, holding a giant katana, shouted loudly behind him. Follow Brother Kaido to kill enemies, kill kill kill. With his order, the large troops ambushing in the depths of the Ghost Island rushed out of the Ghost Island brandishing seastone weapons one after another. And he turned into a pterosaur and went straight to Rayleigh. At this time, a large force rushed out from Ghost Island. There are more than 2,000 people. If compared from the number of people, there is no doubt that it has an absolute advantage. But how can minions compare with elites? More than 10 members of Roger's remnant group, as well as 15 captains, at least have the strength of the Red Sheath 9 heroes. At least, and the elites of each team, even if there are less than 100 people, compared to everyone in the Beast's Pirates, 1 against 10, or even 20, is no problem at all. In an instant, the two sides are like two torrents, one large and one small, colliding with each other. A life and death fight of hand-to-hand combat was launched. Dang dang dang, boom 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 boom. All of a sudden, the weapons collided, and there were overflowing sounds. Resounding throughout the Ghost Island. The screams are like the roar of the sea, almost non-stop, continuous. The one who stopped me, was you. Looking at Jin coldly, Rayleigh was obviously surprised that his opponent was not Linley. Accidents are accidents. He moved CD his hands, but he would not be soft in the slightest. Almost no nonsense. As soon as the two met, they directly launched a desperate fight. In other words, for Jin, it was a fight to the death. For Rayleigh, it's just a worthless opponent. He obviously didn't intend to give Jin even a chance. A long knife that flows with dazzling light. The move is fatal. The beginning of Jin's confrontation with it. It fell into an absolute disadvantage. For a time, dangers abounded. If it weren't for the racial talent of the Lunaria tribe, skillfully switch between speed and defense modes, I am afraid that I will lose in an instant. Linley, why not come? Falling into such a dangerous situation, Bo's eyes were extremely anxious. Facing Rayleigh, he really can't last much longer. And against Jabba's Quinn, the situation is even worse than Jin. He doesn't have Jin's racial talent. In the beginning, Jabba was caught off guard by gas bombs. But how can a mere gas bomb threaten the third in command of the Roger pirates? The venting of the gas bomb, but within a few seconds, Jabba got close. Under the slash of the pair of cold and radiant giant axes, Quinn could barely block with a swing of his knife. Even though he has transformed into Brachiosaurus form, from the very beginning, he was absolutely in a state of being crushed. The fight lasted only a few seconds. Then Jabba's two axes cut two wounds on his chest. Blood spurts from, black flame. Taking advantage of being blown away by Jabba, Quinn quickly fired laser light from the claws of the mechanical prosthesis. Boom! A huge explosion came from Jabba. When the Beast's pirates who were closer heard the movement, they hurriedly turned their heads to take a look while the enemy was being entangled by their companions. I saw Jabba's original location was covered by a lot of thick fog. Can't help but look happy. Did you kill him? However, the joy on their faces lasted less than a second. It was seen that as the thick fog dissipated, Jabba walked out of it unharmed. Except that the clothes on his body were splashed with a little gray layer. No one could see that he had been affected by the explosion. And at this time, the center of the torrent collision between the two sides, the Dragon Man Kaido and Whitebeard, known as the strongest man in the world, finally officially fought against each other. whether it is in the Wanokuni offshore or in the Tongtian waterfall. The confrontation between the two of them was just a taste, it was purely a trial. Kaido in dragon form may be able to cast a large AoE. But it has always been in the form of being beaten. And the dragon people, it is the strongest fighting form. I saw Ba Jiajai, who was flashing dark red lightning, and Kong Yunchi, who was also flashing dark red lightning. At the moment of fighting, they collided together. Boom. Stormy waves of air swept out in all directions in an instant. It's as terrifying as a 10-level typhoon. Swept by the air waves, even the fighting movements of the fighting parties became unsmooth. The ground where the two fought was broken into a pile of rubble the moment they collided. The dark red lightning intertwined with each other suddenly charged into the sky with a powerful air wave. Boom. The cloud layer was instantly divided into two by the air wave. The scene of cracking the sky, more than half a year since the last time, appeared over the Ghost Island again. This time, whether it's the Beasts Pirates crowd, or the Whitebeard Pirates and the Roger remnants, this scene is obviously not surprising. First time marveling, but the second time, it was not so unusual. The violent fluctuations caused by the collision of the two make the surrounding Fang Yuan at least 100 meters. It became a vacuum. Neither side dared to stay in this area. These years, it seems that you have grown a lot, Kaido. Not seen for many years, Kaido's strength somewhat exceeded Whitebeard's expectations. But that's all. With a sneer, he abruptly stepped back a few steps, and then swung a more ferocious slash towards Kaido. Stop looking down on people. Whitebeard's words, the implication is nothing more than, even if he has made great progress, it is just that he has the qualifications to fight against him. Although Kaido knows he is no match for Whitebeard, but so underestimated, still can't help but make him angry. Therefore, not to be outdone, they fought back. When Ba Jiajai collided with Kong Yunchi again, in the blink of an eye, the weapons of the two collided with each other at least 10 times. Whitebeard stared intently at Kaido. Although you and I used to be partners on the same boat. But, Oden is my brother. This hatred must be avenged. Today, let's make a conclusion. Defeated me, my head, and even the title of number 1 in the world, take it with you. On the contrary, your head will fall to the ground today. For him, the experience in the Rocks Pirates, not something to remember. Although under the leadership of Rocks, they can be called the most powerful pirate group in history. But between each other, there is no so-called friendship at all. Some are just calculations, utilization and ambitions with their own ulterior motives. It is precisely because of this. Only with the joint efforts of Roger and Garp did they fail miserably. Now the Whitebeard Pirates, all members of the ship are a family. This is what he imagined the pirates would look like. Therefore, even if Kaido was originally under the direction of Rocks, personally recruited into the group, logically speaking, there is some affection. But for him, such an insignificant affection cannot be compared with Oden, whom he regards as his younger brother. To this, Kaido nodded in agreement. Oahoa. It should be right. As a pirate, you will be accompanied by fighting all your life. If your strength is stronger than mine, just take your life. On the contrary, he is the same. The words just fell off. The third generation hyphenation point Yin Naraku. I saw Kaido leaping up, spinning Ba Jiajai rapidly, and accompanied by the bursting dark red lightning, he bombarded Whitebeard below heavily. Whitebeard looked up, with a sneer on the corner of his mouth, and punched Kaido suddenly, not to be outdone. I saw a round of transparent full moon appearing in his fist. Click click click. Oh no, desperate situation. The vice captain is here. Boom. The vibration force enough to distort and shatter the space, blasted together with Ba Jiajai, who was surrounded by dark red lightning. Another burst of earth-shattering fluctuations and roars. The huge movement caused by the fight between the two resounded through every corner of Ghost Island. The aftermath and air waves are spreading around at an astonishing speed. Boom. With the vibration at the center of the collision, the force is getting stronger. It seems that a critical value has finally been reached. The two people in the center quickly retreated backwards. Kaido obviously fell from the sky, but he took more than 10 steps back. And Whitebeard went from bottom to top, that is, only a few steps back. It can be seen that there is a big gap between the two sides. Shock Fruit, as the strongest paramesha fruit, known by Sengoku as the ability to destroy the world, but plus Hawkeye who is better than Kaido. There is no doubt that Whitebeard has the clear upper hand from start to finish. And the vitality and endurance brought by the Phantom Beast species, in this case, obviously cannot play a decisive role. I have to say, I am amazed at how much you have grown over the years. Stop talking nonsense, come again. Kaido clearly has no appetite for nonsense. Even if you are facing the strongest in the world today. But in his eyes, there was no trace of fear at all. Wielding the Ba Jiajai again and again, he blasted towards Whitebeard. It's not that he doesn't know that he has fallen into a disadvantage. But so what? This battle, isn't it the hardy battle he has always dreamed of? Debia, this is a life-threatening battle. The loser will die and lose everything. But he still couldn't stop the excitement surging from the depths of his heart at this moment. It can be said that this excitement has been carved into the depths of his soul. Face the fighting Kaido. Not even Whitebeard dared to underestimate him. On the blade of Kong Yunchi in his hand, a dazzling stream of light quickly attached. A dark red lightning flashed in unison with Kaido. A contest of life and death is launched. The two seem to turn into two streamers of light, one red and one gold. At breakneck speed, they collided crazily everywhere on the battlefield. Boom 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 boom. Wherever it goes, it must be accompanied by aftermath and shock. The gravel flew and the earth was torn apart. On this battlefield, the astonishing devastation the two wrought. It is much, much bigger than the sum of the rest of the people. Kill kill kill. Avenge my brothers. Avenge for Oden. For a short time, two torrents colliding together, one big and one small. The former is downsizing at an alarming rate, and the latter, although the number of attrition is almost negligible. But it was not without casualties. In this way, the captains such as Marco, Beasta, and Joes will undoubtedly be let out. The killing intent is even more ferocious. Everyone knows, on the battlefield, how can there be no dead people? But for them, the lives of everyone in the Beast's pirates are obviously incomparable with the lives of their own brothers. So under the leadership of the captains and Roger's remnants, everywhere, Beast's pirates standing in front of them, even if he is holding a seastone weapon, still powerless to resist, his head was brutally beheaded. Even if there are more than 2,000 people, the number of people occupies an absolute advantage. But like a flock of sheep surrounded by tigers, just one enemy can restrain more than 10 people. If you are facing the captain, no matter how cautious you are, it is difficult to avoid the end of being killed in seconds. With the sudden increase in casualties, it fell down in pieces like cutting wheat. Uncontrollable fear flickered in many people's eyes. We are facing this kind of enemy. Strength is not in one dimension at all. I'm afraid these strong people, apart from Lord Kaido, only Lord Jin and Lord Quinn can compete with him. But let them fight against enemies of this level. How does this not feel hopeless? This battle, it is simply to die. This moment, if Marco and others shouted to surrender, they would not die. I am afraid that there will definitely be many people who are willing to put down their weapons and surrender. After all, knowing that it is a battle to the death, who can not be afraid? But obviously, Marco and other captains didn't mean that at all. With the death of my brother, new hatred and old hatred came to my heart together. They just want to slaughter the enemies in front of them. To dispel the hatred in my heart. As long as Master Kaido. For all beasts, the only hope now, I'm afraid it's on Kaido's body. As long as Kaido is undefeated, then there is still hope. Although, this moment, in their hearts, many who came back were revered as gods. In front of Whitebeard, there is no advantage at all. Not to mention Jin and Quinn. I can't take care of myself at all. The latter's body was already covered with wounds. It seems to have become a cumbersome prey played by a hunter. Anytime, anywhere, it is possible to fall down. Totally, not an opponent. Panting heavily, Quinn's lips were extremely pale due to excessive blood loss. On the head, blood and cold sweat were intertwined. There was a burst of dizziness in my head. The figure of Jabba attacking him looked so illusory, so unreal. From facing Jabba, a formidable enemy, to the present. In fact, it was only a few minutes. But no matter what moves and abilities he uses, both are easily resolved by Jabba. Instead, he faced Jabba's attack. Totally irresistible. It all ends with adding a wound to the body. If it weren't for the vitality and endurance brought by the ancient species, I'm afraid I can't even last 3 minutes. But now, after holding on for so long, he has really reached his limit. That Linley boy, why didn't he come? In despair, he could only growl in his heart. If Linley really can't make it back, I'm afraid the Beast's pirates are going to be over today. Just as Quinn was absent-minded, Jabba's double axes struck, mercilessly chopping on his Gatling. Gotcha. How can Quinn, who has already reached the limit, stop it? With Gatling's break, the unstoppable sharp double axes fell on him. Puff. I saw a huge amount of blood spurting out from his chest. This time, I can't hold on any longer. The huge body crashed down. Poof. Aside from the loud vibrations, the whole person completely lost consciousness. The former faced Rayleigh's onslaught. Form is equally at stake. It seems that the so-called #1 swordsman in the world will never come back. He glanced at Kaido in the distance. Rayleigh's tone was extremely cold. The long knife points to Jin. Before the Kaido's head is cut off, it's up to you to do it. This sentence, death without embers, as long as he has his hands free, never stingy about besieging Kaido with Whitebeard. Because, the essence of this battle is revenge. Not a fair fight. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. Jin heard this, despite wearing a mask. No one else could see his expression at all. But the despair in those eyes is like a vast ocean, endless. He knows, if you let this Rayleigh who is stronger than Oden, join forces with Whitebeard to siege Kaido, Kaido, who can barely compete against Whitebeard now, is bound to usher in an avalanche. Before Linley came back, no matter what, he tried to prevent this from happening. Think here, it was obvious that he was already in jeopardy. The only way to restrain Rayleigh is to move and dodge reluctantly. Available over time, even this kind of pinning down to the ultimate level is almost impossible. In front of Pluton, I'm afraid all his tricks have already been seen through. No more hiding. Somewhere, he had a premonition. Next, if you hide again, I'm afraid it will usher in a decisive blow. Only by attacking instead of defending. In order to win the first line of life, Jin made up his mind, when the racial flame from the Lunaria tribe quickly wrapped around the giant katana. At the same time, the flowing light also quietly blended into it. Guard the Fire Dragon Emperor. I saw his giant samurai sword, while slashing heavily, shot out a huge flame in the shape of an oriental dragon. The hot flames are like magma. The surrounding air began to rise. Oh, finally, are you planning to make a move? Blindly avoid and defend, but it bored Rayleigh, he who sees through Jin's fiction and reality. Already sure of the next move, get rid of the roadblocker in front of you. Zila, I saw a long knife wrapped with dark red lightning. Facing that flaming dragon, it was like piercing through the sky. The lightning flashed away, at the same time that the flame dragon was divided into two. Rayleigh has appeared in front of Jin. Gotcha, the long knife has not arrived. Just because of the sharpness, he forcibly destroyed the mask that Jin had worn on his face for many years. Jin's true face was completely revealed to everyone. The Lunaria family. Rayleigh was taken aback, a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. He didn't expect that the opponent in front of him was actually the legendary Lunaria clan. Accidents are accidents. Without any hesitation, Jin kicked him in the chest at a speed that Jin couldn't even react to. After receiving this heavy blow, he spit out blood uncontrollably from his mouth. The whole person flew backwards crazily. Is this the end? Jin's eyes dimmed involuntarily in midair. Feel the sharp pain coming from the body. The giant samurai sword has been unknowingly taken off the people. He finally realized. TLF. That's really it. Poof. Kacha. Jin smashed heavily into the ground, and his body was filled with dense cracks. Rayleigh stepped forward unhurriedly. The long knife pointed at Jin's throat. Perhaps, you are the only survivor of the Lunaria family in this world. If you want to leave Beast's pirates from now on, break with Kaido. Asking for flowers. I will spare your life. Don't even think about it. Teeth were clenched. Jin didn't hesitate to let out his own answer from the depths of his throat. Yeah, that would be such a pity. Sigh, although feel a little pity. But Rayleigh didn't have any psychological burden, and immediately raised the long knife high. Cut down without hesitation. That moment, time seemed to stand still. Maybe everything was Jin's illusion before he died. Out of the corner of his eye, they landed on Kaido and Quinn in the distance respectively. Scenes that have happened in these years are crazily popping up in my mind like a slideshow. Then, captured by Marine, he was tortured in the laboratory. Finally, he met the figure full of hope for him. After escaping from Marine's lab, Kaido has undoubtedly become a hero in his heart. As a Lunaria tribe, he has learned since he was a child that the hero who saves the world, or the hero who can save the Lunaria tribe, is named Joey Boy. So he took it for granted. The Kaido who saved him is Joey Boy. He is the hero who saves the world. The Lunaria tribe is a race that can immediately receive a reward of 100 million as long as they report to the world government. Before meeting Kaido, he suffered countless betrayals. That day, for him, it is undoubtedly the beginning of the extinction of such things as betrayal. Kaido had promised him, will not give him to anyone, even the world government. Without a doubt, it really did. Even there was a time when Kaido and he were hungry. Obviously as long as his information is leaked to the world government. You can get 100 million Baileys. 0. You don't even need to hand him over yourself. But what about Kaido? I would rather break into Marine Base and use Marine Base as a cafeteria than betray him. In fact, he is very clear. Kaido is not Joey Boy at all. Not even a hero who saves the world. But so what? Some time ago, during a drunken chat, Kaido asked him what he was thinking. His answer was simple, sworn to follow. His life belongs to Kaido. Nothing but playing for Kaido. No matter who Kaido actually is. As long as Kaido remains Kaido, he is willing to live and die with him. Betray, cut in two. These two words, never in his dictionary, even if it is death. Even if you betray the whole world and your faith. He is also willing to follow Kaido into hell. Jin, I know who Joey Boy is. Who is it? It's the one who will defeat me in the future. Then he'll never show up. He is not without his own ideals and beliefs. As a Lunaria tribe, waiting for the appearance of Joey Boy is the only remaining hope of the Lunaria tribe. Jin is no exception, but he, for Kaido, give up your ideals and beliefs. Kaido is a villain, not a master. Jin knows, but it does not matter. He is willing to stay with Kaido. From Earth to hell. This moment, Jin was unwilling to die just like that, and wanted to buy time for Kaido again. With a sudden push of both hands, he took the initiative to rush towards the long knife that was cutting towards him. Puff, click, the long knife slashed at Jin's chest. However, Jin pressed it firmly into his chest with both hands. Immediately after, the body forcibly pushed forward. Puff, the chest was pierced through. What? Rayleigh was taken aback for a moment. He didn't expect Jin to make such a move. Thus, the chest is pierced. It is already dead. Perhaps it was Jin's suicidal behavior that made him relax. Unexpectedly, Jin's eye's body has not stopped. Jin's hands had already tightly grasped Rayleigh's knife-holding hand at some point. With a miserable smile, caught it. Thus, he will be able to buy more time for Kaido. Saint, die without regret. Looking at Jin's vitality, it was like a candle in the wind. About to go out, Rayleigh was really emotional. Kaido has such a fearless subordinate. Exactly, how can you do it? Although you are a worthy opponent, I'm sorry. Kaido, he must be killed. It is absolutely impossible to be pinned down again. It's too late to say it, but it's too fast. I saw him raise his left hand high, turned into a hand knife. He was about to cut off Jin's hands. At this time, Click. The arm of Rayleigh's left hand was firmly held by the other hand. You are so presumptuous, Rayleigh, looking at the beast's pirates who suffered heavy casualties. Looking at the unconscious Quinn and the weak Jin. The person's eyes were full of murderous intent. Then, at an astonishing speed, it swept every corner of Ghost Island. Vice Captain, the deputy captain is here. 091 singled out One Piece's left and right hands. Very good, the deputy captain is here. We are saved. Linley's arrival, get the attention of everyone present. The killing intent, so intense that it almost turned into substance, filled everyone's heart. Intertwined with the cheers of the beast's pirates crowd, the hearts of everyone in the Crusade Alliance couldn't help but feel a chill. The world's #1 swordsman is here. The name of a person, the shadow of a tree. Linley's reputation did not depend entirely on Morgan's, the president of World Economic News, forcibly touting it. Among them, Marine also has a lot of assistants. It is completely different from the original book where Luffy leaves Cake Island and is boasted as the 5th emperor. Whether it is the world's top strong ant, or one of the 3 monsters in the new era of Marine, all became a stepping stone to Linley's fame. 2. He, the first officer of the beast's pirates, is finally here. Although expected, when Linley actually showed up, including Marco and other captains, all of them were shocked by the astonishing momentum and killing intent, and broke into a cold sweat. Is this the aura of the strongest swordsman? Fortunately, Rayleigh and Jabba are here. Otherwise, I'm afraid the consequences will be disastrous. This is the unanimous thought of Marco and other captains at this moment. They finally understood why Dad, in the face of the high call for revenge, it would seem so hesitant. Without Rayleigh and Jabba, I am afraid that their Whitebeard pirates alone are not enough to avenge Oden. Not only can't revenge, on the contrary, it may be severely damaged. Be taken advantage of by Marine or other ambitious people. Good, their father is indeed the strongest man in the world, but even if he is the strongest, he still cannot defeat Kaido easily. And Linley, these captains, who can compete with them? No, this kid, is finally here. Kaido still at war with Whitebeard. In my heart, 883, breathed a sigh of relief. The tragic situation of Jin and Quinn. It's not that he didn't see it. Just against opponents like Whitebeard. Do you want to get out of your way to rescue the two of you? Undoubtedly a fool's dream. I can only secretly pray that Linley will come as soon as possible. Now, it's finally fulfilled. As long as he and Linley are undefeated, beasts still have a chance. This kind of genius, actually came from the beast's pirates. Whitebeard, who was fighting Kaido, had a look of envy on his face from time to time. Can't help but feel emotional. If he grows up, maybe he can change the world. Unfortunately, it's an enemy, not a friend. Today, this genius will be killed no matter what. Otherwise, if Linley escaped unharmed today, give him a few more years. How far do you have to grow? Whitebeard didn't even dare to think about it. With the deep hatred of both sides, if not dead, the future must become a nightmare for his sons. Compare, none of his sons can compete with him. And so accomplished at this age, it is no exaggeration to say that there is no one before. Kaido, how can he have such an adopted son? Strangle, ooh, just by Rayleigh. Kaido threw his head back into the sky and laughed. It's him. Linley's strength is unimaginable now. Before leaving Ghost Island, he could barely fight against him. After just over 2 months, he was able to defeat the ant who even he was not sure about. Now a few more months have passed. How far has Linley's strength grown? Even he can't tell the difference. Then let's wait and see. The high-end battle strength of Beast's pirates is only Kaido and Linley at the moment. Both Jin and Quinn have lost their combat effectiveness. Whitebeard doesn't think Linley can change the outcome. The other side, the strongest swordsman in the world. I've been waiting for a long time. Despite the clenched arms, Rayleigh's tone remained calm, not at all affected by Linley's murderous intent. If you don't come again, old man, I can only brazenly join forces with Zigite. Although it is disdainful, as a pirate, there is no need to speak of benevolence and righteousness when dealing with enemies. It's revenge after all. No matter what method is used, it is not too much. Therefore, Rayleigh has no psychological burden at all. So, Linley's eyes were as cold as winter. Aren't I here? Since you have retired, why are you in such a hurry to die? Isn't it good to take good care of your life? Hee. Rayleigh smiled. Such an achievement at such a young age. Admirable indeed. It's just that the old man didn't intend to die when he came here. Young man, don't speak wild words. The implication, just relying on Linley, if you want his life, you can't do it. Follow Roger across the sea for so many years. Encountered countless powerful enemies, stronger than rocks, or marine hero Garp. He has seen it all. How could he be intimidated by Linley? Cluck. Rayleigh's small arm was now firmly held by Linley. The astonishing power that came made Rayleigh frown unconsciously. The two wrestled silently. Rayleigh tried to pull his hand away, but in the face of Linley's huge power. But he couldn't do it. Jin, let go of him. Glancing at Jin, Linley's calm tone seemed like a volcano about to erupt. So depressing. Jin didn't speak, but nodded with difficulty. When he saw Linley appearing, the big stone in his heart undoubtedly fell to the ground. For him, Linley, it's good to be here. This way, he can feel at ease. Poof. Jin's grip on Rayleigh's knife hand was released. Finally he couldn't hold on any longer, and with a contented expression, he fell straight back. The moment he landed, he completely lost consciousness. Meanwhile, Rayleigh felt nothing but a force coming. It was difficult for him to resist this force. He didn't even care about the long knife caught by Jin's flesh. Was forcibly thrown out. Bang! Pulled Rayleigh's long knife from Jin's chest. Linley threw it in front of Rayleigh. Crouching down, one hand pressed on Jin's chest, and the demonic power poured into it crazily. This action did not last long. After all, this time is on the battlefield. He could only repair Jin's injuries as much as possible. Save your life. The rest of the injuries can't be taken care of in a short time. Wait for him to stand up again. Kang. The second generation nonsense has been drawn out. Tisk tisk. Jabba in the distance saw that Rayleigh and Linley were about to fight. His face was full of envy. Unfortunately, in the entire Beast's pirates, apart from Kaido and Linley, there is no opponent who can fight against him. Although somewhat regrettable, even the first battle before completely retiring could not be enjoyed to the fullest. But he wasn't about to sit idle. Walk up to Quinn, about to cut off Quinn's head. At this time, when, second generation Goosh, I don't know when it appeared at the landing point of the double axes. Hold the two axes firmly. No matter how hard Jabba tries, he couldn't move any further down. It's inhumane to deal with an old man. You and Rayleigh, get on it. Linley's sudden appearance undoubtedly surprised Jabba. He didn't even care about the arrogance of his words. Obviously just now, Linley was still in front of Rayleigh, and he was at war with him. But in a blink of an eye, he appeared in front of him, holding his weapon. He couldn't see how Linley appeared at all, although through observation Hawkeye, he has been alerted. Shocked. Rayleigh. He didn't expect that Rayleigh couldn't stop Linley's attack. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. Rayleigh, who saw this scene, also had a dignified face. Unknowingly, a little underestimation due to Linley's age. It's all gone now. Boom. There was a huge burst of force. Linley gave Jabba a cold look, and forced him to push back a few steps. He greeted several Beast's pirates not far away. You guys, protect Jin and Quinn. From this moment on, whoever dares to hit their minds, die. You should know that just the two of you can't stop me. Then speed, either Rayleigh, or Jabba. Naturally, it cannot be compared with him. Therefore, once he chooses to ignore the two of them, just staring at the other players in the Crusade Alliance, the crusade against the Alliance will inevitably lead to heavy casualties. Certainly, Linley can do that. Rayleigh and Jabba, of course. It depends on who, the one who is more in the bottom. Yes, my Lord Vice Captain. The outermost Beast's pirates listened, immediately trotted excitedly, drove Jin and Quinn to the depths of Ghost Island. And during this process, Linley casually injected demonic power into Quinn's body. In order to avoid further deterioration of the injury, Rayleigh and Jabba watched the scene bravely. There is no option to block. After all, just based on the moment just now, they judged that what Linley said was true. That being the case, simply default to it. In their hearts, the lives of everyone in the Beast's pirates obviously cannot be compared with their partners. The release of demon power. See Rayleigh and Jabba huddling together, shoulder to shoulder, facing Linley, who was two strong players at the same level. I didn't dare to be careless at all. Rayleigh and Jabba are different from Kizaru and Aokiji who played against each other before. Currently at its peak, in the next battle, we must do our best to have a chance of winning. Even, it's just a chance. Boom. Next second, a huge force erupted from his body to the surroundings. I saw the white part of Linley's eyelids, and in an instant, it seemed to be dyed scarlet red by the petals of rose flowers. That killing intent was like a stormy sea. It was bone-chillingly cold. Kill! Exclamation mark exclamation mark. Dazzling streamer and dark red lightning. Swaying wildly above the second generation Onitsu, Linley appeared in front of Rayleigh in no time. Cut it down with a knife. Boom. Huge fluctuations erupted from where the weapons of the two men collided. Ah, sneered. Pass observation Hawkeye at the future C level. Linley was keenly aware of Jabba's attack. Immediately drew the knife and flashed. Swing a huge slash towards Jabba. At the same time, the figure appeared in front of Rayleigh again. Sword pressure. In an instant, Conqueror's Hawkeye and sword were under Linley's precise control. It fell unmistakably on Rayleigh. Boom. Faced with such pressure, Rayleigh only felt that his actions were restricted, and immediately broke out Conqueror's Hawkeye to protest. This makes me feel better. But even so, he still felt as if he was being crushed by a mountain. Don't be careless. Reminding Jabba, Rayleigh's long knife was wrapped with dark red lightning at the same time. Collided with Linley constantly. Boom 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 boom. For a moment, astonishing aftermath and air waves swept towards the surroundings without interruption. It's not even that much worse than Whitebeard and Kaido fighting each other. However, mere slashes naturally couldn't stop Jabba's approaching footsteps. Jabba quickly joined the fray. For a while, second generation Goosh, with 1 against 3, constantly parrying Rayleigh's long knife and Jabba's double axes. Dang 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 dang. The sound of 3 people's weapons colliding. Endlessly. Marco and others saw this scene. Undoubtedly, he was even more horrified. Linley, actually with Rayleigh and Jabba working together, didn't fall into a rut at all. No wonder it's so pretentious to have Rayleigh and Jabba FK together. Even with the advantage of this speed. But who said speed? Is it not personal strength? Don't hold back, speed up. Marco exclaimed. Let Daddy and the others have no worries. High-end battles, whether it's Marco and other captains, or the backbone of Roger's team. It's all out of reach. but they can take advantage of this to clear the battlefield. Crack. Linley glanced at Marco coldly. A flash, lost in Rayleigh and Jabba's siege. He casually waved a giant demon bomb at Marco. Returned to the middle of the two again. This process turned out to be just a moment. Rayleigh and Jabba were about to reverse direction and attack, but Linley turned back immediately. Amazing speed. Just chose to compromise. Otherwise, if Linley wants to attack people like Marco, they may be difficult to stop. Not everyone can withstand the blow that wraps around conquerors. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. And Marco looked at the huge energy ball accompanied by thunder and lightning, attacking him at an alarming speed. I just felt a wave of panic. No idea of a fight. Immediately, he flew up and shouted behind him. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. The Crusade Alliance behind him listened. I just wish I could grow 2 more legs. Quickly rushed towards the two sides. Boom. A huge explosion sounded. The huge explosion even attracted the attention of Whitebeard and Kaido 0.1. It's just that the former looked at Marco and others who escaped in time. He was undoubtedly relieved. Continued to plunge into the fierce battle with Kaido. Dang 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 dang. The weapons of the three collided. Still going on. Among them, the second generation Onoduru and the longsword are entwined with Conquerors. And Jabba with twin axes. Although Conqueror's Haki is not awakened, but he has cultivated to the pinnacle of armed color. It can also compete with Linley. If we only talk about armed color, Jabba is undoubtedly above Linley, and Rayleigh even more so. Except for knowledge, Linley's armed color and Conquerors are probably not as good as Rayleigh. Of course, his greatest reliance has never been Haki. It's demon power. Under the increase of demon power liberation, whether it is strength, explosive power, or even resilience, it is far beyond usual. It can be said, the current state is Linley's strongest moment. Haki consumption is too intense. Although very angry in my heart, I can't wait to kill the two people in front of me. But Linley was clearly not the type to be easily carried away by anger. Fight for a moment, although not at a disadvantage. But obviously, it also doesn't hold the upper hand. At this time, there were more than 2,000 beasts. Almost lost a lot. There were at least 700 or 800 people who fell. If this situation is not changed, I am afraid that in the end, it may be slaughtered. This is absolutely intolerable to Linley. Thinking of this, I already have a plan in mind. But at this moment, suddenly, a system notification sounded in his ears. 092, Jin's awakening, life for life. The screen came to the building of Onijima. Jin and Quinn were carried in behind one after another. Immediately, medical personnel stepped forward to treat the two of them. Along the way, it's not that people who didn't crusade against the Alliance came to stop them. Are under pressure from Linley, in the reality that if he doesn't care, Rayleigh and Jabba can't stop him. Those who dare to make such a move to die. It takes a lot of courage. Courage to die. Marco's experience is the best example. Just being disgusted and croaking, he ate a demon bomb. Although escaped in time, but if Linley comes, the consequences would have been very different. Often someone has the courage to do so. A look followed. The man stopped with sweat on his face. Don't dare to take a step forward. Hurry up and rescue Lord Jin and Lord Quinn. The medical team on call at any time saw the two people being carried in, and immediately stepped forward and began to work. Master Jin's strength is too strong. Just observed it casually for a while. The medical staff came to this conclusion. Even stronger than Quinn's strength. After all, Quinn has thick skin and thick flesh, and most of the injuries he suffered were traumatic injuries. Although it looked like a big wound, it was actually nothing fatal. It was only due to excessive blood loss and severe physical exertion that he fell into a coma. Of course, if it continues like this, I am afraid that he will eventually lose too much blood and die. Jin, on the other hand, was pierced through the chest by Rayleigh's long knife. If Linley hadn't appeared in time, healed the most fatal wound with demon power. I'm afraid it was already dead before it was carried in. 23 Fortunately, the position of Master Jin's heart is intact, otherwise it would be dangerous. And, there seems to be a force that heals the deadliest part. The medical staff were all taken aback by Jin's brutal dominance. Seeing that it is still alive, I can't help but marvel at its vitality. Brother Kaido, Brother Kaido. At this time, Jin, who fell into a coma, was still writing many names. Even with such a serious injury, lost consciousness, subconsciously, but still thinking about Kaido's safety. The relationship between Lord Jin and Lord Kaido is really deep. The few who carried the two back couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Of course, you don't even look at our Beast's Pirates, who is the first member. It is no exaggeration to say that the Beast's Pirates were established by Kaido-sama and Jin-sama. You all know that Master Kaido rarely manages affairs, and Master Jin is in charge of everything. Even Master Linley thinks highly of Lord Jin. Yes, see this scene. A few people undoubtedly admire Jin even more. Only Master Jin deserves such attention from Master Kaido and Master Linley. Just when the medical staff tried their best to treat the two people, Jin's body began to change unknowingly. I saw his injury, for some reason, was being repaired at an astonishing speed. After a while, the wound almost recovered. The whole person sat up suddenly. His eyes were red. Emotions such as violence and killing frantically emerged in his pupils. But soon, the red pupils became clear again. Then it turned red again. And so on and on. The medical staff were all taken a few steps back by his appearance. They all said in horror, "Master Jin, what's going on?" All the people present were terrified and at a loss. Obviously just started to treat Mr. Jin. But for some reason, Yuanren healed Master Jin's injury by himself. Only Jin's teeth were clenched and rattling. Clenched fists. Due to the excessive force, the palm of the hand was pierced by the nail, and blood overflowed. But he didn't seem to feel pain. Through clenched teeth, a few words popped out. As a Lunaria clan, how can, controlled by the will of a mere pterosaur, Brother Kaido still needs me. I must never. It's too late to say it. Along with flickering in Jin's pupils. Rapid repetition between madness and clarity. Never. Boom. After a long howl, powerful fluctuations spread around with his unconscious actions. The people around couldn't dodge for a while. It was thrown away by more than 10 meters by this wave. Fortunately, after patting the gray layer on his body, he got up. Didn't take much damage, but at this time, Jin's eyes gradually regained clarity. As this the awakened power of Devil Fruit, he stood up and moved his body quickly. Jin discovers his injuries. It has recovered to 7 or 88. And well known, every zone fruit hides its own will in it. Even the Phantom Beast Nika form is no exception. Awakening is closely related to this will. If the will is not firm, it is easy to be eroded by this will and turn into a beast with only instinct. Just like the jailer beast in Impel Down in the original book. Although it has been fruit awakened, it has completely lost human consciousness. On the other hand, Jin, after a desperate fight at the level of will, he successfully defeated the will of the pterosaur, take back control of your body, and got the ability to awaken the fruit. There is no doubt that the ancient species has more amazing vitality and resilience than ordinary zone. Go get my spare knife. Yes, Lord Jin. Obviously, Jin has just recovered and can't wait to return to the battlefield. After all, even if Linley has arrived, he is still worried about Kaido, who is going against the strongest in the world. Contract target Jin, fruit ability developed to awakening, 54 times return. Sesshomaru fruit awakening degree, 23%. Jin, has he awakened? Hear the system beep. A look of surprise flashed in Linley's eyes. Back when Rayleigh first showed up, then he found a golden exclamation mark on Jin's head. Almost without thinking, Linley didn't even have time to look at it, so he made contracts with Jin and Quinn one after another. Fult almost gave his life for the beast's pirates. If Linley can't show something, I'm afraid he will feel a little bit sorry for himself. After all, if he came back earlier, Jin and Quinn will not have to face super-class opponents like Rayleigh and Jabba. No matter what kind of return the two will bring him, it doesn't matter to him anymore. The important thing is, through the increase of talent and potential, may the two of you achieve greater success in the future. But he never expected that Jin would bring him such a big surprise. 23% awakening. In this way, the awakening degree of Sesshomaru has reached 66%. The distance is fully awakened. That's 34% short. It can almost be said that, close at hand, and 23% awakening degree. There is no doubt that Linley's comprehensive strength. It skyrocketed a lot, at least physical strength and demon power. Doubled again. Now Linley has more or less understood the mechanism of the increase in awakening. Almost every 20% or so, it can make his physical strength and demon power doubled. This is for his next battle. Definitely more sure. It's just, the consumption of Hawkeye is real. Think here, even if the physical strength and demon power are doubled, Linley still had no intention of changing his original mind. Only attack but not defend. Life for life. On vitality and resilience. Rayleigh and Jabba, how can you compare with him? The nature of fighting. In the final analysis, it is the collision of Hawkeye and Fruit 677's ability. Unless they are not that different from each other, physical strength and resilience are the keys to victory. But obviously, whether it is Conquerors or Armed Color, Linley is not as good as Rayleigh. If there is no Sesshomaru form, I am afraid that there are more defeats than victories. Maybe facing Rayleigh, through the knowledge of foreseeing the future, he can remain undefeated. But if it is 1 against 2, that is sure to fail. Now even with ease, but if you want to win quickly, there is no other way but to work hard. It is impossible for him to watch the people of the Beast's pirates continue to be slaughtered. Thinking of this, he immediately changed his tactics. Facing Rayleigh's attacking long knife, Linley didn't even hide, brutally resisted with the body. Puff. Blood spurted from his chest. But in this way, Linley's second-generation goosh, it's like stepping into nowhere. Rayleigh was also countered by Linley. Puff. The same position on the chest was hit directly by a knife. What? Hastily retreating a few steps, Rayleigh clutched the wound on his chest, apparently startled by Linley's posture. Such a desperate way of playing. It was completely beyond his expectations. After all, only relying on the flash and reaction speed as fast as ultimate. Linley was besieged by the two together. Not at all underwhelming, although it is also unable to gain the upper hand. But there is no need to exchange life for life. Light whip, keenly aware of Jabba's attack. With the other hand, Linley immediately threw out a yellow-green light whip. Block Jabba's progress. Then a flash appeared in front of Rayleigh again. Second-generation Onitsu with armor color and conquerors wrapped around it. Slashed hard at Rayleigh. 093 breaking Pluton Rayleigh. The beginning of the Crusade Alliance collapse. Boom. I saw the second-generation Ghost, who was also flashing with light and lightning, and Rayleigh, who was holding a knife in both hands, collided again. The fluctuations and roars caused will not be mentioned for the time being. When the weapons collide and stalemate, his body is bound to stay where it is. If it was before, his approach is undoubtedly instant. Never stay in the same position for more than a second, to avoid being attacked by two people at the same time. After all, two fists are no match for four hands. But this time, he didn't dodge away. Instead, it's been a stalemate with Rayleigh. Light whip, poison Daxia claw. The former was thrown towards the Kaba who was attacking him, and the latter, taking advantage of Rayleigh holding a knife in both hands, was in a stalemate with the second generation ghost. With lightning speed, blast a paw print, attacking Rayleigh's already injured chest. Seeing this, Fuli stepped back decisively. But the speed at which he exploded, how could it be compared with Linley's flash? Almost every time Rayleigh took a step back, Linley followed closely. For a while, it became impossible to escape Linley's entanglement. Seeing that paw print hit, in desperation, Rayleigh dared not hold the knife with one hand. In order not to be liberated by the demon power, Linley, who had an absolute advantage in strength, forcibly broke through. It can only be judged in advance which part is being attacked. Quickly cover armament hockey. Zila, a poison that easily melts rock or bone. The moment you touch Rayleigh armament hockey, there was a piercing sound, and constantly eroding his armament hockey. Although there are no signs of being broken, you can use demon power to consume Rayleigh's armed color, in the case that Linley's armed color is not as good as Rayleigh's. Definitely a great deal to know. He doubled his physical and demon power, and even his constitution. The demon power is unprecedentedly abundant. Puff. However, poison claw hits Rayleigh afterward. Jabba finally split the light whip, and the double axe slashed heavily on Linley's back. Beep. Make this whack. Linley didn't just have 2 wounds on his back. He also uncontrollably spat out a mouthful of blood. But there was no fear in his eyes. On the contrary, it displayed various attacks more fiercely. Strong blow. Poison Daxia claw. Light whip. I saw him holding the second generation Goosh in one hand. On the other hand, various skills in the form of Sesshomaru, taking advantage of the stalemate with Rayleigh. All to Rayleigh and Jabba. So next, Linley was almost clinging to Rayleigh in the fight. During this process, Rayleigh was hit by poison claw several times. Hockey consumption, no doubt reached an astonishing level. Facing such a difficult onslaught from Lin Shao, even Rayleigh, who was at his peak, couldn't help sweating profusely and panting. And Linley inevitably took Jabba's axe. The other side. Dang dang dang. Weapons collided and exploded everywhere. Disorganized noise resounded all over the battlefield. When the war first started, there were more than 2,000 beasts pirates. At this time, almost half of it is about to fall down. Such a staggering casualty rate. Let it be the captains of the Whitebeard pirates or the elite of Roger's remnants. While slaughtering beasts pirates troops, there is still room to pay attention to the battle between the two top powerhouses. Kaido was beaten and retreated, but there was no sign of defeat. On the contrary, Rayleigh, who played 2 against 1, was injured first and was out of breath. This made everyone in the Crusade Alliance change their faces. Not good. Rayleigh, co-captain, is injured. As the #1 swordsman in the world really so difficult? Even Rayleigh and Jabba teamed up. Can't even take it. The elite of Roger's remnant regiment. See the vice-captain injured. Under the burning anxiety, he even has the heart to step forward to help. It's a pity that there is a will but no power. Of course they understand that in the face of this level of fighting, if you intervene rashly, I'm afraid not only can't help much. Instead, it becomes a burden. It is the aftermath of the war. It may not be able to bear it. Since nothing can help, he could only grit his teeth and continue to slaughter the large army of beasts pirates to vent their anger. Linley in the battle with Rayleigh and Jabba. See it all. The more anxious I became, the attack in his hand became more and more fierce. Sword pressure, accompanied by sharp slashes. There is also an invisible fluctuation whose power is also doubled. Again, it gave Rayleigh the illusion of being weighed down by a mountain. This illusion, not exactly an illusion, it's the real feeling of the body. It's similar to being suppressed by Conqueror's hockey. Even Rayleigh subconsciously burst into Conqueror's resistance. But it didn't work at all. With a flash of dazzling green light, the pressure became more and more intense, and soon formed a burst of strong fluctuations. Boom 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 boom. At the same time, second generation Onitsu and the long sword kept colliding. And Rayleigh is dealing with the second generation ghost. Also keep an eye out for the sudden poisonous claws. But in a state of being suppressed by the sword, it will undoubtedly become more and more difficult to avoid the poisonous claws. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. After Jabba split the light whip again, do not hesitate to join in. For a while, recruiting a deadly fight, the trio cast observation hockey to ultimate. But Jabba hits Linley. Rayleigh will also be hit. Without exception. At this time, the injured part of his chest was attacked by poisonous claws many times one after another. Hockey undoubtedly consumes unusually intensely. Look at Linley's chest and back wounds. Unknowingly, it is recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Jabba without Conqueror's hockey, unable to cast hegemony, did not eat devil fruit. For ordinary people, perhaps one axe can cut the whole person in two. But he's attacking Linley, although the armed color surpasses Linley. But in front of Linley's powerful constitution, as well as the advanced armed color. It can break the defense, but it can't hurt the root. Originally, through the regeneration of demon power, his recovery ability was extremely strong. As long as the demon power is inexhaustible, it can be recovered continuously. Compared with ordinary phantom beasts, his recovery ability has undoubtedly improved several levels. After the demon power is released, it can improve your own strength, speed, spirit, endurance and other abilities by leaps and bounds. That includes resilience. Thus, trading injuries for injuries is undoubtedly the most cost-effective deal for Linley. I see. Rayleigh finally understood why Linley played differently. Current situation, completely reversed. From the very beginning, Linley relied on his speed to constantly deal with the attacks of the two. And now, ditch the defense completely, only attack but not defend. On the contrary, they are similar to Linley just now. Circumvention is more than attack. Of course they know that exchanging injuries with Linley is definitely not a good deal. But the problem is, how can their speed compare with Linley? Gradually, the battle between the three fell into the rhythm of Lin Fu. On the other hand, Linley Haki is consumed intensely. And what about Rayleigh and Jabba? Jabba might be fine, but Rayleigh was stabbed in the chest. Although the hideous wound was very serious, it didn't hurt the root. That's because the armed color is covered in time. Subsequent attacks by poison claws followed. Let his Haki consume. Among the three, it is undoubtedly the most intense. After all, he blocked almost 90% of Linley's attacks. Whether it is attack or defense, the consumption of armed colors is essential. This kid, the style of play is simply lifeless. No wonder you beat Bigmom. As the deputy of the One Piece team, it was a battle with the Rocks pirates that year. Naturally, he also knew a lot about Ant. Ask yourself, if it is against the Ant, maybe you may not lose, but if you want to win, I am afraid it will be very difficult. Don't confront him, Rayleigh called out to Jabba. The latter immediately understood. This is not the first time that the two have teamed up to defend against the enemy. As the right hand of the One Piece, the cooperation with each other can be said to have reached the level of perfection. This is also Linley's understanding that if the safest method is adopted, even if Kaido is defeated, the two of them will not be able to win. Therefore, they can only be forced to adopt the injury for injury approach. After fighting fiercely for a long time, Rao Yifu has physical strength. It is inevitable to feel a little tired. Not fast enough. Want to get rid of Rayleigh and Jabba. Even with this style of play, it still needs a long process to wash and kill two people. He glanced at the massacred beasts. The time he played against Rayleigh and Jabba, more than 200 more fell. He might last until then. But what about the people down there? How to hold on? Thinking of this, I was extremely angry at the same time. Also distressed to the extreme. Beasts pirates can grow to this size. Not an easy task. After this battle, I am afraid that in the next few years, I will have to cultivate my health and rest. On the other hand, Kaido at this time, still a long way from Whitebeard after all. At first, it was at a disadvantage. It can still compete, can be over time. Whitebeard's attack became more and more violent. Kaido is almost doomed, undoubtedly defeated. If only Whitebeard was free. Unless he flees in embarrassment, he will die. Think here, seeing Rayleigh slashing with a long knife. He actually made a particularly risky move. The trajectory of second-generation Onitsu, who was heading towards the long sword, suddenly changed. Puff. The trajectory of Rayleigh's long knife fell without any hindrance, and it slashed directly on Linley's shoulder. Next second, his free hand actually forcibly pressed on the back of the saber. The sharp blade easily cut into the shoulder. Boom. Contained in it, load up with Conquerors, and burst open. Even if Linley burst out with all his demon power and armed defense at the first time. At this moment, the left half of the body was still severely damaged. This kind of damage is completely different from the wounds on the body surface. But he paid such a price, and he definitely didn't take the initiative to seek death. Rayleigh's long knife was pressed against the shoulder, which meant it was immobilized. What? Rayleigh was taken aback when he saw this. The first time he chose to let go of the long knife. Obviously too late, at the same time that the long knife cut into Linley's shoulder. Second-generation Goosh also mercilessly pierced Rayleigh's abdomen. Puff, bang, powerful armor and Conquerors exploded in his belly. Rayleigh and Linley's choices are no different. The same full force to display the armed color defense. But the result, it is still inevitable that a big hole will be broken. Puff, the blood of the superstar spurted from Rayleigh's mouth. His face at this moment became uncontrollably sluggish and pale. Rayleigh, seeing this, Jabba slammed the double axes on Linley's back like crazy. 2 scars with deep visible bone appeared. Puff. Even after being hit so hard, Linley had a smile on his face. Eyes fixed on Rayleigh. Next, it depends on whose fate is tough. Rayleigh's long knife was out of his hands at this time. Armed color consumption is extremely intense. He also made a hole in the abdomen. Although Linley himself was also hit hard. For him, it's all worth it. Looking at Linley, who was covered in bloodline and suffered severe injuries, he could still smile. Like a prison blood demon god. It's so strange and impotent. Rayleigh, who clutched his stomach and vomited blood, couldn't help but shudder. I just felt a chill hit my heart. So many years. Follow Roger across the sea. He has never encountered such a fearless opponent. Linley's cruelty was beyond his expectation. Are you all right, Rayleigh? A battered Linley was out of Jabba's reach just in time. The latter did not continue to pursue, and quickly rushed to Rayleigh's side. Asked with concern, enduring the severe pain, Rayleigh shook his head with a pale face and said, I can still hold on. Don't worry about me. He couldn't be more clear about the armed color and Conquerors attached to the long knife just now. No matter how strong Linley's recovery ability is, the wound caused by the double Hawkeye is definitely not so easy to recover. The same is true, although Linley's injured left half of his body is recovering rapidly under Yali's frenzied repair. But in a short period of time, the injured left half of the body, including the left hand, can no longer use its strength. Fortunately, he is holding a knife in his right hand. While Rayleigh and Jabba were talking, Linley's figure flashed, suddenly appear before the entrance to the giant fortress on Oni Island. Call. He let out a sigh of relief. Enduring the severe pain, he shouted in an unquestionable tone. Man of beasts, retreat to the fortress. He really can't watch the people below being slaughtered. Qian Zhao, quote. Everyone in the Beast's Pirates was taken aback. Don't understand why Linley wants them to retreat. But the rules of the Beast's Pirates made them hardly question it, so they reacted quickly, turned around quickly, and rushed towards the fort. Quote. Chase, stop them. When Marco saw this, how could he allow these massacred people to retreat? However, the next second, boom, a powerful conqueror suddenly attacked everyone in the Crusade Alliance. The one that broke out at the same time was even more difficult to suppress than Dewang's. Under his precise control, all of them fell on the more than 100 people in the Crusade Alliance. Hateful, Marco roared unwillingly, but under the double pressure, his body, which was flying in the air, fell down involuntarily. This guy's conquerors, why are there two strands? Because their actions were greatly affected, as if they were being pressed by some heavy object. Josie and Vista's expressions were undoubtedly extremely ugly. Stop him, Rayleigh shouted anxiously at Jabba. He was deeply injured at this time, and it was undoubtedly a difficult thing to fight against conquerors. One more, even if he can resist one of the pressures. But what about the other strand? So the best way, of course, is to interrupt Linley conquerors cast by Jabba. No matter what purpose you have, I won't let you succeed. Staring at Linley coldly, wielding the double axes, Jabba charged towards Linley with a ferocious face. Seeing all the beasts running in from not far away one after another. Linley didn't speak, just put the second-generation ghost in front of his chest. It was too late to use the moves just now. Now that Rayleigh has been injured, it will inevitably affect the maneuvering and dodging. There has never been a better opportunity. Maybe, this will be the beginning of the collapse of the Crusade Alliance. Accompanied by a low moan, the mysteries of the form of Sesshomaru, after an absence of more than half a year, XX, appeared in the Ghost Island. .09 for today, kill Rayleigh. Pluton's desperate fight, what is that? The sea of thunder that almost swept across the entire coast, and the blue sky dragon hovering in it. Led everyone in the crusade against the Alliance. In the eyes, there is nothing but fear and horror. This is simply the power of God. It's hard to even think about resisting. Is this a move that a swordsman can display? It's the strongest Logia devil fruit, it's nothing more than that. He stared blankly at the terrifying scene in front of him. Everyone in the Crusade Alliance felt a chill down their backs. The emotion of regret, breathing in the heart for the first time. What kind of enemies did you provoke? To avenge the dead Kazuki Oden. Against such a terrifying powerhouse. Is it really worth it? This question inevitably lingered in the hearts of everyone in the Crusade Alliance. It's different from the terrifying Raid Alliance. All the beasts gathered in the fortress. All cheered loudly. Young Master's move is 10 times more powerful than the one against Fu Lu's show. If it is swallowed, it will definitely not escape the fate of Fu Lu's show. Great, let these people also taste the taste of powerlessness. Canblonpo appeared. Undoubtedly, it made all the beasts who were already trembling. Fighting spirit and hope regained. The eyes that looked at the crusade against the Alliance were full of hatred. So many companions were wounded or killed. Mutual hatred. It is no longer limited to a Kazuki Oden. This battle, it will be your life and death. There is no possibility of compromise. Quote exclamation mark. Quote. Seeing the sea of thunder spread at an astonishing speed, Marco finally recovered from his horror. Anxiously shouted at the crowd. Get back. Don't be scared, stupid. Don't stay where you are. Such a big formation. He clearly realized, if it is swallowed by this sea of thunder, I'm afraid I can't escape the end of being wiped out. Rewind. Joes, Vista and other captains saw this. Also shouted loudly towards the elites of each team. Then, without looking back, he ran desperately towards the sea. Winning with Rayleigh, how can you still perform this kind of move? It was Whitebeard, always calm. See this scene. His face finally changed. It was the scene where Linley and Rayleigh were both hurt. Although he is in a fierce battle with Kaido. But also have a panoramic view. Even if compared to distraught. But he believed that Jabba was by his side. Rayleigh will never be in danger of life. And Linley was hit hard too. Face lossless Jabba. Is it against 527 moves? Dirt. That huge sea of thunder. It broke his judgment, and even more so his fantasy. Even he was horrified by the sea of thunder. It's not just about Rayleigh and Jabba at the moment. Even his sons and the elite of Roger's remnants were affected. Run away. Now, he couldn't bear the worry in his heart anymore. Distraction reminded everyone of the crusade against the Alliance. Bramank. Fosa. Suddenly, the exclamation of Marco and others came from a distance. Whitebeard looked over his shoulder. Instantly became dizzy. Anger surged into my heart in an instant. Seeing Bramank and Fosa, they couldn't react in time. Are not good at speed. It was swallowed mercilessly by the sea of thunder that spread. After a burst of piercing screams, in the blink of an eye, it became silent. Except for the sea of thunder roaring like a hurricane. I can't hear any more movement. These two people, one is the captain of the 6th team. The other is the captain of the 15th team. They are all his sons who value him very much and entrust him with important responsibilities. Except for them, the elites of each team, as well as the elites of Roger's remnant group. There are at least close to 20 people. Because the distance is too close. Can't dodge completely. It was completely swallowed up by the sea of thunder and disappeared without a trace. BD. An extremely angry and thunderous roar. At this moment, it resounded through the sky. The scene he least wanted to see. Appeared. Originally thought. Such an unprecedentedly powerful crusade alliance. Definitely be able to destroy the beast's pirates at a very small cost. But now, from the beginning to the present, more than 30 people have died. They are all elites in the crusade alliance. How can he bear this? Even the beast's pirates suffered heavy casualties. How could the thieves who invaded Oden's home be compared with his sons? Just as Whitebeard was furious and his attention was diverted, Kaido, who fought with him to the death, would not stop and wait for him to calm down. Therefore, I firmly grasped this opportunity. Roar Thunder 8 trigrams. I saw him holding Bajijai with both hands at an astonishing speed. A striding attack on Whitebeard. In the blink of an eye, it appeared in front of him. One blow, although Whitebeard detected Kaido's raid in time by foreseeing the future. But in a hurry, he could only quickly set up Kong Yunchi to block. Barely covered the armed color. Conquerors, but it's too late anyway, CDFG. Boom. Bajijai slammed on Kong Yunchi's blade. Facing this majestic blow, Kaido goes all out, but Whitebeard temporarily blocked. The huge force blasted Whitebeard's body hundreds of meters away like a cannonball. He was smashed into the rubble pile severely. In an instant, Whitebeard was buried under the rubble that had previously been destroyed by the shock fruit's ability. Dad. Seeing this scene, Marco and others panicked. Fear, bewilderment and other emotions came to my mind. If Dad loses, the consequences could be disastrous. Today, maybe everyone will die here. Distraught, Marco was about to fly to check on his father's situation. But I saw the pile of rubble. It's like being buried with a super large yield bomb. In an instant, it was blasted so that the broken stones shot up into the sky and fell down densely, like a rain of stones. Some fell into the sea of thunder. Unable to hold on for even a moment, it turned into ashes. Whitebeard holds the figure of Kong Yunchi. Get out of it slowly. I saw that his face was extremely gloomy. The aura of the whole body seems to be suppressed in the body. Highly restrained. Just wait for the right moment. Totally broke out. Predictably. Once it erupts, it will be a catastrophe. Did not speak a word. In Whitebeard's eyes, there was a killing intent like a stormy sea. Kaido is completely locked down. At this moment, he has realized. Can't put it off any longer. Must. Defeat Kaido as fast as you can. Even at the cost of suffering. Ooh, how could Kaido be afraid of Whitebeard's gaze? Newgate, I knew, this blow won't hurt you. Whitebeard remained silent. Instead, step by step towards Kaido. Kaido doesn't care either. He took out the wine gourd and poured it all into his mouth. Then his eyes became icy cold. The tone is sharp. Take you, the most powerful person in the world, to test the moves you got inspired by that kid. Wine Dragon 8 trigrams. Drunk. Killing. Boom. In an instant, Kaido's whole person is like a fighter jet flying at supersonic speed. Between light and shadow flickering, already appeared in front of Whitebeard. The Bajijai, entwined with dark red lightning, mercilessly crashed down. The other side, time went back to the time when Linley had just ghosted second generation and held it across his chest. Watching Jabba come at him, Linley calmly waited for the retreat of the beasts. When I saw that most of them had already left, Jabba also happens to be in sight. Boom boom boom. In an instant, lightning flashes and thunder roars. Countless huge blue lightning bolts rose from the ground to the sky. Standing strong between the two, Zila, a giant blue sky dragon, much larger than Kaido's transformation into a dragon, was born in the Sea of Thunder. Eyes locked on Jabba, roar. Longyan seemed to bring an extremely powerful oppressive force. It surprised Jabba involuntarily. At this moment, he only felt that he was frantically calling the police. Almost turned into a real power of annihilation. Even without touching him, it still made goosebumps pop up all over his skin. The breath of death is unprecedentedly strong. Not good. Too late to think about it. He rushed towards Rayleigh quickly. By this time Rayleigh had suffered a severe blow. Action is inevitable, if it was hit by the gradually spreading thunder, or that blue sky dragon. Must die. He is very clear. Rayleigh at the moment, either hockey or physical exertion. Far more intense than him. It may not be safe and sound from such an attack. ... Seeing this scene, Rayleigh also realized that something was wrong. Ignore the blood that keeps coughing up from his mouth. Even more reckless, he picked up the long knife that Linley dropped on the ground. Quickly running towards the distance to kill. Only, the big hole pierced through his abdomen undoubtedly had a huge impact on him. Every step he takes, a lot of blood gushes out from it. In a short time, his bleeding volume surpassed the previous sum. His face became paler. His own situation collapsed like an avalanche. He ran slower and slower. Rayleigh, the speed at which the Sea of Thunder spread was really too fast. Jabba ran frantically towards Rayleigh, finally caught up with the moment before the Sea of Thunder was about to swallow Rayleigh. Forcibly picked him up, desperately ran to the distance. But it was his move. Let the Sea of Thunder catch up with his footsteps. Zila Zila, countless. The thunder continuously strikes at his back. This makes him seem to have exploded with amazing potential. He ran away like crazy. A long time, watching the Sea of Thunder swallow him and Rayleigh completely. He threw the Rayleigh he was holding into the distance without hesitation. And while running fast, the amazing armament Hawkeye broke out from the whole body without hesitation. Hoo. Wait until he finally escapes the range of the Thunder Sea. I just feel that the whole person is about to collapse. Almost. Just a little bit. He was about to be swallowed by the Sea of Thunder. Even if not. However, the consumption of armament colors simply exceeded his imagination. Originally, when joining forces with Rayleigh and Linley, he can only consume 20% of Hawkeye at most. But now, just escaping for your life consumes at least 30%. At this moment, the armed color in his body is less than half of what it was in its heyday. Watching the two escape from the range of the Thunder Sea, a trace of pity flashed in Linley's eyes. Rayleigh, even under Jabba's desperate protection, escaped. Otherwise, I'm afraid that if Rayleigh in this state falls into the Sea of Thunder, even if he doesn't die, at least his weaponry will be exhausted, and his injuries will worsen. Call. He let out a sigh of relief. Such a powerful Kanglongpo. For him, it is not a small burden. What's more, he was seriously injured at the moment. Without any exaggeration, even with such massive monster power. It's all gone by now. Unfortunately, if Yanmo, who has been promoted to the Supreme Sword, is in hand, I'm afraid he won't use the injury for injury style of play. Obviously after the awakening degree is activated in the form of Sesshomaru. He found himself savvy, has been greatly improved, no longer the idiot who can't learn no matter what Kaido teaches. But the fusion skills of Yaoli and two-color Hawkeye are too profound. The last step, it's too late. What's the difference? There's also, the reminder sound just now. Challenge yourself in the life and death fight. Sesshomaru Fruit Awakening Degree plus 0.1%. It can be said that this notification sound is the most direct proof of his talent improvement. It turns out that the degree of awakening cannot be improved only by getting rewards. It's just that after being hit so hard, he only got 0.1% of it. No wonder it was the first battle with the ant. No response at all. Shaking his head, he cleared away the distracting thoughts in his mind. Linley's eyes fell on Rayleigh's body again. There was a sneer on his face. Kanglongpo, but it's not over yet. Between waves, the blue sky dragon let out a thunderous roar again. Boom straight for Rayleigh. Today, he will kill Rayleigh. It's too late to say it. Rayleigh and Jabba successfully escaped the range of the Thunder Sea. Just took a breath. I saw the blue sky giant dragon rushing towards them. Go. Jabba tugged at Rayleigh's arm, pulling him away. Rayleigh suddenly laughed. Quote exclamation mark quote. Jabba, what a blessing to have been with you for so many years. You. Jabba was taken aback for a moment, not understanding why Rayleigh said this. I'm afraid I can't escape. Nonsense. Jabba had heard that Rayleigh wanted to fight to the death. Hastily exhorted. Don't delay any longer. Get out. Even if he wants to avenge Oden again. If it cost Rayleigh's life. Then he would never want to. I can't escape. Rayleigh shook his head. I know my physical condition. If I hide again, until Hawkeye is exhausted, there's no hope at all. That guy, I'm afraid that the devil fruit he ate was all kinds of magic. And, it must have been developed to the point of awakening. I can't believe it, but it's the truth. Compared to consumption, I'm afraid if we drag it on, we will all be finished. Jabba fell silent. He knows. What Rayleigh said was true. As the left and right hand of one piece, if you can't see it. That would be a waste of the name. Rayleigh ignored Jabba's embarrassing expression, and continued. If he is allowed to intervene in Newgate's battle, I'm afraid even Newgate will be in danger. Anyway, they have all retired. Just trade my life for that kid's life, why not? This way, after I go down, I can see Oden with a clear conscience. Besides, if this blow doesn't kill me, I still have to ask you to bring me to Marco. Maybe I can save a little life. As he spoke, he casually picked up a seastone long knife from the ground. Rayleigh's whole demeanor suddenly changed. In an instant, all languid, pale, it all disappeared on his face. Pluden, kill. The next moment, he seemed to turn into a thunderbolt, or like a shooting star. Armed color, conquerors, even turned into a real killing intent. Everything is condensed in the seastone long knife. His body type, gone in a flash, forcibly passing through the body of the blue sky dragon, appeared in front of Linley.